An old Chinese doctor like Li Zong is undoubtedly a treasure. Those famous alchemists in the world of cultivating immortals. Each of them is proficient in all kinds of medicine. They can refine a batch of high-quality pills with their eyes closed. And many basic medicinal materials in the world of cultivating immortals are the same as the Chinese herbal medicines on the earth. Therefore, Yi Feng was able to purchase precious materials for refining storm qi pill and explosive yuan pill in the secular world, and refined these two high-grade pills. The healing elixir and healing elixir that he needed at random before couldn't be put on the table, so he just used it in private when he was in an emergency. And from the brief contact, Yi Feng can tell that Li Zong's character is very good. That's why he's intrigued. If it was an old guy who was proud of his talents, relied on his old age, and had his eyes above the top, Yi Feng wouldn't bother to pay attention to him. It's a pity that Li Zong seems to be somewhat reluctant. Oh, little brother Yi. Li Zong, are already old. Li Zong sighed. He was rather regretful. Since you are not old, why waste little brother Yi's time? Today I saw little brother Yi master the magic technique. Li Zong, have died without any regrets. Yi Feng laughed when he heard it. So that's what happened. Elderly, there is no need to worry. Yi Feng explained, why can an immortal cultivator become an immortal? If it is based on the lifespan of a mortal body, no one in this world can cultivate into a real immortal. But the deeper the immortal cultivator is, the longer his lifespan will be. Yi Feng said, paused, and saw the puzzled expression in Li Zong's eyes. Then he continued, so Mr. Li, if you follow me to cultivate immortality, you don't have to worry about lifespan. I will help you. The current Yi Feng. In Li Zong's eyes, he is undoubtedly a magic stick. Oh no. It's a fairy stick. No matter how Li Zong looked at it, he felt that Yi Feng was trying to seduce him, just like the strange sorghum holding a lollipop to seduce little Loli. Will not have any problems. Li Zong subconsciously suspected it, but after another thought, it is an indisputable fact that Yi Feng cured Qin Shu Feng, and he cured it under his nose. This fact cannot be faked. Okay. Li Zong patted the table and settled down, but there is one thing. I must explain first. You can follow little brother Yi. But I will never do anything wrong or evil. He has a heart of justice. If he follows Yi Feng, he will do evil. Then he would rather not follow. Not only did he not follow, but he also issued an order to expel the customer immediately. No matter how powerful the fairy art is, no matter how long the lifespan is, if it can't be used in the right way, then what's the use? It's nothing more than harming the world. Yi Feng appreciated it even more. He nodded and smiled, that's natural. I, Yi Feng, never do evil things. What I do is just to protect myself. Well. Li Zong raised his eyebrows with a smile on his face. That's how things were settled. He has been practicing medicine in this small town for decades. He never asks for anything in return. He is used to seeing the world's conditions. If it weren't for the family property of his ancestors, he would not be able to survive long ago. The people in the nearby villages and towns. There are even medical seekers who come from afar. All of them are just greedy for petty gain. Many pretend to be poor. They don't even pay for medicine. Li Zong has nothing to do about this situation. No wonder the current doctors are scolded for corrupting medical ethics. There is really no way. He has been an honest doctor for most of his life. But in the end he is still poor. Those who were treated by him, there are very few who can repay his kindness. He only took advantage of him once, and he will continue to come next time. That's all. If it weren't for Li Zongzhai's benevolent heart, and he didn't pursue anything. He only wanted to cure more patients and benefit the world. He would have left long ago. Now that Yi Feng appeared in front of him, it was undoubtedly an opportunity for him. In that case, Mr. Li, you should pack your things first. Yifeng said politely to Li Zong, I will accompany Xiao Zhang to send her mother to the hospital for recuperation. It costs a lot of money to go to the hospital. Li Zong frowned, their family doesn't have much money. I'm afraid. It's okay. I'll pay for it. Yifeng waved his hand. He didn't feel relieved. He smiled instead, by the way, Mr. Li, don't touch the herbs in your yard outside. We will transplant them together after I come back. Transplant. Li Zong raised his eyebrows. He didn't know what Yifeng meant. Those medicinal herbs couldn't be easily transplanted. If there is no suitable soil, they will die wherever they are moved. And he didn't know that he would follow Yifeng. Where? Wouldn't it be very troublesome if so many herbs had to be transplanted? But he didn't know that Yifeng had the dragon sword ancient ring. When the time comes, just put the herbs together with the ground into the storage space. Living things cannot be placed in the storage space. But to be precise, it is impossible to place things with souls. Herbs and plants. Most of them are soulless. So there is no problem putting them in. Yifeng didn't say much. Instead, he called Zhang Xinyun in and told her that it was done. When Zhang Chong came in anxiously following Zhang Xinyun, he saw Chen Shufeng, who was sleeping soundly. Her breathing was steady, and her face gradually returned to ruddy. It was the first time in 3 months that she had blood. Zhang Chong was stunned at the time. He ran up in 2 or 3 steps and touched his wife's wrist. It was warm and healthy. Brother Ye's medical skills are world-class. His wife is no longer in serious trouble. Li Zong said with a smile on the side. As soon as Zhang Chong's head became hot, he wanted to kneel down for Yifeng. Uncle Zhang, don't do this. Yifeng was puzzled, raised his hand, and supported Zhang Chong from the air. This scene made Li Zong deeply admired. Zhang Chong's head was congested, and he didn't notice anything wrong for a while. He only felt that he wanted to kneel. Couldn't even kneel down. Seeing this, Zhang Xinyun hurriedly stepped forward to support her. Dad, Yifeng is one of our own. Don't worry. For this father, Zhang Xinyun has always been very respectful. Although she has no education, and can't make much money, there is nothing to say about her love for her. If it weren't for this father who supported her all the way, Zhang Xinyun would not have been admitted to Yanda University. Xiaoxin, Dad, I. As Zhang Chong talked, tears flowed down his face. His old face was full of emotion. He never thought that the young man brought back by Zhang Xinyun is really so powerful. He can even cure advanced gastric cancer. It's like a person who is dying of thirst in the desert and suddenly encounters nectar falling from the sky. It's so touching. At this moment, he believed in gods and Buddhas. Zhang Chong looked at Yifeng, as if he was looking at a god. Let's go first. Send Aunt to the hospital. Stay there for a while. Otherwise, the root cause of the disease will still fall. Yifeng smiled and raised his hand, making Zhang Chong stand up straight. Let's go, Dad. Zhang Xinyun supported Zhang Chong and said with a happy face. Go to the hospital. No. There is no need to go to the hospital. Buy a rooster at home and kill it. Stew soup and make up for it. As soon as Zhang Chong heard that he went to the hospital, his whole head was enlarged. It's okay, Uncle Zhang, don't worry about money. Now that Xiao Zhang is capable, he can make money, right? Yifeng winked at Zhang Xinyun. Yes, Dad, let's take Mom to the hospital first, don't worry about money. Zhang Xinyun followed Yifeng's words, but she was thinking in her heart, how long would it take for her to pay back the favor she owed Yifeng? But for the sake of her mother's health, she could only borrow Yifeng's money, temporarily. Zhang Chong looked at Yifeng and Zhang Xinyun dubiously, feeling a little strange. However, for the sake of his wife's health, he still accepted the statement, nodded silently, and agreed. Yifeng called for a car, while Zhang Xingyun and Zhang Chong carried Chen Shufang together, put her into the car, and sent her to Xingqing First Hospital. Li Zong, on the other hand, stayed to pack his things. He left in a hurry, but Li Zong didn't feel in a hurry. He also knew that a person like Yifeng must have a lot of work to do, so it was impossible to wait for him here. And once the opportunity is missed, it will never be there again. City First Hospital. At the door, a gray van slowly stopped, a young man got out of the car, and a beautiful girl with short hair supported a comatose young woman, and walked towards the hospital. Yifeng paid the driver, and then followed. The procedures for hospitalization are not difficult. As long as you have money, what can't be done? But just looking at Zhang Chong and Chen Shufang's attire, they really don't look like rich people, which made many people look disgusted along the way. Suddenly, Zhang Chong and Zhang Xingyun, who were supporting Chen Shufang, stopped together. What's wrong? Yifeng followed and asked, strangely. It's him. Zhang Xingyun frowned slightly, her tone was rather disgusted. Zhang Chong also had a bitter face, how could we meet here? Hearing this, Yifeng raised his head and saw three young men in expensive clothes walking out from the hospital corridor together, chatting and laughing happily. Brother Wei, you said that if we give him this little thing, will he face it? One of the shorter young men asked suspiciously. It's not the face for this thing, but the face for my dad, you understand? The young man called Wei Gu walked in front of him. He was tall and good-looking. With his clothes, he was obviously tall, rich and handsome, and his family was powerful. That's right, I don't think Wei Ji's father is the secretary of the municipal party committee. The other burly, tough guy snorted, annoyed at the short guy's suspicion. Yes, then I can rest assured. The short man nodded and bowed, very flattering. Don't worry, Brother Wei, can't solve that mess in your house? Gaofu and Handsome Wei smiled, and patted the short man on the shoulder, but after it's done, you can tell your dad that there are some things you can't forget. Don't worry Wei Gu, 100,000. The short man patted his chest and assured, my dad won't be so stingy. That's good, let's go, it's time to go back to school. Wei Gu nodded in satisfaction, walked out all the way, raised his head but saw Zhang Xingyun and the others on the opposite side, his brows frowned all of a sudden. Brother Wei, that wasn't when you were in high school. The strong and tough guy looked at Zhang Xingyun with a weird smile on his face. Oh, ex-girlfriend? Gaofu and Handsome Wei showed a look of disdain on his face, it's ugly, I don't know him. Seeing the contempt on Wei Ji's face, the strong and tough guy immediately said, Wei brother, I'll drive her away for you, so as not to be an eyesore. Wei Gu waved his hand, which was a tacit agreement. As a dog's leg, the strong and tough guy faithfully wanted to show off in front of Wei Gu, so he walked straight towards Zhang Xingyun and the others. Hey, who is the ugly monster looking at here? The strong and tough guy looked contemptuous, get out of here quickly, so as not to hinder our brother Wei's eyes. In his eyes, Zhang Xingyun was a girl, her father was an old man, and she was supporting an old woman, she would definitely not be his opponent in a fight, wouldn't it be easy for him to drive him away? As for someone being unconscious, that's none of his business. The actions of the strong and tough guy attracted the attention of people coming and going around, but no one came to intervene in this matter. The security guards at the hospital also saw what was going on here, but seeing that the person who caused the trouble was a man from Gaofu and Handsome Wei, he didn't want to stand up and just observed the situation outside in the security room. Hearing the strong and tough guy's words, both Zhang Xingyun and Zhang Chong had expressions of anger on their faces, but their hearts were full of helplessness. Zhang Xingyun has been bullied like this since she was a child. All along, she has always given in and never resisted. Even in the face of ridicule, she never said a word. Although now she has strength with Yifeng, but Zhang Xinyun doesn't want to talk too much with the other party. Just as she was about to lead her father and mother around each other, a pair of strong hands suddenly pressed on her shoulders. "Let me do it." Yi Feng smiled slightly and stood in front. "Who is your kid?" The strong and tough guy looked at Yi Feng with condescending contempt. In the surrounding area, no one could compare with Wei Ji's background strength. "My name is Yi Feng, and I'm Zhang Xinyun's friend." Yi Feng said lightly, "If you have the guts, can you repeat what you just said?" "Fuck." The strong and tough guy cursed with a smile, and looked at Yi Feng with a pitiful expression. "You kid wants to fuck her? You don't know, this bitch is ugly, don't you believe? Take her hair off and have a look." "Yeah?" Yi Feng asked indifferently, without even thinking about it. He swung his fist. Boom. The strong and tough guy didn't react at all. He felt a pain on his face, and then he was thrown flying by a punch, and fell heavily in front of Wei Ge and the short young man behind him. This sudden scene shocked everyone around, except Zhang Xinyun. Zhang Chong watched Yi Feng punch the servant of the city party secretary's son, and was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Didn't this kid hurt him? But thinking that Yi Feng had just helped his wife cure her illness, he resisted the urge to criticize Yi Feng. Maybe, this Yi Feng is very capable. He is not afraid of the son of the secretary of the municipal party committee. As for Gao Fu and Shui Wei, the son of the municipal party committee secretary, Sun Wei, his expression turned cold all of a sudden. Who dares to touch him? I just don't want to live anymore. In Xingqing City, Sun Wei had never met anyone who dared to disrespect him so much. The man in front of him named Yi Feng didn't know what kind of relationship he had with Zhang Xinyun, so he dared to stand up for Zhang Xinyun? However, before he could say anything, the scene in front of him stunned him. Keep your dog eyes open. Yi Feng turned to one side, letting out Zhang Xinyun behind him, just as a gust of wind blew past, brushing up Zhang Xinyun's half-covered short hair. An extremely exquisite face was displayed in front of everyone like this, and the innate ghost mark disappeared under Yi Feng's blinding technique. Ugly? Whoever said such a beauty is ugly is definitely blind. When Zhang Xinyun's face was revealed in the wind, everyone present was dumbfounded. The rest of the passers-by were all attracted by Zhang Xinyun's beauty. Regardless of men or women, they all felt it from the bottom of their hearts. The appearance of this short-haired beauty is not inferior at all even compared to popular celebrities. Just. Why is it called Ugly Monster? As for the people who knew that Zhang Xinyun had a ghost mark on her face, they were even more surprised. Including Sun Wei, the secretary of the municipal party committee, the strong and tough guy who was beaten by Yi Feng, and Zhang Xinyun's father, Zhang Chong. Why are the ugly marks on her face gone? She turned out to be a beautiful woman who can overwhelm the country and the city. Could it be because he went to Yanjing? Even Zhang Xinyun didn't expect that Yi Feng would do something like this to her. He even used a blindfold to help her cover the innate ghost mark. In Zhang Xinyun's view, this is completely unnecessary. It's just that what Yi Feng thinks in his heart is to give Zhang Xinyun a little confidence and let her know that she is not ugly but beautiful. The experience from childhood to adulthood has given Zhang Xinyun too much shadow, and the one that hurt her the most is no different from that time in high school. Sun Wei hurt her mercilessly. Now, Yi Feng will make Sun Wei pay for that injury. The former ugly monster has now become a big beauty. Even no matter which school she goes to, she is a schoolgirl. Look at Sun Wei. Will you regret it? Yi Feng raised his head and glanced at Sun Wei in front of him. He found that this guy was really staring at Zhang Xinyun's face, without blinking. Sun Wei was dumbfounded. Beautiful. This is really one of his high school girlfriends. That ugly Zhang Xinyun. No. He actually missed such a beauty. Sun Wei turned his head to look at Yi Feng. He was a little unsure about what kind of relationship Yi Feng had with Zhang Xinyun. This helped Zhang Xinyun get ahead. Could it be her boyfriend? Soon, Sun Wei had a conclusion in his mind. He took steps towards Yifeng. Your name is Yifeng, right? Sun Wei said in a high-spirited tone, you hit Gongzi. I don't have to pursue it. But there is a condition. What conditions? You say. Yifeng smiled. You are Xiaoxin's boyfriend, right? Sun Wei smiled confidently, you give up on her. I won't pursue what happened just now. And I will give you some compensation. Tell me. Yifeng raised his chin, non-committal. Ask for money. Sun Wei smiled, you can tell yourself. How much will it take before you are willing to leave her? Obviously, Sun Wei regretted it. Zhang Xinyun, who originally had marks on her face, is not ugly. But it just doesn't conform to the aesthetics of ordinary people. She looks like a monster. Now the marks are gone. Zhang Xinyun is a first-class beauty for any Chinese, even regardless of the aesthetics of the East and the West. I can't find any flaws in her. Yifeng shook his head after listening to Sun Wei's words, and Zhang Xinyun behind him also showed a disappointed expression. This Sun Wei is such a person. Fortunately, the innate ghost seal at the beginning. Otherwise, if it continues to develop, she may be succeeded by this guy. When the time comes to find out what kind of person he is, it will be too late. I think, you got two things wrong. Yifeng stretched out two fingers and stood them up, teasingly said, First, I am not Xiao Zhang's boyfriend. Second, you want to chase Xiao Zhang. That is your business. It has nothing to do with me. If you have to ask if I want to let you go, I can tell you clearly. It is priceless. You don't eat the toast, you eat the fine wine. Sun Wei was furious. Pointing at Yifeng, believe it or not, I can sue you for intentionally hurting someone with just one phone call right now. You will be arrested and sentenced to 10 or 8 years. You can just try. Yifeng shrugged his shoulders, but don't blame me for not reminding you. The consequences of doing so are not something you can afford. Having said that, Yifeng finally used the hypnosis technique that he hadn't used for a long time. Hypnosis is a very effective way to deal with Sun Wei, a son of the secular world. Yifeng and Sun Wei only looked at each other, and easily planted a concept into the other's mind. Yifeng in front of him is not to be offended. And Zhang Xinyun's family, who has a relationship with Yifeng, is also not to be offended. As soon as this concept came into being, it was immediately ingrained in Sun Wei's mind. Unless he also cultivated to the point where he was stronger than Yifeng, otherwise this concept could never be removed. Sun Wei's eyes became terrified. Looking at Yifeng, he seemed to see a devil. And even though Zhang Xinyun was very beautiful at this time, he didn't dare to take another look. He lowered his head, turned around and left in a hurry. He didn't even care about the strong and tough guy who was hit by Yifeng. As for the short man, he ran away when he saw Sun Wei. He was scared away by Yifeng's words. This kid's legs were weak at that time. How dare he say anything? It didn't take long to run away without a trace. The strong and tough guy who was hit by Yifeng also got up, and quickly followed Sun Wei and limped away. He didn't even dare to look at Yifeng and Zhang Xinyun. The farce ended like this. What was left to the surrounding crowd was Yifeng's mysterious figure. Hit the servant of the son of the secretary of the municipal party committee. Nothing happened. The other party ran away in a panic. Who is this young man in a black shirt? Zhang Chong was also extremely surprised. Only then did he realize that Yifeng is really not an ordinary person. Not only can it help Chen Shufang cure her terminal cancer, but even the son of the municipal party committee secretary is not afraid, no. I'm afraid that even the secretary of the Yangqing municipal party committee will not be noticed by Yifeng. Xiao Zhang, I'll give you the bank card first. You can go in with your parents. Yifeng took out his bank card, turned around and handed it to Zhang Xinyun. And you? Zhang Xinyun was puzzled. You should spend more time with your parents. Yifeng smiled, I can't stay here for too long. So let's take a step first. Go and settle Daoskar and the south. Zhang Xinyun nodded in understanding. She stretched out her white and soft hand to take the bank card Yifeng handed her. Encounter a similar situation just now. You don't have to be polite. Yifeng reminded, your cultivation base is good. Why let others step on top of your head? It's a big basket. I will support you. Just don't worry. This sentence shows that no matter what kind of trouble Zhang Xinyun gets into, Yifeng will definitely stand by her side. Zhang Xinyun was a little moved and nodded. Dad, let's go in first. Zhang Xinyun turned her head and said to Zhang Chong. The family of three entered the hospital and prepared to go through the formalities of hospitalization. As for Yifeng, his steps were light, and he left the hospital in no time. He got rid of the sight of the rest of the crowd, stepped on the flying sword, and headed towards the Yujian in the cave of Luofu Mountain to the east. Yifeng Yujian flew towards the cave sky of Luofu Mountain, 100 kilometers away to the east. He was very fast. Fortunately, he had just rested for a while, because of Zhang Xinyun's family affairs. He was resting on the way to the hospital. Otherwise, the true energy in his body would not be enough to support him to fly so far. Performing lay-on hands to treat advanced gastric cancer. It really consumed too much of his energy. Soon, Yifeng landed at the foot of Luofu Mountain. He picked a place with a signal and called Nanfang. He learned that they had already gone up the mountain. Yifeng didn't stop there and ran up the mountain road. Luofu Mountain cave sky is a vast valley. It is surrounded by towering peaks that surround the valley. There is no other way to enter this valley except for a hidden narrow passage. If it is climbing from the surrounding peaks, ordinary people will definitely be thrown to death. Even those rock climbers cannot cross such a high and steep mountain wall. In the valley, the aura of heaven and earth is extremely strong. Yifeng went up the mountain all the way, and soon came to a huge rock. Open. Yifeng put one hand on the boulder and injected a little bit of true energy. Then he saw the boulder move to the side. The movement was extremely loud. The organ that controls this boulder can be manipulated with internal qi. Facts have proved that it can also be manipulated with true qi. This is the first barrier to enter the Luofu Mountain cave. If it is not a person in the martial arts, it is impossible to move the huge stone weighing dozens of tons. Even if it can be moved with the help of tools, no one will be free to do it. Behind the boulder is a cave passage. Yifeng stepped into it, and the boulder rolled back to its original position with a bang, firmly blocking the entrance of the passage. Wow! There are some fluorescent materials embedded on the stone walls in the passage. It prevents the entire passage from being so dark that you can't see anything. Of course, these fluorescent materials are not night pearls. The value is very different. Even on the side of the wild road, similar fluorescent materials can be seen. Yifeng naturally knew the way to enter Luofu Mountain Cave. Yi Wendian had already told him. He walked along the passage all the way. He ran about a kilometer away. A stone gate barrier appeared again in front of him. He didn't even think about it. He found a lion head mechanism on the side and pressed it inside. That's it. Every certain distance, there will be a mechanism barrier. After about 10 minutes, Yifeng finally reached the end of the passage. A ray of sunlight shines in from the front hole. Yifeng spread his consciousness away. South. Scar. Let's go. Yi Feng walked out of the passage, greeted him, and rushed out. It turned out that Nanfeng, Li Jibua, Dao Scar, and others had a total of 11 people. They had been at the entrance of this passage all the time. They did not move forward, because there would be no other powerful people in the Luofu mountain cave. Out of the passage, there is a vast field. However, most of these fields have been abandoned. Various wild flowers and weeds are overgrown. It is a desolate scene. The entire valley is very wide. It is difficult to see the opposite mountain wall at a glance. Such a valley can easily support thousands of people even if it is self-sufficient. Not to mention that this valley is not completely isolated from the outside world. If there is something missing in the valley, it is very convenient to go out and buy it through the passage. It is just that some large materials are difficult to transport. Soon, everyone walked across the field and came to a group of buildings located in the center of the valley. Pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. Waterside halls. Everything is in a retro style. The architectural system constructed by the Yi family is not much different from that of Huagua in ancient times. It makes people feel peaceful and elegant when they come here. This is an old-fashioned town. There is also a clear river in the town. It leads to the underground river below the mountain wall. It is the source of drinking water for the Yi family. The whole ancient town is fresh and natural. It makes people feel relaxed and comfortable. Yi Feng swept his mind around and found no Long family members. It seems that Long Ke called them all back. This made him heave a sigh of relief. Although he is not afraid of the Long family, it will be a bit troublesome if there is someone on the other side. Now it saves a lot of effort. The entire ancient town. Although it has been repaired and cleaned by the Long family later, there are still traces of fierce battles 20 years ago. There are thick bloodstains. It extends from the ancient town to the halfway up the mountain behind the town. The halfway up the mountain is where the most important hall of the Yi family is located. 20 years ago, it was the place where Yi Wentian and Yi Wuming, the elder of the Yi family, last stood firm. It was also the place where Tang Qingling wanted to jump off the cliff. Mottled blood. Although many have been cleaned up, it still shows the fierceness of the bloody battle. Starting today, you can practice here. Yi Feng felt the surroundings for a while, and then gave instructions to Nanfeng, Dao Scar, and others. Everyone felt it together. The aura of heaven and earth in the entire vast valley is extremely strong. Practice in this valley. The speed of cultivation and the speed of meridian expansion can be increased by 30%. And from Yi Feng's point of view, this valley is much safer than other caves. As long as he takes care of this valley, it will be fine. 5 Elements Illusionary Formation. Yi Feng's Dragon Sword Ancient Ring has more than one set of 5 element stones in the storage space. Now that he has cultivated for 50 years, he can finally set up this kind of illusionary formation. Back then, Su Feiying had set up a 5-element phantom array in the East China Sea, avoiding the joint large-scale search by the Chinese government and the National Security Bureau. If Yi Feng had set up a 5-element phantom array near this valley, no matter if people from the martial arts entered through the normal passage or the National Security Bureau military entered from the air, they would not be able to find Scar and the others in the valley. Of course, Yi Feng has never set up a 5-element phantom array before. I only saw Su Feiying set it up a few times. Based on impressions alone, it is difficult to set it up completely. But then for ordinary people. Under Yi Feng's hands, with his talent, even if some details are not clear, he can quickly deduce the correct arrangement method, thus successfully arranging the 5 elements phantom array. And this kind of talent. It is impossible for other people around Yi Feng to have it. This also determines that the higher his cultivation base will be in the future, the more dazzling his achievements will be. The Dragon Sword Ancient Ring will choose him and have an effect on him. It is not without reason. In the next few days, 11 people including Nanfeng and Dao Scar settled down in the ancient town of Yejia. Some daily necessities were transported in from the outside and stored. Then they were ready to practice with peace of mind. Yi Feng, on the other hand, ran around in the entire valley, laying down the 5 element stones. During this period, he not only figured out the layout process of the 5 elements illusory formation, but also relied on the ability of the dragon sword ancient ring to find many natural and earthly treasures that can enhance his cultivation, and gained a lot. In the cave where the aura of heaven and earth is more intense, it is naturally easier to produce some treasures of heaven and earth. And even in such a valley, it is very difficult to rely on manpower to search for the treasures of heaven, materials, and earth. The Long family has been here for more than 20 years, but they have not been able to search for all the treasures of heaven, materials, and earth in this valley. After working hard for a few days, Yi Feng found a lot of good things, including the amethyst stone that was several meters deep in the rock formation, and the iron rock vine that was more than 10 meters deep in the ground. If Yi Feng's dragon sword ancient ring could not detect such treasures, he would not be able to find them at all. Even with his divine sense, he would not be able to sweep the entire valley with a radius of more than 100 acres. Not to mention other members of the martial arts from the Long family and the Yi family. Do you want them to dig the entire valley 3 feet into the ground? Therefore, in the past few days, Yi Feng picked up a lot of bargains. There are 4 amethyst stones and 11 iron rock vines. The former can improve the cultivation base of 1 year and 9 months, and the latter can improve the practitioner's cultivation base of 1 year and 3 months after maturity. Added together, it is 3 years of cultivation. These days, Yi Feng has never forgotten to broaden his meridians. The upper limit of his cultivation is exactly 55 years, and he will immediately absorb these 2 treasures of heaven and earth. 55 years of cultivation. Apart from improving Yi Feng's cultivation base, he secretly felt the effect of the fire dragon pill in the Menghuang realm. Not only can it forcibly elevate the cultivation base of the immortal cultivator and forcibly widen the meridians, but it can also have a promoting effect, making it faster for the immortal cultivator to expand the meridians in the future. Of course, this boost has all but disappeared by now. As for the rest of the amethyst and iron rock vines, Yi Feng considered that Scar's 8 brothers hadn't paid much attention to training, so he left them for them. At home, Long Wanner and Su Menghan didn't really need this level of cultivation, or in other words, Yi Feng had already given them better ones before. Although the comprehensive strength of a faction mostly depends on the peak combat power, the average combat power cannot be ignored either. Yi Feng cannot underestimate the role of Scar and others in the future. 5 days later, Yi Feng placed 5 element stones in the east, south, west, north, and middle of the valley, respectively, and urged his true energy to use his means to combine metal, wood, water, fire, and earth into 5 places. The 5 element stones are connected. The 5 elements illusory formation was finally arranged by Yi Feng. The entire valley was under Yi Feng's control. Even if he left this place, he could still clearly know what was happening in the valley, and he could change the effect of the 5 elements magic array at any time, so that other people who entered the valley could see it. To a different scene. As long as it wasn't an immortal cultivator who surpassed Yi Feng, other martial arts people would not be able to notice even if Dao Scar and Nanfeng were standing in front of them when other martial arts people came to this ancient Yi family town. And even if they flew in from the mountain next to the valley by helicopter or other tools, it would be even more impossible for ordinary people to resist the power of the 5 elements phantom formation. As for precision instruments, Yi Feng was even less worried. In the East China Sea, the military and the National Security Bureau have not detected the whereabouts of Master Su Feiying, so it will be fine in this valley? What's more, there is nothing in this valley that deserves the attention of the National Security Bureau. After finishing the phantom formation, Yi Feng went back to the ancient town of Yejia, and found Li Jibua and the eighth brother Scar. What I want to tell you today must be kept secret. Yi Feng said solemnly, from today onwards, you will no longer be ordinary people, nor will you be ordinary people in the martial arts world, but you will become like me, a very rare immortal cultivator in this world. Li Jibua lowered his head, although he had been blind for a long time. When he heard these words, his whole body trembled. Cultivator. As Yi Feng talked more, the eyes of Li Jibua and the eighth brother Scar became more and more radiant. Adoration, anticipation, gratitude. All kinds of emotions surged in everyone's hearts. On the sixth day, Yi Feng rose with his sword, from the top of the valley to the sky above the clouds, and quickly swept towards the west. At this time, his strength was further improved, and during this period of time, he finally thought of a feasible way to deal with Peach Blossom Island. Although it was a bit risky, the success rate was not small. In the storage space of the Dragon Sword Ancient Ring, there are 2 sets of 5-element stones, which can be used to arrange 2 5-element phantom formations. If you study it carefully, you can also try to arrange a double 5-element phantom array. This will be at least 10 times more difficult, but if it succeeds, it will establish the position of Yi Feng's forces in the cultivation world of the entire world in one fell swoop. The first thing is to know more about Peach Blossom Island. Yi Feng thought in his heart, the first thing to do after returning to Beijing is to start from this aspect. Counting from the time, since the accident between Long Yulong and Liang's elders, it is almost time for the people of Taohua Island to react. No matter how much they did not believe that the 3 masters would not be able to catch Yi Feng, now that such a long time has passed, they will always have doubts. Otherwise, the people of Peach Blossom Island are too stupid. When Yi Feng returned to Xingqing City where Zhang Xinyun was located, he did not directly call Zhang Xinyun to inform her, but went to the city government building first. In order for Zhang Xinyun's parents to live in peace, Yi Feng had to beat Sun Wei's father, the secretary of the Xingqing Municipal Party Committee. If the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee was there to take care of her, I believe no one in Xingqing would dare to trouble Zhang Xinyun's parents. For Yi Feng, this kind of thing is just a matter of chance, it doesn't take much time, and the return flight ticket is booked in the evening, so there is still some free time. From Yangqing to Yanjing, Yi Feng is not able to fly back with his sword, not to mention adding Zhang Xinyun, it is even more impossible to fly her so far. Yi Feng came to the sky above a small alley not far from the city hall, and then floated and landed under the cover of blindness. He tidied up his hair and clothes that had been blown a little messy by the high-altitude cold wind, then walked out of the alley, cast his invisibility technique, and walked towards the gate of the city hall. Now is the time when the city government is about to leave work, and the flight Yi Feng booked will take off in an hour, so he has to settle the matter here in a few minutes. Yi Feng came quietly, but no one knew that a young man who planned to do wrong had already sneaked into the city hall, which is usually difficult for outsiders to enter. The spread of consciousness instantly enveloped the entire city government building, and the scene that came over made Yi Feng's expression strange. He was also planning to use hypnotism to get Sun Wei's father, but looking at it now, there was no need at all. Because at this time, in the office of the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee on the 3rd floor, an extremely glamorous scene is being staged. Yi Feng didn't use hypnotism at all, he secretly took the video and easily controlled the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee. For others, how easy is it to capture such a scene? But for Yi Feng, this kind of thing couldn't be easier. Stealing. Shooting. No matter when it seems to be a very obscene word. However, at this moment, in order to quickly settle the matter in front of him, Yi Feng had no choice but to steal. Shooting. He performed the invisibility technique. He went up from the hall of the city hall to the 3rd floor. Not far from the office of the secretary of the city party committee. Then he gave a boost of true energy and used the void sword technique. His figure arrived in the office of the secretary of the municipal party committee in an instant. And he immediately used the invisibility technique. He was completely undetected by the two people in the office. There are two people in the office. One of them looks similar to the young Sunway before. His face shape, nose, and eyes are 80% similar. It should be the secretary of the Xingqing Municipal Party Committee. Sunway's father, Sun Jingqing. The other person is an innocent girl in her early 20s. She should be a staff member of the city government. At this time, she is actually getting involved with the secretary. Yi Feng looked at that pure girl. She was indeed good-looking. She could turn heads outside and still have a high success rate. In the eyes of countless young people of the right age, she should belong to the level of dream lover. But now, this innocent-looking girl is wearing only a few inches, with her back leaning against the desk, being pressed by Sun Jingqing, tossing and twisting her body. Yi Feng curled his lips. Instead of admiring the glamorous scene in front of him, he took out his mobile phone and quietly turned on the video recording function in the stealth state. A man and a woman were busy in the office. They didn't expect that they had been completely exposed to the eyes of others. They were even recorded on video. After all, it's not the first time that the two of them have done such a messy thing. In the past, even if someone roughly guessed their situation, they didn't dare to expose it in person, let alone publicize it in person. After all, if there is no evidence, this kind of thing, if you say it, you will definitely be killed and maimed by Sun Jingqing. Therefore, the two of them were not prepared for the fact that this matter would be photographed. Yi Feng leisurely stood beside him for 5 minutes. The man's panting and the woman's pussy making him feel quite puzzled. After waiting for 5 minutes, he finally couldn't help it. Hey! You guys are enough. Yi Feng lifted the invisibility technique, and his figure appeared on the side. As soon as the sound came out, Sun Jingqing, who was preparing for the final sprint, was taken aback. Even the innocent girl under him was also panicked. He quickly grabbed the white shirt beside him and put it on himself in a hurry. It's just that her exquisite and fair figure cannot be concealed by the tight white shirt at all. It is still full of spring, fragrant and attractive. The pure girl's face was flushed. She opened her eyes and stared in panic at the black shirt youth Yi Feng, who suddenly appeared beside her. Who are you? How did you get in? Sun Jingqing panicked for a moment. Immediately, his face darkened. He calmed down and asked a serious question. You don't have to worry about how I got in here. Yi Feng smiled. As for who I am, it has nothing to do with you. I just came here to tell you, the scene in the office just now. I have already filmed it all. There is something I want to warn you about. Listening to Yi Feng's words, Sun Jingqing was suddenly a little annoyed. He didn't know how Yi Feng got in. He also couldn't figure out why this young man in black shirt suddenly appeared in his office. You must know that there is no place to hide people in his office. But no matter what, this young man in black shirt is too arrogant. He, Sun Jingqing, is not so easy to be threatened. You must know that a person can be an official to the level of the secretary of the municipal party committee. He will definitely not be a simple-minded idiot. He calmed down. Little brother, it doesn't matter who you want to tell about things here. However, it depends on whether you have the opportunity. Now give me the phone. You can leave by yourself. Or else things are not so easy to solve. Yeah. The corner of Yi Feng's mouth curled up, and he asked back, don't regret it. And, why didn't you listen to my conditions first? Then tell me first. Sun Jingqing smiled. In his opinion, the young man in the black shirt in front of him was just asking for money, or if there was something he wanted to get rid of for his help. If it was a small matter, then he could solve it easily, and there was no need to go to war. At most, wait until Yi Feng is sent away, then check his background and deal with him slowly. Your son Sunway has a high school classmate named Shang Xinyan. Yi Feng didn't talk nonsense. He directly stated his request. What you have to do is to ensure that her parents are not bullied. You have to help out in certain matters. If they make any mistakes, trust me. Tomorrow, these videos in my hands are passed to the top leaders of the country. He is too lazy to deal with such trivial matters. If he knew that Zhang Xinyun's parents were having a bad time here, he would directly dump the video to Lin Dedian. In that case, not to mention Sun Jingqing, even people who are a few grades higher than him will absolutely not be able to bear the consequences. It's just that Sun Jingqing obviously didn't believe it. He laughed, the supreme leader of the country. You are kidding me. Believe it or not. Since I can suddenly appear here. I can appear anywhere at any time. Yi Feng also smiled, that's right. My name is Yi Feng. You can also ask your son to see if you should listen to me. You are also a veteran in the officialdom. You shouldn't be so stupid as to offend an unknown person. What's more? What I want you to do is a small matter to you. Sun Jingqing pondered. After a while, he nodded slightly, that's good. But the video you recorded. I will keep the video first. If you behave well, I will return it to you one day. Yi Feng smiled. He put away his cell phone. He directly used the blinding and invisibility techniques, and his figure disappeared. This scene frightened Sun Jingqing and the innocent girl out of their wits. They had never seen a large living person disappear out of nowhere in front of them. Was it magic or something? Sun Jing was an adult and careful. He immediately decided to ask his son about who this Yi Feng was. Although Yi Feng is very famous in Yanjing, but in such a far south, not many people have heard of his name. For Sun Jingqing, the most important thing is to find out the details of Yi Feng and the situation of Zhang Xinyun. All of these can be started from his son Sun Wei. With Sun Jingqing's ability, as long as he wants to investigate, he will definitely know Yi Feng's identity in Yanjing. By then, he will definitely be obedient. So Yi Feng didn't worry too much about it, and left directly. As for hypnotism, it's not a good thing to use too much in the world. Problems that can be solved without hypnotism, it's better not to use it. Yi Feng, who knows about this, is under the surveillance of the National Security Bureau. If he does too much and is too obvious, it is difficult to guarantee that the National Security Bureau will not intervene. After leaving the city government building, Yi Feng rose up with his sword, and soon came to the city's #1 hospital. He landed in a small alley, and called Zhang Xinyun. After some exchanges, Yi Feng learned that Chen Shufang's condition was fine within 5 days, and her body recovered quickly. On the contrary, Zhang Xinyun also used Yi Feng's bank card to swipe a lot of money. Of course. To Yi Feng, this money is nothing more than a drop in the bucket. But to Zhang Xinyun, this is a very difficult favor to repay. Including Zhang Xinyun's father, Zhang Chong. At this time, I also know that Yi Feng has been helping their family. I am very grateful. I want to thank Yi Feng face to face. Yi Feng didn't have time to deal with this kind of thing, so he directly called Zhang Xinyun out of the hospital. From now on, her father is under the care of Sun Jingqing. Under normal circumstances, there will be no problems. Zhang Xinyun can also follow Yi Feng to practice with peace of mind. There will be a tough battle to be fought in the near future. After coming out of the hospital, Zhang Xinyun was not in a good mood. She seemed a little depressed. Yi Feng saw it, so he didn't ask much. He knew that her mother was still treating her badly. The innate ghost mark on her face, as long as it didn't really disappear, she would be in that kind of pain and confusion every day. Among 50 years of cultivation, it is not so easy to achieve. Go and bring Senior Li Zong with you. Get ready to take off. Yi Feng gave an order, and then flew towards the courtyard of the wooden house, where Li Zong was located with Zhang Xinyun. The short distance flying with the imperial sword did not consume much to Yifeng. In the past 5 days, Li Zong has already prepared all his luggage. In fact, he is an old man, and he has nothing to take away. What he was most worried about was the medicinal herbs he planted. Although Yifeng had promised him that they could be taken away intact, he still had no idea. During the preparation time, Li Zong still received a lot of townspeople who came to see a doctor, but he didn't confiscate any money. During the time before leaving, he wanted to do something more for the townspeople in this place. It's a pity. As soon as I heard that Li Zong didn't charge money, all kinds of sick and healthy people crowded into this place. It is not an exaggeration to use the word broke the door. It made Li Zong miserable. Especially at this time. He was feeling the pulse of a young man in his 20s. This young man wears a single earring and dyed yellow hair. At first glance, he looks like a thug. And there are many such thugs in this town. Usually, these little bastards would never come to Li Zong's place. But today, they came. Obviously they have other purposes. Little brother, you have kidney deficiency. Li Zong took Xuanhuan Mao's pulse for a while, and then announced the diagnosis result. Old man, don't talk nonsense. You say I have kidney deficiency. The little yellow hair exploded on the spot. He stood up, stared at Li Zong, and cursed at Li Zong. Old man, please explain clearly to me. I can beat 5 women in one night. You say I have kidney deficiency. Grass quack doctor. I think you don't want to live here any longer. Li Zong frowned. That's why you have kidney deficiency. Fart. Shut up. The little yellow hair was furious. Look at so many people here. You must have made a lot of black-hearted money. The quack doctors these days are terrible. But I don't want to embarrass you. You pay some protection money for our youth gang. We won't. I will trouble you and protect you. How about it? Li Zong frowned even more. It turned out that this guy was here to collect protection fees. It's really unreasonable. He has been practicing medicine here for many years. He has never encountered such a thing. But he didn't expect these few days. It's just that there are a little more people queuing up to see the doctor. It makes some young people jealous. It's really a disaster. It turned out to be from the youth gang. Some townspeople who were chatting in line outside the door immediately started whispering when they heard what the little yellow hair said. The youth gang. But the vicious organizations around here are all composed of young people like Xuanhuan Mao. And they are all young people from outside. Although these people have no roots in the local area, they are also more convenient to commit crimes. Whether it's theft or robbery, or hacking people for protection fees, these people are proficient in everything. And after committing crimes, they run away. The police can't find any suspects at all. For a while. After hearing the name of the youth gang, the townspeople who were waiting for treatment were a little bit ready to move. They wanted to leave. I won't take this muddy water. Although Old Li was treated for free. But there is nothing wrong with them. They are just checking their bodies. In order to be greedy for this kind of petty gain, if you get offended by the youth gang, it will not be fun. If you don't do it well, you will be burglarized at home at night. Among the waiting townspeople, there are a few young and strong men who seem to be good at fighting. But even these few people dare not mess with the youth gang. They turned around and left one by one. Li Zong was watching the backs of them leaving one by one. His heart was full of helplessness. This is how people are these days. If there is an advantage, one by one rushes to grab it. But if there is trouble, one by one runs faster than a rabbit. Not to mention that he is an old Chinese doctor. I am afraid that even if the relatives of those people are threatened by the youth gang, they may not necessarily help. This world. Li Zong shook his head. The aggressive little yellow hair in front of him made him feel powerless. Can't help but think of Yi Feng. Just as he was thinking this, a familiar voice came in from outside. Senior Li, what's going on here? Yi Feng is here. Besides Yi Feng, Zhang Xinyun was also walking over from a distance. Li Zong's eyes lit up when he saw Yi Feng came. The matter will be settled easily. As an immortal cultivator, a strong man who can perform immortal arts, the mere youth gang, will definitely not be taken seriously. If it is normal, Li Zong will spend money to eliminate the disaster. Although he has not made much money in these years, he still has some savings. But now, Li Zong is not willing to spend money for no reason. It is cheaper for the young man to help those lazy social dregs. Brother Yi. It's all right. Since you're here, we can go. Li Zong stood up, his eyes passed over the little yellow hair, and turned to Yi Feng, who was walking over. Old man. You ignore me. Little Huang Mao was angry at that time. Following Li Zong's gaze, he turned around and looked back. He saw Yi Feng and Zhang Xinyun walking side by side. His eyes lit up. Although Zhang Xinyun's short hair covers half of her face, overall, she is an impeccable beauty. Little Huang Mao thought about it at that time. Such a young couple must be very rich. He whistled immediately. Because he felt that he might not be able to handle the situation alone. He needed to call his accomplices together. Immediately, 4 or 5 young gangsters who were similar to Xiao Huangmao rushed out from the side alley, one by one in a menacing manner. Those who lined up to see Li Zong were dumbfounded. Oh my God, so many people? A group of people were frightened to pee at that time, and hurriedly scrambled to disperse. In fact, if they joined forces, how can they be afraid of these little gangsters? It's a pity that they all wanted to take advantage of Li Zong, and it was impossible for them to offend members of the youth gang for Li Zong. Seeing the group of people fleeing in embarrassment, Yi Feng shook his head. If it is said that Li Zong spent most of his life in this town treating such people cheaply, then Li Zong is really too sad. The townspeople were provided with so many benefits, but in the end, it was a kind of irony that these townsfolk saw that Li Zong was being bullied by some youth gang, and they turned away like birds and beasts. No wonder when Yi Feng invited Li Zong to leave together, Li Zong didn't object too much, but agreed smoothly. At Li Zong's age, it is impossible not to see through this point. If he stays, no matter how many people he saves, no one will be grateful. After a while, it will become a pile of less. Perhaps, not many people will remember him. For the townspeople nearby, Li Zong is just an old doctor who can save money by seeing a doctor when he is sick. If you want to say gratitude, I am afraid that few people will have it. Even if it was Zhang Xinyun's father, Zhang Chong, if it wasn't for Yi Feng, Qin Shufang would have let go in the end, so Zhang Chong might not have any gratitude towards Li Zong. This is not to say that these townspeople are bad-hearted, but that the current social environment in Huagua is such that it cannot be changed by just one person or organization. When the townspeople who lined up left, only Yi Feng and Zhang Xinyun were left in front of the wooden house and herbal yard, and inside the wooden house, there were Li Zong and the little yellow hair. Not far away, 5 gangsters with dyed hair and strange clothes rushed over quickly, and quickly surrounded the entire wooden house. Grass, Dongzi, what's going on? This old man wants to cheat you for money. One of them, a gangster with an airplane cut, was cursing and wearing a leather jacket, walked into the front yard of the wooden house, and glanced at the few people present with his sinister eyes. When seeing Zhang Xinyun, the jet-headed gangster obviously paused, apparently also attracted by her beauty. Of course, the current goal of these gangsters is to ask for money. No matter how beautiful Zhang Xinyun is, they still want money, not people. Brother Hu, this old man felt my pulse and said that I have a kidney deficiency and wanted to cheat me out of 20,000 yuan. As soon as the little yellow-haired man in the house opened his mouth, he rambled nonsense. I think this old man is getting impatient. What? Even my brothers dare to cheat? The jet-headed gangster called Brother Tiger cursed, waved his hand, and led the other 4 non-mainstream gangsters into the yard. From the gate of the courtyard to the wooden house, there is a path of bricks and stones. On both sides of the path are the precious medicinal materials planted by Li Zong, which may be worth hundreds of thousands in total. However, a group of gangsters didn't know the preciousness of these medicinal materials at all. One of them had a cigarette in his mouth and wanted to step on it. Yi Feng sensed the opponent's movement with his consciousness, his expression turned cold, and with a wave of one hand, his true energy burst out of the air without warning. Boom! With a heavy sound, the little bastard with a cigarette in his mouth flew up and fell out of the yard. Then he fell to the ground with an ouch and slid a long distance on the ground, leaving a long trail. Only then did the blood stop. The whole person was already half dead, foaming at the mouth. This scene surprised the other gangsters, including the little yellow hair in the house, who was also dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Supernatural powers? With a wave of the hand, people fly away. Beat him. Several people thought that Yi Feng had used some despicable means. The leader of the plain-head gangster gritted his teeth and waved his hand, leading everyone to charge towards Yi Feng. Regarding their actions, Yi Feng didn't pay much attention to them at all. He urged his true energy at will, and the tyrannical force directly lifted several people into the air. Before they could get within 2 meters of Yi Feng, they were all thrown out by Yi Feng's true energy and fell outside the courtyard of the wooden house. At this time, some fleeing townspeople hadn't gone far, and when they looked back and saw this situation, they were all surprised and unbelievable. For no reason, these people from the youth gang were all lying on the ground and howling? What's going on? However, offending the youth gang, the old man and a woman must have nothing to eat. Thinking of this, those townspeople fled even faster, disappearing in an instant. Also shocked were the little yellow hair and the old Dr. Li Zong in the house. Xuanhuan never expected his companion to be so vulnerable, but Li Zong never expected Yi Feng to be so powerful. Although he knew that Yi Feng, as an immortal cultivator, would not be afraid of such a few hooligans, but he did not expect that he would be able to blow them away with a wave of his hand. According to Yi Feng, Li Zong could also reach this level after he practiced immortal arts. Not only that, but it can also enhance the lifespan and exist in the world for a longer time. Thinking of this, Li Zongxin felt an inexplicable excitement, but he was also getting older, so he was not as shocked as those people around Yi Feng before, so he soon looked down on it. Since Yi Feng dug him out, then it's fine for him to follow Yi Feng from now on, as long as he doesn't work for tigers or harm the world. So what if he helps Yi Feng a little? Li Zong believed that what he could get from Yi Feng must be much more than what he would give. Aren't you going to get out soon? Yi Feng turned his head, and gave a cold call to the little yellow-haired gangster next to Li Zong in the room. Me. Little Huang Mao was so frightened by Yi Feng that he could speak incoherently, and immediately knelt down. Brother, I was wrong, I will never dare again, just let me go. Roll. Yi Feng didn't bother to talk to the other party, he stepped forward and waved his hand, his tyrannical chi formed a gust of wind, and the little yellow hair was also blown away. The 6 young gangsters fell so badly outside the yard of the wooden house that none of them could get up. Yi Feng ignored them, but instead smiled at Li Zong. Seniorly, I'm not late, am I? Hee, Brother Yi is really extraordinary. Li Zong smiled and waved his hands, indicating that he was fine. That's good. If Senior Li is ready, shall we set off now? As Yi Feng said, he turned his head and glanced at the various herbs in the yard. Leave these herbs to me. Speaking of this, Li Zong's eyes showed obvious curiosity. He had always wanted to know what method Yi Feng was going to use to remove the herbs in his yard, but after thinking about it for 5 days, he couldn't figure out why. Zhang Xingyun was on the side, looking at Li Zong's puzzled expression. She couldn't help being a little funny. She could foresee that when Yifeng opened the storage space of the dragon sword ancient ring to accommodate the whole yard's land and herbs, Li Zong would definitely be speechless. As Zhang Xinyun expected. When Yifeng opened the storage space of the dragon sword ancient ring, with a surge of true energy, he used a blindfold to cover the surrounding environment of the entire wooden house. Immediately afterwards, a strong suction appeared in the storage space. The wooden house and the surrounding yard land planted with herbs were sucked into the storage space. The place where the courtyard of the wooden house was originally. After a while, there is only a bare piece left. It is sunken towards the ground. The scene is extremely shocking. At least. Li Zong was stunned by Yifeng's method. His mouth was open, his eyes were open, his white eyebrows were trembling, and he couldn't say a word. What is that ring in Yifeng's hand? It can absorb such a large piece of land. Listening to Yifeng's words, it seems that he can release those things again. Immortal cultivators' methods are really beyond measure. Li Zong seemed to be in a dream. Before he could react, he found that he had followed Yifeng to Yongqing Baiyun Airport and was about to board the plane. Mr. Li, here is your boarding pass. Please take it well. Zhang Xinyun quickly completed the formalities and handed the boarding pass to Li Zong. Brother Yi. Li Zong frowned slightly. He took the boarding pass and said, I would like to ask you a question. Where are we going? Yanjing. You will be welcomed by many comrades. Yifeng smiled. Only then did Li Zong know that their destination was Yanjing, the capital of China, the political, economic, and cultural center. Yanjing. In this life, I have only been there when I was young. Li Zong smiled lightly and took it easy. Now that he knows Yifeng's identity and chooses to follow Yifeng, then he is already ready to accept some unbelievable things. For example, just now Yifeng collected the land, yard, and medicinal herbs into a quaint ring. It should be a normal thing for a cultivator. Soon the three boarded the plane in order. The plane took off. After more than 3 hours, it finally started to land near Yanjing Capital Airport. At this time, Yanjing was already brightly lit. The whole city was bathed in night and lights. Night had already arrived when the three of them were on the plane. When I came back, I didn't see Geng Chaoyang and Quan Chongsong from the National Security Bureau. Yifeng thought in his heart. He walked out of the airport with Zhang Xinyun and Li Zong. Maybe those two people were watching from a relatively far-away place. Or maybe those two people failed to keep up with Yifeng's whereabouts. But it has nothing to do with Yifeng. Next, Yifeng will do a big thing. Long Yulong and the 2 elders of the Liang family. Who is better to start with? Yifeng thought in his heart. He wanted to thoroughly understand the details of Peach Blossom Island. Only by starting with these 3 people. If you use hypnotism, with these 3 people's cultivation level, it is very difficult for Yifeng to make the other party confide the truth obediently. Then in order to ensure that nothing is missed, there is only one way. That is to use the soul search technique. Thinking of the soul search technique, Yifeng still remembered that there was still a female ghost's soul, preserved in the Shroud of Souls. After the matter of Peach Blossom Island was settled, he had to go to the corpse sect to find out what he was interested in. If it goes well, it should greatly increase the strength of Zhaoyi Bei, Ling Chen, and other soul cultivators. Of course. That's for later. If you want to use the soul search technique, you can only kill one of them. Yifeng thought about it, and felt a little conflicted in his heart. After all, whether it was Long Yulong or the 2 elders of the Liang family, they seemed to be more obedient during this period. It would not be appropriate to just kill him like this. But think about it. The people in Peach Blossom Island are not good people. The people in Indi are all for improving their own strength. That's why Indi and the martial arts world are separated. Before sending a monk Hua, the purpose was nothing more than to get news about Su Feiying from Yi Feng, or to arrest Yi Feng. In that case, I don't need to show mercy. Yi Feng figured it out. As for how to choose the target, let's play a small game with the three of them. Li Zong followed Yi Feng all the way, and finally came to the city of Yanjing, which made him quite nostalgic. He still remembered the chaos when he was young. He came to Yanjing once. At that time, he saw too many dead and injured. It was that experience that strengthened his determination to become a doctor. After so many years of immersion in Chinese medicine, his medical skills are already quite excellent. If he is committed to pursuing fame and fortune, he will definitely be at the level of a medical master now. He will not be as unknown as he is now. But if that's the case, it's impossible for Li Zong to be favored by Yi Feng. From this point of view, the opportunity is indeed elusive. Xiao Zhang, do me a favor later. The corners of Yi Feng's mouth curled up slightly. He thought of a way to choose who would be the victim. Brother Yi, tell me. Zhang Xinyun is very obedient. Summon Fire Cloud Demon Lord later. Do as I say. Yi Feng played the wonderful fairy voice and explained some things to Zhang Xinyun. When Zhang Xinyun heard this, she covered her mouth and smiled softly. Brother Yi, you are really bad. They must never have imagined that you would direct such a play. If I'm not bad, how can I live until now? Yi Feng smiled as a matter of course and did not refute. Li Zong watched and listened to the two talking. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. Lord Huiyun, what is this thing? Could it be that there really are such things as monsters in this world? Soon he will know. The three of them took a taxi. All the way from the capital airport to King Fengyuan's residence. When they arrived at the gate of the villa complex, Li Zong couldn't help being a little surprised. The scene in front of him was different from what he had imagined. Originally, he thought that even if Yi Feng and those fellow cultivators lived in Yanjing, they must be in the suburbs of some mountains. But he didn't expect that it would be in such a modern villa community. He was too surprised. I'm still getting old after all. Li Zong sighed in his heart. He really couldn't keep up with the young people's thoughts. His ideas were too rigid. From now on, he would follow Yi Feng to practice immortal arts. It can't be like this. After entering the villa complex, Yi Feng waved his hand and completely concealed the figures of the three of them. It was already night at this time. There were not many people at the gate of the community. No one noticed. The three of them quietly disappeared without anyone noticing. A wonderful little game. About to start. Yi Wentian's villa was a little quieter than before. Because Nanfang and Li Jibua had left. But from another perspective, there were more people. The extra ones were Tang Xiefeng, Long Yulong, and the four elders of the Liang family. In addition, Xue Tianming and Huayeking were added. After this period of cultivation, Long Yulong and the two elders of the Liang family felt that the injuries in their bodies had recovered a lot. If they find the right opportunity, they should be able to defeat Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng, and escape from this place. They don't know that Yi Feng still has a lot of hidden power. Otherwise, they would never act so rashly. However, even if they are masters of Peach Blossom Island, it is impossible to think that there are soul cultivators like Zhao and Ling Chen in the world. If they want to run away, the two will definitely join forces with Yi Wendian, Tang Xiefeng, Long Wanner, and Su Menghan to teach them a profound lesson. Just because he wasn't sure about Yi Feng's cards, the elder Long Yulong didn't run away. At this moment in the night, Tang Xiefeng and Yi Wendian were sitting on the balcony on the second floor, drinking the tea that Tang Qingling made, and enjoying the cool night breeze. Lao Yi, what do you think Fenger can do to deal with Peach Blossom Island? Tang Xiefeng narrowed his eyes and asked, quite curiously. At this moment, he has no doubts about Yi Feng's ability. Yifeng said that he can deal with Peach Blossom Island, so most likely he can. I don't know. But in my opinion, unless he finds his beautiful master, it will be difficult to confront Peach Blossom Island head-on. Yi Wendian shook his head. There was still a hint of worry in his words. No matter how strong Yifeng is, he will always be forced to jump off the cliff by Monk Hua during the martial arts conference. If the owner of Peach Blossom Island is drawn out, the current Yifeng may not be able to deal with it. Oh, the world is really unpredictable. Tang Xiefeng raised his head and looked at the night sky. What is the theory of fortune? Immortal cultivators. This kind of existence actually exists in the world. It is still my grandson. Thanks to him. Old man, I also have a chance to become an immortal cultivator. What are the effects of these things? Ask the girl of the Long family for advice. How to use the fairy art. That's the truth. Yi Wendian smiled lightly. The two elders have already been helped by the ancient ring of the dragon sword. They have condensed the core of the pill in their bodies. All the internal energy in the body is being transformed into true energy. 1 year later, these are two tyrannical beings whose strength is equivalent to Su Feiying's. Neither of them will lose to a strong man like the owner of Peach Blossom Island. Lao Yi, do you feel that something is wrong? Suddenly, Tang Xiefeng's eyes froze. He stood up and looked towards the woods not far from downstairs of the villa. Yi Wendian also frowned and stood up. Wow. Suddenly, a flame flashed out from the woods tens of meters away. Immediately afterwards, a huge flaming bull demon appeared out of thin air, and flew towards the balcony of the villa where Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng were. What is this? The two elders were shocked at the same time. Even they had never seen the fire cloud demon master summoned by Zhang Xinyan. When I saw it suddenly, I was shocked. The two elders felt in their hearts at the same time. Could this be a powerful enemy that Yifeng provoked as a cultivator? Looking at the appearance of the flame bull demon, it really doesn't seem to exist in this world. And when the flame bull demon appeared, Long Yulong and Liang's elders downstairs were surprised at the same time. 3 masters from Peach Blossom Island were resting in a room. The breath of the fire cloud demon lord made them feel it all at once. At the same time, they also felt that the menacing thing was flying towards the upstairs. They looked at each other and saw the same meaning in each other's eyes, a good opportunity. Almost at the same time, the 3 of them stood up from the hard bed on which they were resting. The life in this villa. Compared with their previous treatment in Peach Blossom Island, it is simply unsightly. The 3 elders live in one room and sleep on a hard bed. There is only a thin blanket. This life. They've had enough. Although they didn't know what it was that was flying upstairs, they all felt that this was a good opportunity, so they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to escape. Those who have the same idea as them. There is also Shui Tianming, the great elder of the Zhejian sword sect in the utility room next door, and the handsome young man, Huayeking. The reaction of the two was not as fast as the 3 elders of Peach Blossom Island. But they also thought of something quickly. They stood up from the rest and ran out of the room with Shua. If they ran away directly, they would undoubtedly be very relaxed. Because on the 2nd floor, the soul of the fire cloud demon master had already fought with Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng. The 2 elders had no time to pay attention to Long Yulong and the others. But it's a pity that no one knows about Long Yulong and others. This is just a play directed by Yifeng. Therefore, when Long Yulong just ran out of the gate of the villa, he wondered if he could take this opportunity to catch Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng, thereby coercing Yifeng, who had left Yanjing. Yifeng is so strong. It means a lot to Peach Blossom Island. If he can compromise and get some secrets out of his mouth, it will undoubtedly increase the strength of Peach Blossom Island. Do it when you think about it. The 2 elders of the Liang family ran wildly in 2 directions, but Long Yulong turned around, stepped a little, and used lightness kung fu to step up to the balcony on the second floor. He wanted to capture Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng and use them to coerce Yi Feng. What is this? When Long Yulong jumped onto the balcony and found that Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng were confronting a translucent human-shaped object full of flames in the hall on the second floor inside the balcony, he couldn't help frowning. But he didn't think much about it. Such a rare opportunity. He didn't want to let it go easily. Ha ha ha. Old man Yi. Old man Tang. You have today too. Long Yulong laughed loudly. Brother Hua is probably here to seek revenge from you. I'm so sorry. You are finished. He called Fire Cloud Demon Lord Brother Fire. Of course, he had the intention of joining forces with him to deal with Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng. When Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng heard this, their faces darkened. Oh no. They didn't know what the Huiyun Demon Lord was. It's just that this thing flew over from a distance all the way, entered the hall on the second floor, and confronted them without making a move. It looked menacing, and the hostility was obvious. The situation is very bad. Long Yulong looked at the expressions of the two elders. He had a feeling of God help me too. It's just, what the hell is that flame bull-headed humanoid creature? However, just when Long Yulong wanted to make a move, a sudden change occurred. The flaming bull-headed humanoid object that was confronting Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng suddenly flew towards Long Yulong. At the same time, gusts of dark wind blew from Long Yulong's side, a series of cold bone spears condensed in midair, stabbing towards him. At the same time, the faint blue sword energy in the void completely enveloped Long Yulong. This is completely a trap set by Yi Feng. He couldn't make up his mind to kill Long Yulong or one of the two elders of the Liang family. He could only use this method. Whoever wants to harm Grandpa and Grandpa, then kill whoever. Search for the soul. Tai Chi Void Sword. This is Yi Feng making a move. Even if it is an unexpected ambush, sneak attack, or surprise attack, Long Yulong's cultivation base is as high as 160 years. It is not so easy to be killed. Fortunately, the damage in the old man's body from the shock of his own attack has not fully recovered. The strength that can be displayed is only 140 to 50 years of cultivation. The sudden attack of the Fire Cloud Demon Lord, Zhao Bei, and Ling Chen's harassment from the side, plus Yi Feng's Tai Chi Void Sword, the multiple attacks stacked together, caught Long Yulong almost off guard. Good boy. Almost instantly, Long Yulong realized that he had been ambushed. His expression changed drastically. He couldn't figure out the details of the Huiyun Demon Lord in front of him, so he chose to retreat. But Yi Feng's Taiji Void Sword was like a tarsal maggot, chasing after him. At the same time, Zhao Yi and Ling Chen's bone spears also scattered his thought. Humph. How naive. Long Yulong's whole body condenses the inner qi. A white inner qi shield forms around him. This is the defensive move of the hidden Peach Blossom Island. Even when he is injured, he resists with all his strength. Yi Feng's Tai Chi Void Sword resist it. After all, Peach Blossom Island's moves are very subtle, pure defensive moves, and the effect of the star shield is not much different. Swish swish swish. The blue sword chi was blocked by the inner chi shield. Every time it was about to break the inner chi shield, it was shocked by Long Yulong's inner chi and bounced away. It was actually very strong to resist Yi Feng's swordsmanship. After the limit of 50 swords, Yi Feng failed to kill the opponent. Although Yi Feng has improved a lot, the opponents he has encountered are getting stronger and stronger. Long Yulong's strength is more than 10 times stronger than that of the real Chonghua before. Even compared with Monk Hua, he is definitely better than him. Even if the injury is not healed, Long Yulong is not so easy to be killed. Yi Feng, it really is you. Long Yulong looked at the figure of a young man in a black shirt who appeared in the void not far away. He laughed and affirmed his guess at the same time. Yifeng's real strength is not particularly strong. Last time he and Liang's elders besieged Yifeng, but they were injured instead. Yifeng must have used some despicable means secretly. That being the case, why should he be afraid of Yifeng? As long as you find out what despicable method Yifeng used to injure them, then dealing with Yifeng will be easy. In addition, the flaming bull-headed humanoid creature in front of him also completely showed that Yifeng definitely had a secret that no one knew about. On the side, Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng didn't expect things to change like this. They were stunned. But soon, the two elders realized that this is not the time to ask. The situation is very urgent. Yifeng failed to kill Long Yulong, and Long Yulong will soon face counterattack. If we wait for the two elders of the Liang family to come back to their senses, the situation will be even more unimaginable. Fenger, be careful. Tang Xiefeng gave a soft shout, his hands formed into palms, and with a movement of his footsteps, he swept towards Long Yulong lightly, and swung several palms. Yi Wendian wasn't idle either. In his hands, the crazy demon fist was used with great proficiency. One after another, the golden fist marks rushed towards Long Yulong. Long Yulong didn't pay much attention to the attack of the two elders. 100 years of cultivation, he may be a strong man in the martial arts world, but he is only very weak in the hidden ground. In the hidden land, one can have 100 years of cultivation at the age of 40. Long Yulong snorted softly and waved out two palms, easily blocking the attacks of Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng. What can you do to me? Long Yulong stood proudly. His whole body exuded an air of who else could I? Yeah. The corners of Yifeng's mouth curled up slightly. He frowned, wonder. As soon as the words fell, Yifeng raised his hands. A star power condensed into his hands from the night sky, and then waved in one direction. A sky-blue light beam from Yifeng's hand connected to a woman on the balcony of the villa next door. Nebula Crossing. With 55 years of cultivation, Yifeng is completely capable of performing the most core move of the Star Tomb sect. Condensing all his true energy into a beam, and passing it to Long Wanner who is waiting by the side. And in Long Wanner's hands, a star-blue arrow has been condensed. The Burial Star Arrow. This star burial arrow, Long Wanner has been condensing it for a while. It is already very powerful. At this time it has accepted the transmission of Yifeng's true energy, and the energy in it has suddenly become manic. What? Long Yulong turned pale with shock. He didn't even notice that Long Wanner on the balcony of the villa next door was about to attack. Swish. Long Yulong didn't have the slightest reaction time at all. The burial star arrow shot over like a shooting star. Even if he failed to react, Long Yulong's combat habits and rich combat experience developed over the years still made him move. He wanted to avoid the arrow to the side. However, Yifeng raised his hand not far away from him. 7 blue star beams instantly entangled Long Yulong. This weird and mysterious move made Long Yulong stop thinking. He can be sure that there will never be such moves in the martial arts world. So where did Yifeng and Long Wanner learn it from? Even if you give him 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, it is impossible for him to think through this problem. Let alone. Now he has no time to think about it. The burial star arrow exudes a majestic aura. It penetrated Long Yulong's dantian in an instant. After condensing for a while, the star burial arrow combined the power of Long Wanner and Yifeng. Even Long Yulong's internal energy shields are completely unstoppable. Puff. Fresh blood splatter. Long Yulong died on the spot. His body, which had been penetrated through his dantian, fell from the balcony on the 2nd floor and fell into the courtyard of the villa. From the appearance of the fire cloud demon lord to the death of Long Yulong, it took only a minute or two. The situation here was already sealed by Yifeng in advance, so that it would not be seen by other ordinary people. The true energy in Yifeng's body was exhausted, and he could no longer fight. However, the death of Long Yulong completely stunned the two elders of the Liang family, Xue Tianming and Hua Yeqing, who had fled in several directions. Their footsteps can no longer move half a minute. The whole person seems to be frozen into ice, motionless. Long Yulong. Such a powerful existence. He wanted to attack Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng. They were still killed by Yifeng's people. It's amazing. The strength shown by Yifeng shocked them and also puzzled them, because those moves were something they had never seen or heard of. Seal the soul. When everyone was stunned, Yifeng was not empty. Instead, he raised his hand and took out the Shroud of Souls. He used the means of sealing the soul, and put Long Yulong's soul away. As long as you perform a soul search on this soul, you will be able to fully understand all kinds of detailed information about Peach Blossom Island. Although Long Yulong's surname is Long, he does not belong to the Long family. Since he was a child, he only has a sense of belonging to Peach Blossom Island. Therefore, when Long Wainer strikes, he has no scruples at all. Come in. There's something important to do. Yifeng waved his hand. The wonderful fairy voice reached the ears of everyone in the two villas. As for the two elders of the Liang family, Xue Tianming and Hua Yeqing, Yifeng didn't need to say much at all. They had already stopped running away and ran back respectfully. After all, they finally came to their senses. They are now in Yifeng's territory. After killing Long Yulong, the two elders of the Liang family, Xue Tianming and Hua Yeqing, immediately became honest. The strength shown by Yifeng and others alone is not something they can compete with, not to mention, God knows if Yifeng still has any hidden strength. Zhang Xingyun put away the fire cloud demon master, and followed Yifeng to the villa hall. Under the villa where Yifeng lived, everyone gathered together, except Tang Qingling and Xiao Qi. The rest of the people gathered together, ready to listen to Yifeng's arrangement. Yi Wendian, Tang Xiefeng, the elders, Long Waner, Su Menghan, Xiao Yu, Yifeng's women, Xu Xu, Zi Jianlan, Zhang Xingyun, and Zhao Yi and Ling Chen were floating in the air, although they couldn't see them. Physical, but can feel the existence of two people with spiritual consciousness. As for the old Dr. Li Zong who just arrived, Tang Qingling was asked to arrange a room for him next door. Li Zong didn't need to participate in the Taohua Island matter for the time being. At this time, Zijianlin was hugging the snow wolf Xiaobai, who came from the Monghuang realm. During these days, Xiaobai and Zijianlin have become more and more closely related, perhaps because Zijianlin has fused with Qianzai Xian in her body. Ice's sake. Although Xiaobai is a female snow wolf, Yifeng still feels a little envious, always lazily lying on the chest of the purple gladiolus, extremely happy. Let me first talk about the situation of Peach Blossom Island that I got now. Yifeng looked around and recounted what he had just found from Long Yulong's soul. From now on, the three hidden places are no longer foggy for everyone, but extremely clear. The three hidden places are divided into Punlai Island, Kunlun Mountain and Taohua Island. Kunlun Mountain is inland, and even Long Yulong doesn't know where it is. Punlai Island is near the Bohai Sea, mainly to guard against practitioners from the Red Sun Kingdom and South Korea, while Peach Blossom Island is in the East China Sea, not far from Xiangshan County where Yifeng first found Su Feiying and obtained the Thousand Years Black Ice. Although there are various records of the two islands, ordinary people can never find their location. The secular Peach Blossom Island tourist area and the hidden place of Peach Blossom Island in the martial arts world are completely different things. Of course, now that Yifeng has searched Long Yulong's soul, it is very easy to find Peach Blossom Island, but it is still impossible to find Punlai Island. Even the three hidden places are hidden from each other, and outsiders never know how to enter the 3 hidden places. The entire Peach Blossom Island is about the size of Yenqing University, and the overall area is not very large, so resources are limited. It is impossible to allow more people to join Peach Blossom Island. From my point of view, the situation is the same for the other 2 hidden places. Yifeng said, "Our goal is to occupy Peach Blossom Island." As soon as these words came out, Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng turned pale with shock and occupied Peach Blossom Island. The 2 elders thought about many possibilities, how Yifeng would deal with the hidden threat, but they never thought that Yifeng would make such a bold decision. Although the 2 elders of the Liang family couldn't see it, Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng knew that it was not easy for Yifeng and the others to kill even a seriously injured Lan Yulang just now. Wouldn't it be even more impossible to resist if he met other masters from Peach Blossom Island? I'm afraid that just the owner of Peach Blossom Island can sweep away Yifeng's current power. But now, Yifeng said that he wanted to occupy Peach Blossom Island. On the other hand, Long Wanner, Su Menghan and the girls were not surprised, because they had been surprised by Yifeng too many times, so it was no surprise. The most important thing is that they know Yifeng's strength better than the elders. "What's your plan?" Su Menghan stood leaning against Yifeng and asked softly. "Don't worry, of course it is impossible to break into Peach Blossom Island from the front." Yifeng smiled and shook his head. Only a fool would do that, not to mention Yifeng's current strength. Even with Su Feiying, he might not be able to occupy Peach Blossom Island head-on. As for relying on the ancient dragon sword ring to summon the remnants of the ancient gods, Yifeng didn't think much about this kind of thing. When he was in the wild world, most of the remnants of the ancient gods were attracted by the Eastern Dragon's soul of the ancient dragon sword ring. Yes, and that Eastern Dragon soul, Yifeng couldn't control it at all. If you want to deal with Peach Blossom Island, you can only rely on your own strength. Before talking about the occupation plan, I have to tell everyone a good news. When Yifeng said this, his face was a little dignified. These words aroused the interest of everyone around. What kind of good news will Yifeng be about to say? The 3 hidden places in Huagua. In fact, there are dozens of similar places in the whole world. Such places are called Wonderland. Yifeng solemnly said, "This is a higher level of cultivation holy land than the Paradise of Paradise, and the cultivation speed and meridian width of practitioners in it will increase by about 50%. This is also the most important reason why the Indi people have deep cultivation bases, none of them." Such news is tantamount to a blockbuster, which was thrown into the crowd and exploded. Especially Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng looked at each other, and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Wonderland. It is a holy place of cultivation higher than Dongtian. No wonder the people in Indi are so embarrassed, and people from the martial arts world are restricted from entering Indi. This kind of thing has not been reported, which shows the strict secrecy of the 3 hidden places. The eyes of Long Wanner, Su Menghan and other girls are shining. If it is true what Yifeng said, then if Peach Blossom Island is occupied, wouldn't it be like a fish in water to practice in the future? However, it is definitely not that easy to occupy Peach Blossom Island. Moreover, there are still a lot of treasures stored on Peach Blossom Island. Yifeng did not conceal the news obtained from Lan Yulang's soul search at all, and said all of it. The speed of producing natural materials and treasures in the fairyland is faster than other places, but there are only a few types, so the hidden land is so small. Some people, almost everyone has absorbed it, and the rest are all stored. In other words, if we occupy Peach Blossom Island, Long Wanner said cleverly at the side, there will be a big improvement. Good. Yifeng nodded. The storage warehouse on Peach Blossom Island is enough for each of us to improve our cultivation for 10 years, as long as your cultivation is high enough. 10 years each. This sentence moved the hearts of everyone present, whether it was Long Wanner, Su Menghan, etc., who were pursuing cultivation strength, or Shu Shu, Zi Jianlan, etc., who were not very enthusiastic about cultivation bases, they all moved their minds by coincidence. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures can increase cultivation, so don't use them for nothing. Of course, we can also change our thinking. Yifeng smiled, you can get those treasures first, and then take the action to occupy Peach Blossom Island, what do you think? As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes turned to Yifeng. There is only one way to get those natural materials and earthly treasures first, and that is to sneak in secretly, and this matter seems to be Yifeng's best at it. It's perfect for you to entrust this kind of sneaky thing to you. Long Wanner said teasingly to Yifeng from the side, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Yifeng was puzzled all of a sudden. How can you say that? Yifeng smiled wryly, however, it is indeed most suitable for me to handle this matter. Whether it's Xingyu Jiutian, void swordsmanship, flying into the sky plus invisibility, teleportation, and other abilities that seem unbelievable to modern people, it is completely child's play for Yifeng to sneak into Peach Blossom Island. Of course, before the official implementation, we need to make another preparation. Yifeng turned to solemnly said, we can take the action to occupy Peach Blossom Island at the same time as we get those treasures. Yifeng has already made a specific plan. First of all, it is a poisonous elixir for the world of cultivating immortals. It is called guanmazen. No one will be spared. The toxicity of chymizin is not strong, but the temporary impact on the meridians is extremely terrifying. Once a sufficient amount of the toxicity of chymizin is consumed, the meridians will be blocked for a certain period of time, and even a sliver of true energy will not be able to be used. From Yifeng's point of view, the inner energy is also the same. Combined with the effect of the bullets from the National Security Bureau's pulse suppressant gun, Yifeng knew that true qi was much more resistant to this type of toxin. And even if ordinary quality guanmazen is mixed into the water source, it can paralyze immortal cultivators who have cultivated for 100 years for a certain period of time, let alone those martial arts people on Taohua Island. Even the owner of Peach Blossom Island will definitely recruit, unless he doesn't drink water. Even if there are people on Peach Blossom Island who don't drink water, Yifeng still has a way to get them to do it, that is to melt the closed veins into gas and spread it into the air of the whole island. When the time comes, he will refine some antidote himself, let everyone around him take it, and forcefully land on Peach Blossom Island. No matter what, Peach Blossom Island is a powerful force in our country, and I don't want to kill them. Yifeng smiled. When we get to Peach Blossom Island, we just need to throw those people who have lost their resistance into the sea, prepare a boat, and let them fend for themselves. After Yifeng finished speaking, everyone's expressions were obviously strange. The first half was fine, although the method of using guanmazen was a little mean and sinister, but it was non-toxic and not a husband, and in order to achieve the goal, it didn't matter if it was a little bit mean. But the following words made Taohua Island Master and others all flee, which is incomprehensible. Could it be that Yifeng is not afraid that the people from Taohua Island will attack Peach Blossom Island after the poison in their bodies is removed? Even if everyone on Yifeng's side has improved their cultivation for 10 years, compared with Peach Blossom Island's overall strength, there must still be a big gap. How should we deal with it then? Could it be that Yifeng thinks that as long as he sticks to Peach Blossom Island, he can hold it? Yifeng saw everyone's expressions and reactions, and he smiled confidently, don't worry, as long as they are thrown out of Peach Blossom Island, it is absolutely impossible for them to step into Peach Blossom Island. What needs to be done after that is to completely turn Peach Blossom Island into his own territory, adapt to the environment on Peach Blossom Island, and then prepare to face the pressure from the other two hermits and the international cultivation community. Yifeng knew very well that if he wanted to occupy Peach Blossom Island, the rewards would be huge, but at the same time, the responsibilities he had to bear were not small. As one of the 3 wonderlands in Huagua, Peach Blossom Island has always occupied an important position in the Huagua martial arts circle, and also plays an important role in the international cultivation circle. The relationship between Kunlun Mountain, Penglai Island and Peach Blossom Island is also quite delicate. After getting all Long Yulong's memories about Peach Blossom Island, Yi Feng is still quite sure that he will coordinate the relationship with the other two hermits. I'm still sure about defending Peach Blossom Island, but it requires the cooperation of several people. As Yi Feng said, he glanced at the crowd. Grandpa, Wanner, Menghan, I will explain to you when the time comes. The four nodded their heads. Even Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng were extremely convinced by Yi Feng at this moment. Among the people in this room, Yi Feng has undoubtedly become the backbone of the backbone. Xiaoya. Yi Feng turned his head to look at Xiaoya. Huh? Is there anything I can do? Xiaoyu came back to her senses, and immediately asked a little nervously. In the plan that Yi Feng mentioned just now, it seemed that there was nothing she could do to help her, which made her feel a little bit disappointed, but when she heard Yi Feng calling her, she felt a little hopeful in her heart. It's still the same thing. The purchase of medicinal materials depends on you and OB. Yi Feng smiled. It's been a long time since I visited OB's. Xiaoya, come with me. Of course, Xiaoyu would not refuse, she nodded with a smile. After the plan was finished, everyone dispersed. Tang Qingling had already arranged Li Zong's room here. Yi Feng and Xiaoyu walked out of the villa hall, and saw Tang Qingling and Li Zong chatting at the entrance of the villa. It seems that just now Tang Qingling made tea, which made Li Zong full of praise, and Li Zong's medical knowledge also made Tang Qingling quite admire. Seeing Yi Feng and Xiaoyu coming out side by side, Tang Qingling glanced sideways, and smiled softly. Is the talk over? Yi Feng nodded. He had no choice, but to hide these things from Tang Qingling. Before solving the problem of Tang Qingling's sealed memory, many things cannot be told to her. After solving the matter of Peach Blossom Island, there are still many things waiting for Yi Feng to do. Xiaoya and I will go out first, Aunt Tang, please go in, it's quite windy outside. Yi Feng smiled and said with concern. He felt quite puzzled about calling his mother Aunt Tang, but under the current situation, he could only call her that way. No matter what, he had to have a title. Thanks. Tang Qingling could feel that Yi Feng's concern was sincere, and she thought of the scene of taking out a stool for her and giving her a massage in the hotel during the previous martial arts conference. For a moment, Tang Qingling had a strange feeling in her heart, wondering if Yi Feng treated her too kindly. But thinking about it, Yi Feng seemed to be very kind to the women in this villa, so Tang Qingling didn't think much about it. Old Li, take a good rest tonight. Yi Feng turned his head to Li Zongdao. I will find you tomorrow and teach you the cultivation method. It's okay, brother Yi can do his own work first. Li Zong smiled politely, clasped his fists and saluted. For Yi Feng, he really respected him, and he didn't know until he came here that Yi Feng had already gathered so many fellow cultivators. Li Zong came here, not alone. Moreover, it is said that there is another person here who is equally proficient in medicinal materials, and he is very interested in communicating with him. That was what Tang Qingling told him, and of course it was Long Wanner's aunt, Shu Shu. Yi Feng and Xiaoyu walked out of Qingfeng Garden hand in hand. With the breeze blowing at night, Xiaoyu's long red skirt was lifted up slightly, revealing a pair of snow-white crystal-clear sexy ankles, paired with small floral sandals, making people unable to help but want to hold them in the palm of their hands, and take good care of them. She was holding Yi Feng's arm with her long and slender arms. Her beautiful hair was casually tied into a bundle and hung down her back. Her slender and tall figure made her the focus of the eyes of passers-by when she was walking on the road. Even some drivers passing by couldn't help but cast their eyes on her. But when they saw that she was actually holding the arm of a young man in a black shirt, they all sighed at the waste of money. In the eyes of these people, a young man of Yi Feng's age is definitely not a rich man in terms of his clothes. But to be favored by such a sexy beauty like Xiaoyu is really enviable. On the side of the road, there are big trees, and the street lights are hidden. The backs of a young man in a black shirt and a beautiful woman in a red dress outline a beautiful picture. The destination of the two is O's Antiques. The current O's Antiques is already a management warehouse for joint activities between Blade Technology and Lu's Group Jewelry Company. A lot of goods are piled up in O's Antique store. The cooperation between the two companies has shifted from the jewelry industry to the antique industry. Because of Yi Feng's name and the relationship network established in various aspects, the cooperation activities between the two parties have progressed very smoothly. Blade Technology under the management of Guangguang Xiaoya and OB. In the past 2 months, the net profit has reached a little over 100 million, which is 1/3 of the total profit. As the source of goods, O's Antiques are even richer. Oil. It also has an income of nearly 100 million yuan. You must know that with the promotion channels and means, the selling price of antiques of the same quality can definitely be more than 10 times higher. As a partner, Lu Yingying, Lu's Group Jewelry Company, also took 1/3 of the profits. The relationship between the three parties is very clear. Lu Yingying provides professional services such as manpower, venue, logistics, management, and after-sales services. Xiaoyu and Obi provide the relationship network established by Yi Feng. O's Antiques provide the source of goods. It's just that many of the profits earned by the three-party cooperation through various small activities within 2 months have become taxes paid to the country. This is not as fast as Yi Feng's money. Yi Feng threw out a sword casually. Selling Tang family Tang Jingtian, he got 1 billion. This is something that the Blade Technology that has just started can't match. Of course, if the Blade Technology really develops, then the ability to make money will not be too weak. Along the way, Yi Feng and Xiaoyu whispered cordially. He understood everything about the company's situation recently. By the way, he also adjusted the tiaching, which made Xiaoyu's cheeks extremely rosy. It didn't take long. The two arrived not far from O's Antiques. From a distance, they could already see the door of O's Antiques. At this moment, Xiaoyu's cell phone rang suddenly. Hello. Xiaoyu picked it up. His movements were graceful and natural. It made Yi Feng look at it relaxed and happy. Sister Xiaoyu. Where are you now? Some of us are here to make trouble. It turned out to be a call from OB. There was some anxiety in the voice. Unexpectedly, when I first came to O's Antiques, I ran into trouble here. What a coincidence. Yi Feng was a little puzzled. He swept out his consciousness and saw that there were many people who seemed to be making trouble in O's Antiques at this time. It's okay. Yi Feng and I happened to be at your door. Xiaoyu comforted her, then hung up the phone, pulled Yi Feng and ran towards O's Antiques. As the manager of Daofeng Technology, Xiaoyu has much more enthusiasm for company affairs than Yi Feng. For Yi Feng, the Blade Technology is just dispensable. But for Xiaoyu, it is her painstaking effort. And now she can only help Yi Feng in this aspect. So now someone from O's Antiques is making trouble. Xiaoyu is far more nervous than Yi Feng. Don't worry. They didn't come to make trouble by force. Yi Feng's spiritual sense scanned O's Antiques 100 meters away. He knew it well. He comforted Xiaoyu and said, "It's just that I bought a fake. Come here and ask for compensation." Fake. It's impossible. Xiaoyu was a little annoyed when she heard it. The antiques here in O's Antiques are all genuine. Although the source of the goods is suspicious, everything can stand the appraisal. Most of them have their own appraisal certificates. That's why I said they came to make trouble. Yi Feng smiled. Let's go. Go and see what's going on. Um. Xiaoyu nodded. The two soon came to the gate of O's Antiques. On the side of the street of Weeping Louis. The lights in O's Antiques were still bright. Among them, there were 6 or 7 people holding things and making noise. If you look carefully, there are men and women among these 6 or 7 people, old and young, and the antiques they hold in their hands are also different. There are vases, porcelain bowls, ancient coins, and jade bracelets. But they are all without exception. They are all saying that what they have is fake. And OB and OA, father and son, are negotiating with this group of people in the O family's antique hall. Unfortunately, there are 7 people on the other side, each with a mouth. Losing money. Losing money. This is the loudest voice. You need to apologize publicly to us. There are many such statements. Yi Feng approached from far to near. Hearing the cries of these people, he probably understood their purpose. One is to seek money, and the other is to damage the reputation of O's Antiques. There is no doubt that these guys either want to join forces to blackmail O's Antiques, or they are instructed by others to tarnish the reputation of O's Antiques. When the figures of Yi Feng and Xiaoyu appeared under the street lamp and walked towards the door of O's Antiques, the young and white-headed OB's eyes lit up. He waved his hand quickly, and said hello, little B. As soon as Yi Feng heard this name, he felt a tight feeling. He was very puzzled. Of course, now is not the time to worry about this. He dragged Xiaoyu all the way and asked, "What's going on here?" "Brother Yi, it's good that you come. You have to say something fair." "Oh, I saw this," at the side. Without thinking, he said loudly, "They came to my place to make trouble. They insisted that they bought fake products last time. But at the exhibition, they inspected the products on the spot. They even had firm certificates. How could that be possible? It's a fake. It's clear that I dropped the bag. I want to blackmail us." OB sneered and agreed. As soon as the two said this, the 7 guys who came to make trouble were not happy. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Who said we lost our bags?" A young man wearing sunglasses and a leather jacket immediately yelled, "Look for yourself. Is this your product?" As he spoke, he forced the vase in his hand into OB's hand. This scene made the other people move too, pushing and shouting one by one. Boom. There was a crisp sound. The fragments of the vase fell to the ground. When the sound of the vase shattering came out, the noisy crowd finally stopped their quarrel. The young man wearing sunglasses and a leather jacket and OB looked at each other, glaring at each other, while others vaguely surrounded OB and OA, and the atmosphere became more tense. However, this tense atmosphere was quickly broken. Yi Feng approached from a distance, and he had already arrived at the door of O's Antiques. When he saw the situation in front of him, he smiled and said, "Oh, the vase is broken, this is not a small loss." In fact, he could tell at a glance that the vase had no ancient rhyme at all, and it must be a fake. Like the Tai Chi Inyan fish he saw when he came here for the first time and was bought by Lin Xiu, the 3rd young master of the Lin family. Although there is no aura of heaven and earth, there is some aura at any rate, which is the trace of time. As a cultivator, since there is true chi in his body, which is the essence transformed from the aura of heaven and earth, he has an innate perception of the age of items. This kind of perception is vague, and it cannot be compared with the precision of those scientific instruments on the earth, but it is still generally correct. There is no doubt that the vase has been swapped. Others don't know, but Yi Feng believes in OA's character. Although he is a profiteer, he will never sell fake products. For example, those sold to Lin Xiu before, although they are more expensive, are all genuine products. Not to mention, the antiques in front of them are the basis for OA and OB to make a fortune, and it is only because of this cooperation with Xiaoyu and Lu Yingying that they can make such a large profit. OA is so stupid to sell fakes? If someone finds out, they will never even think about doing antique business in the future. Moreover, there is no need for OA to sell fake products at all. He has a wide range of harvesting channels and knows all kinds of insiders. It's not that they can't produce goods anymore. Isn't it an idiot's behavior to make fake goods and sell them? If OA was so stupid, O's Antiques would have gone out of business a long time ago. I warn you, their antique shop sells fake goods. People who don't understand don't come here to make fun of them. The young man wearing sunglasses and a leather jacket saw Yifeng approaching, and said something strangely, and then mocked. We have already reported the matter here to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, and someone will come to inspect it tomorrow. You can figure it out. You have to lose money, and you have to apologize to us. You fart. Obi was furious, and stared at the young man in the leather jacket with raised white eyebrows. Still swearing? I warn you. The young man in the leather jacket turned his head, glanced at Obi, and raised his hand to point at him. You sell fakes just to court death. I don't care who is behind you. Is there no law in this world? After what he said, OA and Obi were obviously angry. One Long and one Young were about to refute the scolding, but Yifeng waved his hand at them, shook his head, and motioned for him to solve it. I am the person in charge of blade technology, and I am also the organizer of the exhibition. If you have any questions, you can ask me. While Yifeng was talking, he looked faintly at a girl next to him holding a jade bracelet. The girl holding the jade bracelet was dressed in a trendy fashion, wearing an expensive coat, with a pair of big silver rings hanging from her pierced ears. Seeing Yifeng's glance, she stared back without showing any weakness. What are you looking at? Don't think you are the person in charge of Daofeng technology, and you can turn black and white, but my mother won't accept this. It's really bad luck to buy a fake product for 4 million on National Day. While talking, the girl put the jade bracelet in front of her eyes, glanced at it with disdain, and threw it towards the wall beside her. With a crisp sound of crack bang, the jade bracelet was so brittle that it was broken into 2 pieces. Where did you say this jade bracelet came from? Yifeng stared at the girl's eyes. It's National Day at the fair. The girl answered subconsciously, but soon her eyes blurred, and she was immediately affected by Yifeng's hypnotism. 2 days ago, someone from the Land's Antiques came to me and asked me to do this. What happened today is because the people from the Land's Antiques gave me 350,000 yuan. The girl's eyes were blurred, and she told the truth. Land's Antiques. As soon as these 4 words came out, Obi and Oa suddenly realized that it was so. Xiao Yu also figured it out all of a sudden. Isn't this Land's Antique a competitor of O's Antique? When the last exhibition was held, Land's Antiques had contacted Lu Yingying, but it was a pity that Lu Yingying decided to cooperate with O's Antiques in order to save face for Yifeng. Unexpectedly, this would make Land's Antiques dissatisfied, and after planning for a while, they launched an attack brazenly, wanting to buy some people to slander O's Antiques with fake products. For other people, it might be difficult to deal with Land's Antiques, but it is a pity that Land's Antiques encountered Yifeng. It is conceivable that if Yifeng came back a little later, Obi and OA would be investigated when the people from the Industry and Commerce Bureau came tomorrow, and the person with Land's Antiques secretly manipulated them. The crime of selling fake antiques? By that time, the reputation of O's Antiques will be discredited, and one can imagine what will happen in the future. Yifeng's eyes flashed sharply. No matter who Land's Antiques are, if anyone dares to attack his friend O's, it is against him, and he will never let him go lightly. The rest of the people present, including the young man in a leather jacket with glasses who broke the vase, were stunned when they heard the girl with silver earrings say the words, Land's Antiques. What's the situation? It's unscientific. This girl received 350,000 Land's Antiques. How could she give up Land's Antiques at this time? Moreover, she actually received 350,000 yuan. What a scam. Many people are cursing, knowing that Land's Antiques only give them a base price of 200,000 yuan, even if someone bargains, the price can be up to 300,000 yuan at most. I didn't expect this girl to be so awesome that she even raised the price to 350,000 yuan. 10,000. But the more this is the case, the more it makes them feel incredible. Theoretically speaking, this girl is very shrewd, so it is possible to rebel at a critical moment? Could it be that the person in charge of blade technology in front of her is some kind of awesome person, making her feel that she can get more benefits from the other party? Although the people present were rich and could buy antiques worth millions at the National Day Fair, they still didn't know much about Yifeng. Because they came from all over the country, they just came to the capital during the National Day to spend money and spend. Of course they don't know Yifeng's reputation in Yanjing. It was also in this way that Lan's Antiques were able to bribe them, allowing them to frame O's antiques in reverse. The more than 200,000 yuan that the young man in the sunglasses and leather jacket didn't want flew away in vain, not to mention the possibility of being arrested and imprisoned for such a thing. He would never admit it. "What the hell are you talking about?" he shouted angrily, staring at the girl with the silver earring. Young people wearing sunglasses and leather jackets will never admit the fact that they have been bought. He glared at the girl with silver earrings, shouted angrily, and said, "What are the Lan's antiques, and I gave you money to frame them. Cut, this O's antiques need to be framed? They are selling fakes." But Yifeng would make him so arrogant? This guy was only halfway through. Yifeng glanced over, and the young man in the leather jacket was instantly hypnotized. However, it seems that there is such a thing. The young man in the leather jacket immediately changed his words, his eyes blurred. "I took 280,000 yuan from Lan's Antiques, but they forced this thing. My dad is the richest man in Yantai, so would he value this small amount of money?" The girl with the silver earring and the young man in the leather jacket confided the truth one after another, causing the other guys to look at each other in dismay. They couldn't figure it out even if they tried their best. These two people were fine just now. Why did they say everything when they were questioned by the person in charge of blade technology? In their view, this is simply extremely stupid behavior. How stupid? Just hopelessly stupid. Okay, I recorded it. At this time, Xiaoyu smiled slightly and shook her mobile phone. She had already captured the words of the girl with the silver earring and the young man in the leather jacket just now. "Well, since I've confessed, I won't pursue you guys. Let's all go. How about sleeping under the covers this late at night? Don't run out to frame others, hey." Yifeng laughed lightly, waved his hands, and made the girl with silver earrings and the young man in leather jacket turn around and leave. Immediately afterwards, he glanced at the remaining 5 guys. "What about you, are you confessing?" "Humph, are you farting?" One of the unshaven young men snorted. "I bought a fake product, and I am wronged and owed. I am here today to seek an explanation. Don't play tricks with me." "Really? Very good." Yifeng smiled. "Then you guys should go first, and when the court starts, I will give you justice." When these words came out, everyone was stunned. The court session? Of course O's Antiques sued Lan's Antiques. Yifeng waved his hand and didn't say much, but OA, and Xiaoyu all understood. Yifeng is going to beat him up. If they sued Lan's Antiques, everyone would fight in court. Xiaoyu knew that, given Yifeng's hypnotism, how could Lan's Antiques be their opponent? At that time, the Lan family's antiques will definitely be ruined. Of course, this kind of trivial matter was actually not taken seriously by Yifeng. When the 5 people saw Yifeng's attitude, they couldn't help but feel that they had nowhere to exert their strength. They all said goodbye at the trial, and now they continue to quarrel here. It seems that there is no point. Anyway, they have already received all the money Lan's Antiques gave them. However, when they turned to leave, each of them felt restless. If there is a trial at that time, the evidence will be very unfavorable to Lan's Antiques. After casually dismissing the remaining 5 people, Yifeng led Xiaoyu into O's Antiques, and finally formally greeted OB and OA. "Uncle O, long time no see." Yifeng smiled and waved at OA. At this time, OA was wearing a gray cloth shirt, with a very kind expression on his face. "It's been a long time since we've seen each other, and once you showed up, you solved a big problem for us, Xiaoya. You are really not simple." "Where, once upon a time when I was a poor boy with nothing, Uncle O sold me the lincture at a low price. I have always been very grateful." Yifeng waved his hand, and smiled at OA. "Little B, aren't you busy recently?" Obi already knew Yifeng's identity as a cultivator, so he asked about Yifeng's recent situation. Of course, he didn't ask Yifeng about specific things. After all, those things are not something that he can know now. He is very self-aware. "I'll be busy again soon, but now I have to ask you one thing." Yifeng laughed. "Go ahead," Obi said solemnly. "Let's go with Xiaoya and buy a batch of medicinal materials. The sooner the better." Yifeng casually took the paper and pen at the side, and wrote down the names of the 33 medicinal herbs that were used to refine guanmaison. This item, Yifeng has already discussed with Xiaoyu. According to the current market price of medicinal materials, if you want to allocate enough guanmaison, you need more than 200 million assets. It's not that Yifeng can't get out more than 200 million assets, but it's not easy to buy so many medicinal materials in a short period of time. In addition to the cooperation between Xiaoyu and Obi, it also needs the help of Lu Yingying's logistics channel. Glancing at the names of the 33 kinds of medicinal herbs written by Yifeng, Obi smiled. "Hey, little B, what kind of elixir are you going to make this time? And the types of medicinal materials used are more than 10 kinds than last time. This time the refining is not a elixir, but a poison." Yifeng smiled. "You just talk." Obi didn't really believe it. In his eyes, Yifeng still rarely took the initiative to provoke other people. Of course he didn't know that Yifeng had already encountered a problem. If you don't use this method, you really can't deal with the tyrannical forces like the entire Peach Blossom Island. Fortunately, this is on Earth, and even Peach Blossom Island, one of the 3 hidden places, certainly hasn't studied poisons like quimizin. If it was changed to the world of cultivating immortals, not to mention whether guanmaison would be effective, but how to put it into the water and air of the opponent's sect would be a huge problem. If the owner of Peach Blossom Island was an immortal cultivator with more than 200 years of cultivation, his spiritual consciousness spread and he could detect Yifeng's small movements every minute. No matter how he tried to hide it, it would be useless. Fly? Others will too. Stealth? His cultivation base is high, and his spiritual sense can detect it at once. Teleport? He will also know it, even more proficient than Yifeng. That's why Yifeng would take such a method on Earth, and it was guaranteed to have a high success rate. And this method, he can only use it once at most. He didn't believe that after the tragedy of Peach Blossom Island, other forces in the world would not take warning. After explaining the matter of purchasing medicinal materials, Yifeng nodded to Xiaoyu, signaling her to wait outside the door for a while he himself brought the O family father and son into the inner hall together. Now the inner hall of O's antiques, in addition to storing all kinds of antiques, has also become a warehouse for some precious jewelry, all of which are of high value. Therefore, Xiaoyu also asked her family to come here to help arrange a simple array. Once someone else enters it, an alarm will be issued immediately. This small early warning formation was arranged by Zhang Xinyun, but she learned it from Su Minghan, which surprised Yifeng. Su Minghan's talent for formation seems to be very good. Of course, it's not obvious just like this, and now is not the time to think about it. Yifeng brought the O family father and son into the inner hall, in order to transform both of them into immortal cultivators. It's time. Yifeng is already familiar with the matter of condensing a pill core in someone else's body. Since helping Su Minghan condense the pill core at the beginning, Yi Feng has condensed the pill core for Long Waner, Zhang Xinyun, Xiaoyu, Lin Shiqing and other women along the way, as well as Yi Wendian and Tang Xifeng, the largest one. Granted, when he was still in the wild world, he condensed pill cores for hundreds of dragon blood warriors, so that the Sar tribe under the leadership of Ai Xuanhuan became the strongest tribe nearby. So now facing Ob and A father and son, Yi Feng didn't feel nervous at all. Even that set of words, Yi Feng has already said it countless times, and he is a little tired of saying it. Ob knew about Yi Feng's cultivation of immortality, but A didn't, so he still had to explain it. Of course, with Ob explaining, the job was much easier. During the words, Ob's expression was excited, and Oa was dumbfounded, needless to say. Yi Feng quickly raised his hand, the ancient dragon sword ring released a burst of mysterious light, and a stream of air penetrated into the bodies of the father and son. Soon, the pill cores in their respective bodies condensed. With Yi Feng's help, the father and son successfully became immortal cultivators. After that, their lives will undergo great changes. If Yi Feng's action against Peach Blossom Island is about to succeed, then needless to say, tying Katibo, it is enough for so many people under his influence to improve their cultivation for 10 years. At that time, both Ob and Oa will be promoted to 10 years of cultivation, Cultivation, and be able to use some basic fairy arts, so that they can continue to do business in the world, and they will be much more confident. Even the lawsuit against Land's Antiques in the near future does not require Yi Feng to personally dispatch. Ob and Oa's father and son can handle it completely, even Xiaoyu and the others don't need help. In the future, whether you will continue to do business in the world, or follow me to Peach Blossom Island to cultivate, everything depends on you. After finishing it, Yi Feng said something to the father and son. Whether it is Oa or Ob, at this moment, the core has just been condensed in the Dantian, and they all feel completely different from before. Not to mention refreshed, the visual, tactile, and auditory senses seem to be much more sensitive than before. Of course, they haven't formally started to practice, and the changes are not very big. As the cultivation level improves, the changes in this aspect will become more and more obvious. After listening to Yi Feng's words, the two thought for a while, before making their own decisions. I follow you. Obi stood up and looked at Yi Feng firmly. The young man has white hair and even his eyebrows are frosty. This appearance makes people stare at him wherever he goes. He was Yi Feng's best friend in the past. He is also Yi Feng's brother now. He is still young and full of energy, so he naturally wants to follow Yi Feng and witness the future legendary deeds with him. Obi can be 100% sure that the whole world will change because of Yi Feng. I'm on the periphery, doing business and providing you with funds. Oh, I said slowly, I'm old, and I can't compare to you young people. Uncle O, don't be sentimental. Yi Feng smiled, since you choose this way, I will support you. If there are any natural treasures in the future, I will consider them first for you. The improvement of cultivation base can increase the lifespan, so during the process of cultivation, Uncle O also can't slack off. Understand? Oh, I smiled knowingly, touched the unshaven beard on his chin, and began to look forward to the days when he would flex his muscles in the future. Ever since Yi Feng came to O's Antiques and picked out a sky spirit stone, I had a little bit of expectation for Yi Feng. Now it seems that the original expectation was totally worth it. Originally, he was respectful to everyone in the martial arts, even if it was an outer disciple of any sect in the martial arts, or even a sweeper in the sect, his status was much higher than him. But now, he has become a cultivator. With Yi Feng as the background. It is said that Yi Feng has now ruled the entire martial arts world. They even brought out those hidden people who would never appear in the secular world before, but they couldn't do anything to Yi Feng. A sense of security increased sharply. Okay, then I will teach you the mind of cultivating immortals. Yi Feng now has two mental techniques, One is the Star Tomb, Sex Star Tomb art, passed down from Su Feiying. The other is the Star Refining Immortal Code obtained from the temple in the wild world. It's hard to say which of the two is better, at least for Yi Feng, although the quality of the Star Refining Immortal canon is obviously higher than that of the Star Tomb art. He would not practice the Star Refining Immortal canon. But for those who are new to cultivating immortals, it is different. If you have confidence in your talent, then practicing the Star Immortal Code is obviously much better than practicing the Star Tomb art. Speaking of which, Sister Lin has spent the longest time cultivating the Star Alchemy Code. After finishing the work, you can find a time to ask how your cultivation is going. The main thing is to find out how fast this Star Alchemy Code is. Yi Feng thought in his heart. Soon, the father and son of the O family made their own decisions. While Obi was practicing the Star Refining Immortal Code, he wanted to quickly catch up with Yi Feng and the others, but at the same time he wanted to challenge him. He wants to see how his understanding is. He thought that he was no worse than Lin Shiqing, and when he learned that Lin Shiqing had practiced the Star Refining Immortal Code, his competitiveness was even more aroused. Yi Feng nodded, and taught the two ways of cultivating immortality. But he felt a little emotional in his heart. If he had just started to practice, faced with the choice of these two ways of cultivating immortals, he would definitely choose the alchemy of stars. After all, he was a person who refused to admit defeat. And Obi and Li Jibua are also the same people as Yi Feng. The people around me now practice both kinds of mental techniques, and there are even Zi Jianlan who practice the intermediate level cultivating mental technique Bingxing Xianjue, Beibei, Shaochen, and Uncle Yang who practice the soul-controlling technique. Yi Feng made some calculations in his mind, and found that there was another aspect that he had to care about. That's Dao Scar, Nanfeng, Yi Wendian, Tang Xifeng and the others, who came from martial arts. Because of the pill core, they practice martial arts mentality, and what they cultivate is true energy. Scar's Shuiju, Southern Xianju, Yi Wentian's Fei Heart Sutra, Tang Xifeng's Tang Family Dragon Elephant Prajna Ju, all of them are different now. Yi Feng didn't know what the consequences would be, but there was no doubt that cultivating true energy was the general trend, and several people also voluntarily accepted Yi Feng's condensed core. Soon, the father and son learned how to operate the cultivation mind respectively. Among them, Obi stared at the complicated star map that Yi Feng took out for a long time before he understood the principle of the Star Alchemy Code. This kind of thing can be understood but cannot be expressed in words. It is entirely up to him to understand it. Fortunately, Obi's savvy did not disappoint Yi Feng. It was about the same time it took Lin Shiqing to learn to practice the Star Immortal Code. Let's start buying medicinal materials now, the sooner the better. Yi Feng continued to speak. It's time to start the action against Peach Blossom Island. Obi and Xiaoyu started to act on the purchase of medicinal materials overnight, and they also called Lu Yingying. For Xiaoyu, she has been a cultivator for quite a long time, staying up late is not a problem at all. But Lu Yingying was able to get up overnight to help Yi Feng. It was very rare, Yi Feng remembered it. 33 kinds of Chinese herbal medicines in sufficient quantities were delivered from all over the country on the third day. The cost was about the same as Xiaoyu's original estimate. Immediately afterwards, Yi Feng and Long Wanner began to refine the guanmai powder together intensively. Both of them already have enough cultivation base to perform alchemy and have experience in alchemy. Su Menghan also wanted to be together before the two started. Thinking of her being able to create a fairy art like the warning circle, Yi Feng felt that her comprehension must be fine, so he taught her how to use the Xingdanju. The speed of alchemy with 3 people is much faster. On the third day, Yi Feng had a whole 100 packs of shimaisen in his hands, wasting some materials. Shimaisen is small gray-black particles that can be quickly dissolved in water and can be released into the air at high temperature to form martial arts on Earth. The level of the world is hard for them to guard against. 50 packs into water and 50 packs into air. Yi Feng made a decision and quickly arranged for everyone to take action. He went to Peach Blossom Island alone as a pioneer with two main goals. The first is to spread the meridians to the entire island. The second is to obtain the treasures of heaven and earth stored in Peach Blossom Island, and then bring these treasures out to the dragon. Xuanhuan and the others absorb and improve their cultivation. Now, apart from Yi Feng himself, the upper limit of the cultivation of many people has exceeded the upper limit of cultivation for many years, and there is no problem at all after 10 years of cultivation. After the cultivation level is improved, it will be more sure to face the counterattack of Peach Blossom Island. In addition to Yi Feng, the four girls Long Xuanhuan, Su Menghan, Zhang Xinyun, and Zi Jianlan were also dispatched. Their cultivation and actual combat power were of great help to Yi Feng. Besides the four of them, there are Yi Wendian, Tang Xiefeng, Zhao Yi, and Ling Chen. The two elders both have a century-old cultivation base, and their combat prowess is good, not to mention Yi Feng also wants the two elders to improve their cultivation base to 110 years. If they use martial arts, their power can almost double. Zhao Yi and Ling Chen are sole cultivators, and they can go to Peach Blossom Island with Yi Feng to find out about various situations. Grasping information at any time is the most fundamental magic weapon for victory. Even if you encounter an invincible enemy, if you know in advance that the opponent is coming, you just need to avoid it. Even in modern warfare, intelligence and information warfare has become a very important part. The role of soul cultivation on Earth is self-evident. In this way, there are not many people left in Yanjing. Xiaoyu and Xu Shusho are too low. Yi Feng is worried they can only wait for everything to go well before coming back to pick them up, and Tang Qingling is also inconvenient to participate in the action. As for the safety of the people left behind, Yi Feng can only adopt the old method. In the evening before the fortune, Yi Feng asked Lin Shiqing out again, and the two met again in a small restaurant near Qingfeng Heyuan. Xiaoya, you are a busy person, why do you have time to ask your sister out? Lin Shiqing was sitting opposite Yi Feng, smiling gracefully, her eyes shining like stars. It could be seen that she was very happy for Yi Feng to ask her out, but she also knew that Yi Feng definitely had something to look for this time. She was quite disappointed about this, but she had no choice but to do it. After all, her relationship with Yi Feng was just good friends. Although Meng Wangji and his party made her have a strange feeling for Yi Feng, deep down in her heart she would never accept sharing a man with other women. Since childhood, Dalin Shiqing has a kind of pride in her heart. Although she looks modest and elegant on the surface, in fact her heart is higher than anyone else's desire for future success. As a direct descendant of the Lin family, Lin Shiqing's education and beliefs all along told her that love in this world is selfish and single-minded. She also longs to be with a man she likes, but it's a pity that Yi Feng already has more than one girlfriend. Now that Lin Shiqing knows that the world is so vast and far beyond the surface of the earth, she temporarily puts this matter behind her and do her own thing first. Cough cough Lin, don't you want to ask you something? Yi Feng was quite embarrassed. Every time he asked Lin Shiqing to come out, he had something to do, but he still didn't say it directly, but asked first, Sister Lin, how is your practice of the Star Immortal Code? I just follow the practice, and don't know whether the situation is good or bad. Lin Shiqing smiled wryly. How does a person like her, who has no cultivation experience, know the state of cultivation? She only knows that her movements have become more and more sensitive recently, and her mind has become more and more clear. Even when she sleeps at night, she doesn't need to sleep for too long. She felt that her body seemed to be able to absorb a mysterious energy from outside, and that mysterious energy was constantly transforming her body. According to Yi Feng, she should have cultivated for 8 months now. It has only been less than 3 months since she began to practice the star refining code, but her cultivation base has reached such a high level. The speed of her progress is really surprising. The mysterious energy you mentioned should be the power of stars. Yifeng nodded, stretched out his hand to hold her white and delicate wrist, felt his true energy, and frowned slightly. The Jinqi in Lin Shiqing's meridian dantian is not the power of ordinary stars, but has changed. The star map I learned told me that this should be called the power of refining stars. Lin Shiqing blinked her eyes and smiled slightly. It was really rare to see Yifeng guessing wrong. Star power. This power seems to restrain all the power of stars. Yifeng felt that his true energy had entered Lin Shiqing's body, and there was a faint tendency to be refined. He couldn't help being startled. This kind of sign was obviously not there in the wilderness world. It seems that with the improvement of Lin Shiqing's cultivation base, the power of the star refining immortal code is gradually reflected. The second star map, does Miss Lin have any clues? Yifeng withdrew his hand and continued to ask. Hearing Yifeng's question, Lin Shiqing shook her head. It's not completely incomprehensible. I think it may be possible to comprehend the second star map after fully understanding the first star map. Yifeng nodded, thinking about it. It's normal and %. Only with this first star map, I have only comprehended the basic part. Lin Shiqing continued, the entire star map has 9 parts in total. I only understand the middle part, and I just know how to practice. In addition, there is a pattern on the upper right corner, which seems to teach me some way to use truth. The method of anger. It's fairy art. Yifeng interrupted Lin Shiqing. If I'm not mistaken, this first star map alone contains many mysterious fairy arts, but it is very difficult to comprehend. Apart from the difficulty in practicing the star refining immortal code, it is not so easy to master the supporting immortal arts. From the point of view of cultivation speed, this alchemy can be compared with the general high-level cultivation method of immortality, but it is too difficult. Perhaps this is why the ancient temples in the wild world were abandoned. The two talked about the alchemy of stars and immortal code, and finally brought the topic to today's matter. I'm going to trouble Sister Lin again. I have something to do, so the safety of the villa depends on you. Yifeng said rather embarrassedly. Do not worry. Lin Shiqing narrowed her eyes and smiled slightly. Even if you don't call me, your villa will be fine. Now the National Security Bureau attaches great importance to you, and it should send someone over to talk to you soon. Oh? Yifeng was puzzled. Now the National Security Bureau has listed you as the #1 dangerous person. Lin Shiqing covered her mouth and chuckled. So the higher authorities want to control you, you understand, right? The competition between the National Security Bureau and the 3 hidden places has been going on for many years, and they have been suppressed by the 3 hidden places in recent years, if you. As she spoke, Lin Shiqing moved closer to Yifeng's ear and whispered a few words. So that's how it is. Yifeng suddenly realized that the National Security Bureau wanted to use him as a puppet tool to break into the 3 hidden places. It's a pity that even Lin Shiqing didn't know that Yifeng's current goal was to occupy Peach Blossom Island. When things are done, Yifeng will have enough strength to challenge the National Security Bureau. The 3 hidden places can fight against the National Security Bureau, but Yifeng can't? Of course, fundamentally speaking, Yifeng was on the same front as the 3 hidden places and the National Security Bureau, but the current situation forced him to attack Peach Blossom Island. After stabilizing, Yifeng's gaze will turn to the outside world, the entire international cultivation world. Yifeng will also shoulder the original responsibility of Peach Blossom Island, which is to fight against foreign cultivators. With his current ability, it shouldn't be a big problem. Sister Lin, don't worry, I won't fight against the country. After all, I'm also from China. Yifeng said something to make Lin Shiqing feel relieved. The only thing Lin Shiqing was worried about was that Yifeng would go against the country, so it was inevitable that he would go against her. Although she felt that Yifeng would not be like that, she was unavoidably a little worried. Hearing Yifeng's assurance at this time, Lin Shiqing finally fell to the ground with a big rock. The two didn't say much, and soon said goodbye to each other. Lin Shiqing might have to report something to the National Security Bureau, but Yifeng didn't care, and thanked Lin Shiqing instead. It is because of her hard work that the conflict between Yifeng and the National Security Bureau has not been intensified. In this matter, Lin Shiqing helped Yifeng a lot. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng didn't think much about it. Taking advantage of this night, it was time to launch an action against Peach Blossom Island. Blindfolded. Xu used her blindfold to cover the area of the two villas, making outsiders look as if Yifeng and the others were still living in the villa. But in fact, Yifeng had already taken people away at this time. Of the two villas, only the four daughters Xu, Tang Qingling, Xiaoyu, and Xiaoqi are left, plus an old Dr. Li Zong. Yifeng planned to bring Li Zong there after the Peach Blossom Island incident was over, otherwise what was about to happen there would be too dangerous, and if Li Zong made a mistake, it would be a big loss. The few people who remained had common topics. Li Zong and Xu discussed medicinal materials, while Tang Qingling had a special liking for tea, so they also had something in common. As for the two sisters Xiaoyu and Xiaoqi, they were talking heart to heart. How could Xiaoyu not know about Xiaoqi's thoughts? But now is not the time to think about such things. Xiaoqi, if you want, I can ask Yifeng to help you and make you an immortal cultivator, but from now on, you have to follow him. Can you do it? Unable to resist the other party's request, Xiaoyu had no choice but to agree, but her expression was dignified. Sister, I can. Xiaoqi said softly. In front of this kind of thing, she finally put away her naughty and playful temperament. Well, let me talk to Yifeng after this matter is over. Xiaoyu shook her head helplessly. Yifeng took Yi Wendian, Tang Xifeng's elders, Long Wan'er, Su Menghan, Zhang Xingyun and Zi Jianlan's four daughters, chartered a car, and drove all the way to the East China Sea without anyone noticing. As for the two elders of the Liang family, Xue Tianming and Hua Yeqing, in order to prevent them from leaking secrets, Yifeng of course took them with him. Xiangshan County. This time their foothold is still this place, which is very close to Peach Blossom Island. At that time, Yifeng will fly over to take action first, and then come back to let them improve their cultivation, and then they can land on Peach Blossom Island together and directly occupy Peach Blossom Island. Although there are not many of them, Yifeng has the confidence to defend Peach Blossom Island. Because he has a storage space for the Dragon Sword Ancient Ring and 2 sets of 5-element stones, as long as he sets up a double 5-element phantom array, it is guaranteed that no one will be able to find the location of Peach Blossom Island. They couldn't find the location of Peach Blossom Island, so how could they take back Peach Blossom Island? Therefore, as long as Yifeng successfully used Shimazan to make the people of Peach Blossom Island lose their combat effectiveness, it would be inevitable to occupy Peach Blossom Island. The first step is crucial, and absolutely no mistakes can be made. Otherwise, Yifeng can only take everyone to retreat to Luofu Mountain Cave of Yi family. This can be regarded as Yifeng's way of retreat, as long as he sets up a double 5-element phantom array there. The people in the hidden land can also make him do nothing. No. However, the cultivation speed of Luofu Mountain Cave Sky increased by 30%, and Peach Blossom Island increased by 50%. This gap is huge. So the word failure had never appeared in Yifeng Xin. Must succeed. When the sky was getting dark, everyone rushed on their horses. Oh no, it was on their horses. They finally arrived at the center of Xiangshan County. Quietly, no one in the martial arts world knew that Yifeng brought people to this place in such a short period of time. Everyone, including some forces monitoring King Fengyuan Villa in Yanjing, still thinks that Yifeng is still in Yanjing. After all, Xushu's tricks of blinding her eyes can be done to a certain extent. It couldn't be easier to deceive the naked eyes of ordinary people. On Peach Blossom Island, Yi Feng asked the 2 elders and 4 daughters to temporarily settle down in Xiangshan County, took Zhao Bei and Ling Chen with him, and then rose with his sword, facing the rising sun, and flew out towards the East China Sea. What has been protecting Peach Blossom Island all this time is actually a simple phantom formation. This phantom formation cannot be compared with the 5 elements phantom formation at all, and its level of sophistication is not at the same level. That is to say, it is slightly more advanced than the phantom formation on Sichuan Mountain of Taiji Hall. Ordinary fishermen, tourists, etc., who usually break into the vicinity, can't find Peach Blossom Island, so they go around and go back unknowingly. It is this phantom formation that makes Peach Blossom Island one of the 3 hidden places, and the continuation of this phantom formation depends on the extremely rich aura of heaven and earth on Peach Blossom Island. It's a pity that this phantom array can stop ordinary people and even effectively confuse the members of the National Security Bureau, but it has no effect on Yi Feng at all. The 5 elements illusory formation is a well-known formation in the world of cultivating immortals. Even with divine consciousness, one cannot see through its mysteries. Not to mention ordinary people and people in the martial arts world on Earth. Compared with the 5 elements illusionary array, Yi Feng's divine sense could see through the illusory array in front of him without any hindrance at all. With the soul bodies of Zhao Bei and Ling Chen, Yi Feng flew stealthily over Peach Blossom Island like a sharp knife. This is a small island with various peaks, woods, and buildings in an orderly and exquisite manner. The pavilions, towers and pavilions are like a fairyland surrounded by rich aura of heaven and earth. This is the fairyland, a holy place for cultivation that is higher than the cave. It's just that I don't know what it's called in the immortal cultivation world. Yi Feng had limited experience in the past, and he had never even heard of it. On this island, the rich aura of heaven and earth has turned into a faint mist, which can be seen with the naked eye. It is much denser than the Taiji Temple and other caves. No wonder, it can increase the cultivation speed of the cultivators here by 50%. 10 years of cultivation here is equivalent to 15 years of cultivation in the outside world. Coupled with the high-level and intermediate martial arts mentality inherited by Taohua Island, the martial arts practitioners on Taohua Island are much stronger than the secular martial arts. I don't know what the situation is like abroad, but in Huagua alone, the 3 great hermits have cultivated a large number of top elites, and based on this, they have established themselves in the international cultivation circle. If the resources were scattered, the overall strength of Huagua's martial arts circle would definitely not be as good as it is now. Only in this way, all kinds of cultivation resources have become the monopoly of a few people. In the secular world, such as Taiji Temple and other big names, there is no way to have more cultivation resources. This is an injustice. However, this world is not fair. Lions are born to eat meat, and deer are born to eat grass. When a lion hunts and kills a deer, everyone thinks this is justified, but in fact, this is also unfair. Let's do it now. Yi Feng uttered a wonderful fairy voice, and ordered, Cup Cup, you go to the east, Xiaochen, you go to the west, and find out the distribution of the number of people in each place. Yes. Zhao Yi and Ling Chen quickly flew to the area they were in charge of, and the 2 of them were invisible. If the 2 of them didn't condense their soul bodies, people without spiritual consciousness would never be able to notice their existence. At most, they will feel eerie, or blown by a dark wind, but they never know that there will be someone beside them. Even in the martial arts world, the theory of ghosts is quite repulsive, and they don't believe in the theory of ghosts. Therefore, in Huagua, sects such as the exorcism sect are regarded as evil and heretics, and are disgusted by everyone. The 2 flew out separately, and I believe that the distribution of the entire Peach Blossom Island's personnel will be available soon. Yi Feng, on the other hand, flew in midair with his sword hidden, taking in the entire Peach Blossom Island in his eyes. The outline of the entire island is in the shape of a beautiful crescent. Peach trees are planted everywhere on the island. Perhaps because of the aura of heaven and earth, even in the 12th lunar month, these peach trees are still blooming with peach blossoms. No wonder it is called Peach Blossom Island. Between peach trees and peach trees are connected by various winding jade corridors, with many pavilions and waterside pavilions in the middle. The entire island is divided into 4 courtyards. The crescent-shaped center and back are the head's residence and the meeting hall, and the center and front are the square, training ground, and a freshwater pond. There are rockeries everywhere, and the environment is beautiful. The upper part of the crescent moon is the place where elders and practitioners with higher cultivation levels live, while the lower part of the crescent moon is the residence of young people with lower cultivation levels. Yifeng flew to both sides to detect with his spiritual sense, and found out which side he could live in. The limit was 100 years of cultivation. Those who have cultivated for less than 100 years can live in the lower part of the crescent-shaped island, and those who have cultivated for more than 100 years can live in the upper part of the crescent-shaped island. You can feel that the aura of heaven and earth in the upper part of the island is stronger than that in the lower part. And a tyrannical guy lives in the head's residence at the back of the center. In other words, it is the residence of the island owner. Ouyang Ti, this is an old man in his 70s, at this time the sky is just getting bright. Ouyang Ti has already got up, standing under the 2 peach trees in front of the door, thinking about something. 210 years of terrifying cultivation has made Ouyang Ti stand near the top in the whole world, and the most important thing is that he is only 70 years old and still has great potential for development. Yifeng didn't know what the other party was thinking about, but he felt in his spiritual sense that the martial practitioners on the entire island were about to wake up and start their morning exercises. Take action before it's too late. Soon the news of Zhao Yi and Ling Chen spread, and they found out the fresh water sources and the gathering places of the whole island. From the freshwater pond in the center, 2 small rivers extend to the upper and lower parts of the crescent respectively, providing drinking water and domestic water for the people on the island. The next thing is very easy. Ouyang Ti, the owner of Peach Blossom Island, didn't find any of Yifeng, Zhao Bei, and Ling Chen. It can be seen that the gap between immortal cultivators and martial arts practitioners is too great. No matter how high the cultivation base is, so what? Yifeng can poison the whole island right under your nose. 50 packs of closed pulse powder were quickly dived to the edge of the freshwater pond by Yifeng, and then quietly sprinkled in. After a while, those closed pulse powder melted into the freshwater pond, polluting the water source of the entire pond. If all the 50 enveloping pulse powders take effect, 500 immortal cultivators like Yifeng can definitely be counted. Therefore, no matter how effective these 50 enclosed pulses will be, it is more than enough to deal with 100 or so people on the island. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng hid behind a rockery, took out another 50 encased meridians, and then, while sealing his own breath, cast an extreme flame fireball, melting the 50 encased meridians into the air. Yifeng took an antidote of guanmazen in advance, and nothing happened. After everything was done, Yifeng, Zhao Bei, and Ling Chen squatted behind the rockery, quietly observing the movements of hundreds of people on the entire island. Soon, some disciples on the island ran to the edge of the pond, filled with water and prepared to cook porridge. Yifeng searched for Long Yulong's soul. Of course he knew that Taohua Island had such a habit. Every morning before dawn, he would cook porridge for breakfast, and everyone ate it, even the island owner Ouyang Ti was no exception. The cooking time is not short. But Yifeng did not act rashly. He knew that the treasures of heaven and earth on Peach Blossom Island were all stored in the cave treasure house behind the island owner's residence. But at this moment, the island owner Ouyang Ti was still thinking about something in front of the island owner's residence. If Yifeng goes there now, maybe he will find some clues. That would be bad. He is not worried about safety issues. But if Ouyang Ti is alerted, things will be very difficult later on. I waited for about half an hour. The whole island was filled with the smell of porridge. There were a total of 124 martial practitioners on Peach Blossom Island. They gathered in the dining hall near the square. Ouyang Ti, the island owner, also went to the dining hall. Everyone greeted him respectfully along the way. Not only the respect for the island owner, but also the respect for the strong. Seeing the old man with black beard and hair enter the dining hall full of energy, Yi Feng raised his hand. Ling Chen and Zhao Beibei heard a wonderful fairy voice, "You guys watch here. If there is an emergency, let me know immediately." The two responded to each other. They knew that Yi Feng was going to take action, to steal those natural materials and earthly treasures. You don't need to blame Yi Feng for being mean and shameless. After all, in this world, strength comes first. As long as you can strengthen your own strength, so that you can better protect the people around you, why would Yi Feng not do it? What's more, the relationship between Yi Feng and Peach Blossom Island was not very good. Yi Feng stood up with his sword and flew towards the island owner's residence in the center without being able to catch his trace. The divine sense came out. The scene within 550 meters around was completely outlined in Yi Feng's mind. It was completely different from places like the Menghuang Temple. On this island, nothing could stop him. Yi Feng's consciousness detection. Therefore, Yi Feng easily probed into the treasure house of the cave behind the island owner's residence. Peach Blossom Island's savings over the years are really extraordinary. As soon as Yi Feng detected it with his spiritual sense, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Immediately afterwards, he performed the void sword technique. He didn't care how to open the cave treasure house. Instead, he teleported directly into it. The figure flashed. He appeared in the cave treasure house. The treasure house in the cave is located at a depth of 3 meters below the ground. There is a passage leading to the ground. However, several doors in the passage are closed at this time. These doors are used to prevent other people from breaking in. It is a pity for a high-end thief like Yi Feng. In other words, no matter how thick the door is, it is useless. A burst of dazzling golden light came into view. The first thing Yi Feng saw was a golden ball in the center of the circular stone room treasure house. It should be an artificially made tool for lighting, so that the entire circular stone room treasure house would not be completely dark. Although most of this golden ball is composed of gold, Yi Feng was completely unmoved. He didn't come here to steal money. He came here for treasures. And in the entire circular stone room treasure house, on the left side are those treasures of heaven and earth that will not be used for a while. On the right side are some weapons and armors. The quality is not bad. It contains a lot of magic weapons. 2 pieces. For the people of Peach Blossom Island, the value of spirit weapon level weapons is similar to those of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. But for Yi Feng, this is not the case. In his eyes, natural materials and earthly treasures are much more important. After all, for anyone, their own cultivation is fundamental. Yi Feng checked it carefully. It can really improve the cultivation base of about 10 years. And there are. Yi Feng was shocked. There are only 3 types of treasures in this treasury. First, well-preserved small corals, which can improve one's cultivation for 2 years. The third, Luotian water. An extremely precious treasure of heaven, material, and earth that has been upgraded for 5 years. Among them, the number of small corals is the largest. There are 170 to 80 plants. Judging from this number, there are definitely double-digit large coral kings that have been obtained by Peach Blossom Island. In the outside world, it is hard to get the Great Coral King. But it is very easy for the people of Peach Blossom Island. It can be seen that near the East China Sea, it is the paradise where the Great Coral King grows. There are also a lot of spiritual stones. There are more than 60 in total. In places where the spiritual energy of the world is abundant, spiritual stones are the most easily obtained treasures of heaven and earth, and the easiest to find. So in Luofu Mountain Cave, Yi Feng didn't find even a single spirit stone. It was taken away by the Long family before. As for Luotian water, it surprised Yi Feng the most. The amount of Luotian water is not much. It is only half a bottle in total. It seems inconspicuous at all. But in fact, just 1 drop of Luotian water can improve people's cultivation for 5 years. 1 more drop can restore all the true energy in the body to full. If Qianzai Shanbing is the treasure of the largest sect in the world of cultivating immortals, then the sect with Luotian water can definitely be ranked among the top 10 sects in the world of cultivating immortals. In terms of preciousness, Luotian water is not inferior to Qianzai Shanbing. They are things that can be encountered but not sought after. They are rare things in thousands of years. In the world of cultivating immortals, Yi Feng has never heard of anyone who can possess Luotian water. It is Qianzai Shanbing. There is another sect that owns it. 1,000 years of black ice has a great effect on the sect. Every once in a while, it can improve the cultivation level of the disciples for 10 years. But Luoshen, it improves the personal strength the most. Let people improve their cultivation for 5 years. It's completely incidental. It can be said that having Luotian water means having endless treasures. The effect of a drop of Luotian water is much better than any medicine for restoring true energy. Even if there is nothing left but Luotian water, just take out a drop, and it can be exchanged for many precious things. It's a pity. Luotian water will be consumed. 1 drop is less. Am I dreaming? This half bottle of Luotian water. I'm afraid there are thousands of drops. Yi Feng's eyes widened. Some couldn't believe it. There are such treasures on Peach Blossom Island. At this time, Yi Feng finally remembered. In Long Yulong's memory, there is such a passage. It was when Long Yulong first started to practice. He took a drop of unknown liquid. Immediately afterwards, his cultivation level skyrocketed by 5 years. It's just that Long Yulong didn't know what it was, and it happened decades ago, so his memory was blurred. For a while, Yi Feng didn't even remember it. It seems that Taohua Island's model of cultivating disciples is based on Luotian water. Yi Feng sighed secretly. This trip is really a big profit. Fortunately, I have such a plan today. Otherwise, I will miss such treasures as Luotian water and replace it with some weak-minded cultivators. I am afraid that I will have to commit suicide to swallow my breath. From today onwards, this Luotian water is mine. Yi Feng laughed. With a wave of his hand, he put the small corals, spirit stones, and half bottle of Luotian water in the treasury into the storage space of the dragon sword ancient ring. As for the other items in the treasure house, some refining materials, weapons, and armors, Yi Feng didn't look at them carefully. All of them were stored in the storage space. The entire treasure house of Peach Blossom Island was emptied by Yi Feng in an instant. And at this moment, bursts of commotion finally came from outside. Yi Feng's consciousness swept away, and he immediately knew that Guanmazon had started to attack. The treasury was already empty, it would be useless for Yi Feng to stay any longer. Void sword art. As soon as he dodged, he had already come outside the treasure house, stood up with his sword, and looked towards the island below. Since the entire Peach Blossom Island has a radius of more than 10 kilometers, Yi Feng's spiritual consciousness cannot cover the entire audience, so it is still not as clear as Fei Gaodian with the naked eye. Looking at it at a glance, I saw that the entire island was in chaos at this time. 124 martial practitioners in total discovered something was wrong with their bodies one by one, and the meridians all over their bodies began to be gradually blocked, as if they were poisoned. After a little communication, they found that everyone around them was like this. This has never happened in the hundreds of years of Chinese martial arts circles, and they have never been on guard against someone who would come in and poison them. Firstly, they are very confident in Peach Blossom Island's phantom array, and secondly, there are already modern monitoring methods everywhere on Peach Blossom Island, so no one can sneak in without being noticed. How could they have imagined that Yifeng's invisibility, teleportation, and divine sense allowed him to come and go freely in this kind of place, as if entering a land without people? Among the crowd, Yifeng focused his attention on Ouyang Ti, the owner of Peach Blossom Island. This 70-year-old old man's hair and beard are still pure black, which shows that he is in good health, and it will not be a problem to live another 40 or 50 years. But at this moment, Ouyang Ti's face was full of shock and anger, and he ordered the elite disciples from all walks of life on the island to search the whole island, trying to find any suspicious places. Ouyang Ti was also poisoned. The kumasan scattered in the air, and the kumasan that melted into the water, are unpredictable, and no one can avoid it. However, Ouyang Ti's cultivation base is relatively high, so now he can still use part of the internal energy in his body. However, the strength he can display is less than half, and as time goes by, more and more meridians in his body are blocked. After a few minutes, Ouyang Ti became an ordinary person just like everyone else. Yifeng had plenty of time to wait. Gather. Ouyang Ti quickly gave orders, except for the dozen or 20 people who searched the whole island, gathered 100 or so people in the square. When this kind of thing happens, the more flustered you are, the less you can solve the problem. Gathering together to brainstorm is the best way to solve the problem. The most important thing is that everyone can't use their internal energy, and their combat effectiveness is almost zero. If they run around, they will easily encounter accidents. As one of the 3 hidden places in Huagua, everyone in Peach Blossom Island is an elite, definitely not a guy like the secular Chen Hui. For example, in the crowd, Yifeng saw Hua Yeching's younger sister, Hua Wuxue. Although her pulse was scattered, Hua Wuxue's cold face showed no trace of panic, but stood calmly beside the crowd, always alert to the surrounding situation, while frowning slightly, thinking. For a moment, Yifeng even saw Su Feiying's shadow in Hua Wuxue's body. She was so cold and indifferent. Of course it was only for a moment. Compared with mentality, the gap between Hua Wuxue and Su Feiying is far away. After all, Hua Wuxue is just a little girl, while Su Feiying has already matured. Su Feiying has been alone in the world of cultivating immortals for more than 20 years, and the various dangerous situations encountered are much more dangerous than Hua Wuxue's current situation. The Taohua Island cultivators who gathered in this square were all similar to Hua Wuxue. Although they were a little nervous, they were not flustered. This made it easy for Yifeng to judge that these people were not lazy and practiced all day, but must have experienced some things, be it fighting or sneak attack. It should be fighting with foreign practitioners or something. From the attitude of dealing with emergencies, it can be seen that the quality of the personnel of Taohua Island is very high, which is much better than that of Taiji Temple. After all, the people in the Taiji Temple did not encounter many battles in the domestic martial arts circle. But on Peach Blossom Island, there should be quite a lot of opportunities to fight foreign practitioners. The 124 people on Peach Blossom Island are not all the people on Peach Blossom Island. Yifeng learned from Long Yulong's soul search that the total number of people on Peach Blossom Island is more than 150 people. Now the rest of the people should have left Peach Blossom Island to do various things. For example, Long Yulong died at the hands of Yifeng, and the 2 elders of the Liang family were arrested by Yifeng. It's still a while. Yifeng counted the time silently in his mind, feeling Ouyang Ti's physical condition all the time. At this moment Ouyang Ti could only display 30% of his strength. Although Yifeng felt that he could defeat Ouyang Ti by making a move now, but he still needed some effort, it was not necessary. It was better to wait a few more minutes until Ouyang Ti's meridians were completely blocked. He looked around the whole square, but he couldn't find Monk Hua, thinking that Monk Hua had just been sent out by Ouyang Ti to search the entire Peach Blossom Island. It's better to kick those 20 people into the sea first. Yifeng did what he thought. Monk Hua forced him to jump off the cliff more than 2 months ago, the debt should be paid back. At this moment, Monk Hua is definitely unable to use his internal energy, because his inner energy is sealed. Yifeng shouldn't deal with it too easily. Even the current him can slaughter the entire Peach Blossom Island. Of course, he didn't have to do this, after all, he was a compatriot in Huagua. As long as these people are driven away and he has a foothold in the martial arts, Yifeng thinks it is enough. He flew away with his sword hidden, and soon found Monk Hua. This big monk in red robe was searching the coast of Peach Blossom Island with 2 other people. Just what I want. Yifeng laughed, and quickly flew towards Monk Hua and the 3 of them. The first kick to occupy Peach Blossom Island was finally kicked out by him. Boom. Monk Hua and the other 3 were still discussing something with serious expressions, but Yifeng flew down and kicked Monk Hua right in the ass. Boom. The whole Monk Hua in red robe was kicked away by Yifeng, and his body was kicked into the sea more than 10 meters away, splashing a splash with a plop. Who? Court death. The other 2 reacted immediately, and this reaction ability was really not covered. If they are in good condition, each of them is a master with a cultivation base of 150 or 60 years. Yifeng really can't beat these 2 guys. It's a pity that the 2 of them at this time have been hit by Guan Mason. People are no different. Yifeng laughed lightly, without saying anything. Xuanhuan flew out with 2 feet, kicking the 2 of them out together, following in Monk Hua's footsteps. The 3 of them were kicked into the sea without even seeing Yifeng clearly. Here it is, 2 Xingshi. Yifeng ignored the 3 of them, took out one of the khaki-colored 5-element stones from the storage space of the dragon sword ancient ring, and threw it under his feet. His true energy burst out, piercing through the rocks below. The soil and stone sank deep into the ground at once. Yifeng began to set up the 5 elements illusory formation. Monk Hua and the other 3 were kicked into the sea by Yifeng, and soon picked up by Yifeng again, and caught on a sailboat by the sea. This sailboat is one of the 6 boats owned by Peach Blossom Island. It is also the only sailboat. The other 5 boats have been replaced by modern yachts. Yifeng tied them to the mast with ropes, controlled their movements, and prevented them from running around. The 3 glared at Yifeng, but Yifeng remained unmoved. 3, please wait here for a moment. Your colleagues will come to accompany you soon. Yifeng smiled at the 3 of them, revealing his white and neat teeth. Stinky boy. How dare you attack us? The owner of the island will never be caught without a fight. You and your party have only a dead end. Monk Hua glared at Yifeng angrily and cursed. Then we will wait and see. Yifeng shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently. He clapped his hands, turned around and jumped on the Yulan sword, rose from the sword, and quickly left the sailboat. This scene made Monk Hua and the 3 of them even more dumbfounded. Sword flight. The 3 of them looked at each other in blank dismay. They thought of the rumors that spread not long ago. Yifeng was flying with his sword on the Sichuan mountain of the Tai Chi Hall and killed the successor head Wuma Chongfeng. Originally they thought it was nonsense. Yujian flying. How is this possible? But now it seems that this matter is beyond doubt. Yifeng Yujian flew back to Peach Blossom Island, flew along the coast quickly, and soon placed the first set of 5-element stones in 5 places on the crescent-shaped island. By the way, he caught the other 7 or 8 people and tied them to the sailboat. Up. 5 elements phantom array. When Yifeng laid down the 5-element stones, he had already made preparations. At this time, with the urge of true energy, he connected the 5 element stones, allowing the five elements illusory formation to gradually start to condense on the island. It was the first time for Yi Feng to set up the five elements illusionary formation when he was in Luofu Mountain Cave. So it took a little more time. That time, he had already thoroughly researched the five elements illusory formation. After he came back, he thought about the principle of the five-element phantom formation. Now he doesn't need much time to set up a double five-element phantom formation. 1 day and 1 night is enough. And the shumaison among Taohua Island people can generally last for a day and a night. Of course, Ouyang Ti, the island master with a deep cultivation base, may recover earlier. However, it is enough for Yi Feng to set up a double five-element phantom array. When the five elements phantom formation was activated, the light seen on the entire Peach Blossom Island began to change under Yi Feng's idea. The first to feel the change was Monk Hua, who was grabbed by Yi Feng and tied to the boat, and a dozen other people. In their eyes, the Peach Blossom Island in front of them quickly faded and gradually turned into an illusion. Like a mirage. Layers of fog spread from the island, covering the entire island. What kind of change is this? Unbelievable change. Monk Hua and others opened their eyes wide. It feels incredible. In front of them, the Peach Blossom Island where they have lived all their lives, what kind of changes are happening? 1 minute. 2 minutes. Time flies. Just 5 minutes later, the crescent-shaped Peach Blossom Island in front of Monk Hua and others has completely disappeared. Instead, there is an endless ocean, accompanied by a confused mist. The blue water. Around the sailboat they were in, there was a light spray. Everything. Monk Hua and the others swallowed their saliva. A dozen or so people looked at each other in blank dismay. They didn't know what was going on in front of them. No matter what they thought, they couldn't imagine it. After all, they had never seen this situation before. In the eyes of outsiders around, Peach Blossom Island has completely disappeared. The five-element phantom formed by Yi Feng is much more powerful than the simple phantom on Peach Blossom Island itself. Even a cultivator with divine consciousness will be unable to see through this phantom as long as his cultivation is not as good as Yi Feng's. Of course, as the place where Yi Feng will settle down, a five-elements illusory formation is still not safe enough. Double five-elements phantom formation. After driving Ouyang Ti and the others out of Peach Blossom Island, we can start working on it. At this time in Peach Blossom Island, on the square in front of the central meeting hall, the island owner, Ouyang Ti, and a few other strong men with a cultivation base of about 200 years, were thinking hard one by one. At this moment, in their eyes, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The peach blossoms, waterside pavilions, and pavilions around them had gradually faded and disappeared. Instead, they were replaced by layers of mist, covering up the rich aura of heaven and earth on the original island. It seems that the whole island is gradually submerged by the sea from the periphery. Including Ouyang Ti, everyone is puzzled. This is unscientific. When the five elements phantom formation started to activate, all the Taohua Island disciples who were originally calm began to panic. For example, Hua Wushua finally sensed something was wrong in Feng's heart. The situation in front of her is much more terrifying and weird than any situation she has encountered before. Because even Ouyang Ti, the owner of Peach Blossom Island, has lost his ability to fight. The meridians all over his body are completely blocked and sealed, and he cannot display even a single bit of internal energy. Moreover, the Peach Blossom Island where she lived since she was a child seems to be submerged by sea water at this moment. Just when everyone was at a loss, Yi Feng arrived. Ha ha ha. The island has sunk. You should run away as soon as possible. Yi Feng's laughter came directly from the sky. Yu Jian is flying. He has been exposed in the Tai Chi Hall. So it doesn't matter if the people of Peach Blossom Island know about it. Now that the upright Yujin appears, it can shock the hearts of the people of Peach Blossom Island and dispel their resistance. Even after the shamazan in their bodies fails, it can also weaken their counterattack thoughts, because of the psychological shadow left in their hearts. Who are you? As the owner of the island, Ouyang Ti was the first to react. He raised his head and looked at Yi Feng, shouting in surprise and anger. Who am I, don't you know? Yi Feng laughed, my name is Yi Feng. As soon as these words came out, Ouyang Ti was shocked. He really had never seen Yi Feng's appearance. In his heart, Yi Feng was just a small role in the outside world. Although he was a bit talented and mysterious, he didn't need to care about it. But now it seems that he was dead wrong. Seeing Yi Feng's figure, Hua Wuxiwe was so surprised that her pretty face changed. Yi Feng actually chased him to Peach Blossom Island. Uncle Long Yulong and the two elders of the Liang family went out to arrest this Yi Feng earlier. Could it be that they failed? Such a question popped up in almost everyone's mind. But what they faced next was a nightmare. They never thought that one day they would be kicked out of Peach Blossom Island. Even in their dreams, no one has ever dreamed of it. But today, they are about to encounter such a thing. This is simply unbelievable. No matter how Ouyang Ti and other people in Taohua Island feel, Yi Feng's plan will not change in any way. In the beginning, Ouyang Ti must have wanted to capture Yi Feng to this island, and press him about Su Feiying's whereabouts and his practice of mind magic. But now, Yi Feng was extremely forceful and took the initiative to send it to the door. It's a pity that the current Yi Feng is not something that Ouyang Ti can control at will. Fortunately, Yi Feng didn't have murderous intentions, otherwise none of the Taohua Island disciples present would be spared. Shamazan has an amazing effect on Taohua Island, an independent island, and there is no scruple in using it. Unlike in the city, Yi Feng didn't dare to use it even if he wanted to. If the air is fused into guanmazan, it will also have an effect on ordinary people when it diffuses out, reducing their immunity and so on, allowing various diseases to take advantage of it. That would be a big crime. It's time to hit the road. Yi Feng chuckled lightly, and with a wave of his hand, his true energy shot out through the air, and he pushed forcefully on the people in the square below. Including Ouyang Ti, everyone in Taohua Island has lost the ability to use internal energy, and the meridians of the whole body are blocked and closed, just like ordinary people. At this time, when Yi Feng pushed them, nearly 100 people in the square were pushed upside down at the same time. Ouyang Ti couldn't stand steadily, his old face was flushed, he grabbed a stone pillar in the square, unwilling to be manipulated by Yi Feng like this. He hated, but at the same time was extremely shocked. He couldn't figure out how Yi Feng managed to make all the people in Peach Blossom Island lose their cultivation. Fortunately, it's just a temporary blockage of the meridians. Forgive this kid for not daring to kill them. Ouyang Ti thought to himself, now he can only wait for the toxicity in his body to dissipate and recover his strength before he settles the score with Yi Feng. However, he turned his head sideways and glanced around the square. Beyond the thick fog, there was actually a huge sea, and the area of Peach Blossom Island had shrunk by more than half, and it was still shrinking sharply. What exactly is going on? Ouyang Ti couldn't figure out what Yi Feng had done to this island. Resistance is useless, let's go on the road obediently. Yi Feng glanced at Ouyang Ti, raised his eyebrows, concentrated his true energy, and swept towards Ouyang Ti alone. Roar! The third layer of Dragon Claw hand was displayed, and a golden dragon claw grabbed Ouyang Ti's body aggressively, and then threw it to the coast of the edge of the island. Although in the eyes of Ouyang Ti and others on Peach Blossom Island, the outer part of Peach Blossom Island has been submerged and surrounded by sea water, but in fact, it is just an illusion brought to them by the 5 elements phantom array. In fact, the entire island was still intact, and Yi Feng, the dragon claw, threw Ouyang Ti a kilometer away, like a human cannonball, about to fall into the sea. Such a parabola, if Ouyang Ti fell firmly, he would be crippled if he didn't die. Ouyang Ti was thrown out by Yifeng, his whole body felt dizzy, and he flew a long distance. He habitually wanted to circulate his inner energy and balance his body, but suddenly recalled that at this moment, he couldn't use even the slightest bit of inner energy. Just when he was frightened and angry, but there was nothing he could do, two clouds of black mist suddenly appeared beside his body, quickly condensing into two human shapes. It was Zhao Bei and Ling Chen who had been waiting here for a long time. Swish! The two condensed their souls, stretched out their hands, and grabbed Ouyang Ti's figure, preventing him from falling and being crippled directly. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Bei grabbed the collar of his robe and threw it on the deck of the sailboat. This scene stunned Monk Hua and others who were originally tied up on the deck. Ouyang Ti, the owner of Peach Blossom Island. It was thrown out like this. Moreover, what is the human form that suddenly condenses in the air? Is it Yi Feng's helper? Soon, Ouyang Ti, like Monk Hua and others, was firmly tied to a mast and could not move. Swish! 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 One by one, the figures of Taohua Island disciples were thrown from the sky. Zhao Bei and Ling Chen were so busy that there were more and more people on the deck of the sailboat. Soon the deck was full of people tied up, and those who were thrown over had to be thrown into the cabin. Zhao Yi and Ling Chen were a little sympathetic. All the more beautiful female disciples were locked in the cabin by them. They didn't tie them up, but locked the door behind them. 60 or 70 people on the deck of the sailing boat stared at Zhao Yi and Ling Chen busy to and fro, feeling desolate in their hearts. What can this be? They have lived on Peach Blossom Island since they were young, and Peach Blossom Island is one of the 3 hidden places in Huagua, so I don't need to say how powerful it is, but now even the owner of the island is on it, and they were driven out from the island together. Soon, Zhao Bei and Ling Chen received Yifeng's news, looked at each other and nodded. Swish! The soul bodies condensed by the two disappeared in an instant. This time, both of them lasted for more than 10 minutes, which shows that the two have made considerable progress in their cultivation. Immediately, the entire sailboat was full of people from Taohua Island who were tied up. They watched Ling Chen and Zhao Yi's figures disintegrate into black mist, their eyes widened, and then they looked in the direction of Peach Blossom Island, a vast sea. How could there be any islands? Under normal circumstances, with their eyesight, they would be able to see through the original phantom formation. After all, they are native-born people. But now that it was replaced by the 5 elements magic array, they couldn't see through it at all. They also vaguely felt that there was another phantom array covering Peach Blossom Island, but none of them could be sure. On the deck, Monk Hua looked around, feeling uneasy, because he had been observing for a while, but he didn't find any trace of Hua Wuxue. Reminiscing that Hua Wuxue once followed him to the martial arts conference in the Tai Chi Hall and forced Yifeng to jump off the cliff, Monk Hua had an ominous premonition in his heart. Could it be that Hua Wuxue was left behind by Yifeng, so she wanted to do something wrong? After all, Hua Wuxue is so beautiful. On Peach Blossom Island, she is the object of pursuit of many young talents. Even in the other 2 hidden places, she is also a famous beauty. It doesn't seem impossible for Yifeng to leave Hua Wuxue alone. The more Monk Hua thought about it, the more worried he became. If Hua Wuxue really fell for Yifeng, he would fight Yifeng desperately. You must know that Hua Wuxue is his descendant, and she is very talented. From her childhood training to now, her various performances far exceed those of her peers on Peach Blossom Island. Even Hua Wuxue is the pride of their entire Peach Blossom Island. Not only in China, but also in the international cultivation world, Hua Wuxue has become a little famous. Monk Hua couldn't afford such a loss. As a matter of fact, Hua Wuxue was indeed kept by Yifeng at this time, but it wasn't because he wanted to have any evil intentions towards Hua Wuxue. In the center of Peach Blossom Island, on the square, Hua Wuxue looked around, there was no one she knew before, only Yifeng was left, who landed and stood in front of her. And the surrounding area of the square, Xuanhuan, was completely surrounded by sea water. This is Phantom. Hua Wuxue thought to herself, raised her chin slightly, and looked at Yifeng, who was wearing a black shirt in front of her. What exactly do you want? The sound is crisp and melodious, just like the crowing of an oriole, which makes people linger. I don't want to do anything, just ask you one thing. Yifeng smiled, waved his hand and said, Senior Ouyang and the masters of Taohua Island are all on the boat outside, but unfortunately, they are all restricted in their ability to move. The task of sailing the boat is left to you. You let me sail. Hua Wuxue's face flushed red with anger, her towering chest heaved and fell, obviously very upset. She is a girl, although she is very talented, but she has never really sailed or something? At most, I had trained before, but it was just training. I never thought that one day I would really go sailing. From her point of view, sailing is a relatively heavy job, and other male disciples have always been responsible for traveling. Most importantly, who still sails now? Although Peach Blossom Island owns the sailing boat, it has not been used for a long time, and usually travels with 5 other speedboats. Why, can't you sail? Yifeng sternly said, at any rate, you still have freedom, or should I throw you into the cabin and lock you up? Hua Wuxue immediately shut up. Her personality is really similar to Su Feiying's. Compared with freedom, she prefers to choose to sail. Let's go. Seeing her acquiescing, Yifeng nodded in satisfaction, stepped forward and grabbed her delicate and weak arm, stepped lightly, and quickly galloped towards the sailboat. It was so fast, it was much faster than Hua Wuxue's usual running, which made her marvel inwardly. If she didn't have Guanmaison, she would definitely take this opportunity of getting in touch with Yifeng to find out Yifeng's real cultivation level, but it's a pity that now she can't even operate a trace of internal energy. Running, Hua Wuxue watched herself being pulled into the sea, but the land under her feet was still land, which made her understand that this Peach Blossom Island must be covered by another phantom array. Soon, the two came to the coast where the sailboat was docked. Yifeng stepped lightly, took Hua Wuxue and jumped more than 10 meters high, onto the deck of the sailboat. Flying with Yujian consumes too much energy. Except for the need to hurry up when setting up the 5-element phantom array, at other times, it is better not to fly with Yujian. When Yifeng jumped up with Hua Wuxue, the monk Hua, who was tied to the deck, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Hua Wuxue hasn't been treated by Yifeng yet. As for the other people on the deck, they didn't worry about Hua Wuxue anymore. All of them are self-defense. Do you need some helpers? Yifeng frowned, and asked Hua Wuxue. Hua Wuxue didn't answer. It might be a bit difficult to sail alone, so let's do it. Yifeng turned his head and glanced at the deck. Who wants to sail with Hua Wuxue? Yes, I'll untie you, come 3 people. Almost as soon as the words fell, Monk Hua immediately shouted, let me go. Another handsome young man with a pretty face also shouted, let me come. Immediately afterwards, several other young talents from Peach Blossom Island appeared, all of whom seemed to have ideas about Hua Wuxue. It seems that your popularity is not bad. Yifeng chuckled, ignored Monk Hua, randomly selected 3 youths, untied their ropes, let them walk towards the sailboat cab with Hua Wuxue, and lowered the sail before leaving. Remember, stay away from here. Yifeng stood at the door of the driver's cab and warned in a sinister tone, now you have no ability to resist at all. If I can still see you when I come back in 2 hours, then none of you will live. Yifeng's gloomy tone made Hua Wuxue and the 3 young men shudder. This guy is crazy. Hua Wuxue stared at Yifeng, thinking to herself, but she had to obey Yifeng's orders, otherwise Yifeng would really go crazy and kill all the people on the boat, it wouldn't be fun. Boom. Yifeng closed the door of the driver's cab, and then urged his true energy to form a barrier. This barrier can last for 24 hours, although it is not strong, but now that Hua Wuxue and the others cannot use their inner energy, they will definitely not be able to break through the barrier. That's enough for Yi Feng to come back after finishing his work and set up a double 5-element phantom formation. Yi Feng's purpose is to keep them away from here. When I come back again, I will never find the location of Peach Blossom Island. The double 5-element phantom array is definitely not only a visual deception, but also affects the surrounding environment, such as sea water flow, landform changes, and so on. As long as the double 5-element phantom array is deployed, after a while, the entire landform and sea area around Peach Blossom Island will be completely different. The reason why Hua Wuxue and the 3 young men were allowed to sail was to make it less likely for them to play tricks, since they were still young after all. If Monk Hua was with him, it would be difficult for Yi Feng to guarantee that the other party would be obedient. After finishing it, Yi Feng jumped off the sailboat and stood on the shore of Peach Blossom Island. In the eyes of Monk Hua, Ouyang Ti, and others on the deck, Yi Feng seemed to be walking on the sea, gradually disappearing under the mist. Cup, go monitor the movement of this sailboat, and report immediately if there is any special situation. Yi Feng told Zhao Yibei and Ling Chen, who were flying above their heads, Shaochen, you just guard Peach Blossom Island, and report immediately if there is any situation. Just use the communication technique derived from the soul control art. Only Zhao Yi and Ling Chen can use the communication technique derived from soul control art. Yi Feng can't use it. Therefore, the two could only report the situation to Yi Feng, but could not accept Yi Feng's orders. Yes. The two responded, and each acted. Their hearts were extremely excited. They can all feel the incomparably rich aura of heaven and earth on Peach Blossom Island. If the island is completely occupied, it will be of great help to the future cultivation path. While Yi Feng watched the two leave separately, Yu Jian flew up and flew back towards Xiangshan County in the southwest direction. A distance of tens of kilometers can be reached in a few minutes. Going back now, Long Wanner and the others have already prepared the speedboat on the shore. As long as they get news from Yi Feng, they can immediately set off for Peach Blossom Island, and at the same time absorb the treasures of heaven and earth on the speedboat to improve their cultivation. Whether it was Yi Wendian, Tang Xiefeng, the elders, or the 4 daughters Long Wanner, Su Menghan, Zhang Xinyun, and Zi Jianlan, they had all been waiting for a long time. Spadesuit thinking Heartsuit rodent clubs, guessed Yi Feng flew back to Xiangshan County, a village along the coast, and met the waiting elders and daughters. It's almost time. Let's go. Yi Feng lowered his sword. At this time, the sun is just rising in the east. The warm sunlight shines on the earth and the sea, making people involuntarily have a vigorous and upward mood. 2 speedboats. Ready on the shore. Under Yi Wentian's arrangement, Yi Feng, Su Menghan, Long Wanner, Zi Jianlan, and Zhang Xinyun were on the same boat. Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng took the 2 elders of the Liang family, Xue Tianming, and Hua Yeqing, to take the same boat. 2 speedboats sailed out from the shore. Yi Feng finally took out the treasures of heaven and earth that he had just obtained in Peach Blossom Island. Little Coral. Long Wanner and others have already absorbed it before. It is useless. But the spirit stone has an effect on everyone present. Yi Feng took out 6 spirit stones and asked them to absorb them individually. As for whether it can be improved for 3 years or 5 years, it depends on their own. The cultivation level that Lingshi can improve is not fixed. It's a pity. Yi Feng's chance to absorb spirit stones was used up at the very beginning. It was not long after he was reborn on Earth. He found a broken spirit stone from O's Antiques and absorbed the aura of heaven and earth in it. Thus, he was able to successfully break into the headquarters of the Heavenly Snake Gang and subdue Scar. Long Wanner took the spirit stone from Yi Feng's hand, took the opportunity to scratch his palm restlessly, very playful. The two looked at each other with a tacit understanding. I saw her holding the spirit stone in her hand, running the star tune formula directly, and began to absorb the aura of heaven and earth in the spirit stone on the speedboat. In fact, there is no need to be so anxious. But Long Wainer is afraid that there will be some troubles on Taohua Island. Therefore, he wants to improve his cultivation level so that he can deal with the next thing more confidently. Long Wainer's cultivation has improved rapidly under the detection of Yifeng's spiritual sense. At the same time, Su Menghan, Zhang Xinyun, and Zi Jianlan are all like this. And Zhang Xinyun and Zi Jianlan. Yifeng also gave them a small coral, so that their improvement is greater than that of Long Wainer and Su Menghan. These small corals are easy to lose their aura after leaving the big coral king. But in Peach Blossom Island, where the aura is rich in heaven and earth, this is not the case. Although I don't know how long it has been stored. But these small corals are still full of heaven and earth aura. It is not a problem for people to improve their cultivation for 2 years. It's a pity. Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng shook their heads at Lingshi and Xuanhuan, respectively. The two elders have already absorbed this type of natural treasures. Yifeng secretly thought it was a pity. He thought that only Luotian water could be used by the elders. Of course, Yifeng would not take out the Luotian water in front of the two elders of the Liang family, Xue Tianming, Hua Yeqing, and other outsiders. Soon, the cultivation bases of all the females were greatly improved, and their combat power was enhanced. When they arrived on the island, Yifeng absorbed the Luotian water for them respectively. Each of the females could improve their cultivation bases by a total of about 10 years. And the distance of tens of kilometers. The two speedboats drove for nearly an hour before finally arriving at the distance of 1 kilometer from Peach Blossom Island. At this time, Peach Blossom Island is still invisible from the outside. It is even more hidden than before. But after coming to this sea area, the two elders of the Liang family who were originally on Peach Blossom Island were each dumbfounded. Because they failed to see the familiar scene. The two elders of the Liang family didn't know at first. Yifeng brought them here for what he wanted to do. He thought he wanted to take the two of them as hostages to negotiate with Peach Blossom Island. Now it seems. Not at all. The entire Peach Blossom Island has changed its appearance at this time. For the two elders of the Liang family, although there is a phantom formation, but because they are natives of Taohua Island, the previous phantom formation has long been useless in their eyes. Although invisible to the naked eye, they can often clearly feel the rich aura of heaven and earth on Peach Blossom Island. But now, even the aura is gone. Empty. A vast sea. Calm. Peach Blossom Island is gone. The two elders of the Liang family were puzzled. Okay. That's it. You can go. At a place 1 kilometer away from Peach Blossom Island, Yifeng finally spoke. He raised his hand as a signal to let Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng know his plan, and acted immediately. The two elders hardly hesitated, and immediately pushed the two elders of the Liang family, Xue Tianming and Hua Yeqing, off the speedboat. There were several plops. The four were pushed into the sea water. They are not like the people in Peach Blossom Island who have suffered from Shimazan. Therefore, the chi in their bodies can still be used. Pushing them into the sea will definitely not cause them to drown. What to do after that has nothing to do with Yifeng. Anyway, Yifeng's goal has been achieved. Even if the two elders of the Liang family found people from Peach Blossom Island to join them, they would not be able to stop Yifeng from occupying Peach Blossom Island. The two speedboats sailed towards Peach Blossom Island. Ignoring the four elders of the Liang family, Xue Tianming and Hua Yeqing scolding, they quickly disappeared in front of the four people. Because the speedboat has already entered the enveloping range of the 5 elements phantom array. The sea was vast. The four people who were pushed off the speedboat looked around. They were extremely dazed. The mobile phones and other things on them had of course been confiscated by Yifeng long ago. It was impossible to contact others. Helpless, they had no choice but to follow the direction they came from and swim to the coast. The distance was tens of kilometers. Even if they had cultivated for more than 100 years, they would definitely be exhausted to death. Soon, Yifeng and his 2 elders and 4 daughters had already landed on the coast of Peach Blossom Island. As for Peach Blossom Island, it has already been initially occupied. At this time, Yifeng's true energy was mobilized, the 5-element phantom array changed, and the beautiful Peach Blossom Island finally appeared in front of everyone. This scene. Whoever Yifeng wants to see can see it. As long as they are on the island. But outside the range of the island, no matter who it is, they can only see a piece of blue ocean. Even after the double 5-element phantom array is set up, there will be scenes such as violent winds, tornadoes, stormy waves, and deep-sea vortexes. People dare not approach. Actually, the small corals and spirit stones just now are just a small part of them harvested this time. After getting off the speedboat and stepping on the shore, Yifeng took out the bottle of Luotian water. This is called Luotian water. Just 1 drop can improve your cultivation for 5 years. When Luotian water appeared, Yifeng introduced it again. Su Menghan, Long Wanner and the girls were all a little curious. It was the first time for them to see a natural treasure that could improve one's cultivation with just 1 drop. Including Long Wanner. Even though she was a martial artist since she was a child, she has never heard of such things. But since they didn't know the preciousness of Luotian water, they weren't so surprised. It's something to improve cultivation. They have seen too many things after following Yifeng. But they are not surprised. It does not mean that others are not surprised. Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng opened their eyes wide when they heard Yifeng say Luotian water. They stared at the half bottle of clear liquid in Yifeng's hand. Luotian water. It was something in this legend. Spadesuit, Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng are very old. Although Luotian water is extremely rare, but because Taohua Island owns it, there are still some rumors. It is said that just 1 drop of this Luotian water can improve people's cultivation for many years. Any school that has Luotian water will greatly increase its strength. It's just that the 2 elders have only heard the wind a little bit. Even with their status, they are almost at the highest point in the secular martial arts world. But they can't touch the hidden things. Therefore, the 2 elders never knew that Luotian water really existed. It was something from Peach Blossom Island. And now, Luotian water has entered Yifeng's hands. 1 drop after another. Yifeng used his true energy to take it out of the bottle. There were 6 drops in total. He didn't need it for the time being because he had just reached the upper limit of his cultivation base. He had to wait for a while before he could absorb Luotian water. In just over half a year, Yifeng has grown from a frail high school student who would die if he fell from a height of 4 or 5 meters to his current cultivation level of 55 years, even in the sect of the world of cultivating immortals. Are very rare. The encounter in the wild world is the key to Yifeng's rapid improvement. Otherwise, it will take more than a year to expand the meridians to the upper limit of 55 years. Of course, in the Blessed Land and Fairyland, the speed of widening the meridians will be much faster. Su Menghan and the other girls took the Luotian water that Yifeng took out, held it tightly in their hands, and began to absorb it immediately. It was on the coast of Peach Blossom Island. The girls and the elders began to improve their cultivation again. And Yifeng received a message from Xiaobei. Hua Wuxue and the 3 young men obediently steered the sailboat away from the coast of Peach Blossom Island. They headed north all the way. The wind speed was not slow. Soon they were more than 20 kilometers away from Peach Blossom Island. It was impossible to see with the naked eye. Viewed from Peach Blossom Island, Then, the sailboat stopped. Hua Wuxue and the three youths were trying to break through the Jinqi barrier Yi Feng left at the door of the cab. It's a pity. The meridians in their bodies are blocked, so they can't use their internal qi. There's nothing they can do with the Jinqi barrier that Yi Feng randomly set up. And the other people on the boat were all tightly bound by ropes, unable to move at all. At present, Zhao Bei will of course continue to monitor the movement of the sailboat. If there is any special situation, such as the sailboat being found by the country, he will immediately notify Yi Feng. And Yi Feng called Ling Chen, who was guarding Peach Blossom Island, over. He also gave the small coral, spirit stone, and Luotian water to the other party to improve his cultivation. Everyone absorbed the treasures of heaven and earth, and Yi Feng began to place the last set of 5 element stones in the dragon sword ancient ring around the Peach Blossom Island. The double 5 element phantom array. It will start to be laid now. This difficulty is very high. Fortunately, with Yi Feng's talent, plus 5 days of research in the Luofu mountain cave, he has basically understood the principle of the double 5 element phantom array. A single 5 element phantom array can only change light and human vision. But double 5 element phantom arrays are superimposed together. In addition to creating illusions, they can also actually affect changes in the surrounding environment. Especially in a fairyland like Peach Blossom Island, the heaven and earth are full of aura, and it can even be made into a double 5 element phantom formation. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth. There are 2 layers inside and outside. There are 10 5 element stones in total. Any combination of 2 or 2 can trigger different illusions around you. Any combination of 3, 4, 5, etc. can also cause different visual changes. There are hundreds or even thousands of combinations in total. The illusions that can be formed also change every day. It will not be the same after a few years. If it is a single 5 element phantom array, there are only dozens of combinations. The complexity of the 2 parties cannot be compared at all. The principle is quite complicated. However, with Yi Feng's talent, he can use it freely. Put down the 5 element stones. Yi Feng quickly took a violent qi pill, replenished the Zhen qi consumed before, and started to arrange the second one. Heavy 5 elements phantom array. This process takes about a day. It didn't take long. Long Wanner and the others had already absorbed Luo Shenchui's heaven and earth aura, and their cultivation level improved again. Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng both cultivated at 105 years. But their situation is a bit special now. A small part of internal energy in their bodies has already been transformed into true energy. Combat strength. It is also stronger than the general martial arts masters, with a cultivation level of 105 years. With the increase of the ratio of qi in the 2 elders' bodies to true qi, the fighting power of the 2 will become stronger and stronger. They are doing subliminal training on Peach Blossom Island. The speed at which the fighting power of the 2 elders increases is undoubtedly the fastest among all Yi Feng's people. Except for the 2 elders, after Su Menghan absorbed the spirit stone and Luotian water, his cultivation base has finally been raised to 50 years, and he has passed this big hurdle. This is a qualitative leap. Not only can you start a short-term imperial flight, but you can also perform nebula crossing. Fight to transmit true energy. The glory of the Stargrave sect seems to be staged on Yi Feng. In the world of cultivating immortals, many enemies of the Star Tomb sect secretly suppressed the growth of the Star Tomb sect, making the Star Tomb sect always withered. But on Earth, no one knows the horror of the Star Tomb sect. Just for Su Menghan to reach 50 years of cultivation alone, Yi Feng can perform an immortal technique with the power of 60 years of true energy cultivation. The reason why it is 60 years of power, not 100 years of power. That is natural. Because as far as the total amount of true energy is concerned, the total amount of true energy of a cultivator who has been cultivated for 60 years is twice that of a cultivator who has been cultivated for 50 years. The power of a full blow is also almost twice as strong. 100 years of cultivation. It sounds like only twice that of 50 years of cultivation. But in fact, the gap between the two sides is dozens of times. Yi Feng was able to defeat a martial artist with more than 100 years of cultivation with 50 years of cultivation. There are more factors. His true energy is twice as strong as his internal energy. The void sword dance is 2 or 3 times more powerful than fellow cultivators who are immortals. The blue sword doubles the power of the sword technique. The teleportation characteristic of the void sword technique allows him to appear. The speed of action far exceeds the reaction speed of ordinary people. All these factors combine together to make him so rampant in the martial arts world. If he returns to the realm of cultivating immortals, even if he compares himself with a genius boy with a cultivation base of his own, Yi Feng may not necessarily be his opponent. After all, the current Yi Feng has not really obtained the inheritance of the dragon sword. And the genius boy in the world of cultivating immortals, which one has the backing of a powerful sect family, or has already obtained a certain ancient inheritance. Anyway, now that Su Menghan has reached 50 years of cultivation, the strongest sword Yi Feng can unleash can nearly double the power of before. In addition, Long Wanner also has 45 years of cultivation at this time. After all, she didn't go to the Menghuang realm. She missed a lot of opportunities. But to be honest, Long Wanner's growth rate is definitely not slow. She will practice in Peach Blossom Island in the future. In addition to her special gift of innate immortal veins and jade body, her cultivation base will improve much faster than others. And Zhang Xinyun and Zi Jianlan also made rapid progress. Spadesuit Zhang Xinyun's cultivation has been raised to 30 years, Zi Jianlan's cultivation has been raised to 36 years. Simply put, the strength of these two women is already much stronger than that of Long Moran. Not to mention Zhang Xinyun's ability to summon the Fire Cloud Demon Lord is as powerful as Yi Wendian. The 1,000-year-old black ice in Zi Jianlan's body explodes at a critical moment, and even Su Feiying's level of powerhouses cannot resist it. Now the few people under Yi Feng's influence on Peach Blossom Island can sweep the entire world of secular martial arts together. Of course, Yi Feng's goal is no longer in the world of worldly martial arts. 30 years of cultivation is still 20 years away. Yi Feng felt a little bit emotional about Zhang Xinyun's cultivation. As long as Zhang Xinyun reaches 50 years of cultivation, she can lure and control 4 innate ghost marks, and her strength will be further enhanced. At that time, she will be able to find another powerful soul to help her in the battle. And the soul of the Fire Cloud Demon Lord is no longer the challenge that Yi Feng's opponents and everyone will face at the moment. Judging from the fact that the soul of the Fire Cloud Demon Lord who has been cultivated for 50 years does not have any overwhelming advantages. Everyone tidy up on the island first, and then this Peach Blossom Island will be our home. While Yi Feng was busy arranging the 5 elements illusion array, he ordered everyone to. Long Wanner, Su Menghan and the others responded and scattered around Peach Blossom Island. Such a beautiful island will be their own in the future. Just thinking about it makes people feel excited, and all of this is brought to them by Yi Feng. Even if the strong aura of heaven and earth on the island is removed, this is an excellent place to live, not to mention that the speed of cultivation on this island can be increased by 50%. The 4 daughters Long Wanner, Su Menghan, Zhang Xinyun and Zi Jianlan have already fallen in love with this place after just visiting the island. If you want to compare King Fengyuan and Taohua Island, you can definitely say that the former is hell and the latter is heaven. Being able to live in a place like Peach Blossom Island is definitely what most people in the world dream of, but how many places like this can there be in the whole world today? If you want to live better, you need strength. This sentence is true no matter where it is placed in the world. A simple example. For the tens of thousands of people in Yanjing City, who are not struggling for better living conditions, but wanting to struggle and achieve something is not something that everyone can achieve. Peach Blossom Island is very big. At least it is definitely more than enough for Yi Feng and the others to live there, and even feel a little empty. This yard is so beautiful, I will live here. Long Wanner walked past a yard planted with peach blossoms, and was immediately attracted by its architectural layout. The ancient architectural style looks fresh, elegant and natural, and the bricks and tiles are also classical in shape. The whole is very beautiful. It's just that she doesn't know who originally lived in the yard, so she can only clean it first. As for her own bed, quilt, sheets, etc., Yi Feng put them in the dragon sword ancient ring, and then brought over from Yanjing after more change of clothes, etc. The other three girls also found their favorite courtyards, all in the lower part of the crescent-shaped island where the young disciples lived. The architectural style here is obviously younger and more dynamic than the crescent-shaped upper part, which is much more in line with the aesthetic concept of young people. And Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng each chose a house in the upper part of Taohua Island where the elders lived. Then everyone began to search and inspect the entire Peach Blossom Island. I think Xiaobai must like this place very much. Zi Jianlan and Long Wanner walked together, somewhat missing Shualong Xiaobai, who was left behind in Yanjing. This beast has been hanging out with Purple Gladiolus all day long, but now he has a very good relationship with Purple Gladiolus. I'll be able to go back soon and bring it here, wait for Yi Feng to deal with the matter here. Long Wanner smiled, she also likes that cute and furry little guy. Purple Gladiolus nods gently. As for Su Menghan, she ran to the front to help Yi Feng before she found a suitable courtyard for her to live in. Because Su Menghan has reached 50 years of cultivation, she can also arrange the 5 elements illusory formation. Of course, now she basically has no understanding of the 5 elements illusory formation and can only help Yi Feng. With Su Menghan joining Yi Feng, the speed of arranging the second layer of the 5-element phantom array has been accelerated, and finally this arrangement was completely completed at around 9 o'clock that night. When the double 5-element phantom array was completed, the entire Peach Blossom Island was covered with a great glow, illuminating the night sky above the sea at night. This kind of phantom array has a specific name in the world of cultivating immortals called thousand-image illusion. From the moment the phantom array is successfully arranged, the scenes in Qianxiang phantom territory are changing rapidly in the eyes of outsiders, changing every moment without the need for artificial real energy to control it. As a matter of fact, the amount of true energy required to artificially control the thousand phrases illusion realm is by no means something a cultivator at Yifeng's level can afford. The operation of this thousand phenomena illusion now depends entirely on the rich aura of heaven and earth on Peach Blossom Island. With the operation of Qianxiang Mirage, a violent storm is finally blowing near Peach Blossom Island, and it is about to fall this night. At the same time, the deep-sea water along the coast begins to surge. And it's all just an illusion. The actual situation is only that the surrounding sea water and air began to slowly change the direction of flow, and quietly, unknowingly, foreign ships would be deflected even if they tried to forcibly break into the stormy place in the illusion. Sometimes the illusion of thousands of images is even more weird, and the various lights in the entire space are stretched. The original distance of only 100 meters seems to be tens of kilometers away. If we want to use a metaphor, the current Peach Blossom Island has become the existence of the 100 acts, triangle state in various mysterious rumors. Whether it is the martial arts world or the National Security Bureau, it has become extremely difficult to find the location of Peach Blossom Island again. Yi Feng heaved a sigh of relief after the Qianxiang Mirage was completed. Just at this time, Zhao Bei, who was in charge of monitoring the sailing boats on Peach Blossom Island, finally returned to Peach Blossom Island, and was startled by the scene created by Qianxiang Mirage. Fortunately, Yi Feng was there to help him, otherwise Zhao Bei would not be able to go to Peach Blossom Island. The quiet flow of the air will make him fly around, but he is still around Peach Blossom Island, but he can't get close to Peach Blossom Island. Compared with the previous phantom array on Peach Blossom Island, the 1000-image illusion is 1,000 times more mysterious. And the original phantom array has been destroyed by Yi Feng, and the eyes of the array have been completely discarded. Zhao Bei was taken aback by the changes near Peach Blossom Island. He secretly praised Yi Feng's skill. At this time, he also brought back news about the sailboat on Peach Blossom Island to Yi Feng. Spadesuit, Hua Wuxiwe and others sailed the sailboat more than 20 kilometers away from Peach Blossom Island and stopped. She and the other 3 youths have been trying to break through the barrier of true qi left by Yi Feng after they stopped the sailing boat, but unfortunately they have been busy all day but have not been able to break through it. But the sailboat has been parked in the middle of the sea and finally attracted the attention of others. In the afternoon, there was a motorized fishing boat approaching, but looking at the classical-style sailboat from a distance, I really didn't dare to go forward again. A few fishermen turned suspicious and quickly turned the bow and left. But it's not over. These fishermen failed to see Monk Hua, Ouyang Ti and others who were tied up on the deck. They regarded this strange, motionless sailboat as a ghost ship and immediately reported it to the local government after returning. People from Jingfu didn't want to ask about it, so they dismissed those fishermen casually, but soon, someone from a mysterious department came to Jing to ask about the situation. The people in this mysterious department are, of course, people from the National Security Bureau. The National Security Bureau has been monitoring Yi Feng. During the day today, they finally discovered that the scene in Yanjing Qingfeng Garden is completely fake. The real Yi Feng and others have left Yanjing long ago. The National Security Bureau immediately collected information and finally traced the whereabouts of Yi Feng and others, so they followed Xuanhuan County. After obtaining the location information of the sailboat from the Jingfu department, the people from the National Security Bureau don't need to spend a lot of time mobilizing satellite monitoring. Soon, 2 speedboats carrying people from the National Security Bureau sailed towards the sailboat. In the evening, the speedboat approached the classical sailboat parked in the middle of the sea. Geng Chaoyang and Quan Chongsong, the team leaders, boarded the boat quickly. They were stunned by the sight on the entrance deck. Ouyang Ti, Monk Hua, and a group of people from Peach Blossom Island were tied up on the deck and were in a state of embarrassment. As elite members of the National Security Bureau, Geng Chaoyang and Quan Chongsong have of course dealt with people from Taohua Island, but not many times. In the past, Peach Blossom Island, not to mention the island owner, just a random master with a cultivation base of 150 years, was above the top in front of the National Security Bureau. But now, these masters are all tied up, unable to move. Is there something wrong with their bodies? Geng Chaoyang and Quan Chongsong thought in their hearts, looked at each other, and felt that this was a good opportunity to arrest all of these people and win the competition between the National Security Bureau and the Hidden Land. I just don't know where Yi Feng will be now. Could it be that Peach Blossom Island has been occupied? When this idea came up, both of them thought it was a bit unbelievable, but Yi Feng's actions were always unexpected, so don't be careless. The two immediately notified the situation at the headquarters of the National Security Bureau, and asked them to send someone to investigate Peach Blossom Island. In the past, Ouyang Ti and others guarded Peach Blossom Island. The National Security Bureau and the military did not dare to mess with Peach Blossom Island. But now, Ouyang Ti and all the people in Peach Blossom Island are tied to this sailing boat. If we don't find out the details of Peach Blossom Island, when will it be? I believe that soon, Peach Blossom Island will usher in a joint investigation by the National Security Bureau and the military. This is also the first wave of investigation that Yi Feng will face. Of course, whether it is the National Security Bureau or the military, it takes time to transfer personnel, and this also gives Yi Feng enough time to arrange the Qianxiang Mirage. Haha, it's going to be a lot of fun next time. Zhao Bei was beaming as he talked. In his story, Geng Chaoyang and Quan Chongsong arrived on the classical sailing boat and wanted to confiscate the sailing boat, but at this moment, Ouyang Ti, who had the highest cultivation level among the people on Peach Blossom Island, finally took action. After a whole day of cultivation, most of the closed pulse powder in Ouyang Ti's body was finally excreted from the body, and most of the meridians and dantian of the whole body were unblocked. Originally, I wanted to wait until I recovered completely, but seeing the arrival of the National Security Bureau, Ouyang Ti couldn't bear it anymore. The rope tied to his body was broken by him directly, and he quickly untied the ropes of the other elders of Peach Blossom Island, allowing them to recover their seduction. On the classic sailboat, the people from the National Security Bureau were immediately dumbfounded. What is going on? Ouyang Ti broke free and of course clashed with people from the National Security Bureau, while Geng Chaoyang and Quan Chongsong still didn't have the guts to challenge the owner of Taohua Island. The most important thing is that the National Security Bureau will not allow them to have a direct conflict with Peach Blossom Island. After negotiation between the two parties, it was decided that the water in the well should not violate the water in the river. Of course, no matter which side it is imperative to investigate Peach Blossom Island. There was still some food and water stored on the classical sailing boat. After the National Security Bureau left, Ouyang Ti released everyone on Taohua Island and let everyone eat to replenish their physical strength. Rest for one night, go back to Peach Blossom Island the next day, grab Peach Blossom Island back. The action plans of the National Security Bureau and Peach Blossom Island were all heard by Zhao Bei and reported to Yifeng intact. Well, let them come. Yifeng smiled, not afraid at all. After setting up the Thousand Illusion Realm at night, Yifeng's tense heart relaxed. The National Security Bureau and Peach Blossom Island's two waves of forces are coming. Yifeng believes that they will never find the current location of Peach Blossom Island. Therefore, he can start to transform Peach Blossom Island into a place where he can live stably, using this as his base camp. First of all, you can take out the large cross-border teleportation array and place it on the Taohua Island square, otherwise such a large teleportation array will occupy too much storage space in the Dragon Sword Ancient Ring. If it weren't for the cross-boundary teleportation array, Yifeng could even put the two villas in King Fengyuan into the storage space, so he wouldn't have to run around to carry daily necessities. Bang! The ancient and immortal cross-border large teleportation array was taken out by Yifeng from the storage space and placed on the central Yang square of Peach Blossom Island, surrounded by peach trees in full bloom around the square. This location is in Zhongyang of Peach Blossom Island. It's time to rest. Yifeng's whole body is exhausted. He must take a rest to restore his strength, otherwise, if he encounters an accident soon, he will not be able to deal with it in full strength. He followed Long Wanner and his daughters around the Peach Blossom Island, knowing the compound they and the elders chose to live in, secretly praised them for their shrewdness, and took the best place first. Among them, the courtyard that Long Wanner chose was exactly where Hua Wuxiwe lived before. When Yifeng first came to Peach Blossom Island, Hua Wuxiwe hadn't woken up yet. Of course, Yifeng didn't deliberately peep at Hua Wuxiwe's sleeping beauty, but just casually glanced at it. Real. Immediately afterwards, he himself found a simple and elegant courtyard not far from Long Wanner's courtyard, and decided to make it his residence. Resting in meditation, it takes 2.5 hours to restore the whole body's true energy. Yifeng estimated that when the people from the National Security Bureau arrived in the early hours of the morning, he should have fully recovered. However, before he fully recovered, Su Menghan ran over in a hurry. When Su Menghan ran over in a hurry, Yifeng had just sat down not long ago, and frowned slightly. Just now, he also felt a burst of energy fluctuations coming from outside, so he guessed what happened. Seeing Su Menghan is in such a hurry now, it shows that his guess is not wrong. Yifeng didn't care about continuing to meditate to recover, so he got up and went outside the yard. Menghan, what's the matter? Yi Feng asked softly. Su Menghan wore a long pink dress. She floated over like a butterfly. There was a trace of haste on her innocent face. The teleportation array has opened. They are coming. Who's here? Yi Feng was surprised. Uncle Yang, and Sister Ai Xuanhuan. Su Menghan said involuntarily, with a hint of joy. Yang shunning. Ai Xuanhuan. Yi Feng's face changed. Aren't they all in the wild world? Why did they suddenly teleport here? Without waiting for Su Menghan to say more, he immediately took her little hand and ran towards the center of Peach Blossom Island. Far away. Relying on his spiritual sense, he noticed an extremely powerful aura coming from the center of the square. It was the powerful aura of many immortal cultivators gathered together. The soul cultivators of Yang Shunning's subordinates began to scatter across the entire island. They seemed to want to check the terrain of the entire island. Soon, they found Yi Feng. The soul cultivators used special means of communication. They quickly reported the news of Yi Feng's appearance to Yang Shunning and Ai Xuanhuan. Immediately afterwards, Yang Shunning sent all the soul cultivators to fly back. Since Yi Feng is here, it means that there is no danger on this island. There is no need to fly around to detect it. Otherwise, it will cause trouble for Yi Feng. Brother Yi. Yang Shunning was also flying in the air. Looking at Yi Feng among the peach blossoms on the ground, he laughed. At this time, he has already cultivated for 35 years. The soul concentrating technique has already been perfected. It seems that during this period of time in the wild world, he has gained a lot. Looking at the rest of the soul cultivators, most of them have been cultivated for more than 10 or 20 years, and they have made great progress. From going to Menghuang realm to now, it has been nearly 3 months in total. They have made great progress, each and every one of them. And because they were all soldiers before they were alive, they were all naval soldiers led by Yang Shunning. Therefore, everyone supported each other in the normal process. The difference in cultivation base and strength is not too big. There is not much difference between strength and weakness. The first thing Yi Feng saw was Yang Shunning and his soul cultivator army. Uncle Yang. Long time no see. You guys are here. Yi Feng was surprised. But for Yang Shunning's return, he certainly welcomes it. Not only us, but Xiaoai also came together. Yang Shunning laughed, although you have only been away for a short time, but this little girl misses you very much. As soon as these words came out, Su Menghan, who was walking beside Yi Feng, couldn't help but pinched his arm severely. It was obviously upset. All right, Menghan. Yi Feng smiled wryly, she is your Xuanhuan sister. Why are you jealous? Snort. Su Menghan hummed. She didn't show a good face, hurry up and pick them up. She didn't make trouble for too long. It was just such a scene, but it also showed that she has always been quite dissatisfied with Yi Feng's too many women. Of course. Yi Feng was very honest with her. She also refrained from saying anything more. After all, Long Wanner and Xiaoyu didn't say anything. If Yi Feng hides from her that there is a woman outside, then the three of them will definitely be furious together. At that time, Yi Feng will have no good fruit to eat. Soon, the two came to the teleportation array in the center of the square. Brother Yi. A beautiful and pure girl wearing a black gauze dress with a bow tie on her chest. She immediately spotted Yi Feng. Her beautiful eyes lit up. Xiaoai, why are you all here? Yi Feng looked around and found that Ai Xuanhuan not only came, but also brought 50 dragon blood warriors that Yi Feng had created before. These dragon blood warriors. Their current cultivation level is about the same as that of the Soul Cultivation Corps led by Yang Shunning. They have been around for more than 10 or 20 years. All of them are strong, and their combat effectiveness cannot be ignored. After all, these dragon blood warriors practiced the star-refining immortal code. It is normal to progress rapidly. It's just that Yi Feng can't predict how many of them can further cultivate the second star map. I miss you. AI Xuanhuan didn't say anything, only these 3 words, but she fully expressed the deep emotion in her heart. She didn't do anything out of the ordinary. After all, she knew it too. In Yi Feng's eyes, she was just an ordinary friend. Yi Feng nodded. He didn't say much. He continued to stare at the teleportation array. To be honest, he was very surprised to see Yang Shunning and AI Xuanhuan leading people to send them here. After all, they are Yi Feng's powerful fighting force left in the wilderness realm. Just came back now, just after Yi Feng occupied Peach Blossom Island, so these people's cultivation base will improve more quickly, and it will also be of great help to Yi Feng's foothold in the whole world. But how did they get here? Yi Feng waited for a while. He didn't wait for the others to come out of the teleportation array. My master is her. Yi Feng looked at AI Xuanhuan and Yang Shunning with a puzzled look on his face. She didn't come. Yang Shunning replied solemnly, we searched the entire ancient temple. Only then did we find a sky spirit stone that was basically exhausted. After everyone's efforts to infuse true energy, the sky spirit stone has the energy to activate a teleportation array. Said. Yang Shunning glanced at AI Xuanhuan. Seeing this, AI Xuanhuan immediately took out a sky spirit stone from her bosom. It can be seen that this is a sky spirit stone that has been completely consumed. Maybe when they found it, it still had a little energy. After replenishing some true energy, the teleportation array was activated once. But now, this day, the linkshur can no longer be used, because on its surface, dry cracks have appeared. It has been damaged. It wasn't Su Feiying who asked them to come here. Yi Feng was full of disappointment. Originally, there was another reason why he was excited. He thought that he would see Su Feiying again. Now it seems that Su Feiying must not have left the Menghuang realm so early. Then my master, how is the situation over there? Do you have any news? Yi Feng couldn't help asking out loud. Have no idea. Yang Shunning shook his head. Senior Su only stayed in the Thrall tribe for one night. He left the next day. We don't even know where she went. Brother Yi, Senior Su, is she in danger? AI Xuanhuan spoke out worriedly. She was born and raised in the wild world. She is very clear about the danger of the wild world. Don't worry. Master, she has a sense of proportion. Yi Feng shook his head and didn't think much about it. Since she didn't come, let's do what we should do first. You should all have noticed the difference in this Peach Blossom Island. Immediately afterwards, Yi Feng briefly explained the recent events and the fact that Peach Blossom Island is a fairyland. Spadesuit, the number of people on Peach Blossom Island suddenly increased. 50 dragon blood warriors led by AI Xuanhuan lived in the upper part of the island at the request of Yi Wendian. That is, he and Tang Xiefeng lived nearby. Of course, Yi Wendian would not let these people live on the side of Yi Feng and the girls to disturb their good affairs. And Yang Shunning led 80 soul cultivators. They didn't need a place to stay. It's a pity that the wild world is indeed very dangerous. In such a short period of time, 2 soul cultivators finally perished. Their actions are carried out according to the team. But when they are in danger, one of them is often cut off, and the others escape. Generally speaking, according to the characteristics of soul cultivators who can fly and fly very fast, most of them can escape safely. But there are always special circumstances. Let the broken people stay forever. It's okay. This happened only twice. But even so, the Soul Cultivation Legion lost 2 members. It made Yang Shunning, Yi Feng and the others silent for a while. For Yi Feng, those two people followed him to the Menghuang realm and disappeared completely. But he actually left them in such a dangerous place. Xiaoya, you don't have to blame yourself. Yang Shuning comforted, if it wasn't for you, we would all have gone to see God when the nuclear submarine exploded. How could it be possible to see a completely different world from before? After hearing Yang Shuning's words, Yi Feng felt a little better. Yang Shuning, Ai Xuanhuan, and the others were all surprised by the fairyland Peach Blossom Island. The aura of heaven and earth here is much richer than that in the Menghuang realm. In fact, the concentration of heaven and earth spiritual energy in ordinary places in the wild world is not as good as that of any blessed place on the earth. Therefore, there is no obvious effect on improving the speed of cultivation. But in Peach Blossom Island, that feeling is too obvious. If you want to compare the concentration of spiritual energy in the world, Peach Blossom Island is at least 10 times higher than that near the Sar tribe in the Menghuang realm. Therefore, it can increase the cultivation speed and meridian expansion speed of immortal cultivators by 50%. For Yi Feng, his current cultivation level is as high as 55 years. Normally, if he wants to expand his meridians and increase his cultivation level by 1 year, it will take about 10 days. 1 month can only increase the upper limit of cultivation for 2 or 3 years, and 1 year can only increase the upper limit of cultivation for more than 30 years. As the cultivation base increases, it becomes more and more difficult to widen the meridians. At 100 years of cultivation, 1 year can only increase the upper limit of several years of cultivation. For example, those at the level of Su Feiying, Yi Wendian, and Tang Xiefeng. That's how it is. Of course, Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng haven't absorbed the treasures of heaven, material and earth to improve their cultivation for a long time, but they have been keeping on broadening their meridians. At this time, the upper limit of their cultivation has been 150 to 60 years. This is their advantage over Su Feiying. After all, Su Feiying is still young. Of course, the speed of widening the meridians is also related to the mental method of the immortal cultivator. When practicing advanced mental methods, the speed of widening the meridians is the same as the natural growth rate of the cultivation base. There is the same growth rate. For example, the current purple sword orchid is cultivating the middle-level immortal cultivation method, the Frost Star Immortal Jew. Its cultivation speed and meridian expansion speed are twice as fast as Yi Feng's. Long Wan or 7th grade Immortal Vein Jade Body made her cultivation speed and meridian expansion speed 70% faster than Yi Feng's. If the environment of Peach Blossom Island is adding another 50%, the gap will be even bigger. The speed of Zi Jianlan's cultivation will be 2.5 times that of ordinary people, and the speed of Long Wanner's cultivation will be 2.2 times that of ordinary people. Even in Peach Blossom Island, Yi Feng is only 1.5 times that of ordinary people. He feels that his current cultivation is mainly limited by the upper limit of cultivation. Therefore, occupying Peach Blossom Island is really an excellent thing for him. Now 1 month can increase the upper limit of 5 or 6 years of cultivation. After 1 month, you will be able to absorb Luotian water, and your cultivation will be raised to 60 years. Yi Feng calculated in his heart. His half bottle of Luotian water contained thousands of drops, so he was not stingy. He gathered Yang Shuning and 80 soul cultivators and handed them the Luotian water. It took only half an hour. The cultivation bases of all soul cultivators had been raised to more than 20 years. And Yang Shuning absorbed 1 more spirit stone, reaching 45 years. In addition, Zhao Yi and Ling Chen also absorbed Lingshi and Luotian water. They have cultivated for 40 years and 35 years, respectively. At this time, Yi Feng finally decided to formally establish the organization Battle Soul Army. Among them, Yang Shuning served as the commander of the army. Zhao Yi and Ling Chen served as the deputy commanders. They jointly led 80 soul cultivators. Yang Shuning was originally a vice admiral of the Huaguan Navy. Many aspects are worth learning from Zhao Yi and Ling Chen. Cup. Xiaochen. From now on, you will follow Commander Yang's orders. Yi Feng gave the order. Yes, Brother Yi. The two shouted in unison. Not to mention that Yang Shuning was a vice admiral before his death. At this time, Yang Shuning's cultivation base was also higher than the two of them. The two knew that Yang Shuning must have gone through untold hardships in the wild world to be able to improve his cultivation base so quickly. So they only had admiration. Follow Yang Shuning. They believe that they will definitely learn a lot. As for the soul control art, after cultivating to the level of Yang Shuning, a more powerful soul art has finally been derived. For soul cultivation, it uses soul power. If it is cast, it is also the most powerful way to perform authentic soul art. For example, the dirty earth bone spear that Zhao Yi and Ling Chen learned before is actually just a half-baked soul technique. The first authentic soul art. You can try to comprehend it when you have practiced the soul control art for 30 years. Now in the entire battle soul army, only Yang Shuning, Zhao Yi, and Ling Chen have comprehended it. It's not that the other battle spirit troops are not strong enough. It's just that they don't have enough understanding of soul power control. Yang Shuning is more talented. Zhao Yi and Ling Chen have been following Yi Feng's side all the time. Soul art. Soul breaking slash. Gather soul power into a blade. Specially attack people's souls and destroy people's 3 souls and 7 souls. If you get the trick, all 3 souls and 7 souls will be wiped out. In the terms of the earth, you will become a vegetable. Even if you only lose 1 soul or 1 soul, it can greatly reduce the enemy's combat effectiveness. The most important thing is, with the current methods of the martial arts circle in Huagua, it is extremely difficult to restore the 3 souls and 7 souls that have been chopped off. Only Indian Buddhism, Zen, and Brahma have research on souls. Maybe they can deal with such weird and domineering moves like breaking the soul. Of course. This is not to say that everyone in the martial arts circle of Huagua should be afraid of the people of the War Soul Army. As long as the cultivation level is higher than that of Yang Shuning and others, and the inner energy shield is condensed, it can also resist the broken soul. However, one of the major disadvantages of the broken soul is that it wants to use it with great momentum and wind gusts. Spadesuit. Even if martial arts masters can't detect the existence of the soul cultivator, when they perform soul breaking slash, it will definitely make the other party alert. Therefore, the first authentic soul art of breaking the soul is not very strong in actual combat. Of course, the soul cultivator can at least be invincible against the people in the martial arts. This alone is enough for the fighting soul army to rule the world up. It's just that if you go to the wild world or return to the world of cultivating immortals, it won't be like this. After Yi Feng made arrangements for the battle soul army, he called AI Xuanhuan over alone. Xiao AI, the dragon blood warriors under your command. I will not provide them with natural materials and earthly treasures for the time being. Yi Feng arranged and said, they are all cultivating the star refining immortal code. They are also in the fairyland of Peach Blossom Island. The speed of cultivation is 3.5 times that of ordinary people. Soon some people will reach the level of 30 years of cultivation. AI Xuan listened quietly, and soon his eyes lit up. Brother Yi, you mean, let's see who among them can comprehend the second picture of the alchemy of stars and continue to practice. Do you want to focus on training again? Smart. Exactly. Yi Feng glanced at the little girl appreciatively. The 50 dragon blood warriors she brought now have all been cultivated for about 20 years. If they practice on Peach Blossom Island, they will also find some natural treasures in the wild. In addition, their cultivation speed is already very fast. So 30 years of cultivation is not far away. Just like the original disciple of Peach Blossom Island, Hua Wuxiwei has cultivated for nearly 60 years at such a young age. As a fairyland, Peach Blossom Island is definitely one of the best holy places for cultivation in the world. Xiaoai, this is yours. Yi Feng took out a drop of Luotian water and a spirit stone and handed them to Ai Xuan. Ai Xuan was taken aback for a moment. Then she waved her hands and said, Brother Yi, I don't use spirit stones. I have absorbed them before. Oh. Yi Feng was surprised. He thought it was no wonder. Now Ai Xuan has cultivated for 60 years. And it is true energy cultivation. It seems that there has been a lot of progress in this period of time. And to be so tyrannical at such a young age. The spirit stone has almost certainly been absorbed. Absorbing it again will not have the effect of improving cultivation. Yi Feng took back the spirit stone and gave Ai Xuan a drop of Luotian water. Ai Xuan did not refuse this time. Holding Luotian water in her hands, her pretty face flushed with excitement. Just absorb it here. Yi Feng said. Ai Xuan also knew that when a drop of Luotian water was separated from the half bottle, the aura of heaven and earth would be lost very quickly. Therefore, she nodded and didn't say much, and began to absorb it on the spot. Seeing this cute and sexy girl with her eyes tightly closed in front of her, beads of sweat dripping from her pretty face, Yi Feng nodded lightly. At this stage, under Yi Feng's influence, in terms of cultivation, Ai Xuan is still the highest. Of course, Su Feiying is not counted. Otherwise, they would not be able to compare with Su Feiying. No matter how fast Yi Feng progresses, it is impossible to surpass Su Feiying in a short time. It's a pity that Ai Xuan is cultivating the sacrificial mentality of the Menghuang realm tribe. She can't use the fairy art nebula crossing. Otherwise, Yi Feng's strongest sword will be even more terrifying. Now that Ai Xuan and Yang Shuning have returned to Earth, of course they won't be able to go back in a short time. Unless the total amount of true energy of Yi Feng and the others can reach the combined level of Su Feiying and Huiyun Demon Lord, otherwise it is really impossible. Activate the cross-boundary teleportation array. But now, the total amount of their true energy is still too small. Even the total amount is only about 1/5 of that of Su Feiying and Fire Cloud Demon Lord. Soon, Ai Xuan absorbed the heaven and earth aura of Luoshenchui. Her cultivation reached 65 years. It can be seen that the quality of the sacrificial mentality she cultivated is also not low. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have such a high cultivation limit in her 20s. Of course. What level is it? Yi Feng didn't ask much. For Ai Xuan, the sacrificial method of the Sar tribe must be a tribal secret. It is not appropriate for outsiders to inquire about it. Besides, Yi Feng is not very interested in the sacrificial method. But he doesn't know. If he asks, Ai Xuan will definitely tell him everything. After all, in Ai Xuan's eyes, Yi Feng was able to invite the remnants of the ancient gods to be his reinforcements. His status was higher than the ancestors of the Thrall tribe. Yi Feng didn't know this. Even if he knows, I'm afraid he can only smile helplessly. Yang Shuning and Ai Xuan led their people here. Yi Feng made arrangements, and it took a total of more than 2 hours. Then he returned to his own courtyard to rest. Take the time to recover his true energy. In the case of meditation and breathing adjustment, the recovery speed of true energy is twice as fast as usual. An hour later, Yi Feng's true energy recovered. Finally, someone from the Battle Soul Army came to report the news. It said that it was on the sea outside Peach Blossom Island. Finally, several warships appeared. It seemed that they were heading for Peach Blossom Island. At this time, it was past 4 o'clock in the morning. Yi Feng didn't wake up Long Wanner and the others. Instead, he came to the beach alone with several soul cultivators from the Battle Soul Army. Ling Chen's sea breeze was icy cold. But it was nothing to Yi Feng. He looked into the distance. With his eyesight strengthened due to his cultivation, he could see clearly even in the dark. In the distance, there were 4 warships approaching this place. They were menacing, but very cautious look. The Chinese Navy was dispatched. And the scale is much larger than the last time the East China Sea was dispatched. This time, there are 4 warships, 1 cruiser, and 3 frigates. The cost alone is dozens of times that of the last destroyer. And the equipment is even more excellent. It should be someone from the National Security Agency and the military. Yi Feng thought in his heart, observing the 4 warships approaching the sea with great interest. He was very curious. With Huagua's scientific and technological means, can he discover the existence of Peach Blossom Island in the mirage of 1,000 images? Since the other party sent so many warships, they must be treating the situation here very seriously. In other words, they must have used satellites to monitor the sea area. They must have found something wrong. That's why they are serious. Otherwise, if you know the situation, why use so much manpower and material resources? Soon, 10 members of the War Soul Army flew out of Peach Blossom Island and greeted the 4 approaching warships. Their mission is to monitor each other, not to block them. Therefore, there is absolutely no danger. Although the technology is very advanced now, it is definitely not to the extent that ghosts can be detected. After becoming a soul cultivator, its essence is just a ghost. Yi Feng didn't move. He stood calmly on the coast of Peach Blossom Island. Soon, 4 warships came within 5 kilometers of Peach Blossom Island. Obviously, they began to discover problems. No matter in their naked eyes, or monitoring instruments, radars, etc., they did not find any trace of Peach Blossom Island at all. You must know that in the past, Peach Blossom Island was only protected by ordinary phantom arrays. The military used high-tech radars, and it could barely detect it. But now, there is not even a trace of it. News of the 10 members of the War Soul Army kept coming, allowing Yi Feng to clearly understand the current situation on the warship. The cruiser stopped, and the 3 frigates began to drive around the original direction of Peach Blossom Island, and seemed to want to change the direction for inspection. It's a pity that Yi Feng knows very well that no matter which direction they switch to, it is impossible to find the location of Peach Blossom Island. Besides, they may not be able to change directions. The range of influence of 1,000 images illusion has just expanded to within 5 kilometers of Peach Blossom Island. When the 3 frigates got closer to the 5-kilometer range, they soon found that the direction of the ship was out of control. No matter how close they were to that area, they would always be diverted by the undercurrent of the seabed. There must be something wrong with this place. But the Navy didn't know what the problem was. No matter what angle you look at, no matter what means you use to observe, there is only one big sea, and the sea is not calm. Rough waves, violent winds, and tornadoes are only concentrated in the central area. Could it be that Peach Blossom Island has sunk? Many members of the Navy are thinking. What the hell is that brat Yi Feng doing? Quan Chongsong frowned, standing on the deck of the cruiser, looking at the scene of the storm 5 kilometers away. He couldn't figure it out. I think the images of the storm are fake. Geng Chaoyang of the radical faction said firmly, we can send a helicopter to parachute up. No. The captain of the cruiser shook his head resolutely. Whether it is a strong wind, a heavy rain, or the detection of submarine turbulence instruments are all real. Don't act rashly, otherwise it will be too dangerous. People in the military are timid. Geng Chaoyang snorted softly. Then I can teach you how to do this. The captain of the cruiser said with a smile on his face. In terms of rank, he is not as good as Geng Chaoyang and Quan Chongsong, so he can't contradict him face to face, but if he says some teasing words, the other party can't help him. Just go and prepare the boat. Geng Chaoyang has often dealt with the martial arts world and has a certain level of understanding of phantom formations, which is not comparable to those in the Navy. Regardless of Quan Chongsong's dissuasion, he took 3 heavily armed members of the National Security Bureau into a small boat and drove directly from the cruiser towards the stormy central area. 3 members of the National Security Agency are fully armed with diving equipment, blue light guns, etc. As an elite member of the National Security Bureau, Geng Chaoyang's equipment is much lighter, but the combat power he can display is definitely stronger than the sum of the 3 ordinary members. On land, Geng Chaoyang's reaction, speed, and wisdom are enough to fight against a strong man like Long Moran. It's a pity that he's at sea now, and he's facing Yi Feng, who is stronger than Long Moran and who knows how many people from Peach Blossom Island. Interesting. Yi Feng watched Geng Chaoyang coming in a speedboat from afar, his lips curled up and he shook his head, not wanting to pay attention to him. Just these few people riding a speedboat will definitely not be able to break through the obstacles of the 1,000 illusions. The speedboat quickly sailed into Peach Blossom Island within 5 kilometers. Geng Chaoyang and the others saw scenes that began to change, but Yi Feng didn't know exactly what they saw. All he saw was that the speedboat made a circle on the sea, then sailed straight out, left the island and returned to the direction of the cruiser. After 5 kilometers away from Peach Blossom Island, Geng Chaoyang and the 3 National Security Bureau members were dumbfounded. They always felt that they were walking forward, bravely riding the wind and waves, and saw that they were about to reach the center of the storm. Why did a cruiser suddenly appear in front of him? No, this cruiser is the one they set off from. Hallucination. Geng Chaoyang gritted his teeth and looked back. Sure enough, the stormy sea was still on the sea behind him, and it looked extremely terrifying. He does not believe in evil. Go again. The speedboat turned around and continued to drive towards Peach Blossom Island. On Peach Blossom Island and the members of the War Soul Army who flew out to monitor the warship, they couldn't help but feel curious and expectant when they saw Geng Chaoyang coming again. Although they heard from Yi Feng that the 1,000-image illusion surrounding this Peach Blossom Island is amazing, they haven't seen exactly how awesome it is. This time, Geng Chaoyang took the speedboat and did not turn back in the opposite direction, but followed the outline of Peach Blossom Island all the way to the other side of Peach Blossom Island. Judging from the expressions of the people on the speedboat, they were obviously experiencing a stormy scene when they circled Peach Blossom Island. But in fact those are hallucinations. Soon they went all the way out of the 5-kilometer range, and the hallucinations gradually disappeared. What's going on and nothing? Geng Chaoyang looked back and frowned. He passed the center of the tornado in a speedboat, and the stormy waves swept in a straight line, but he really didn't touch the land. He thinks he's going in a straight line, but actually he's making a big circle. He will never understand this anyway. This is so weird. Geng Chaoyang frowned. It's not that he has no brains, on the contrary, he can become an elite member of the National Security Bureau. He is very smart, but the current situation is beyond his comprehension. He continued to drive the speedboat around Peach Blossom Island. Every time he felt that he was walking in a straight line and past the center of the most violent storm, but in fact it was just surrounding Peach Blossom Island. After breaking through the wind and waves, he found that the speedboat went to the other direction of the wind and wave area. It seems that there is only the storm in this sea area. The Peach Blossom Island in this place has completely disappeared. And this is also the same as the detection results of the National Detection Satellite. That's what makes them feel incredible. I heard Ouyang Ti, the owner of Peach Blossom Island, and the others say that the island was occupied by that kid Yi Feng, but how could it disappear? Now the facts are in front of them, so they can't help but believe it. Seeing Geng Chaoyang being played around, Yi Feng nodded lightly. Qianxiang Mirage is really extraordinary. The other party has been played hard and still doesn't know it at all. Soon Gung Chaoyang and 3 National Security Bureau members returned to the cruiser. At this time, the captain of the cruiser has issued an order for the 3 frigates to return to the site of the cruiser and stand by. In response to the situation Gung Chaoyang encountered, both the National Security Bureau and the military convened an emergency meeting. The occurrence of such a weird event within the territorial waters of one's own country will definitely attract the attention of the country's upper echelon, and Lin Zhaolansheng's father, Lin Dedian, is one of the participants in the national high-level meeting. Yi Feng, this kid is really a headache. Lin Dedian sat in the conference room. He felt that he really couldn't communicate with Yi Feng, a brat. He asked Lin Shiqing to warn Yi Feng not to go too far, but now it seems that this warning has little effect. When the National Security Bureau, the military and the government held an emergency meeting, Yi Feng leisurely returned to his resting courtyard. For Qianxiang Mirage, now he is completely at ease. Even if there were any emergencies, there would be people from the Battle Soul Army watching at any time, and no one would sneak onto the island. Next, Yi Feng finally had a good night's sleep. When he woke up, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning, and he felt refreshed. As a cultivator, 5 hours of sleep a day is considered a lot for him, and he doesn't feel tired at all. Unless his true qi is too exhausted, he doesn't need much sleep. When I woke up, nothing special happened. When Yi Feng walked out of the room, he could smell the fragrance from the kitchen. It was Su Menghan and the girls who used the rice from Peach Blossom Island to make breakfast. There is no farmland on Peach Blossom Island, so the rice must have been brought back from the outside world. When everyone on Peach Blossom Island was driven away, of course it was too late to take away the food. Su Menghan, Long Waner, Zhang Xinyun, Zi Jianlan, Ai Xuanhuan, the 5 girls got together to cook breakfast, but except for Su Menghan, the other 4 girls basically just added to the chaos. It's just that there are more breakfasts that need to be cooked on the island now, so I called 4 other people to help. On Peach Blossom Island, cooking stoves are still used to burn firewood. Although it is not very convenient, the meals produced are indeed much more fragrant than electric rice cookers and gas stoves in the city. What's rare is that Su Menghan didn't bother. If it was replaced by most other girls in the city, who would still be willing to use the stove to cook? Of course, Su Menghan still has a great advantage over those ordinary girls, that is, she doesn't need to burn firewood, just condense the red flame fireball directly. As for the extremely hot fireball, there is no need for that. If the temperature is too high, what you make will not be rice, but a pot of black paste. Su Menghan's virtuousness and virtue made Yi Feng like it even more. Just bring Shu Shu and mother over earlier. Yi Feng thought in his heart, and soon finished breakfast with all the girls. Those who also need breakfast are the 50 dragon blood warriors, brought by Ai Xuan. As for the soul repair soldiers of the War Soul Army, they don't need these ordinary food. When the situation here stabilizes, it should not take a few days. Yi Feng said to the girls, when the time comes, take my aunt and the others over. As for Dao Scar and the others in the south, they should stay in the Luofu mountain cave for a while. In a short time, the gap between the cave and the immortal realm is not very big. That place also affected Yi Feng's next thought. Of course, now is not the time to think about that matter. The girls nodded. I'll go out and call Uncle Lin. After Yi Feng finished speaking, Yu Jian flew high into the sky, and used the invisibility technique to get out of the range of Peach Blossom Island. In fairylands, caves, and blessed lands like Peach Blossom Island, radio signals cannot be transmitted, so it is impossible to make a phone call, and it can only be done outside the range. The Uncle Lin Yi Feng mentioned was of course Lin Dedian. On the one hand, he shut out the National Security Bureau on Peach Blossom Island, and on the other hand, let the National Security Bureau protect his people in Yanjing, which was unrealistic in the first place. So, it's time for a showdown with the state. Uncle Lin. Yi Feng dialed Lin Dishan's number and greeted him respectfully. Yifeng? You kid, what the hell are you doing? Lin Dedian scolded over head to head. The situation on Peach Blossom Island is really too big. If Lin Dedian hadn't suppressed it with all his strength, the National Security Bureau had even made a decision to take several people from Yifeng's villa as hostages and force Yifeng gave in. It's just that Lin Dedian knows Yifeng's character. If that's the case, the relationship between the National Security Bureau and Yifeng will be rotten. Anyway, the current Yifeng is still biased towards the country, and the National Security Bureau also thinks that Yifeng can be relied on to deal with the three hidden places. Under various reasons, the high-level officials of the National Security Bureau, who are ready to move, can be suppressed. Uncle Lin, calm down, don't you want to report this to you? Yifeng chuckled. I've already occupied Peach Blossom Island, Uncle Lin, don't worry, if you have any instructions or tasks in the future, just leave it to me. As for the original Peach Blossom Island people, I believe Kunlun Mountain and Punlai Island are you willing to accept it? As soon as these words came out, Lin Dedian was stunned. Yifeng really occupied Peach Blossom Island. Seniors from the military and the National Security Bureau should have tried it before. Now my Peach Blossom Island is as solid as gold, and outsiders will never be able to get in. Uncle Lin, you can rest assured. Yifeng continued, I very much hope to cooperate with the seniors of the National Security Bureau to attack foreign forces. He has already expressed his attitude, firmly standing on the side of the National Security Bureau, but at the same time telling the National Security Bureau not to push him too hard. The current Peach Blossom Island is no longer the Peach Blossom Island of the past, and it is even more difficult to approach than before. Do you want to replace Ouyang Ti's original influence and become one of the three hidden places in Huagua? Lin Dedian asked solemnly. Good. Yifeng answered honestly. Ha ha ha. Lin Dedian smiled happily. He didn't expect that Yifeng not only dared to think like this, but also dared to put it into practice. Since this is the case, a task will be entrusted to you soon. If you agree, I can ask the National Security Bureau to admit your control of Peach Blossom Island. How about it? Lin Dedian asked, quite meaningfully. Uncle Lin, please tell me. Yifeng said bluntly, if it's not an excessive task, I, Yifeng, will definitely devote myself to death. It's very simple. When you attack Peach Blossom Island, the Pecan Group, the Viper Organization, and the United States have already taken action. Lin Dedian solemnly said, you just need to deal with them. It's easy. Yifeng agreed without thinking. These foreign forces are no problem for Yifeng. Just relying on the 1,000-image illusion outside Peach Blossom Island, he is already invincible. To attack, there is a battle spirit army, to retreat, there is a 1,000-image illusion. Obviously, in order for the National Security Bureau to admit his control over Peach Blossom Island, he had to do something for the National Security Bureau, which was impossible. Of course, for Yifeng, this matter is not difficult. After the conversation, Lin Dedian hung up the phone quite satisfied, and Yifeng came back to his senses, and saw that in the waters 5 kilometers away from Peach Blossom Island, in addition to the 4 Navy warships, there was also a classical sailing ship. It was the sailboat originally owned by Peach Blossom Island. The War Soul Army reported that Ouyang Ti, Monk Hua and others were all there on that sailboat, but a group of people looked at each other in blank dismay at the current Peach Blossom Island. Peach Blossom Island is gone. Last night, some of them relied on their cultivation to get close to Peach Blossom Island, but when they swam all the way through the center of the storm, they found that there was no trace of the island. This cast a shadow over the hearts of the Taohua Island disciples on the entire classical sailing boat. Like the previous military, Ouyang Ti, Hua Hashang and others have nothing to do with the current situation around Peach Blossom Island. And just after Yifeng made that phone call to Lin Dedian, the actual situation here was known by the military and the top officials of the National Security Bureau. Under high-level dispatch, all 4 warships and people from the National Security Bureau were evacuated from Peach Blossom Island. Geng Chaoyang is very upset. Even though he is an elite member of the National Security Bureau, he is not qualified to know higher-level things, so he has no idea why his superiors asked him to withdraw. But he had to obey the orders from above, so he had to retreat with the warship. The xuanhuan Navy, the military, and the National Security Bureau didn't seem to be taking advantage of it. Instead, they used manpower and material resources for nothing, but this also put pressure on Yifeng, so he easily agreed to deal with the forces in the United States. Whether it is the Mi***Feng, the Pecan Group, or the Viper Organization, they are all threats to Huagua. The US has always been eyeing it. Needless to say, the Pecan Group wears the same trousers as the US in the general direction. As for the Viper Organization, it recruits elite killers from all over the world. In Huagua, some elites are often assassinated by the Viper Organization. No matter which one of these 3 forces is an extremely difficult opponent, the most difficult one to deal with is undoubtedly Mi***Feng. After all, they have strong technological strength. Under such circumstances, it is undoubtedly a very good choice to take this opportunity to hand over these 3 forces to Yifeng. Originally, the idea of the National Security Bureau and the top officials of the country was to make Yifeng a pawn to check and balance with Indi, but now Yifeng's strength has far exceeded their expectations. In this case, it would be too overkill to use it for internal checks and balances. From this point of view, the interests of Yifeng and the country are consistent. The United States and other 3 forces want to take action against Yifeng. Yifeng will definitely solve it himself. Using this condition in exchange for the support of the country is undoubtedly very cost-effective. The withdrawal of the military made Ouyang Ti and others on Taohua Island full of doubts. Although their relationship between Peach Blossom Island and the military is usually not very face to the military, but at this time they hope that the military can stay with them to investigate the current situation of Peach Blossom Island. However, the military withdrew. Hua Wuxue, do you have any more contact with that Yifeng? Ouyang Ti finally found Hua Wuxue and asked. There is none left. Hua Wuxue frowned and shook her head. He is very strong and is not an ordinary martial artist. We have never seen or heard of many moves. Not bad, just because he can fly is far better than most of us in the martial arts world. Monk Hua sighed. The island owner received 2 messages. At this moment, a disciple of Taohua Island made a noise and handed a mobile phone to Ouyang Ti. Ouyang Ti saw that it was the pawns he had arranged in the secular military and the other 2 hidden places that had received the news. Very well, the changes on Peach Blossom Island have attracted the attention of the United States, the Pecan Group, and the Viper Organization. Let's wait and see what happens. Anyway, none of us are on Peach Blossom Island. Ouyang Ti's eyes lit up when he saw the news. As for us to go to meet the people from Punlai Island and Kunlun Mountain first, the people from Punlai and Kunlun Mountains can't sit idly by when Peach Blossom Island encounters such a situation. They sent someone. An elder raised his eyebrows and asked. Not bad, just wait in Shanghai. Ouyang Ti nodded. The news here spread quickly. The other 2 hidden places have already heard the news. They finally sent someone to contact the people from Peach Blossom Island. It's a pity that what makes Ouyang Ti feel a little ominous is that the people sent by the 2 hidden places are not very strong, and it seems that they don't pay much attention to this matter. I'm afraid it will be difficult to get those 2 hidden lands to help take back Peach Blossom Island. Of course, Ouyang Ti didn't really want to rely on them. He just waited for the actions of the Mi country to be over, and then acted according to the situation. I hope that the people of the Mi country can fight to find out the details of Yifeng now. Following the evacuation of the 4 warships of the military, the classical sailboats on Peach Blossom Island also left this sea area. Although there seems to be no one around, there is no doubt that there will always be people from all walks of life here to monitor. The most important means is to monitor satellites. In order to avoid the upcoming conflict between the United States and Yifeng, no matter what force wants to stay nearby to avoid being dragged into it, the detection methods can only rely on surveillance satellites and various high-magnification telescopes. Of course Yifeng knew about this, but he didn't care. Surveillance is surveillance, anyway, it is impossible to see through the illusion of 1,000 images. The news of the Battle Soul Army has come back. Soon Zhao Bei flew back from the side and reported the situation to Yifeng excitedly. Well, how to say? Yifeng turned around and asked. The Pecan Group and the Viper Group reached a consensus and several warships are approaching us. Zhao Bei told what he had observed. They dare not get too close, after all, this is the territorial waters of Huagua, but those modern warships have strong long-range strike capabilities, and they may directly bomb our Peach Blossom Island. I'm not afraid that it's impossible for ships, people or missiles to fly to Peach Blossom Island. Yifeng waved his hand. 1,000 illusions will also have an impact on the guidance system of the missile, otherwise the people in the National Security Bureau will definitely not be fooled around. Then we'll let them fight. Zhao Bei is puzzled. Of course not. The corner of Yifeng's mouth twitched. I will dispatch the speedboat to prepare, and all members of the Soul Army will be on standby. The Pecan Group and the Viper Group originally did not interfere with each other, but because of Yifeng, a common enemy, they actually united together. As for the fact that Feng doesn't want to be with this kind of non-governmental organization, he must still be watching the fun from behind. To deal with these two organizations, Yifeng doesn't want to take action himself, but just wants to train the Soul Army to see how the Soul Army's execution ability is. Yes. Hearing what Yifeng said, Zhao Bei knew what he was thinking, and he accepted the order happily. Yang Shunning and the 80 soldiers of the War Soul Army were originally members of the Huagua Navy. If they were to deal with the Huagua Navy or the National Security Bureau, they would definitely feel conflicted. But let them deal with foreign forces in the United States, they are all absolutely excited. Originally, when they were in the nuclear submarine, they had always fantasized about being able to fight the red Japanese devils and American guys, but it was a pity that they were attacked and destroyed by the people of the Pecan Group. If it wasn't for Yifeng, they could only hate the seabed. However, now they have the opportunity to personally deal with foreign forces and %. The waters near Peach Blossom Island. The temporary stability has calmed down. However, in the Western Ocean that can't be seen at a glance, warships from the Pecan Group and the Viper organization are coming over overnight. It is only 100 nautical miles away from Peach Blossom Island. Because of Yang Shunning's rich experience as a vice admiral, last night he sent 2 members of the War Soul Army to fly to the western waters to investigate the movement of the United States. Therefore, when the 3 destroyers approached Peach Blossom Island far away and stopped in the waters not far from Peach Blossom Island, they were immediately discovered by the War Soul Army. This made Yifeng feel that Yang Shunning's arrival was a timely help. Otherwise, he would not be able to grasp the movement of the enemy so far away. And soul cultivators can use a special method to transmit messages. The speed of this kind of information transmission far exceeds the transmission speed of radio and the like in modern society. Most importantly, this kind of messaging. It is impossible to be blocked or intercepted. The current Pecan Group and the Viper Organization Alliance don't even know that their every move is under Yifeng's nose. They thought that only Hua can monitor them. In their eyes, it is impossible for the news from the Hua *** side to reach the island so quickly. After all, there has always been a confrontation between the Hua *** side and Taohua Island. Remote attack. The top leaders of the Pecan Group and the Viper Organization jointly made this decision. After all, what Yifeng has done in the past has caused heavy losses to the Pecan Group and the United States. They no longer dare to get closer. And just as their 3 destroyers were preparing to attack the direction of Peach Blossom Island with cruise missiles, Yi Feng had already set off on a speedboat, leading 50 members of the War Soul Army. On the speedboat, apart from Yi Feng, there was also xuanhuan, who was determined to join in the fun. This girl is very keen on fighting. They're ready to fire. The news came from the Battle Spirit Army at the front. It made the whole Battle Spirit Army members feel tense. Although they have seen the blocking effect of Qianxiang Mirage on speedboats and humans, they really don't know whether they can withstand the bombardment of long-range artillery fire. They were not immortal cultivators. Therefore, there are still disputes about whether the things in the realm of cultivating immortals are better than modern technology. Now, before we get to the vicinity of the 3 warships, why not worry about whether the enemy's missile fire can pose a threat to Peach Blossom Island? Hey! You're really not worried? xuanhuan was on the speedboat. She leaned against Yi Feng's arms and asked with a smile. Her little hand was stroking her soft black hair, and she looked very cute. Compared to this, I'm more worried about another thing. Yi Feng shook his head and sighed. What's up? xuanhuan asked, curiously. Yi Feng chuckled. He lowered his head and glanced at her flat and sexy belly. Of course it's this one. xuanhuan. Have you ever thought about having a baby? Go to hell. xuanhuan was a little lazy at first, but when she heard this, she blushed and cursed softly. What are you going to die for? Talk about business. Yi Feng leaned close to her ear. Do you want to? xuanhuan asked back. In no mood. Yi Feng answered very simply and neatly. He is still young. Even in this body on earth, he is not even the legal age of marriage in China. How could he want a child? Then what are you asking? xuanhuan was very puzzled. The old man keeps asking. I suddenly thought of it. Just ask you to see. Yi Feng shook his head, since you don't want it either. That's great. xuanhuan nodded her head lightly. She didn't know what she thought of. Her face was getting redder and redder. That cute appearance came into Yi Feng's eyes, which made his little friend a little impulsive again. Counting it, it's been a long time since I made out with xuanhuan. Thinking of this, Yi Feng tightly hugged the hands of the little girl in his arms, and decided to accompany her at night. Of course. It is impossible for Yi Feng to be on this speedboat in a frenzy. Soon, under the supervision of 2 members of the War Soul Army, the 3 destroyers jointly formed by the Pecan Group and the Viper organization finally launched a cruise missile each. The distance of more than 100 kilometers is nothing to the current technology of the Pecan Group. The cruise missiles are so far apart. They can still guide and lock the target with ease. And the flight speed of precision-guided cruise missiles is also higher than that of Yi Feng's Yujian. In just 10 minutes, the 3 cruise missiles have already arrived not far from Peach Blossom Island. The 3 missiles flew close to the surface of the sea at a very high speed. Yi Feng watched them fly by several kilometers away, but did not stop or intercept them. Because he also wanted to see the defense capability of Qianxiang Mirage against precision-guided weapons. Shwa. 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 The missile flies fast, draws a wave on the sea surface, and flies towards the direction of Peach Blossom Island. Soon, 3 missiles were fired into the range of 5 kilometers of Taohua Island. Boom. 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 Almost when entering the range of Qianxiang Mirage, the 3 missiles exploded immediately. There was no delay at all, and 3 huge water splashes exploded. The hidden Peach Blossom Island, which is 5 kilometers away, has not been affected in the slightest. The defense of the 1,000 illusions is not just a simple illusion. It can also cause violent flow of seawater and air. Those 3 cruise missiles are very powerful. If they explode normally, they can definitely cause damage to targets 5 kilometers away. But at this time, the power of its explosion was blown to other directions along with the strong air current under the influence of the thousand-image illusion. Whether it was the fragments of the missile, or the splashes and flames from the explosion, they were all blown away by the strong wind. Qianxiang Mirage looks very weak, but it is actually so strong. Even Yifeng himself was a little surprised. Under the sea surface, on the sea surface, and in the air, the Thousand Illusion Realm has all-round protection. Although it is not a specific infuriating barrier, once foreign enemies are found to invade, the air flow speed in specific parts will suddenly increase. At the moment when the 3 missiles exploded, Qianxiang Mirage was activated immediately, which intensified the air flow and blocked the destructive force generated by the explosion. In this case, the entire Peach Blossom Island is as solid as gold. I just don't know how powerful the Qianxiang illusion can withstand the bombing at most. Regarding this point, Yifeng has no idea at all. After all, it must be the first time for him to use Qianxiang Mirage to resist the missile explosives of modern technology on the Earth. However, even in the immortal cultivation realm, it is extremely difficult to crack the formation. The performance on the Earth should not be too bad. Okay. Let's go. The corner of Yifeng's mouth curled up. He restarted the speedboat and headed towards the Western Sea. Since the opponent's missile attack is ineffective against Peach Blossom Island, it's time for Yifeng to settle accounts with the opponent. Shoot at brother's territory. Be prepared to bear brother's wrath. The 3 destroyers of the Pecan Group and the Viper organization released 3 missiles. They observed the effects of these 3 missiles from a distance. But soon, everyone was shocked by the sight from afar. When the 3 missiles were approaching their target, which should have been an island, they accidentally exploded first. The power of the explosion was completely blocked. At the target location, they didn't see any objects at all. The stormy illusion of last night has disappeared. It is replaced by a sunny scene. It looks like a calm sea. If it weren't for the Pecan Group, they would have known the precise location of Peach Blossom Island. They couldn't find that place at all. That was the position they could only detect with satellites in the past. As for now, after being shrouded in the illusion of 1,000 phenomena, even with the use of satellites, they can't find the trace of Peach Blossom Island. Damn. The commanders of the Pecan Group and the Viper organization cursed secretly when they got the news. It seems that Peach Blossom Island was not captured so easily. Although the Huaguan Navy and the National Security Bureau did not participate, but that kid named Yifeng alone was able to resist their offensive. For Yifeng, these 2 major forces are well understood. Pecan Group has repeatedly suffered heavy losses because of Yifeng. Even 2 very important American-Chinese chairmen died in Yifeng's hands. The Viper organization took on a mission to assassinate Yifeng, but failed repeatedly. This made Viper's reputation in the world drop a lot. Today's Yifeng, because of the attack on the Pecan Group and the Viper organization, has gained a lot of popularity in the international community. However, since he has never been abroad, those people know little about him. About Yifeng. How could Huagua disclose it so easily? After all, Yifeng also brought something to the country related to space transmission technology, which has played a great role in the development of science and technology in China. This kind of vital thing cannot be leaked to foreign countries. As for Yifeng's true strength, both Pecan Group and Viper organization have scruples, but obviously they still underestimate him. Report. Soon. The observers on the destroyer sent a message. A speedboat appeared to the east. It is the target person Yifeng. This sentence made everyone on the 3 destroyers nervous. Yifeng actually came by speedboat. Those who don't know are a little surprised. Is this Yifeng looking for death? He drives a speedboat close to their 3 destroyers. But those who knew a little bit about Yifeng all looked solemn. The nuclear submarines of the Pecan Group and the salvage ships of the M***** were all destroyed by Yifeng with his own strength. From this it can be seen that even if Yifeng faces off against their 3 destroyers, he will not necessarily be at a disadvantage. On the 3 destroyers, only the real high-level people pay the most attention to Yifeng, because only a few people know that there are still practitioners in this world. Whether it is an Eastern cultivator or a Western cultivator, their strength is extremely terrifying. Among them, it is not impossible for the top powerhouses to destroy nuclear submarines with all their hands and feet. Of course, there are only a handful of strong people in the world who can do this. In the eyes of the higher-ups on the destroyer, Yifeng is such a terrifying character. They can't help but treat him carelessly. He's here. Leave it to you. In the luxury cabin of the destroyer, a senior executive of the Pecan Group was standing in front of 2 mysterious figures and said something respectfully. Don't worry. Huagua practitioners. We have dealt with many people. The person on the left said lazily. Both were wearing black trench coats and black hats. The brims of the hats covered their faces. They couldn't see their faces clearly. But they could be seen. These were 2 men. The Viper. The executives of the Pecan Group hesitated. Humph. Those killer bastards are not qualified to cooperate with us. Let's set off right away. Bring back the head of that man named Yifeng. The voice of the person on the right is gloomy. It sounds chilling. The 2 stood up and took a step forward. They reached the door of the cabin. They stretched out their hands and opened the door. The backs of the 2 wearing black windbreakers floated out. These are 2 masters. Obviously, the Pecan Group has the determination to kill Yifeng this time. They even invited powerful practitioners from the United States. Listening to their words, it seems that the Viper Group also invited such experts. In this way, there will be no problem. The senior executives of the Pecan Group watched the 2 leave from their backs and heaved a sigh of relief. Please move these 2 great gods. It's really not easy. But once these 2 make a move, that kid Yifeng will definitely die without a place to bury him. After the 2 men in black windbreakers whose faces could not be seen clearly left, the senior executives of the Pecan Group also left the luxurious cabin. A blonde-haired and blue-eyed Western beauty came oncoming. Medusa. We can go first. The high-ranking officer has a burly body. He looks at Medusa with obvious yuan. It's a pity that even he is longing for Medusa, but elusive. This beauty. So tricky. Why are you in such a hurry? Medusa smiled gracefully, that Yifeng. I have been in contact with him before. This time, I will definitely not be able to escape the pursuit of the 2 seats. You sure? The burly officer was a little worried. If Yifeng defeats xuanhuan, we won't be able to escape even if we want to. Don't worry, Mr. Cruz. Medusa glanced at him enchantingly, and said with a faint smile, the Jackal constellation and the Flying Fish constellation. Although they are not too strong among the 88 constellation powerhouses, they can still be alone. To deal with a fledgling brat in Huagua. Isn't it simple? The burly officer was still not at ease. But then, Medusa's enchanting body was posted up. She said sadly, I was taken advantage of by that kid Yifeng in Huagua. You must see with your own eyes how he is doing. Dead. The burly officer felt the fragrance wafting from Medusa's body. Subconsciously, he wanted to hug her delicate body. But Medusa suddenly turned around and dodged to the side. If I can see Yifeng go to hell with my own eyes, Mr. Cruz, I will help you. Medusa giggled and left. This made the burly Chief Cruz make a decision. Don't rush to leave. It is also good to see the battle between practitioners from a distance. And the same scene. It was also staged on a destroyer of the Viper organization. The Viper organization dispatched only one person. He is one of the most powerful star killers in their organization. Among the Vipers, if they are not cultivators, they can only be divided according to the levels of gold, silver, and bronze. But if it is a cultivator, then it is a star killer. From 1 star to 5 stars. The stronger the star, the higher the star. Now the Viper organization is dispatching. It is a 3-star killer named Sirius. In the entire Viper organization, the strength of Sirius is second only to a handful of people. When Sirius left the destroyer and was about to fight Yi Feng, Benjamin on the destroyer also persuaded the chief of the Viper organization to let him stay and watch the show. The chief of the Viper listened to Benjamin's persuasion and did not let the destroyer leave. Instead, he stopped far away and prepared to observe the battle situation ahead. As a matter of fact, both Benjamin and Medusa belong to Yi Feng. The two have been notified by Yi Feng to keep these 3 destroyers. Don't let them escape. They will take action against these 3 destroyers only after Yi Feng has dealt with the 3 cultivators. Coming. Yi Feng got the news immediately when the other 3 cultivators moved out. At this time, he was still 10 kilometers away from the 3 destroyers. But 50 people from the Battle Soul army had already walked around him, surrounding the 3 destroyers. Any actions on the destroyer cannot escape Yi Feng's control. Now Yi Feng clearly knows that the Pecan group dispatched 2 foreign men in black windbreakers. They are called Jackal and Flying Fish. These must be 2 code names. And the Viper organization dispatched a 3-star killer named Sirius. Everyone in the War Soul army is a being with spiritual consciousness. Therefore, they can easily perceive the cultivation base of the 3 of them. Jackal and Flying Fish. They are 130 years of cultivation and 135 years of cultivation, respectively. It seems that both of them are in their 50s. Sirius is 140 years of cultivation. For 10 years old. The future is bright. It seems that foreign practitioners are also very strong. Yi Feng thought to himself. He probably knew that Yi Feng could destroy nuclear submarines by himself. The other party didn't send out some small shrimps. Instead, they directly dispatched these 3 strong men. These 3 people, the internal chi cultivated in their bodies is the same, but it is different from that cultivated by people in the martial arts. It has a slightly different nature. People on the earth do not have pill cores, so they will definitely not be able to cultivate true chi. But foreign people can also use other methods to cultivate their internal energy. It is not easy. Just from the strength of internal energy, it seems that the strength of these 3 people dispatched by the opponent is not much different from that of Xuanhuan Daoist. Although the cultivation level is higher than that of Xuanhuan Daoist, the strength of internal energy is not as good. Yi Feng basically didn't know about foreign cultivators. This was the first time he met them. Even Yu Wendian and Tang Xiafeng, since they were not from the Hidden Land, hadn't seen many foreign cultivators. Then let's try. Yi Feng made a decision. Wanner, you're still in the rear. Prepare to bury the star arrow. I'll go up and meet them. You have to be careful. Long Wanner was a little bit reluctant. Do not worry. Yi Feng nodded firmly, stepped lightly, and jumped into the air. Swish. The Yulan sword appeared. He stepped on it at once, and then Yujian came out. 3 destroyers, 10 kilometers away, are waiting in full battle. They also dispatched 2 speedboats, carrying Jackal, Flying Fish, and Sirius, respectively, heading towards Yi Feng's direction. Sirius was wearing a blue cloak. There was a cross-star scar on his forehead. He looked extremely bleak. He stood on the bow of the speedboat, looking towards Yifeng's direction. Jackal and Flying Fish are covered by black trench coats and black hats. Their figures and faces cannot be seen at all, like killers in the shadows. 130 to 140 years of cultivation. Yifeng thought in his heart. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. It seems that the other party's estimate of him is only so small. It's a pity. The other party will never return. Swish. He speeded up. Yu Jian flew towards the speedboat that was approaching by the other side. The war spirit army that followed, except for a dozen or so who were standing guard on the 3 destroyers, was notified by Yifeng and gathered around the 3 destroyers of the other side. Next to people. As long as Yifeng also leaves a soul cultivator by his side, he can instantly transmit the order to every member of the battle soul army. The speed of the soul cultivator's information transmission is comparable to the speed of light. The distance between the 2 sides is getting closer. Soon, Sirius has the highest cultivation level and the best eyesight. First of all, he saw clearly what was approaching in front of him. It turned out to be a young man in a black shirt stepping on the flying sword. There was a sudden fluctuation on Sirius Gujing's cold face. Sword flight. Who the hell is this kid from Huagua? Although the entire Huagua martial arts world is miraculous, he has never heard of Sirius. Who can fly with a sword? Not far from him, on another speedboat that was going side by side, Jackal and Flying Fish saw Sirius tremble, and they were a little disdainful. People from the Viper are just unreliable. But when they turned their heads and finally saw clearly that there was a young man flying towards Yu Jian on the sea ahead, the 2 of them were equally shocked. What's happening here? The 3 foreign practitioners who had just set off from the destroyer were stunned for a moment. They almost stopped thinking for a while. The scene of Yifeng flying with his sword on the sea was also seen by the observer on the destroyer. The observer had never seen such a situation. Immediately scared P. They each called the highest officer on the destroyer over. The allied forces of the Pecan Group and the Viper organization. The destroyer team dispatched by them naturally responded very quickly. But no matter how fast they reacted, it was not as fast as Yifeng's Yujian flight. The speed of more than 200 meters per second. No one can match it. I'm afraid. Only the cruise missiles on the destroyer can catch up. Since both sides were approaching each other, Yifeng had already arrived not far in front of the opponent's 2 speedboats in less than half a minute. Gua gua gua. The white Sirius immediately opened his mouth and said a lot to Yifeng. It's a pity that Yifeng couldn't understand a word. He didn't need to understand either. Immortal art. 7-star binding art. Yifeng stood proudly on top of the flying sword. He opened his hands, and his true energy quickly condensed. Immediately, 7 sky-blue star beams descended from the sky, enveloping Sirius in an instant. Although Sirius in the blue cloak was shocked by Yu Jian's flying technique, but at this time, when he saw Yifeng, he immediately acted. Naturally, he reacted quickly. There was a loud bang. Sirius' whole body was shaken. His thin but powerful body jumped up. He even kicked the speedboat back for a long distance. His jumping body quickly rushed towards Yifeng. A cold light flashed in his eyes. It was a kind of cold murderous aura after killing countless people. This kind of murderous aura is unlike any martial arts master Yifeng has seen before. Although Sirius' internal chi has been cultivated for 140 years, and even the nature of his internal chi is not as good as the internal chi cultivated by people in Huagua's martial arts. But with his aura and murderous aura, the fighting power he can display is at least it can stand shoulder to shoulder with the more than 150 years of Monk Hua. Unfortunately, what he met was Yifeng. The speed at which Sirius exploded is not uncomfortably fast. It is even better than Monk Hua and others whose cultivation level is higher than his. I don't know what mentality and moves this killer cultivated. This move kills violently. Sirius has used it to deal with many organizational targets. They can always get rid of opponents with one move. But now, he found that the Yi Feng in front of him was different from the opponents he had encountered before. Why can't I move? Sirius was horrified. Because he found that just as he leaped towards Yi Feng, his whole body was restrained by the 7 beams of light that fell from the sky. The qi in his body instantly fell into a state of stagnation. The killer move he was about to use couldn't be used at all. The effect of the 7-star binding technique fell on Sirius in an instant, making his movement stagnate. Immediately afterwards, he just watched Yi Feng smile at him. Die. Yi Feng waved his hand. But it wasn't him who made the move. It was Zhao Yi and Ling Chen who had already been prepared to the side. Broken soul cut. The first authentic soul art derived from this soul control formula was quickly performed by the two of them, respectively. Each condensed a jet-black scimitar of soul power and slashed towards Sirius. It takes a little longer to prepare for soul-breaking slash. Within 5 seconds, Sirius has already reacted. However, his whole body was controlled by the 7-star binding technique, so he couldn't make any effective resistance at all. He couldn't even dodge at all. Although his cultivation level is much higher than Yi Feng's, it is definitely not a short-term thing to break free from Yi Feng's 7-star binding technique. And this delay gave Zhao Yibei and Ling Chen a chance. In Yi Feng's smile, in the terrified and suspicious eyes of Jackal and Flying Fish, and under the watchful eyes of the observers of the destroyer, the body of Sirius was swept away by 2 black scimitars. Shwa. Shwa. Sirius' body didn't seem to be affected. It was still a fierce man in a blue cloak. But his eyes suddenly became hollow. Not far away, the 2 foreign practitioners of Jackal and Flying Fish could feel the incomparably cold and murderous aura of Sirius disappear without a trace, as if it had never appeared before. The breath of Sirius has completely disappeared. Under the attack of the 2 soul-breaking attacks, the 3 souls and 7 souls of Sirius were all turned into fly ash, and there was no more consciousness in the world. Although if soul-breaking slash is used alone, the preparation time is too long, and it is easy to be countered by others. But with the cooperation of Yi Feng's 7-star binding technique, it is perfect. As long as Yi Feng can bind the enemy for 5 seconds and let Zhao Yibei and other soul cultivators cooperate, he can easily defeat a strong man of 150 or 60 years. Of course, if you meet Ouyang Ti, the owner of Peach Blossom Island, an old guy with more than 200 years, Yi Feng's restraint ability is not that strong, so it is naturally impossible to get rid of the opponent by this method. If Yi Feng used the 7 stars binding technique on him, it might only last for a second. Once the opponent breaks free, how could Zhao Yi be allowed to condense the soul-breaking scimitar? Even if he didn't try to stop soul-breaking slash, Ouyang Ti could easily resist it as long as he condensed his inner energy shield. As for the Sirius just now, because he was bound by the 7-star binding technique, he couldn't use the energy in his meridians. That's why he was killed by soul-breaking slash. There was a plop. The body of Sirius, who lost his soul and consciousness, fell into the sea at once. Only the speedboat he was on was left floating quietly not far away. And after performing soul-breaking slash, Zhao Yi and Ling Chen disappeared in a blink of an eye, leaving the field of vision of Jackal Constellation and Flying Fish Constellation. Not good. This scene made Jackal and Flying Fish, who were watching the battle all of a sudden, secretly feel bad. Together with those who noticed something bad, there were also members of the Navy on the 3 destroyers. The naval members jointly sent by the 2 organizations were suddenly confused by the situation. Ordinary people like them did not know the existence of cultivators. Regarding Yi Feng's brief contact with Sirius just now, these Marine members only felt a little supernatural, but they didn't know anything special about it. However, the officers of the 3 destroyers suddenly became terrified. Sirius, that is the 3-star killer of the Viper organization. It enjoys a very high prestige and reputation in the world. Even Huagua has marked Sirius with a reward of 1.28 billion in the martial arts circle. Price. Whoever can get the Sirius star can get a bounty of 1.28 billion from Huagua. The temptation is very strong. Even the 3 great hermitages are not rich enough to rival a country. On the contrary, because they often make deals with the country in exchange for a lot of supplies for martial arts practitioners, so the 3 great hermitages are relatively poor. In this case, the 3 hidden places are very happy to solve the vicious and extremely murderous elements on the Huagua bounty. In this way, Sirius can still live until now. It is not easy. It can be seen that he is cautious and powerful. But now, Sirius was beheaded by Yi Feng in one face-to-face. I don't know what kind of strange method he used to kill him. It made the whole sea seem to be gloomy. Not every killer will be rewarded by Huagua. Only those villains who have caused great losses to Hua will be rewarded by Huagua. This bounty is of a global nature. Whoever kills Sirius can get the reward of 1.28 billion from the Chinese government. You know, there are many strong people with the cultivation level of Sirius. The total assets are less than 1 billion. One can imagine that it is extremely difficult for Sirius to survive. He not only relied on his own strength, but also relied on the protection of the Viper organization. But facing Yi Feng today, both of these 2 aspects became floating clouds. Strength. Can't match Yi Feng. Backing. Yi Feng is not afraid at all. Sirius died quickly. But he died not unjustly. The shocking scene made the coalition forces of the 2 major organizations take immediate countermeasures. Escape. One of the destroyers, the opposition to the retreat was not strong. Even after seeing Yi Feng's strangeness, all members demanded to retreat. Therefore, the destroyer immediately started to activate, and quickly turned around to prepare to leave. Want to run? It's not that easy. The corners of Yi Feng's mouth curled up, and he raised his true energy to remind him. The wonderful fairy voice uttered towards Long Wanner, who was preparing behind. Wanner, aim at the destroyer in the middle, and sink it. As soon as the words fell, a bright star-blue arrow shot from behind Yi Feng at a distance of nearly 5 or 6 kilometers. Like a flash of lightning, it flew in the direction of the destroyer that wanted to escape. After all, it is a huge monster. No matter how flexible the destroyer is, it can't match the pursuit speed of Long Wanner's buried star arrow. Even the destroyer hadn't finished turning around. The star burial arrow had already hit the side of the destroyer. Suddenly, the blue light flickered. The burial star arrow went quickly. But the navy on the destroyer still reacted quickly. Da-da-da. The 2 machine guns on the side of the ship spit out flames quickly. They fired at the blue burial star arrow, trying to stop its advancing trend. It's a pity that the star burial arrow is completely composed of energy, not concrete matter. The bullets from those machine guns shot up and passed through the star, burying arrows one after another. They did not have any impact on the progress of the star-burying arrows. Boom boom. Immediately afterwards, the star burial arrow accurately hit the side of the destroyer. A huge hole was formed immediately, and a large amount of seawater was involved, forming a vortex. Swish. The star burial arrow condensed for a few minutes. It absorbed enough power of the stars. It was so powerful that it even pierced the entire destroyer. Everyone was stunned. The destroyer sank slowly. And the navies on the destroyer began to escape. Lifeboats, accompanying speedboats, etc., came out from the side of the sinking destroyer. Escape. All the people on the destroyer had only this word in their minds. Or rather, this word. After all, the people on this ship were all foreigners. But will Yi Feng let them escape? The answer is negative. The War Soul Army has long been waiting nearby. When the Navy members escaped from the sunken destroyer, the War Soul Army members immediately went up to meet it. Puff. A young Navy man with a flustered expression was pierced through the chest by a bone spear made of dirt out of thin air. He died on the spot. Swish. Another filthy bone spear flashed from the side. It picked off the head of another Navy captain at once. Fresh blood spattered. For a moment, the entire sea area was horrible. Although the Battle Soul Army is still weak against the masters of the cultivation world, it is easy to deal with ordinary people in the world. It can even stab several people to death with one move. Inside China, if you attack ordinary people, people from the National Security Bureau will conduct an investigation. If you kill too many, you will be a wanted criminal. Unless you escape from the country, it is absolutely impossible to survive in the country. But now, Yi Feng is targeting foreigners. The Navy crew who killed that destroyer will at most become the most wanted criminals of the United States, Pecan Group, and Viper. There is no threat to Yi Feng. What's more, even if Yi Feng doesn't act, will the three major forces let Yi Feng go? Obviously impossible. In an instant, the corpse sank into the sea, and the surface of the sea was stained with blood. Under the joint action of the War Soul Army, dozens of Pecan and Viper United Navy members who did not die in the sinking ship died instantly. And the destroyer that was hit by the burial star arrow finally sank into the sea until this time. There were only a few flames burning on the sea surface, which looked extremely bleak. Want to run? This is the end. Yi Feng said lightly. With a lift of his spirit, the voice spread within a few kilometers around. Now. Do you choose to surrender or be killed by me? Everyone heard his yelling. Their bodies shook suddenly. They all froze. Surrender. Or die. Everyone doesn't want to die. It's a matter of course. However, it's too funny to talk about surrendering to a kid from Huagua. What's more, they haven't reached the point where they have to surrender. The destroyer in the middle hastily turned around just now. It's too stupid. Jackal. Flying fish. It's your turn. Cruz, the burly officer of the Pecan Group. His face sank, and he immediately communicated through the radio. He wanted to notify the two master practitioners of Jackal and Flying Fish. But soon he discovered that the two of them were completely unmoved. This made Cruz very angry. What time is this? These two guys still have the intention to pretend to be aggressive there. It is only reasonable to quickly solve Yi Feng. But he didn't know. Jackal and Flying Fish didn't hear him at all. It's not that the two of them were scared to death. It's that the radio signals in the nearby area have been artificially blocked. This was not done by Yi Feng. It was done by Hua Feng. Of course, it was for Yi Feng's convenience. Action. Regarding Yi Feng's secrets, Feng Hua will not be known so easily by people from the US side. Therefore, what happened in this sea area just now cannot be passed on by any means. Even the detection of the detection satellite was secretly blocked by Huagua. Soon, Chief Cruz discovered this situation. Because the crew on the ship told him that they wanted to transmit the scene just now to the command post, but found that the signals in the nearby sea area were blocked. Just now, whether it was the scene of Yi Feng killing Sirius or the scene of the blue arrow destroying the destroyer, the transmission back to the headquarters would cause a huge storm. At the same time, it would allow the organization to have a new understanding of Yi Feng's strength. In fact, it is not only the Hua *** side that is blocking the signal. Of course, Yifeng himself will not be careless in this regard. The blonde beauty, Medusa, under his control, and the strong white man, Benjamin, each placed a black box on the destroyer. This is a sophisticated electronic device that they had thought up, before they set off, to shield the signal. Not long ago, the two of them had already turned it on completely, and adjusted the power to the maximum. Even if the Chinese government doesn't help Yifeng block the signal, everything here will be a mystery to the three parties in the United States. And in front, Jackal and Flying Fish stood on the speedboat, dumbstruck. The two were on the speedboat. At this time the speedboat had stopped on the sea surface. It was less than 1 kilometer away from Yifeng. At this position, they could even clearly see the corpse of Sirius, with empty eyes slowly sinking into the bottom of the sea. Jackals and flying fishes have different personalities. One is sinister and cunning, while the other is casual and unrestrained. But at this time, they were both shocked by Yifeng. Although they couldn't see the faces and expressions covered by the black hats of the two, they could clearly see that the hands and feet of these two guys were shaking. Even drops of cold sweat dripped from their foreheads and gradually dripped down. Surrender or die. This is a problem. But for Jackal and Flying Fish, the word surrender is not in their dictionary. Go. Don't kill him. We can't live anymore. Jackal's gloomy voice sounded, and Flying Fish woke up suddenly. That's right. For the present plan, only by killing Yifeng will they have a way out. Otherwise, they can escape from here. The Constellation Alliance will deal with them as well. What's more, such a thing happened. They didn't think they could escape from Yifeng. Unless. Kill Yifeng. Although the cultivation of the two is not as good as that of Sirius, they have obvious advantages in comparison. That is, there are two people. Although Yifeng in front of him is too weird, if they join forces, there may not be no chance. So. Surrender. Impossible. The two of them quickly made up their minds. They raised their heads and looked at Yifeng. Jackal and Flying Fish. They have always been important members of the organization in the past. They can deal with any situation calmly. Even if they fight against other countries and organize some strong men with more than 150 years of cultivation, they are not unbeaten. It's just that the Yifeng they are currently facing is not just as simple as a high cultivation level. The biggest problem facing Yifeng comes from their limited knowledge of Yifeng. Yifeng's various means. They have never met before. The greatest fear of human beings comes from the unknown. Even if Yifeng has cultivated for 200 years, neither of them may be afraid. At least they have a bottom in their hearts. But now, facing Yifeng, they couldn't restrain a trace of fear in their hearts. Whether it was the weird method of instantly killing Sirius or the domineering method of destroying the destroyer, the two of them were shocked by Yifeng's strength. Superior. Jackal and Flying Fish looked at each other and started to act. The two have no choice. There is only one way to go at present. That is to fight with Yifeng. Even if they die in the hands of Yifeng, it is better than being dealt with by the organization after barely escaping. At least, they died in battle with honor. If they die in battle, then their family members can get the care and preferential treatment of the 88 Constellation organization. But if they escape and are dealt with by the organization, then their family members will also suffer accordingly. The two moved their feet, jumped up from the speedboat at the same time, rushed towards Yifeng, and ran wildly across the sea. Of course, Yifeng caught the movement of the other two at the first time. Uncle Yang, it's up to you. The corners of Yifeng's mouth curled up. The wonderful fairy voice was sent out. Immediately after he waved his hand, 7 sky-blue star beams fell from the sky again and landed on the Flying Fish zodiac rushing ahead. Swish. The lithe body of flying fish stopped immediately. He was bound by the 7-star binding technique and couldn't move. Not good. Flying fish said inwardly that it was not good. He could feel that the flow of inner chi in his body was suddenly frozen. The inner chi was solidified. Flying fish staggered. The light body exercises could not continue to be performed. The whole person fell towards the sea. Soul-breaking slash. Yang Shuning was already on the sidelines. He did the same thing. His soul power was condensed. A black light scimitar slashed towards the stagnant flying fish. Swish. There were no signs, no scars, and no blood. However, flying fish suddenly seemed to lose his soul. His eyes were empty, and he fell straight into the sea water. Not even 2 bubbles came out. Death. However, taking advantage of this time, the gloomy and treacherous jackal has already stepped on the waves and came to Yi Feng. With a wave of his palm, the thick inner energy condensed into a half-moon beam of light, sweeping towards Yi Feng. The death of flying fish was not taken seriously by Jackal because he knew that the possibility of killing Yi Feng without sacrifice was too small. It wasn't him who died. That's fine. As long as he can kill Yi Feng. Almost. Jackal has already seen the scene where Yi Feng's head is in a different place. After all, the current Yi Feng has just performed the 7-star binding technique. It seems that he has not recovered yet. Indeed, Yi Feng's 7-star binding technique can only be used on one person at the same time. Once the flying fish is bound, it is impossible to control the actions of the jackal. However, even so, the other party wants to kill Yi Feng. It's not that simple. Facing the opponent and its fierce half-moon beam attack, Yi Feng stood on top of the flying sword, standing still, with a solemn expression, and raised his hand. Dragon's reverse scale. Yi Feng let out a sigh in his heart. The fiery red dragon scale armor appeared directly on his body, accompanied by a series of spiked scales, like a hedgehog, surrounding Yi Feng's body. In terms of real cultivation, Yi Feng really can't compare to the 135-year jackal. But this doesn't mean that Yi Feng will die under the opponent's attack. Boom. The half-moon-shaped light beam condensed the jackal constellation's full strength. Yi Feng didn't know what kind of move it was. But its power was obviously extremely powerful. When it was used, it was much stronger than the flood dragon going to see used by Chonghua Shenren, Wuma Chongfeng and others up. Even Daoist Chonghua and Wuma Chongfeng combined cannot perform such a powerful move. Bounce. Yi Feng shouted sharply. He only heard a sound of boom. The half-moon light beam was weakened by half when it touched the spiked scales of Yi Feng's armor. Immediately afterwards, Jackal, who had the chance to win, suddenly felt a burst of terrifying power erupting from in front of him, making him hard to guard against. After the sound of boom, Jackal suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood. The whole person flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Under the rebound of his move, Jackal was seriously injured all of a sudden. Tai Chi Void. Yi Feng gained power and was relentless. He quickly digested the remaining 20% of the opponent's half-moon beam's power. Then he held the Yulan sword in his hand and teleported towards the jackal seat that fell into the sea. Puff. The jackal was pierced through the heart by Yi Feng's sword. The black hat was finally lifted off by the wind. What appeared in front of Yi Feng was a somewhat gloomy and thin face. The whole face is as thin as a skull, and the most conspicuous one is on its forehead. There is a scarlet sickle mark. It seems to be the symbol of their organization. Poof. The body of the lupus suddenly fell into the sea water. After splashing a little waves, it sank towards the bottom of the sea. Now you can choose to surrender, or be killed. Yi Feng raised his head and laughed. Yu Jian flew towards the remaining 2 destroyers and repeated what he said before. At this time, Sirius, Flying Fish and Jackal died one after another. But Yi Feng was not damaged at all. Instead, Yu Jian flew towards the destroyer. This made everyone on the two destroyers terrified. They were all at a loss. Surrender. Cruz, the burly captain of the Pecan group, was in a cold sweat. He was completely intimidated by Yi Feng. He doesn't want to die. So he chose to surrender. Besides him, there are not a few people who choose to surrender. But there are also those who choose to resist to the end. Yi Feng waved his hand, and the War Spirit army quietly dispatched. It didn't take long. The rebels on the two destroyers were completely wiped out. As for the remaining people, they didn't know how those rebels died. All they knew was that a bone spear suddenly gathered from the side, and then penetrated their chests, etc. The blow was fatal. There are more than 50 members of the War Soul army. It is too easy to find and kill the rebels on the two destroyers. Soon, Yi Feng came to the deck of one of the destroyers. There were already people standing up to greet him. The people on these two destroyers will all become prisoners of Yi Feng's Peach Blossom Island. Although they are of no great use, maybe you can get something out of their mouths. The most important thing is that Yi Feng got two technologically advanced destroyers. Yi Feng returned triumphantly, and easily resolved the joint offensive of Pecan Group and Viper Group. What he got, in addition to the two destroyers, was a large number of military talents who could drive destroyers, which played a big role in the current Peach Blossom Island. You must know that there are only practitioners in Peach Blossom Island now, and many things are inconvenient, especially in terms of high technology, which is very weak. Regarding Qianxiang Mirage's ability to withstand artillery fire, Yi Feng is only guessing. If there is a high-tech talent to analyze it scientifically, then there is no need to take risks. The Navy members on the destroyer were also very determined, and Yi Feng's hypnotism couldn't control them, which shows how strict the two forces are in selecting talents. But at this moment, if Yi Feng asked them to do something, they dare not do it. The two destroyers followed Yi Feng all the way back towards Peach Blossom Island, and the radio message blockade in the nearby sea area was still going on. No one could spread the news in this sea area. It wasn't until the two destroyers passed through the Mirage realm under Yi Feng's control and docked at the edge of Peach Blossom Island that the situation completely stabilized. Xiao AI, lock up all their people, watch, and tell me anything you can ask. Yi Feng waved his hand and asked AI Xuanhuan to lead 50 Dragon Blood warriors to tie up the crew of the two destroyers and capture them to Peach Blossom Island. Under the central square of Taohua Island, there was originally a place where prisoners were held, but it looked a little old, and it must have been unused for a long time. It was a small prison, perfect for holding the prisoners of the two destroyers. It's all about you, let me stay and watch, it's fine now, I've been arrested. The burly captain of the Pecan Group, Captain Cruz, looked gloomy as he looked at a blonde and blue-faced Western beauty beside him. Hearing what he said, Medusa brushed her blonde hair flirtatiously, and smiled dismissively. To me, it doesn't make any difference, I'm sorry. On the side of the Viper organization, this scene was also staged. The strong white man Benjamin was leading the team of prisoners on the ship, and walked towards Yi Feng in the middle. Together with Medusa, the two soon approached Yi Feng. This scene made the prisoners of the two destroyers a little surprised. How could these two guys be able to move around freely without being controlled? This is not scientific. Moreover, those two were walking towards the young man in the black shirt. What were they trying to do? Boss. Boss. Medusa and Benjamin came in front of Yi Feng and shouted loudly with one voice. Okay, go down and rest. Yi Feng waved his hand, didn't take it seriously, and smiled at Long Wanner. By the way, Wanner, these two are my undercover friends in the two major organizations, you can take them to find a place to arrange for them. Long Wanner nodded, and looked at Medusa and Benjamin with a smile in her eyes. Benjamin is nothing special, but this Medusa is a complete beauty, and her style is different from other women around Yi Feng. Come with me, too. Xuanhuan smiled, turned, and left. Benjamin and Medusa followed together, feeling a little lucky. Fortunately they were following Yi Feng, otherwise they were in two major organizations. If they continued to be enemies of Yi Feng, sooner or later they would become Yi Feng's prisoner. When Yi Feng revealed their identities, the prisoners of the two destroyers were shocked and angry. These two turned out to be undercover agents, spies. With their respective positions in the Pecan Group and the Viper organization, they actually acted as undercover agents for Yi Feng. What could Yi Feng give them? This Yi Feng is too terrifying. With this lesson learned, who knows if there are other Yi Feng undercover agents in the two organizations? The burly Captain Cruz's face became more and more gloomy. It's a pity that he has no way to convey to the outside world what happened here, unless he has a way to escape from this island. You have also seen that those who work for me, Yi Feng, are not badly treated. Yi Feng watched Xuanhuan leave with the two of them, then turned his head and said to the prisoners of the two destroyers, "If you are stubborn, then there is no need to talk about the fate. Sirius and Jackal Flying Fish is your role model." As soon as these words came out, the prisoners all swallowed their saliva. Soon, a total of 121 members of the Navy were taken to the small prison under the square, locked up, and Ai Xuan interrogated them one by one. Ai Xuan practiced the sacrificial mentality of the Sar tribe in the wilderness world. In terms of interrogating people, facing these determined Navy members, the effect is better than Yi Feng's hypnosis. After handing over all the captives to Ai Xuan, Yi Feng exited the small prison and came to the square of Peach Blossom Island. "Brother Yi, I just intercepted a message from the destroyer. I think you should take a look." At this time, Yang Shunning's voice came from the side, using the Soul Cultivator's unique method of transmitting information. Yi Feng's heart moved. He didn't think much about it. He moved his footsteps, and the Void Sword technique was displayed, and he arrived at the two captured destroyers in an instant. At this time, these two destroyers were already under the control of Yi Feng's people, but unfortunately none of his people knew how to drive destroyers. The Navy members led by Yang Shunning did know about destroyers, but they had all become soul cultivators, and with their current cultivation, it was impossible for them to condense their soul bodies for a long time and exist to drive destroyers. If their cultivation allows them to exist for a long time, it is more meaningful to fully exert their own strength than to drive a destroyer. When Yi Feng came to the cockpit of the destroyer, he felt that Yang Shunning and his subordinates were conducting a thorough inspection of the destroyer, and that news came from the cockpit of the destroyer at this time. "Respected Your Excellency Yi Feng, I intend to invite you to come to our side for a talk. If you are willing to defect to our side, we are willing to pay a price to satisfy you." A simple message without a signature, but judging from the style of acting and the source of the news, Yang Shunning guessed that the other party was definitely someone from Yi Feng. Invitation from the United States. Yi Feng pondered. Unexpectedly, Migwa would send him an invitation directly at this time, which made him a little unexpected. It seems that the Mi side still attaches great importance to the affairs here. Although due to the signal shielding, the Mi side could not catch what happened here, but the disappearance of the three destroyers obviously made the Mi side guess what. At the very least, Yi Feng's strength is far stronger than imagined. There is no doubt about this. So, they sent an invitation to Yi Feng, and the implication seemed to be to win Yi Feng over and let him work for Yi Feng. Of course, this news sounds nice, and any price is acceptable, but in fact, the other party must have a certain bottom line for wooing Yi Feng. But Yi Feng didn't know Yi Feng's true strength, which showed that no matter how much the other party bid, it was impossible to satisfy Yi Feng. What's more, for Yi Feng, let him seek refuge with Yi Feng. This is simply a joke. Even if he is asked to confront the country of Mi, he will not have the slightest fear. At most he just finds it troublesome, and if he is always on the same side as the country of Hua, I believe that the country of Hua will not let the country of me attack him so easily. Uncle Yang, I don't know how to operate this thing, so just help me. Yi Feng didn't think much about it. He smiled lightly and said to Yang Shunning, tell them that they want me to join them. I will only consider it if I become the President of the United States. In fact, even if Yi Feng were to be the President of the United States, he might not be willing to do so, and what he said was just slapping the face of the United States. Xiaoya, this. Yang Shunning was a little surprised when he heard Yi Feng's words. He has been an admiral for so many years, and he has always believed in a principle, that is, in terms of diplomatic relations, try not to offend if possible, and no matter what happens, he must not speak too harshly. But now that Yi Feng said such embarrassing words in the face of me country's solicitation, it would definitely make the people in me country furious. What is the United States? The largest country in the world. The military forces of the United States can be called the most powerful military force on the entire planet. If they try to solicit anyone, most people in the world will be happy to come. What's more, if the special department of the Me Party recruits top experts from the Pecan Group and the Viper organization, those experts will seriously consider each of them. Even the strongest member of the Viper organization would not dare to refuse the invitation of the United States so casually like Yi Feng. Not to mention, what Yi Feng wanted to convey to the other party was such a naked provocation. Let him be president, and he will consider it. Nima, can you die if you don't pretend? I'm afraid that when they received this news from Yi Feng, everyone in me Feng would have such thoughts in their hearts. Xiaoya, I think this is inappropriate. Yang Shunning condensed his whole body and floated in the air, frowning slightly. I don't know about the martial arts world here in Huagua, but if the head of the National Security Bureau receives such an invitation, he won't talk to the other party like this. Impolite. Uncle Yang, politeness is only needed for friends. Yi Feng waved his hand. I have always been hostile to the country of me, in the past, and will be in the future, so I don't need to be polite to the enemy. Xiaoya, there are no permanent enemies in this world, nor are there permanent friends. After much deliberation, Yang Shunning still felt that Yi Feng's move was inappropriate. Uncle Yang, I understand what you said. Yi Feng smiled. Are you trying to say that in this world, only interests come first? However, if one day, the United States Council wants to cooperate with me for the sake of interests, what I said today will not affect anything. What do you think? Yang Shunning was speechless for a while. That's right, when the real interests are at stake, who would care about the face the other party slapped themselves in the first place? If Yi Feng can bring great help to the Me country, then even if Yi Feng said this time, the Me country will still greet people with a smile on their faces. And if there is nothing Yi Feng needs in America, no matter what Yi Feng says, the result will be the same, that is, he rejected the other party's solicitation and offended the other party. Anyway, the result is the same, why care about the process? Uncle Yang, our identities now are different from yours before. Yi Feng shook his head and reminded Yang Shunning, in the past, you were an admiral, and you had to think about everything for yourself, your country, and your family. But now, you are a soul cultivator, and I am an immortal cultivator. It's not like you haven't seen Crossing the Desolate Realm, those incredible existences. I see. Hearing this, Yang Shunning finally waved his hand, interrupted Yi Feng's words, and laughed. That's right, I'm old and confused, there's no room for turning around this kind of thing, why bother to face the other party? Slap in the face. Slap hard in the face. Let me Feng know that he should never try to get Yi Feng's idea. If he wants to hit Yi Feng's idea, he can only be solved by Yi Feng one by one like today's Pecan Group and the Viper organization. Taken captive. Unless I am the President of the United States, I will not consider it. The two sentences were translated into English by Yang Shunning's people, and then sent back to the other party according to the encrypted channel when they came. I believe that when Miguel receives this sentence, he will definitely curse in anger, but this is none of Yi Feng's business. Brother Yi is really awesome and handsome. Many members of the Battle Soul army who were searching the destroyer couldn't help but admire Yi Feng's decision when they saw Yi Feng's decision. Yi Feng is only in his 20s now. He dared to challenge Mi Feng, even though it was in private, it would still embarrass the other party. What's the matter? Brother Yi has been focusing on face-slapping for 30 years. Does it treat anyone differently? Some people have figured out Yi Feng's temper. That's right, Miguel came here on his own to slap Brother Yi in the face, so it's no one else's fault. Everyone in the Battle Soul army admired Yi Feng's behavior. If they were in the same situation, they might not have Yi Feng's courage. You know, what Yi Feng said was not a simple rejection of the other party's solicitation. In this world, I am afraid that no individual dares to offend the United States in this way. Even if he dared, all of them have been killed, such as the terrorist leader who was famous all over the world many years ago. After the news was sent, Yi Feng didn't know how many countries' reaction would be. Anyway, after that, there was no message from there. And this time, the offensive of Pecan Group and Viper Organization was easily resolved by Yi Feng. The impact of this incident is not only in Huagua, but also abroad. The Pecan Group and the Viper, even in the world, can be regarded as high-end forces, and the many powerful practitioners under their banners are the basis for the two forces to gain a foothold. But this time, Sirius, Jackal, and Flying Fish were all lost in Yi Feng's hands. This secret operation quickly spread among the international cultivators, and Yi Feng's name finally appeared in the eyes of international cultivators again. But even so, his name is still not conspicuous. Before his name, they were all crowned with the word Huagua. Many people even thought that such a powerful Yi Feng must be a powerful war machine secretly cultivated by Huagua. Of course, Yi Feng didn't know about these remarks. Even if he knew, he would just laugh it off. Ayulan. In Peach Blossom Island 3 days later, everything has stabilized. When Yi Feng was about to leave for Yanjing to pick up Shu Shu and the others, Peach Blossom Island had guests again. A little white-haired old man with braids and a handsome man with fluttering long hair took a small canoe together and arrived outside the range of Peach Blossom Island's 1000-image illusion. According to the detection, the little old man with braids has a cultivation base of 170 years, and he looks about 60 years old. The handsome man with long hair has a cultivation base of 95 years, and he is no more than 25 years old. Judging from the ages of the two, the old and the young are definitely elites in today's martial arts world. The two came outside Peach Blossom Island without any dialogue, but stood at the bow and stern of the boat, looking at a piece of calm sea. It seems that they know that Peach Blossom Island, one of the 3 hidden places in Huagua, is located at that location. Who is this young and old? Yi Feng didn't know that he didn't pay attention to the two at first, but concentrated on widening his meridians to prepare for absorbing Luotian water soon. But the old and the young just squatted outside the 1000 phenomena illusion for a day and a night. The strangest thing is that the two of them have never said a word, have no dialogue, and have not shouted in the direction of Peach Blossom Island. It seems that the two of them came to the sea to see the scenery. But the other party is naturally not here to play. I'm going to meet them. Yi Feng made a decision early in the morning of the second day after they arrived. I will go with you. Long Wanner also got up. She was afraid that the other party would have something wrong with Yi Feng. Alright, but don't worry about my safety. Yi Feng smiled. Wanner, you and Menghan come together. You come to condense the star-burying arrow. Menghan uses nebula crossing to transfer the power to you. Long Wanner and Su Menghan looked at each other and smiled. If the burial star arrow is condensed for half an hour, it is impossible to resist it even with its 170 years of cultivation. After all, after half an hour of condensing the star-burying arrow, it is mainly the power of the stars, and the proportion of the power of the two of them is not high. The burial star arrow is an energy form whether it is condensed or traveling, and only when it explodes will it produce a destructive energy wave. The penetration and explosion of the burial star arrow are all within the caster's thought. Only with this feature, this is a good magic trick. Otherwise, no matter how long you condense the star burial arrow, if you shoot it out and someone throws it a small stone, it will explode halfway, and all previous efforts will be wasted. Anyway, the old and the young have been waiting outside for a long time. Yi Feng is not in a hurry. He, Long Wanner, and Su Menghan came to a small mountain on the coast of Peach Blossom Island, and looked at the old and the young on the small wooden boat from a distance. And Long Wanner started to condense the burial star arrow behind him. Just wait for nearly half an hour, and I'll go out and chat with them. Wanner, if there's anything unusual, just shoot the burial star arrow. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, and said. Long Wanner nodded without hesitation. No matter who the old and the young are, as long as they dare to have unreasonable thoughts about their territory, Long Wanner doesn't mind letting the other party taste the power of the burial star arrow. Concentrated for half an hour, the burial star arrow can crush a mountain without any suspense even if it stands in front of it. Let alone a martial artist with a cultivation base of 170 years, even an immortal cultivator with a cultivation base of 170 years can't resist such a star burial arrow. Of course, it is still very difficult for this kind of star burial arrow to survive, unless there are sufficient and perfect arrangements in advance. Under the current situation, Yi Feng only needs to hold the old man back. If there is anything wrong with the other party, immediately cast the 7-star binding technique and let Long Wanner release the burial star arrow. Even if he can only bind the opponent for a second or two, Yi Feng is sure enough to seriously injure the opponent, or even kill him directly. Of course, this is only the last resort in Yi Feng's heart. I still hope that the other party came with a peaceful purpose. Are people from Kunlun or Punlai, or one from each? Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and thought. 170 years of Hua people are only possible on Kunlun Mountain and Punlai Island. As for Peach Blossom Island, Yi Feng's memory is still very strong. When driving away the people on Peach Blossom Island, he didn't find such a braided one. Little old man. Soon, 25 minutes passed, and the braided little old man and the long-haired handsome man were still standing at the bow and the stern. Their figures blown by the sea wind were extremely lonely. I went. With Yi Feng's true energy, the Xingyu Nine Heavens immortal art was cast. Yulan Sword carried his black shirt figure, like a streamer of light, flew to the direction of the small wooden boat beyond Peach Blossom Island. When Yi Feng Yujian's flying figure appeared in the eyes of the old and the young, the eyes of the two people suddenly lit up, and their previously indifferent expressions became a little hotter. Yi Feng. This name has been spread too loudly in the cultivation world of China recently. Before Yi Feng approached, the two of them bowed to each other and introduced themselves. I am Huang Yidao of Kunlun Mountain. I have heard about the young hero of the little brother Yi. I am here to meet you. I am not invited. I also hope Haihan. The little white-haired old man with braids smiled heartily. His voice was NBSP. Kunlun Mountains. It's okay. Since Huang Yi, the little old man from Kunlun Mountain, didn't say anything, then that handsome man with long hair should not be from Kunlun Mountain. I, Zhou Xian from Punlai Island, want to make friends with young Master Yi. I don't know if I can be honored. The handsome man with fluttering long hair said immediately, and also reported his family name. Kunlun Mountain and Punlai Island are here. You two, just speak straight and don't beat around the bush. Yi Feng's attitude towards the two was a bit strange, but he didn't take it to heart. Yu Jian moved forward, and soon landed on the side of the small wooden boat. With his weight, if someone else falls like him, the whole small canoe may overturn. However, Yi Feng stepped on the edge of the small canoe without causing even a slight fluctuation, which shows that he is proficient in controlling his true energy. This kind of detail, even the owner of Punlai Island and the elder of Kunlun Mountain, can't make it as perfect as him. Therefore, this scene immediately made Huang Yidao and Zhou Xian even more admired. Cough cough. Huang Yidao coughed, touched his braids, and said in embarrassment, "Since Brother Yi is so direct, I won't beat around the bush. Here is something I want to inform you about. What do you need to trouble the two masters to come here?" Yi Feng glanced at the two of them. If the opponent is violent at this moment, it will be too late for him to cast the dragon's reverse scale, and he can only avoid it by flying with the sword, so he must beware of this possibility. Fortunately, what Huang Yidao said next dispelled his doubts. Huang Yidao and Zhou Xian, one old and one young, came here to look for Yi Feng this time. They really didn't want to make trouble. After some detailed discussions, Yi Feng finally knew what the Kunlun Mountains and Punlai Island two great hermits think about the matter between him and Peach Blossom Island. They were all supportive. Yi Feng occupied Peach Blossom Island. The original Ouyang Ti, Hua Monk and others on Peach Blossom Island were homeless. In terms of the country, it is impossible to stand up for the people of Taohua Island. If Kunlun Mountain and Punlai Island are also unwilling to stand up, then they only face one choice: choose one of Kunlun Mountain or Punlai Island to join. Due to the fact that the relationship between Peach Blossom Island and these two hidden places often has conflicts on weekdays, it is inevitable that some people will choose to join Kunlun Mountains, and some people will choose to join Punlai Island. In this way, both parties will be greatly strengthened. Those who take over Peach Blossom Island will not only be able to strengthen the strength of the two hidden lands, but more importantly, these are obtained for nothing, and will not cost them any resources. Although there are many people, it is just to eat more food. They don't have to worry about the increase in the consumption of natural resources and treasures. What's more, if the people from Peach Blossom Island have just passed by, they will not be able to be reused. Naturally, the natural treasures will not have their share. That is to say, it seems that both Punlai Island and Yi Feng recognize me as the owner of Peach Blossom Island. It is one of the three hidden places in Huagua. Yi Feng pondered for a while, then smiled slightly. This result really made him a bit unexpected. This was the goal he originally wanted to achieve in his heart. But he didn't know it. It was so easy to get it done. It seems that the people in Kunlun Mountain and Punlai Island are not simple people. They all saw Yi Feng's intentions and sent people to calm people's hearts. In this case, Yi Feng would not be too aggressive towards Huang Yidao and Zhou Xian. After all, the other party came to convey good news to him. Being able to become the master of Peach Blossom Island, the leader of one side, and his status can be secretly recognized by the other two. This is undoubtedly a good thing for Yi Feng. In this way, he will be able to gain a foothold in Huagua and the martial arts world, and he will also be able to truly start looking at the international cultivation world. And admitting Yi Feng's identity is actually beneficial to Kunlun Mountain and Punlai Island. Firstly, speaking of selfishness, people from Peach Blossom Island can be dispersed among them to increase their strength. Secondly, for the entire Huagua, Yi Feng's joining has also enhanced the overall strength of Huagua's martial arts circle. Both public and private, they all raised their hands in favor of Yi Feng's thunderous move. In that case, the two of you, please convey it to Yi Mao. Yi Feng smiled and cupped his hands to the two. You will not disappoint your expectations. What you do must stand on the stand of Huagua. In some matters, I am willing to lead the way. Some of the things he said, of course, refer to the treatment of foreign practitioners. However, Huang Yidao and Zhou Xian's thoughts don't seem to be on this aspect. Brother Yi. Brother Zhou and I came from a long way. We don't want to go back empty-handed. Huang Yidao looked at Yi Feng, who was about to turn around and leave, and said something lightly. Hearing his words, Zhou Xian also raised his chin. The handsome man's long flowing hair fluttered in the wind. A pair of bright eyes stared at Yi Feng closely. He seemed to be talking about something. Yi Feng originally wanted to turn around and leave, but seeing the two of them now, he was quite surprised. The two guys, the old one and the young one, want him to honor something or something. You too. You think highly of Yi. That's Ye's honor. Yi Feng naturally wouldn't compromise with the other party, but if you want Yi to offer something in exchange, then you will be making a big mistake. You. Huang Yidao didn't expect Yi Feng to speak so impolitely. He was choked up immediately, and stared at him with wide eyes. This is not what I meant. Yi Feng. Since you are so impolite, then I will speak clearly. Old Huang, let me come. Zhou Xian stopped Huang Yidao at the side, frowned slightly, looked at Yi Feng and said, Our Kunlun Mountain and Punlai Island recognize your status, but you must pay a certain price accordingly. For the mental method you have cultivated. I hope you'd be better off confessing. The mental method I practice is as simple as that. Yi Feng let out a hee-hee, asking with a half-smile. That's right. Tell me the mental method you have cultivated. Others. We will never embarrass you. Huang Yi is righteous and strict. That's good. This is what I practiced. The Star Refining Immortal Code. Take it. Yi Feng was really angry. He took out several picture scrolls from the storage space of the Dragon Sword Ancient Ring and threw them to Huang Yidao and Zhou Xian. Seeing this, the faces of the two changed. They had heard that Yi Feng was a thorn. They didn't expect that he would hand over the mentality he had cultivated so easily. The old and the young were not ready yet. Seeing it suddenly, the two of them urged their inner energy fiercely. They released their inner energy towards those scrolls respectively, wanting to fight for it. After all, there was a difference in cultivation between the two. In the end, Huang Yi stole 3 pictures. Zhou Xian only grabbed 2 pictures. However, what Zhou Xian grabbed was the first 2 pictures of the Alchemy of Stars. What I got was the next 3 pictures. Without the front scroll. The back scroll is useless at all. But even if Zhou Xian snatched the first 2 star maps of the Star Refining Code, they don't have the pill core, so they can't practice the Star Refining Code at all. If they practice forcibly, there is only a dead end. As for the authenticity of these 5 pictures, they are of course true. Yi Feng wouldn't use fake ones to fool the other party. These 5 pictures are the training methods from the 1st to 5th levels of the Star Alchemy Code. Yi Feng said lightly, if you don't believe me, you can go to Lin Shiqing, the eldest lady of the Lin family in Yanjing. She is also practicing the Star Refining Immortal Code. This is not considered a betrayal of Lin Shiqing. After all, the matter of Lin Shiqing's cultivation has already been spread in the martial arts circle. Lin Dedian and other senior executives of the Lin family know about it. If it continues, it will only be a matter of time before they are secretly known. That's good. Huang Yidao snatched 3 scrolls. He was satisfied. He glanced at Zhou Xian, and then he closed his eyes and meditated. Zhou Xian snatched 2. He didn't care too much about it. Anyway, he won't give up his current 95-year cultivation base to switch to Yi Feng's mental method. Most importantly, the ghost knows whether Yi Feng is cheating or not. Where are they? The two urged the small wooden boat to leave. Yi Feng Yujin flew up, and soon returned to Peach Blossom Island. He was in a happy mood. Now the situation has finally stabilized. And he also took advantage of the opportunity to throw out the Star Alchemy book, creating a gap between Kunlun Mountain and Punlai Island. They each took the star map of the Star Refining Immortal Code back. When they try to practice, they will definitely find something wrong. At that time, they will definitely doubt whether the key is in the other party's star map. With the self-cherishing characteristics of the martial arts circle in Huagua, Yi Feng did not believe that the two hidden places would share those 5 pictures. After solving the aggressive forces of the Pecan Group and the Viper organization, whether it is the Kunlun Mountains, the two hidden places of Punlai Island, or the high-level officials of Huagua, they all have a deeper understanding of Yi Feng. While applauding Yi Feng's behavior, they were also more afraid of Yi Feng's power. For the country, Yi Feng's power must be held in their hands. As for Yi Feng, they understand his personality very well. They want to control Yi Feng in their hands. Up. As for the two hidden places of Kunlun Mountain and Punlai Island, Yi Feng's power is a great threat to them, but it is also a great help. Not long after, the grand event of the East Asian Cultivation World will be held. At that critical moment, with Yi Feng's strength, it is enough to make the Hua country's cultivation world rise again. But at the same time, it may also make the Hua country's cultivation world fall into a catastrophe. The relationship between the international cultivation world is undercurrent. It is far more complicated than that of Huagua. Between the 3 hidden places of Huagua, at most, it is a small fight. It is a fair competition. The general direction is still consistent with the outside world. In the international arena, Yi Feng has offended quite a few people now. Although it is an East Asian cultivation event, the Pecan Group and the like may still get involved. Haha, brother Yi. On Peach Blossom Island, Zhao Bei said to Yi Feng with emotion, Pecan Group and Viper organization. I'm afraid I regret it very much now. I didn't send out powerful experts to get rid of you sooner. Not necessarily. Yi Feng shook his head, these two organizations are foreign forces. Even if they wanted to send out such a strong person to deal with me, they would be stopped by people from the 3 hidden places. It is not so easy to enter Huagua. Right. Zhao Bei thought about it for a while. This is also the reason. Then he changed the subject and asked, then brother Yi. You are going back to Yanjing tomorrow. Well, bring my aunt and the others over. Yi Feng nodded. Now he can only feel safe enough on Peach Blossom Island. Of course, people can't put all their eggs in one basket. A businessman can't put all his funds on one project. For Yi Feng, he can't put all his strength on Peach Blossom Island. Otherwise, if Teowato Road falls, then he will really be doomed. The Cunning Rabbit has 3 caves. Another base of Yi Feng. Naturally, it is located in the cave of Luofu Mountain near Yangqing. So far, no one has noticed that location. Even the country has not been aware of it. That would be Yi Feng another base. Among them, Scar, Nanfeng, and Li Jibua are cultivating rapidly. With their talents, they must grow very fast. In addition, Yi Feng also wanted to bring back the original power of the Yi family. For example, Yi Wendian said that the elder of the Yi family, Yi Wuming, was at the top of the martial arts at that time. The status is about the same. I heard that the current Yi Wuming is just living in seclusion in a certain place and has not passed away. This made Yi Feng think a little bit. Can he make some noise in Luofu Mountain Cave to attract those members of the Yi family back? While thinking, Yi Feng bid farewell to Zhao Yi and the girls. He came to the residence of Yi Wendian and Tang Xifeng and asked about one thing. Soon, he stood up with his sword and flew towards the east coast. This trip. His destination is Mount Putua. This is one of the 4 famous Buddhist mountains in China. From Tang Xifeng's mouth, Yi Feng learned that the dead master who sealed Tang Qingling's memory is practicing in a hidden temple in Mount Putua. Before going back to Yanjing, he can visit him first. When the situation on Peach Blossom Island is stable, the first thing Yi Feng should do is to ensure the safety of those around him. The most urgent thing is to restore Tang Qingling's memory. To achieve this goal, it is extremely necessary to find the dead branch master. The location of that hidden temple. Tang Xiefeng has already told Yi Feng. In the past, Tang Xiefeng and Master Dead Branch were very good friends. But after Master Withered Branch sealed Tang Qingling's memory, he never saw Tang Xiefeng again. Even if Tang Xiefeng asked to see him, Master Withered Branch would stay behind closed doors. Tang Xiefeng didn't know what happened to Master Withered Branch. By the way, he also asked Yi Feng to check the current situation of Master Withered Branch. Yi Feng flew all the way west. After more than 3 minutes, he had already traveled more than 100 miles. He came to Zhoushan City near the East China Sea. Mount Putuo was on the island where Zhoushan City was located. Putuo Mountain. In addition to being the 4 famous Buddhist mountains in Huaguo, it is also a famous tourist attraction in the country. Yi Feng did not land at the foot of Putuo Mountain. Instead, he flew directly into the mountain, found an extremely hidden valley, and then fell down. In this valley, a hidden temple is being built. There are a total of 12 Buddhist practitioners, including Master Dead Branch. These 12 people are not the kind of vulgar monks that the world thinks. They are real practitioners. The Buddhist mentality they practice is no worse than other martial arts schools, and even better. At least Tang Xiefeng learned that the intermediate mental method in the Buddhist school is more common than in the martial arts world. It's a pity that the cultivation conditions are more picky. It is a test of whether the practitioner's heart towards Buddha is firm, whether his heart has Buddha nature, etc. No matter which country's Buddhist monks, they must be highly respected. If they are people with distorted minds, they will definitely go crazy if they practice the Buddhist mind. Yi Feng walked through a large dense jungle and came to an ancient hidden temple. He swept his consciousness inside. Soon his expression changed. The situation was not quite right. The whole temple. It seems that no one has been here for many years. Not to mention that it is inhabited. Even the gate is covered with green vines and covered with cobwebs and insect holes. It looks desolate. Blood. Yi Feng didn't think much about it. He pondered for a while, pushed aside the green vines at the door, and stepped into the temple. Looking around, I saw that the old bricks and stones of the entire temple were covered with fresh blood. It can be seen that these bloodstains have a history of more than 10 years. 10 years ago, there was definitely a tragic battle in this temple. It's a pity that this battle was unknown. No one, whether it was the world of Huaguo or the world of martial arts, could notice it. Because the temple of Master Kuji does not participate in any affairs in the martial arts world, and is not under the jurisdiction of the state. They are true Buddhist practitioners. The country does not need to worry about their rebellion. Naturally, it does not need to spend manpower and material resources to guard and manage them. However, it is such a temple that transcends the world. 10 years ago, it was stained red with blood. I don't know what tragic things happened. Master Dead Branch. Of course he is no longer in this temple. Yi Feng frowned tightly. He didn't move around in the temple. Instead, he looked around carefully with his spiritual sense, taking all the clues into his eyes. The whole temple is not big. Even Yi Feng's consciousness, within a range of 550 meters, can cover the whole temple. If the temple is not small and hidden in the valley, it is impossible for this temple not to be discovered by so many tourists. There's a lot of blood. Yi Feng frowned tightly. His eyes were full of desolation, bloodstains, green vines, and cobwebs. There are no corpses. There are no clues or traces. For the time being, apart from a bloody battle that took place here about 10 years ago, no other information can be obtained. Master Dead Branch. Missing. There is a piece of cloth. Soon, Yi Feng finally discovered the only possible clue in the entire temple. It was a piece of red cassock cloth buried in the soil, 3 meters below a brick. If it wasn't for Yifeng's spiritual consciousness, he would never have found this clue. He discovered it under the detection of his spiritual consciousness. This piece of cassock cloth was condensed with inner energy and sent into the ground like a blade. Could it be that the situation is urgent? This is the only way to leave clues. Yifeng frowned, thinking in his heart. Imagine it. It is very likely that there was a bloody battle in this temple that year. One side was defeated. Then the red cassock was sent into the soil. It is a clue for later generations. Could it be that the 12 people in the Temple of Master Dead Branch were defeated, and even their bodies were taken away? Yifeng heard from Tang Xiefeng that the potential Buddhist cultivators in this temple, except Master Kuji, who are all peak masters in martial arts, the other 11 people are not weak. This is a branch of the Indian Buddhist sect that was introduced into the country. There are only 12 of them in total. Each of them has unique skills. They are not ordinary people. If you really want to use numbers to describe it, the average cultivation level of these 12 people is probably as high as 120 years. Such a tyrannical strength is comparable to the power Yifeng possesses now. Even if Yifeng and the others are immortal cultivators, with their cultivation level, they are far from the opponents of the people in this temple. However, such 12 people were massacred in a bloody battle 10 years ago. I don't know who it is. I can only leave the red cassock cloth in a hurry to leave clues for future generations. It's a pity that he didn't dare to leave it too obvious. Therefore, he can only condense the red cassock cloth with inner energy and send it to in the ground below 3 meters. Break. Yifeng's true energy was urged, and it condensed into a dragon-slaying sword energy, and swung it towards the ground where the red cassock cloth was, cutting through the soil immediately. Afterwards, the dragon claw hand was displayed, and a piece of red cassock cloth, the size of a handkerchief, was held in his hand. Yifeng didn't know much about Buddhist sect, so he couldn't see anything from the red cassock cloth, so he could only put it away first, and take it back to Tang Xiefeng and others for reference. Swish. Yifeng stood up with his sword. After exhausting the last qi in his body, he arrived at the airport in Zhoushan City, ready to rush back to Yanjing. At this time, the coast of the East China Sea, Xiangshan County. After a lot of hard work, Huayeqing and Xue Tianming finally swam back to the coast from the vicinity of Peach Blossom Island. They have been in a coma in a cave until now, and finally woke up. Even though the two of them have good cultivation, they are already exhausted and almost collapsed, and they can no longer lift a sliver of strength. The two elders of the Liang family on Peach Blossom Island have a higher level of cultivation than the two of them. So they ran ahead of them and disappeared soon. I guess the two old men are already lying in some hotel and enjoying themselves comfortably. Let's find a hotel soon. Huayeqing climbed out of the cave with support, shivering from the cold, and said to Xue Tianming, "We have no money with us." Xue Tianming glanced at Huayeqing and said coldly, "They were caught by Yifeng. Not to mention money, they were stripped of anything valuable. No cell phone. No money. The two lived on the beach in Xiangshan County." Huayeqing gritted her teeth, looked at Xue Tianming, but saw Xue Tianming looking at him expectantly. This made Huayeqing startled. In this situation, it is difficult for him to steal money. Although in terms of his cultivation, such a small matter is easy to do, and it is easy to make 180,000. But for him, who claims to be a decent person, it hurts his self-esteem too much. In the past, he would never have been willing to do such sneaky things. "What's on your mind?" Xue Tianming snorted coldly and taught from the side, "Then Yifeng can go to Peach Blossom Island and steal so many natural materials and treasures. You go and get some money. As long as it is enough to stay in the hotel." "This is not okay." Huayeqing was momentarily at a loss for words. Although he felt that what Xue Tianming said was right, it was really contrary to his long-standing values. Wake up. Xue Tianming disdainfully said, those who steal the country win the world. In this world, there are only winners and losers. Why do you steal chickens and dogs? It's a big deal. After we return to the sect, we can just get more points and give them to these people. Huayeking was finally moved by these words. That's right. That Yifeng was so rampant. He even dared to steal things from the 3 hidden places. In the end, no one could do anything to him. Instead, everyone thought he was awesome. His flowers and leaves are green. Why bother about these trivial matters? Once you figure it out, things will be easier to handle. Huayeking's figure fluttered. Although his internal energy was exhausted, he could still use his light body skills. He walked away from the homes of several villagers in seaside fishing villages while he was floating. It's only $2,000. It should be enough. Huayeking returned to Xue Tianming's side with great emotion. In the past, he was a genius of the Zhejian sword sect. How could he put 2,000 yuan in his eyes? But now, these 2,000 yuan are the only property he has. Xue Tianming's seniority is higher than Huayeking's. Naturally, he can dispatch Huayeking. At this time, he took Huayeking's 2,000 yuan. Wearing wet clothes, he walked towards the center of Xiangshan County. Huayeking naturally followed closely behind. The two of them looked like refugees who fell into the water. They completely lacked the demeanor of a martial arts master. The two want to find a hotel in the central part of Xiangshan County to recover their strength and get a massage by the way. However, before they had gone far, the two saw several people standing in front of them. They seemed to be waiting for them. Let them pause. Looking up, both of them were shocked. It's the 2 elders of the Liang family. But it's not just the 2 elders of the Liang family. Beside the 2 elders of the Liang family, there is also a beautiful woman in white clothes. Her beautiful eyes looking at Huayeking are full of disgust and contempt. I never thought my brother would do such a sneaky thing. It was Hua Wuxue. The crisp voice came. Huayeking's face turned red, and she suddenly felt ashamed. He went to steal money from ordinary people. He was actually seen by his sister who was in a hidden place. Okay. I'm too lazy to tell you more. Hua Wuxue waved her hand impatiently. Let's go back to Zhenjian sect. Give me Qi Shuling. Your 2,000 yuan. Give it back to others. After hearing Hua Wuxue's words, Huayeking's face was a little gloomy. What do you know? Huayeking said in a deep voice, in our situation, of course we can't enjoy it like you. Like the eldest lady. You haven't swum dozens of kilometers in the sea. How do you know we worked hard? Ever since I was a child, Huayeking has always been unbalanced in my heart. At that time, why did Monk Hua take away Hua Wuxue instead of Huayeking? This choice directly determines the completely different lives of the two. Hua Wuxue followed Monk Hua. What she received was the cultivation resources from the hidden land of Peach Blossom Island. Not only did her cultivation soar all the way, but her cultivation method was also an intermediate cultivation method. From now on, she will always be stronger than Huayeking. And Huayeqing, although he is also the leader of the younger generation in the world of secular martial arts, even before, except for Chen Hui, he has already won the first place among the younger generation. However, he deeply knows that the gap between him and his sister Hua Wuxue is really too big. Hua Wuxue is younger than him. But now she has 60 years of cultivation, which is nearly twice his strength, and her strength is far more than double. Even 10 Huayekings are no match for Hua Wuxue. In this case, let Huayeking always have a kind of hatred towards Hua Wuxue that she dare not speak out. Today, under such circumstances, after stealing 2,000 yuan and being ridiculed by the other party, Hua Yeqing finally decided not to bear it anymore. At least let Hua Wuxue know. Hua Yeqing is definitely not something she can order around. In the cold night, Hua Yeqing was standing near the beach. She confronted Hua Wuxue, who was dressed in white, in a firm confrontation. Enjoy. Work hard. When Hua Wuxue heard Hua Yeqing's words, she couldn't help but smile. Why? Isn't it? Hua Yeqing raised her chin, staring at her. If you want to think so. I don't bother to tell you. Hua Wuxue looked cold. If her life in Peach Blossom Island is enjoyable, then I am afraid that everyone in this world is living in paradise. Hua Yeqing only knows that she was chosen to go to Peach Blossom Island and was raised as an elite since she was a child. But she doesn't know how many dangers she has encountered since she was a child. Outside the country of Hua, on the land of other countries, Hua Wuxue was on the verge of death more than once. Those cultivators abroad, even for a delicate girl like her, don't have any feelings of pity. Together with other young geniuses with similar cultivation levels in Peach Blossom Island, Hua Wuxue has seen too many cruel scenes. Take out any of those scenes. Which one is not a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? Fresh. Blood dripping. 20 years ago, the Yi family in Huagua was destroyed. Such a tragedy happened every day on the entire planet. Every day, an unknown number of practitioners died. Relatively speaking, Huagua is definitely an extremely peaceful place. To be honest, the dangers faced by the people in the three hidden places are dozens of times higher than those in the domestic martial arts world. Although the three hidden places have enough cultivation resources, the dangers they face are unmatched by others. If they hadn't shouldered such a big responsibility, how could the country allow the three hidden places to exist so transcendently? It is precisely because of the existence of the three hidden places that the domestic martial arts world has been relatively peaceful for so many years. However, there is no need for Hua Wuxue to tell Hua Yeqing about these things. Let him live in a peaceful environment all the time. If he is lucky and works hard enough, he can still enter the hermitage. Witness the scene of life and death in the world. But this possibility, Hua Wuxue knows it is very, very low. It is almost negligible. Return the money. I don't have time to waste on such things. Hua Wuxue said lightly. The two elders of the Liang family beside her glared at Hua Yeqing at the same time. Hua Yeqing, who was upset in her heart, dared not say a word. Finally, she ran to return the stolen 2,000 yuan. At Hua Wuxue's request, Hua Yeqing knocked on the wooden doors of several fishermen's houses, apologized one by one, and returned the several hundred yuan she stole to the other party. For Hua Yeqing's behavior, the villagers in the fishing village felt very strange. They all stole the money and returned it. Apologies. This kid is the weirdest thief in the world, right? Someone saw that Hua Yeqing's whole body was soaked, and they felt a little sympathetic. They said that they didn't want the hundreds of dollars. Let Hua Yeqing hurry up and buy some clothes or something. Hua Yeqing refused with tears streaming down her face. Hua Wuxue stood behind and watched, expressionless. Peach Blossom Island. It will no longer be her home. From now on, she is from Kunlun Mountain. Follow Monk Hua. In that strange environment, she expected that she would be extremely lonely, so she came to find Hua Yeqing and asked him to give Qi Shuling to her. When Qi Shuling was a child, she always followed Hua Wuxue. It was just once before. Hua Wuxue was about to carry out an operation with a high probability of death. That's why Qi Shuling was handed over to Hua Yeqing to be raised. After that, she was in danger most of the time, so she didn't get it back. Until today. I'm going to Kunlun Mountain. Hua Wuxue wants a partner who can accompany her. Qi Shuling is the best choice. It's just that even with Qi Shuling's company, Hua Wuxue doesn't know what her future will be like. Will she still be able to live like before when she arrives in Kunlun Mountains? This feeling of being dependent on others is not pleasant. Yi Feng, just wait for me. Hua Wuxue's beautiful eyes flickered. Yi Feng took away her hometown. One day, she will take Peach Blossom Island back from Yi Feng. Night. Yanjing. In Qingfeng there is a peace of tranquility. The two villas that were once bustling have become extremely deserted now. In Yifeng's villa, only Xu Xu and Tang Qingling were left. In Yi Wentian's villa, only the old Chinese Dr. Li Zong was left alone. Fortunately, he has a strong body and does not need anyone's care. With Xu Xu here, Li Zong doesn't have to worry about eating. The two can often study pharmacology together. Both sides have gained a lot. Girl, your practice of pharmacology is much better than mine. After several days, Li Zong finally expressed his admiration for Xu Xu and said with emotion. Where? It's just the environment I lived in before. I have to master these. Xu Xu smiled embarrassingly. When she was in the Long family, she had a lot of clinical experience, especially for trauma and internal injuries caused by swords, guns, swords, and sticks. She has unique insights. What she is good at is healing wounds. But Li Zong is good at treating diseases. The fields of the two parties are different. Naturally, they feel that the other party is very knowledgeable and knows a lot of things that they don't know. Even Li Zong didn't treat as many wounded people as Xu Xu in his life. Naturally, he didn't have enough experience. I don't know. How is Yi Feng's situation? Xu Xu was worried all the time, with a worried look on her face, but she didn't know it. At this time, Yi Feng had already boarded the flight back to Yanjing, and was about to return to Qingfeng. After Yi Feng got off the flight, he quickly returned to the Qingfeng garden with the quick shadow wizard. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning, and there were very few people on the street. No one was there. At this time, he did not directly enter the villa complex, but in a corner where no one was paying attention, and quietly cast a blindfold, changing his body shape and face into another person. In an instant, he looked like a fat drunkard, holding an empty beer bottle in his hand. There was not even a drop of wine in the bottle, but he kept pouring it into his mouth. He staggered and approached Qingfeng. At the same time, his spiritual consciousness spread towards the surroundings. Nobody else. Yi Feng was a little strange. Shouldn't there be people from the National Security Bureau protecting the villa? Now, there is no one there. It doesn't seem quite right. He didn't think much about it. He continued to pretend to be a fat drunkard and walked towards Qingfeng. Seeing this, the young security guard, cheered up immediately. In the middle of the night, a drunk wanted to break into the villa complex. This is not the first time. But in the past, young security guards would fight anyway, and they were driven away after a busy meal. Now I see a fat drunkard. The doorman, the youth, and the security guard feel a little tricky. Look at Yi Feng's body. He doesn't seem to be an opponent by himself. If this alcoholic really makes a fuss, wouldn't it be a bad thing? He was ready to call the police. No matter what, the drunk must not be allowed to break into the community. Otherwise, there will be any property damage. He cannot escape the blame. A security guard in a small community. How to face the accountability and fines of those financially powerful families. Therefore, calling the police is the best choice for him in case he can't figure it out. Soon, Yi Feng pretended to be a drunk and came to the gate of Qingfeng. Stop. Who are you? You can't go in here. The young security guard, said immediately. He stood up in the security room. I'm here to find someone. Yi Feng. Yi Feng said rudely, waving the empty beer bottle in his hand. Leaf. The guard, the young security guard, was taken aback when he heard the words. They were looking for Yi Feng. I advise you to leave early. Yi Feng is not at home. His expression was more vigilant. How could he not know? Yi Feng is now a hot celebrity in Yanjing. If something went wrong when he was approached by this drunk, it would not be a trivial matter. What kind of bird are you? Go away. Yi Feng didn't even think about it. He threw the wine bottle in his hand. He threw it straight into the security room with the window open. It hit the young security guard on the forehead. Boom. This blow was neither light nor heavy. It didn't hurt the guard, but it successfully knocked him unconscious. Immediately afterwards, Yi Feng strutted into the villa complex. The scene just now was not seen by anyone else except the surveillance cameras. Something's not right. There's really no one here from NSA. Yi Feng secretly paid attention to it, and walked towards his own villa swaggeringly. He walked all the way to the door of Yi Wentian's villa. The surrounding area was still silent. There was no sign of anyone rushing out to stop him. These two. Get out. Yi Feng yelled loudly, alarming the entire villa community in the middle of the night. Even if the guards from the National Security Bureau fell asleep, this sound is enough to wake them up. Of course, Yi Feng knows that when the National Security Bureau members are performing tasks, it is definitely impossible to fall asleep. In other words, most likely because there are really no people from the National Security Bureau around here. As soon as he yelled out, Li Zong, Xu Xu, and Tang Qingling in the villa were immediately taken aback. It's the middle of the night. Who is crying and howling outside? It's so late. Xu Xu has already returned to her room. She was still in doubt. She heard Li Zong's angry voice, Who are you? Trespassing on a private house like this is against the law. Give me peace of mind. You are the one to catch. A ferocious and hateful voice came over, causing Xu Xu to frown. Someone is looking for trouble. Xu Xu is not easy to mess with either. Since she followed Yi Feng to cultivate immortality, she has cultivated for nearly 10 years now. It is completely easy to deal with ordinary people. She quickly put on a thin coat and stepped outside the door. Just seeing Tang Qingling also heard the voice coming out of the door, so she comforted, Aunt Tang, it's fine. I'll go out and solve it. Well. Be careful. Tang Qingling nodded worriedly. She followed the corridor to the balcony and looked down. In her vision, Li Zong was being held tightly by a fat drunkard, unable to break free. And the fat drunkard was holding Li Zong, and was heading towards their villa. Soon Xu Xu's figure appeared in Tang Qingling's line of sight. Seeing Li Zong being caught by Yi Feng, Xu Xisu waved her hand and rushed forward, trying to snatch Li Zong back. Yi Feng restrained Li Zong, then urged his true energy into Li Zong's body, making him unconscious for a while, and then saw Xu Xiu running out of his villa. It's all happened. The National Security Bureau is still silent. Yi Feng's expression gradually turned cold. Before he left, he asked Lin Shiqing for protection from the National Security Bureau. Now it seems that there is no protection here at all. He believed that it was not Lin Shiqing who was playing tricks on him. After all, Lin Shiqing was also a person who went to the wild world with him. This kind of trust should still be there. In other words, the people from the National Security Bureau didn't take Yi Feng seriously. If Yi Feng hadn't called Lin Dedian before they withdrew the protection forces, that would be understandable. But at this moment, this is too disappointing. However, Yi Feng didn't say much, and he didn't complain too much about the National Security Bureau. After all, the other party had no obligation to help him protect Xu Xiu and others. It's just that he now knows the attitude towards the National Security Bureau. Sure enough, it's not my own. I can't believe it. Yifeng didn't ask why the National Security Bureau was not there. Now that the scene has started, it must be finished. Seeing Shushu floating towards him, Yifeng didn't even think about it. He waved his hand, and his true energy shot out through the air, wrapping around Shushu's delicate body in one stroke, and then with one hand, he pulled her into his arms. Ah! Shushu didn't expect that the alcoholic fat man in front of her was a practitioner. She was caught off guard and was caught in front of Yifeng. Follow me. Yifeng said in a deep voice, without revealing his true identity. At this moment, he is always watching his surroundings. Will someone from the National Security Bureau finally show up and help Shushu and the others a favor? But soon, the facts let him down. Until Shushu's body was rolled by him, there was still no movement around. Disappointment. Apart from these two words, Yifeng has no other thoughts. This game should be over. He thought in his heart, but at this moment, Shushu, who was being rolled up by him, suddenly moved. Xinxiang urged her with real anger, and the coat that Yifeng grabbed suddenly burst. Shushu is planning to use this method to launch a surprise attack on Yifeng. As for getting naked or something, she couldn't care less. Immediately, Yifeng's expression became strange. Snapped. As soon as Yifeng grasped Shushu's wrist, the true energy moved and blocked all the true energy in her body. Shushu suddenly couldn't use any strength. She gritted her teeth and wanted to break free. But how could she break free from Yifeng's grasp? Go to sleep. Yifeng murmured softly. His true energy moved Shushu into a coma. Under the broken coat, Shushu's plump and delicate body loomed, a little snow-white, full of temptation, making Yifeng swallow his saliva. Swish. Yifeng stepped lightly and ran back towards his villa with Lizong and Shushu. NSA. Still nowhere to be seen. Yifeng didn't care too much about it either. Anyway, from now on, Shushu and the others will live and practice on Peach Blossom Island. He doesn't have to worry about their safety. I asked Lin Shiqing for help before. This is the last time. Seeing Yifeng running into the villa with Lizong and Shushu in a coma, Tang Qingling gritted her teeth. She didn't expect that even Shushu couldn't deal with this drunkard fat man. Now she is left alone. There is really no possibility of defeating the other party. Rescue Lizong and Shushu. Of course. No possibility does not mean it is completely impossible. Tang Qingling thought she might as well pretend to surrender, make a pot of tea for this drunkard fat man, and use some hands and feet in the tea, then maybe she can overturn the opponent without bloodshed. Too bad she was so naive. Yifeng wouldn't be so troublesome. He didn't have any malice towards Tang Qingling and others. He was just putting on a show. Seeing Tang Qingling, who was wearing a light veil coming down the stairs with a gentle expression on his face, Yifeng didn't even think about it. He stepped forward and urged her with real anger, and easily knocked her out. Before she fainted, Tang Qingling still had a surprised expression on her face. It was obvious that she didn't expect the other party to attack without any explanation. Immortal art. Obscuration. Yifeng raised his hand, urged him with genuine energy, and cast a blindfold to cover the entire villa, preventing outsiders from seeing the scene. Immediately afterwards, he placed Lizong, Shushu, and Tang Qingling on the sofa one by one. With a slap in the face, he woke up the three of them. Not good. Shushu was the first to react. She jumped up suddenly. Her consciousness had already swept around. She was extremely vigilant. After all, she is a cultivator. Shushu reacted much faster than Lizong and Tang Qingling. Shushu's delicate body jumping up quickly is still a little bit white. It is very seductive. The plump breasts and buttocks are enough to make any man want to commit a crime. But soon, she noticed the surrounding situation clearly, and couldn't help but be taken aback for a while. Yi Feng. In front of her, Yi Feng was standing with a smile on his face, throwing a coat over. "Auntie, put it on." "It's me. It's fine." Yi Feng laughed. The moment she saw Yi Feng, Shu immediately felt relieved. A big stone fell to the ground in her heart. No matter what happened before, as long as Yi Feng is there, then she will be fine. Since I have been with Yi Feng for so long, as long as Yi Feng is around, no one can touch her. This has made Shu form a natural concept. "Xiaoya. Why is it you? That drunk just now?" Tang Qingling at the side finally came to his senses, still in shock. "I chased you away." "Don't worry." Yi Feng shook his head and explained, "Then please come with me again. We won't live here in the future." "That's where you live." Tang Qingling and Shu were curious at the same time. "Peach Blossom Island." Yi Feng smiled. 3 short words. The 2 girls were stunned. Peach Blossom Island. Both girls knew it. During the martial arts conference, Taohua Island randomly came out with a monk named Hua, and forced Yi Feng to jump off the cliff. It can be seen that Taohua Island is very powerful. But now, Yi Feng asked them to move to Peach Blossom Island. Shu's expression became strange all of a sudden. Her heart was full of surprise and puzzlement. Yi Feng actually occupied Peach Blossom Island so quickly. Tang Qingling didn't know Yi Feng's previous plan. Now she just felt that what Yi Feng said was too shocking. Go live on Peach Blossom Island. Could it be that Yi Feng took refuge in Peach Blossom Island? No. Impossible. It is impossible for Yi Feng to be such a person. Then, Peach Blossom Island now belongs to Yi Feng. The hearts of the 2 women continued to turmoil. The old man Li Zong woke up leisurely. When he saw Yi Feng, he said hello and didn't say anything more. Among the 3, Li Zong knew the least about the cultivation world. Of course, he didn't have any special concept about Peach Blossom Island. "Let's go." Yi Feng waved his hand, got up and walked towards the door. Peach Blossom Island. After a day, Yi Feng had brought Li Zong, Tang Qingling, and Shu to Peach Blossom Island. In addition, Yi Feng found Xiaoyu at the company and brought her here together. As soon as he came here, Yi Feng first found a yard suitable for planting medicinal herbs for Li Zong. Then he took out the land where the medicinal herbs were planted in the Dragon Sword Ancient Ring and covered it in the yard. Peach Blossom Island is rich in aura, which undoubtedly makes these herbs grow better. And Li Zong, who was taught by Yi Feng soon, began to practice the Star Tomb art. Even though Li Zong was just starting to practice, he couldn't feel the improvement of Peach Blossom Island's cultivation speed, but he could clearly feel that the herbs he planted before grew faster on Peach Blossom Island. Li Zong has nothing but admiration for the current Yi Feng. To find an isolated place like Peach Blossom Island to live in modern society. This is something ordinary people can do. I heard that there are only 3 places like this in the entire Huagua. This surprised Li Zong even more. After answering some common questions about cultivation for Li Zong, Yi Feng left Li Zong's residence and ran towards the residence of the girls. Not far from the crowd's courtyard, Yi Feng heard a burst of exclamation from the courtyard ahead, making Yi Feng frown slightly. Immediately after, he extended his consciousness and quickly detected the situation ahead. This is not good. Yi Feng's expression changed. He stepped forward without thinking. It was in the front yard. Long Waner, Su Menghan, Zi Jianlan, Zhang Xinyun and others gathered together. They all showed puzzled faces. And they surrounded Shu in the middle. At this time, Shu's face was a little pale, because just now she did something that ordinary people dare not do. That is to abolish her cultivation base. Her previous cultivation base of nearly 10 years was not very high, but it was not low either. But now, she has abolished these cultivation bases by herself. Xu move. Of course, it's not that she doesn't want to practice anymore. It's because she wants to abolish the star grave art and practice the star immortal art instead. Star refining immortal code. Although it is difficult to cultivate, its benefits and advantages are also obvious. For the sake of future development, the strong man Xu broke his wrist. He has the courage to abolish all his 10 years of cultivation. Even Yi Feng felt Xu's determination. She wants to become stronger. In the future, have more development possibilities. When Yi Feng arrived, Xu had completely abolished her 10 years of cultivation. If this is not the case, if you directly practice the star refining code, there will be a conflict between the two kinds of true qi, and you will go crazy. Those who are mildly injured will no longer be able to practice, and those who are seriously injured will die on the spot. Therefore, if you want to switch to practicing the star refining immortal canon, the only way is to abolish your cultivation base. Anyway, it is impossible for Yi Feng to do such a thing. After all, his 55 years of cultivation has not come easily, and he is still the most important force to protect Peach Blossom Island. If it is abolished, the gain will not be worth the loss. What's more, Yi Feng missed Su Feiying even more. When practicing the Star Tomb art, Yi Feng could always think of Su Feiying's beautiful figure, which made him willing to abolish the cultivation of the Star Tomb art. Auntie. Yi Feng ran into the yard, and saw the pale Xu, who was being supported by Long Water, while comprehending the first star map in the Star Alchemy Code. The rest of the girls were speechless and gathered beside Yi Feng. Su Menghan held Yi Feng's arm and looked at Xu worriedly. Abolishing her cultivation will have a great impact on herself, but if Xu can switch to cultivating the Star Immortal Code because of this, it will definitely be beneficial and harmless to her future cultivation. The development potential of the Star Refining Immortal Code is much greater than that of the Star Grave Art. Star Tomb Ju is a primary method for cultivating immortals, because the speed of cultivation and expansion of the meridians is too slow. When the cultivation base reaches a certain bottleneck, it is difficult to make further progress. Among other things, one would definitely not be able to achieve a 1,000-year cultivation base. No matter how talented and amazingly talented people are, it is impossible to rely on the Star Grave Art to cultivate to a 1,000-year cultivation base. But the Star Refining Immortal Code is different. Although I don't know how many years I will encounter bottlenecks in practicing the Star Refining Immortal Code, but it is definitely much better than the Star Tomb art. After all, in addition to the difficulty of cultivation, this Star Refining Immortal Code is a genuine high-level cultivation method of immortality. The cultivation speed is 3 times that of the Star Tomb Ju. This made Su Menghan a little hesitant, wondering if she should abolish her cultivation as well, and instead practice the Star Immortal Canon. Don't think too much about it. Yi Feng held Su Menghan and comforted him softly. He could understand Su Menghan's mood, but this move was really unnecessary for Su Menghan. It is not so easy to successfully cultivate the Star Refining Immortal Code. Lin Shiqing is not stupid, even very talented, but so far she has not comprehended the first star map, one of the 8 moves of immortality. Judging from this situation, it is already extremely difficult to comprehend the second star map. Not to mention the 3rd, 4th, and even the 5th, 6th, 7th, and other star maps. Each star map, every 30 years of cultivation, the difficulty of cultivating the Star Refining Immortal Code will decrease. Greatly increased. It's done. Soon, Long Water shouted in surprise, attracting everyone's attention. Yi Feng reached out his consciousness, and immediately felt a ray of true energy similar to Lin Shiqing's within Xu body. After Xu abolished the Star Grave Art, she finally comprehended the first star chart in the star refining immortal canon, and started to practice smoothly. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief, and the rest of the girls also breathed a sigh of relief. Since Sister Shu has figured it out, then leave it to me. Aside from Zi Jianlan stood up, with a wave of her hand, a little girl with a whole body as white as a porcelain doll floated out of her body. It was the image transformed by Qianzai Xianbing, Binger. When Binger appeared, she still gave Yifeng a contemptuous look as before, then ignored this evil man at all, and floated in front of Shu Shu. 1,000 years of black ice, if it has enough aura, it can be absorbed by others, improving its cultivation for a full 10 years. But at this moment, Binger wanted Shu Shu's cultivation base to skyrocket. Swish! Shu Shu obviously had a talk with Zi Jianlan and the others. Without hesitation at this moment, she held Binger's little hand with one hand and began to absorb her heaven and earth aura. I'm afraid that after Yifeng came back from Menghuang realm, Shu Shu already had the idea of abolishing the Star Tu Mart and turning to practice the Star Immortal Code, but she never put it into practice. When I arrived at Peach Blossom Island today, seeing such good cultivation conditions, of course I couldn't help it. Brother Yi, on Peach Blossom Island, Binger can recover all of her aura every 7 days. Zijianlin was on the side, and she said to Yifeng with her wonderful fairy voice. 7 days. This time was much shorter than the previous 2 months, which also made Yifeng's whole mind active. Now he and the people around him, there are not many people who have absorbed the profound ice for thousands of years. If it only takes 7 days to restore the full spiritual energy, wouldn't it mean that every 7 days, one of the people around him can improve his cultivation for 10 years? Of course, this kind of opportunity, each person only has one time, but even if it is one time, many other practitioners absolutely cannot match it. 10 years of cultivation, this is not a small amount. After 50 years of cultivation, each 10-year improvement in cultivation can double the total amount of true energy. Swish! Soon, Shu Shu finished absorbing the heaven and earth aura of Qianzai Xianbing, and her cultivation base soared from 0 to 10 years. Binger suddenly became sluggish, and was taken into the body by Zijianlin lovingly. Gathering Yin God, deriving spiritual consciousness. Shu Shu had been yearning for this process for a long time, so she didn't hesitate to operate the star refining immortal code that she had just cultivated according to the method taught by Yifeng. Swish! 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 The Yin and the gods are formed, and the consciousness is manifested. Shu Shu opened her eyes again, her whole body was more mature and attractive than before. She glanced at Yifeng, her eyes were mellow and affectionate. I think I can try lay on hands. Shu Shu said softly, facing Yifeng. She was still a little cautious. Yifeng nodded. For this scene, he had been looking forward to it many times, and now his wish finally came true. Puff! With Yifeng's true energy, the Yulan sword flashed, directly cutting a wound on his hand, and fresh blood flowed out. For ordinary people, this might be unbearably painful, but to Yifeng, it was just a trivial matter. Seeing this, Shu Shu felt a little distressed immediately, and then raised her soft and crisp hand. A burst of lavender light radiated from her little hand, gradually covering Yifeng's wound. Everyone stared with bated breath and focused their attention on Yifeng's hands. Suddenly, the fresh blood solidified in an instant, and then the scar on Yifeng's hand that was cut by the Yulan sword disappeared, and the whole arm returned to its original state, without any trace of injury at all. This effect seems to be stronger than ordinary lay-on hands. And Yifeng clenched his fists tightly, his eyes were bare. Shu Shu's lay-on healing technique is really different. After practicing the star refining immortal code, plus her understanding of herbal medicine and medical skills, the light of this lay-on hands turned into lavender, and in addition to healing wounds, it can also increase Yifeng's strength in a short period of time. After being healed by Shu Shu's lay on hands, Yifeng's infuriating star refining power seems to be able to increase the power of the immortal art by 10% when performing the immortal art. But as time passed, after 1 minute, the power of refining stars in Yifeng's body completely disappeared. It seems that Shu Shu's lay on hands can only strengthen people for 1 minute. Although the time is not long, the effect is still considerable, even equivalent to the effect of taking the next explosive yuan pill without any side effects. Auntie, come here. Yifeng waved to Shu Shu with a smile on his face. Shu Shu was delighted to be able to perform lay on hands. When Yifeng called her, she raised her head and smiled softly. This is a spirit stone, this is a small coral, and this is Luotian water. Together, it should also improve your cultivation for 10 years. Yifeng threw out the 3 treasures of heaven and earth that he was planning to give to the other party. Shu Shu's eyes brightened. She took the 3 treasures of heaven, material, and earth without hesitation and started to absorb them on the spot. Anyway, there are people around here. There is no danger in absorbing the aura of heaven and earth here. After Shu Shu absorbs these 3 treasures of heaven, material, and earth, she will have at least 20 years of cultivation, and her strength will rise to a higher level, so that the effect of lay on hands will become stronger and stronger. As for more medical magic, even Yifeng doesn't know how to use it. Maybe Su Feiying will know some. It's a pity that Su Feiying is not here. This question can only be left for later. Wanner, I still have these spirit stones left for you. You can send them to other people on the island. I have to go out and do some errands. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng handed the remaining spirit stones and small corals to Long Wanner. Long Wanner nodded, took the pile of natural treasures, and was a little curious. Where are you going? Go to the corpse cult. Yifeng Dao. He himself only left 11 spirit stones and 11 small corals, which he planned to bring to Nanfeng and others in the cave of Luofu Mountain. After explaining some things to Long Wanner and Su Menghan, Yifeng left the yard and came to another yard not far away. Right here, Xiaoyu was brought here from Yanjing by Yifeng just now, and she is tidying up the house. There are a lot of yard houses on Peach Blossom Island. It's not so painful to squeeze into a villa. As for Xiaoyu, Yifeng knows her thoughts. It might be very difficult for her to stay on Peach Blossom Island, but as Yifeng's woman, if she wants to go out for a walk, she must have enough strength. Otherwise, Yifeng is not at ease. The previous Xiaoyu had never absorbed the treasures of heaven, material, and earth, so she only had 5 or 6 months of cultivation. At this moment, Yifeng gave her a suggestion. Xiaoyu nodded as soon as she heard it, and under Yifeng's guidance, she abolished the star grave art and started to practice the star immortal art. Anyway, the cultivation level is not high. If you have confidence in yourself, then the advantage of practicing the star immortal code is much greater. With the resources currently in Yifeng's hands, a cultivator who started cultivating immortals from scratch, under the cultivation of heaven, material, and earth treasures, can raise his cultivation to 20 years in a short time. Of course, this is under the condition that its meridians are enough to accommodate 20 years of cultivation, otherwise it will definitely be blown up by the aura of heaven and earth. For example, Li Zong and Yifeng asked him to broaden his meridians first, instead of directly absorbing Luotian water, and so on. And Xiaoyu is different from Shu Shu. The two of them have been widening their meridians since before. At this time, the upper limit of their cultivation is more than 30 to 40 years old. Absorbing such a little spiritual energy from heaven and earth is nothing at all. As the cultivation bases of the people around him improve one by one, Yifeng's heart is steady. Start now, you are not alone. No matter who is around in the next journey, it will bring great help to Yifeng. This is also because he has been paying attention, otherwise he would never be able to gather so many friends, and these friends are very talented. After arranging everything on the island, Yifeng asked Long Wanner to take charge of the overall situation, and then set off on a speedboat towards the coast of the East China Sea. In order to save energy, he can't fly with the sword all day long. Although there is Luotian water on my body and there is still a lot of it, it is not something that can be wasted at will. It may take a while to leave Peach Blossom Island this time. Yifeng not only has to find time to go to the corpse sect, but also to Luofu Mountain Cave, and to investigate the movements of Master Dead Branch. The red cassock cloth can only be asked by other Buddhist sects. Yifeng remembered what Tang Xifeng and Yi Wendian said. Even the two elders couldn't see anything special about the red cassock cloth. It seems that the Buddhist sect is mysterious in the ordinary martial arts world. When he heard that the temple of Master Kuji had been abandoned, Tang Xifeng regretted it for a long time, but he didn't think that any accidents would happen to Master Kuji. In his eyes, Master Dead Branch is too strong. However, Yifeng thought. The gate of exorcising corpses is located in Huagua. For many ordinary people, they may have heard of Xiangxi exorcising corpses, but they don't know that this is actually true. However, it is not as mysterious as most people think. The technique of Xiangxi Zongjiao is much simpler and more normal than some weird sects in the world of cultivating immortals. Yifeng spent a day and a night to arrive at Xiangxi. Then, he called out the seal that had been sealed in the soul beam altar, and asked her to take him to the gate of the corpse sect. Yifeng wanted to do this for a long time, but it was a pity that it was delayed for so long because of other things, and now he finally has time to check it out. This female ghost is exorcising corpses to teach a tool. It has been sealed for 120 years and has always had self-awareness, which shows that the tool is magical and extraordinary. That is definitely something more precious than the Shroud of Souls. Under the leadership of the female ghost, Yifeng traveled all the way across the mountains and arrived at the location of the zombie cult in a short time, but he has no interest in the zombie cult. His purpose is the precious instrument, not the corpse cult. He followed the female ghost all the way to avoid the gathering place of the exorcising crowd, and soon came to a gloomy cemetery. This is a very secluded place. I heard from the female ghost that it is the back mountain of the zombie sect. At the end of the cemetery is the Zongshi temple of the zombie sect. Someone should be guarding it. And coming all the way, the female ghost specially chose the road where no one would go, and even avoided all the people who chased the corpse. It can be seen that this female ghost is indeed a corpse exorcist. There must be someone guarding the ancestral hall. You are really not afraid. The female ghost led the way into the gloomy cemetery, then looked at Yifeng with some doubts. Although she knew that Yifeng should have some strength, at least able to capture and seal her, but she didn't know how strong Yifeng was. Facing the elite disciples of the corpse sect, Yifeng can still win. Fiction/. Yifeng couldn't help laughing when he heard the female ghost's worry. This female ghost definitely doesn't know who Yifeng is in the entire martial arts world, what kind of existence he already is. It's not that Yifeng is arrogant, he really has nothing to be afraid of facing the mere elite disciples of the corpse sect. Let's go, he said lightly without saying much. Seeing his indifferent appearance, the female ghost thought to herself that when she arrives at the ancestral hall later, she will see the elite disciples of the corpse sect. What will you do? One person, one ghost in the spooky cemetery. Yifeng's spiritual consciousness has always been spreading around, completely grasping all the scenes within a range of 550 meters, and no disturbance can escape his perception. Disciples of the corpse sect generally fight by driving away corpses, and the source of corpses is this gloomy cemetery. This cemetery NBSP is all processed corpses of a certain age can be driven out to fight by using the mental method cultivated by the disciples of the corpse sect. According to the level of the corpse cultivator disciples, the number of corpses that can be driven is also different. The more high-end disciples, the more corpses can be driven. Of course, this is just a general situation. In addition, for example, the zombie cultist Yifeng met before has a treasure like the soul-bounding shrine, so he can also use the zombie-bringing cult's moves to fight the soul-bounding niche entity. Of course, things of this level can't be found in the entire zombie cult. To the second. Soon, Yifeng followed the female ghost through the entire gloomy cemetery, probably because it was night, so Yifeng didn't find anyone in the cemetery. At the end of the gloomy cemetery is an ancient-looking ancestral hall building. At the door, there are two young guards in strange clothes. Each has more than 20 years of cultivation. The elite disciples of the corpse sect are at this level in the first place. Yifeng shook his head, quite disappointed. After all, the zombie sect is just a sect in the martial arts world. It can't be compared with a sect like the Zhejian sword sect. The entire sect, I'm afraid I can't even find a 50-year-old cultivator. The two youths in front of me have cultivation bases in their early 20s, so it is normal for them to become elite disciples. Who? Soon, the two disciples noticed Yifeng's figure and immediately became vigilant. Get out of the way obediently, I can spare you from death, Yifeng said while walking forward. Originally, he wanted to go in stealthily, get the utensils that the female ghost said, and then leave quietly, but after thinking about it, Zhang Yang, the girl who drove the corpse before, seemed to be homeless at this time, so he was quite upset. This corpse cultist is not a good thing, why save face for the other party? In the entire corpse cult, Yifeng came whenever he wanted and left when he wanted, no one could stop him. That being the case, why does he still sneak around? If the two people in front of him were obedient and moved away, Yifeng would have no excuse to trouble them, but this kind of thing is impossible. The other two youths from the zombie cult didn't have spiritual sense, like Yifeng. They couldn't estimate Yifeng's strength at all. They only knew that Yifeng seemed to be a person who had practiced. It's a pity that even if you have practiced it, this is the base camp of the corpse cult. What are they afraid of? Of course, it is not an ordinary thing for a young man in a black shirt to appear in the gloomy cemetery and the church shrine in the middle of the night, so the two still know the importance. The news whistled as if to inform the rest of the exorcist. Then, the two elites walked towards Yifeng with joking expressions on their faces. Boy, report your name, maybe you can leave your whole body. The ghastly young man with his talisman-like face spoke sinisterly towards Yifeng, holding a blood-colored dagger in his hand, looking very fierce. If this picture is placed in an ordinary city, it will definitely scare a lot of people. But in front of Yifeng, with a sweep of his spiritual sense, he knew how much this thing weighed. Get out of the way now, maybe I can leave you with a dead body. Yifeng counterattacked. Seeing this, the invisible female ghost opened her eyes and mouth wide. She really admired Yifeng's boldness and threw herself down. This guy doesn't know that this is the base camp of the corpse exorcism sect? How dare you still provoke the corpse cultivators like this? The female ghost finds it unbelievable. The elites of the corpse cult are naturally even more annoyed. Smelly boy, you are looking for death yourself. The faces of the two of them sank, and as soon as they raised their hands, two corpses rushed towards Yifeng from the side of the mud, each of them was rotten and bandaged. Although these two are just corpses, their speed is not slow at all. It's over. Seeing this, the female ghost suddenly showed a pity expression. This young man doesn't know the seriousness. He is going to be killed here today. But soon she was stunned. Poof poof. After the two beeps, Yifeng did not see any movement. The heads of the two corpses, controlled by the elite disciples, suddenly flew up. Immediately after a flash of blue light, the female ghost and the two elite disciples did not react. The sword light had already penetrated the chests of the two. Fresh blood dripping everywhere. Go in. Yifeng didn't pay attention to the two people in front of him at all. He easily dealt with them, and then walked into the corpse exorcism temple. The female ghost was frightened by Yifeng's method, trembled twice, and quickly followed Yifeng. She still doesn't know that Yifeng's strength is definitely far superior to these two elite disciples, otherwise, how could he have eliminated the two of them in an instant? And looking at Yifeng's appearance, it's as simple as trampling two ants to death. The difference in strength makes these two people in Yifeng's eyes, they are really like ants, they can be resolved easily, without dragging their feet. The female ghost turned her head and glanced in the direction of the gloomy cemetery. Even if this guy is so strong, it will be just as tragic later. These two just blew the whistle. The real strongman of the zombie sect will come soon. The female ghost SP, a floating body, entered the ancestral hall. She is a soul, ordinary people can't see her with the naked eye unless they use their consciousness, so she is absolutely safe. She really hoped that Yifeng would be killed by the exorcist sect, so that she could regain her freedom. Yifeng broke into the temple of the exorcist sect, his spiritual consciousness spread towards the surroundings, and he soon felt a strange fluctuation. It was a fluctuation that could affect the soul of a person. Right there. Yifeng's eyes brightened, he quickly walked across the front hall of the ancestral hall, past a small courtyard, and came to the back hall of the ancestral hall. Looking up, I saw a small tripod being placed in the front hall of the ancestral hall, exuding that strange wave that affects the soul. This is a small cauldron as tall as a person, with a black body and engraved with mysterious inscriptions, which looks extremely strange. This fluctuation seems to be very beneficial to the soul. Yifeng glanced behind with his spiritual sense, and found that the female ghost who followed her immediately felt a little relieved when she was affected by the fluctuations emitted by the small cauldron. I don't know what this is for the time being, but I'll talk about it after taking it first. Yifeng raised his hand, and Shua put the small tripod into the dragon sword ancient ring. As soon as the female ghost came up from behind, she was a little relieved by the fluctuation of the small cauldron, but that feeling disappeared in an instant, and she couldn't help being taken aback. Taking a closer look, Yifeng actually disappeared the little cauldron that she had hidden for 120 years with a wave of his hand. You. The female ghost was taken aback, it was as tall as a person, how did this person lose sight of it all of a sudden? Me what? Yifeng glanced at her, tell me everything you know about this little tripod, and I can consider helping you. I believe you don't want to become a lonely ghost in the future, do you? Not only that, without the nourishment of the small cauldron, and without Yifeng sealing her soul, it is uncertain how long this female ghost can exist. Maybe, in a few days, I will be out of my wits. Shocked by Yifeng's methods, the female ghost was unable to speak for a long time, finally thought for a while, and finally told Yifeng's request all the things she knew about this little cauldron. It turns out that in the zombie sect, the small cauldron, which is as tall as this person, is called the xuanhuan cauldron, which has the effect of calming the soul and calming the nerves, and is a good thing passed down from the ancestors. But no one can understand its specific effect until now. The female ghost only knows that her soul possesses it and can exist consciously for a long time, at least 120 years without dissipating. As for how long it will last, even she doesn't know. In normal times, the corpse sect would use the soul cauldron to sacrifice ancestors, etc., and it was not of much practical use, but there is no doubt that the corpse cultists attached great importance to the soul cauldron. This ancestral hall is a place where the corpse cult worships ancestors. How can ordinary things be easily entered into the ancestral hall? Undoubtedly, when the soul cauldron disappeared, the members of the corpse-repelling sect would definitely investigate thoroughly. Even now Yifeng couldn't escape the scope of the corpse-repelling sect at all. The female ghost spoke out her worries, but Yifeng smiled freely. You still worry about yourself. Do you just want to wander in the state of a soul until your soul disappears? If you don't want to die like this, I can consider helping you. You can decide for yourself. Of course what Yifeng said was to let her become a soul cultivator, but whether she accepts it or not depends on herself. Moreover, this female ghost had also practiced martial arts and mental techniques before she was alive, so if she practiced the soul-cultivating mental technique to control the soul, there should be some rejection. However, things are not that simple. The female ghost has been hiding in the soul cauldron for 120 years, maybe the nature of the soul has changed long ago, and it is completely unknown whether she can practice the art of controlling the soul. Yifeng also wanted to use her as an experiment, to know more about the soul cauldron. How can you help me? When the female ghost heard Yifeng say that, she looked strange. She has been dead for more than 120 years, what else can Yifeng do to help her? You must know that she is a soul, and most people can't find her at all. Although Yifeng is a bit capable, but if he wants to help a soul, it may not be so easy. Yifeng didn't tell her the details, but said, I can help you, let you practice in the form of a soul, and let you exist as long as possible. After saying this, he ignored the female ghost's reaction and ran out towards the front hall of the ancestral hall in 2 or 3 steps. Because he felt that someone finally came to the front hall of the ancestral hall. Who dares to trespass into the temple of the corpse-repelling sect? It's really audacious, thinking that he didn't die fast enough? A rough man's voice came in from outside, followed by the smell of rotting corpses, accompanied by the sound. Obviously, the person from the other party didn't intend to say anything more to the person who broke into the ancestral hall, but was going to kill him directly. After all, Yifeng came in and killed 2 disciples of the corpse sect. This enmity, in today's martial arts world, is enough to kill any sect. Swish! Swish! 2 rotting corpses broke into the ancestral hall, smashed a mahogany pillar in the ancestral hall, and looked fiercely at Yifeng, a young man in black shirt who was at the entrance of the back hall of the ancestral hall. Each of these 2 corpses has the strength of 30 to 40 years of cultivation, and they act quickly without any sense of delay. As the clouds flowed, the 2 corpses had already arrived in front of Yifeng. They waved their poisonous claws and swept towards Yifeng. The stench was so foul that it made people sick. Die! A burly man in rough cloth who came in followed, with a murderous look on his face. He looked at Yifeng like a dead man, as if he saw the fate of Yifeng who was about to be torn into pieces by the corpse he drove. The female ghost hadn't had time to come out in the apse, but she had already sensed the tyrannical aura of the 2 corpses, and she was too frightened to show up. This kid, it's more of a disaster than a blessing. The female ghost thought to herself, hiding behind and watching quietly. The strength of these 2 corpses is not comparable to that of the previous 2 elite disciples, and the person who came as Li Gang, an extremely vicious butcher from the corpse sect, who is extremely cruel and merciless. The people who fell into his hands have never been able to leave a whole body, either they were torn into pieces, or they were chopped into pieces. In the blink of an eye, the 2 corpses rushed in front of Yifeng, exuding a disgusting rotting stench. Noisy. Yifeng's expression was cold, and he was so motivated that he didn't pay attention to the other party at all. Based on his current 55-year cultivation base, he would have a 110-year cultivation base in the martial arts world, not to mention that he is still a cultivator of immortals, and he would not be afraid of the 2 corpses in front of him. The faint blue sword light flashed past. The heads of the 2 corpses had been flying high, and under the action of the tyrannical Zhenqi, the bodies of the 2 corpses were exploded. With a bang, the rotting corpse fragments were immediately blown everywhere. Puff! Before the rough-clothed man, the butcher Li Gang, could react, the blue sword light had already arrived in front of him, piercing his throat with lightning speed. This person has harmed the world and has a very murderous intent. If he is killed, he is doing harm to the people. Yifeng stopped, spoke lightly, and raised his head. A row of senior members of the corpse sect came from outside, just in time to see the scene of Yifeng Jian beheading the butcher Li Gang. In an instant, everyone was amazed and stopped in a hurry. Who are you? How dare you trespass on my ancestral hall? An old man wrapped in a shroud walked in front, only showing a pair of strange eyes, staring at Yi Feng and asking. Yi Feng observed the outside. Fiction/. The old man wrapped in the shroud had the highest level of cultivation, with more than 50 years of cultivation, and he was placed in a role that people in the Jianhu feared, not to mention that this old man would definitely be able to drive away several corpses of considerable cultivation level to fight. Its actual combat power is definitely no worse than that of Long Moran, but it is a pity that this is already the strongest combat power of the corpse cult, and it cannot be compared with the Long family. My name is Yi Feng. Yi Feng heard the other party's inquiry, and finally said his name. These exorcising members are evil sects, and they did not really participate in the previous martial arts conference held on the West Xian mountain of the Tai Chi Hall, so they have never met Yi Feng. However, how could they not know about Yi Feng's name? As soon as Yi Feng reported his family name, the old man wrapped in shroud suddenly became cloudy and uncertain, and the expressions of the 10 or so high-ranking exorcists around him changed dramatically. This kid turned out to be Yi Feng. Everyone was thinking, looking at Yi Feng with a look of fear. It turns out to be Brother Yi, who has admired his name for a long time, and seeing him today, he really lives up to his reputation. The eyes of the old man wrapped in shroud flickered, and he finally cupped his hands and said, his withered arms were like corpses, with no trace of blood visible. Old Corpse Man, the current head of the corpse sect, met little Brother Yi. The shrouded old man looked solemn and bowed to Yi Feng. Well, I'm leaving. Yi Feng saw that as soon as he announced his name, the opponent's lineup immediately disappeared, so he couldn't help but feel These guys are really bullying. Brother Yi, please feel free. The skeleton corpse wrapped in a shroud immediately said respectfully, not daring to be slighted. After hearing Yi Feng's name, the corpse exorcists didn't even have the courage to stop Yi Feng. Even if Yi Feng broke into the ancestral hall of their exorcism sect, maybe took something away, but how dare they go against Yi Feng? You know, this Yi Feng is a terrifying existence that even xuanhuan Daoist from the Tai Chi Hall can defeat and kill. Although they don't know how such a young Yi Feng possessed such a body, it is already a fact and they cannot help doubting it. The matter about Yi Feng has already spread throughout the world. And it is said that the current Yi Feng has joined forces with the people from India and has left the world of martial arts, so how can they fight against Yi Feng? Even if Yi Feng bullied him to the head, he could only admit it. Of course, regarding the matter of the hidden land, only the corpse exorcist knew about it, and the others were not qualified to know about it. It is entirely because he inherited the position of the head teacher of the zombie sect that he was able to learn about this matter at the head teacher's residence, otherwise his cultivation base would not be qualified at all. I'm still acquainted. Yi Feng chuckled lightly, glanced at the dozen or so people including the corpse, and was about to leave. Wait. At this moment, a slightly hurried and clear female voice suddenly came from a bush not far away. Immediately afterwards, there was a sound of rustling and scraping away dead branches and leaves, and a woman in a grey tattered blouse came out from the bushes. It's Zhang Yang. Yi Feng had already noticed the existence of the other party, but he didn't point it out. After all, the relationship with the other party was not very close, so he didn't need to ask for trouble. But at this time, seeing that Yi Feng was about to leave, and everyone in the exorcism sect didn't dare to fart in front of Yi Feng, Zhang Yang became a little anxious, so he shouted and ran out. You are Zhang Yang. When the skeleton corpse saw Zhang Yang, his eyes flashed fiercely and murderously. This woman, as expected, is not dead, and has been lurking around them all the time. Yi Feng, don't go, please do me a little favor. Zhang Yang gasped for fragrance, and quickly walked to Yi Feng, stopped him from advancing, raised his head, and looked at Yi Feng with great hope. If she wanted to avenge her father, she could only rely on Yi Feng. Facing Yi Feng, her heartbeat began to speed up. Whether she can avenge her revenge today depends on Yi Feng's thoughts. If Yifeng refuses to help, then she has exposed herself in front of the corpse, and she will definitely die in the future. Nonsense. Yifeng hadn't made a sound yet, but the skeleton corpse man had already spoken in a gloomy manner from behind. Zhang Yang, come back quickly, do you know who this young hero is? He is Yifeng. How can a weak person like you offensive? After saying this sentence, the skeleton corpse man looked at Yifeng. Brother Yi, I'm really sorry, I'm not strict with the corpse exorcism sect. This little girl is too reckless, please don't get angry, let her go. With the words of the skeleton corpse man, he described Zhang Yang as a member of his own dead body sect, in order to gain an advantage. No matter whether Yifeng will help Zhang Yang or not, it will be beneficial and harmless. And those people behind the skeleton corpse all looked at Zhang Yang, who was wearing a grey cloth shirt, with some pity. This woman, who was driven to the trade fair of the martial arts conference, was lucky enough not to be killed by the 10,000 snake poison sect. It is said that Yifeng did it, because he wanted to tying grass and saved her. After that, the woman never dared to come back. Maybe she knew that coming back was only a dead end. However, this woman felt that an existence like Yifeng would offend them all for the sake of her little baby. Although Yifeng may not have taken the corpse-repelling sect seriously, they are not so easy to mess with. If you really want to annoy them, it's impossible for Yifeng to stay by his relatives and friends 24 hours a day. They have a lot of chances to make sneak attacks and kill people that Yifeng will regret. Therefore, rushing out in their eyes is completely suicidal. She is not a beautiful woman who can overwhelm the country. How could Yifeng help her? Even if Yifeng doesn't blame her, they will not let her off from the corpse sect. Hearing Zhang Yang's request, Yifeng was a little surprised, and after thinking about it, he probably understood the situation at hand. Your father died at their hands? Yifeng asked softly. When Zhang Yang heard Yifeng's tone, it seemed that there was some drama, which made her happy all of a sudden, and looked at Yifeng full of hope. I won't help you. Yifeng looked up at the forest ahead, and said indifferently. Ah? Zhang Yang was stunned. Won't help. The members of the corpse sect were all laughing. As expected, Yifeng would not offend their sect of the corpse sect just because of such an ordinary and beautiful woman. However, I can give you a chance. Yifeng turned his head to the side, glanced at the corpse exorcising members who were laughing one after another, and sneered in his heart. None of these guys are good, but since it's Zhang Yang's own enemy, Yifeng is not convenient to intervene. Come with me, one day, you will have the strength to take revenge with your own hands. Yifeng took Zhang Yang away, ignoring the surprised looks of everyone in the corpse cult. After the figures of the two disappeared, the members of the exorcist sect, including the head teacher of the skeleton corpse, looked down upon Yifeng. Unexpectedly, this Yifeng is really as sensual as the rumors say. Someone said with a chuckle. Really? I heard that he is surrounded by beautiful women. I didn't expect to see Zhang Yang today, and he would be so moved. It's really unbelievable. Hey. It's also a pretense that she has the strength to take revenge with her own hands. I think, once this little girl follows Yifeng, it won't be long before there are no scum left. A group of people were discussing, but they never imagined what kind of opportunities Zhang Yang would face after leaving with Yifeng. Immortal cultivation, not everyone has the opportunity. Even in the world of cultivating immortals, anyone who wants to cultivate immortals needs a guide. Without a guide, no matter how talented they are, it is impossible to become a cultivator. Yifeng led Zhang Yang down the mountain, the female ghost followed behind, but Yifeng was the only one who could feel it. Although Zhang Yang has been possessed by the female ghost for a long time, but at this moment, he can't feel the existence of the female ghost at all. In order to avoid trouble, Yifeng waved his hand, still took the female ghost back into the Shroud of Souls, and sealed it. What did you just do? Zhang Yang only felt a gust of dark wind blowing past, and seeing Yifeng raise his hand, and then continue to move forward, he felt a little strange. Nothing, you'll see soon enough. Yifeng said that only the soul can feel the existence of the soul. If all goes well, Zhang Yang will start cultivating immortals on Peach Blossom Island, and it won't be long before he possesses the soul. Zhang Yang nodded and didn't ask any further questions, knowing that he was now a dependent. Don't ask too much about things you shouldn't ask, otherwise it will easily lead to death. Starting today, she will follow Yifeng. She doesn't know what her future will be like, but she knows that it will definitely be better than before. During these days, she has been lurking and ambushed near the corpse cult, in order to find an opportunity to take revenge one day, but unfortunately the opportunity did not come, but Yifeng did. She would never know that in the future, meeting Yifeng meant much more to her than her revenge. Well, since I'm leaving with you, before I leave, I want to visit Miss Mu Qingqing. Zhang Yang said to Yifeng cautiously. She felt that this request was a little too much, but if she didn't make it up and work harder, I'm afraid she would regret it in the future. Ever since she met the inexplicable Taoist priest of Wanlin Academy in Yanjing and was rescued by Mu Qingqing, she and Mu Qingqing have become friends and often exchanged information. Mu Qingqing knew about Zhang Yang's revenge for killing his father, but there was nothing he could do about it. Facing the corpse cult, Mu Qingqing could not handle it. And the Qingsongyuan where she works will definitely not offend the corpse cult for an outsider, because it is meaningless at all, and it will be a feud instead, which will be detrimental to the future development of Qingsongyuan. Where is she? Yifeng asked, not feeling troublesome. Zhang Yang's request just showed that she is a woman who values friendship, which is a good thing for Yifeng. After all, he wanted to bring Zhang Yang to Peach Blossom Island. If Zhang Yang's character is not up to standard, it might be a disaster to bring him back, but now it seems that there shouldn't be any major problems. Qingsongyuan is not far away, less than 200 miles away. As soon as Zhang Yang heard Yifeng's words, he immediately said cautiously. Then let's go. Yifeng nodded. Ah? Thank you, thank you. Zhang Yang was very pleasantly surprised. Unexpectedly, Yifeng really agreed to her to visit Mu Qingqing. The last time the two met was 2 weeks ago. At that time, it seemed that Qingsongyuan had encountered some troubles, and Mu Qingqing's face was not very good. Because of this, Zhang Yang was a little worried about Mu Qingqing. Then how do we go? Zhang Yang expressed his gratitude to Yifeng for his understanding, and then said, I used to walk, but now it seems too wasteful. How about we take a car? It doesn't have to be that troublesome. Yifeng shook his head. The distance is less than 200 miles, that is to say, only 100 kilometers, and Yifeng's Yujian flight can just reach it. Swish! The Yulan sword was sacrificed by him, and after a flash of blue light, his figure in a black shirt was already standing on the floating Yulan sword. Zhang Yang was taken aback by the scene. Blue sword. Yifeng stepped on the sword, floating? God! Zhang Yang didn't know what was going on in his mind anymore, he just felt that all this was so incredible, and the image of Yifeng in her mind instantly became more mysterious. Come on, tell me the direction. Yifeng waved his hand, mobilized with true energy, and pulled Zhang Yang onto the Yulan sword. After knowing the location of the mountain gate of Qingsongyuan, the blue sword light quickly lifted into the sky, and after a while, it reached above the clouds and flew towards the destination. Zhang Yang stood behind Yifeng, tugging at the corner of his clothes, his heart beating fast. Looking at the sea of clouds in the sky, she felt that she was drunk. The mountain gate of Qingsongyuan. This is one of the 5 blessed places in the vicinity, and it is the sects in these 5 blessed places that form a large force in the martial arts world, the 5 courtyards. Qingsongyuan, Wanlinyuan and other 5 sects, each of which is as strong as the previous Zhenjian sect, combined together, has become an existence that the previous Taiji temple dare not easily provoke. Many people are strong, and unity can survive. The ancestors of the 5 courtyards all believed in this point, so from ancient times to the present, the 5 courtyards have been united together. However, in recent years, the 5 major courts have been quite close to each other, and some fierce conflicts even broke out. For example, today. Mu Qingqing, you should tell the truth whether the inexplicable fellow Taoist died in your hands. The representative of Wanlin Academy, an old man, stood in front of the main hall of Qingsong Academy, bossing and questioning Mu Qingqing, who was standing in front. Mu Qingqing said indifferently, "That scumbag, if you kill him, you'll be killed. Death is not a pity. If you say that I did it, then please show evidence, otherwise, I will sue you for defamation." Don't think that anyone else can help you today. Another member of the 5th Great Court stood up, came to the old man of Wanlin Court, looked at Mu Qingqing gloomily, and asked scoldingly, "Is Tuoba Xuanhua, a disciple of Zun Huayuan, killed by you? Tell me the truth." As soon as these words came out, Mu Qingqing showed a strange expression. If she really killed the inexplicable Taoist priest of Wanlin Academy, then the death of Tuoba Xuanhua really has nothing to do with her. But that's not all. Before Mu Qingqing could refute anything, and the staff of Qingsong Court had no time to speak, people from the other 2 courts immediately stood up and pointed their finger at Mu Qingqing. The 5 courtyards that have been united for hundreds of years finally broke out for the first time, the most direct and intense conflict. Facing everyone's questioning, Mu Qingqing didn't know how to refute, but her face turned red with anger, and she said, "I killed the inexplicable old man, I killed Tuoba Xuanhua, and I killed the other 2 too. Then, I have no grievances or enmities with them, so why should I kill them and become enemies with you? Perhaps, there are some personal disputes." The old man who criticized Wanlin Academy glanced at Mu Qingqing, then looked at the elders of Qingsong Academy in front of him and said, "In today's Jianghu, chivalry is not fair, and personal disputes are inevitable, but Mu Qingqing of your academy took this opportunity to make a move. He did not hesitate to kill his allies, but it was too cruel." Good. The young man from Zun Huayuan has a gloomy expression on his face. Tuoba Xuanhua from Zun Huayuan, is a well-known genius of the younger generation. Although not as good as you, Mu Qingqing, in the previous martial arts conference, I also entered the 2nd round of the rookie competition. Now the sudden death is really sad. Mu Qingqing knew that Tuoba Xuanhua was a playboy who liked to search for flowers, and he died at this time, which is really satisfying. However, this matter really has nothing to do with Mu Qingqing. Who is framing her? Mu Qingqing didn't know. Maybe this was a long-planned action by the other 4 courts against Qingsong Court, and she, Mu Qingqing, was just the fuse. Everyone, please stay calm. The head of the Qingsong Court finally stood up. It was an old man in a green robe. "You all say that my disciple killed the people in your court. What evidence do you have? Why do you need any evidence for this matter?" The young man from Zun Huayuan shook his head and said sharply, "A few days ago, Tuoba Xuanhuan from our courtyard went out on a trip and met Mu Qingqing from your courtyard, and there was an argument between the 2 sides, which was seen by many people in Zun Huayuan. What's more, I heard that Mu Qingqing of your house has been getting very close to a female disciple of the nearby evil sex exorcism sect recently." The old man of Wanlin Academy raised his chin and said proudly, "Perhaps, the pride of your academy, Mu Qingqing, has already been bewitched by the cult disciples." Yes, that's right. The people from the other 2 houses immediately echoed. "Qingqing, is there such a thing?" The head of Qingsong Academy frowned, looked at Mu Qingqing and asked. "Reporting to the sect master, Miss Zhang Yang has already left the corpse sect." Mu Qingqing spoke the truth, with her head held high and her chest held high, without any falsehood. To put it bluntly, how can the corpse cultivator say that you can leave if you leave?" The old man of Wanlin Academy snorted coldly, and continued to ask sharply, "It is clear that he was bewitched by the demon girl and killed the innocent alliance. Master Lingsong, I advise you to hand over Mu Qingqing." The current head of Qingsong Academy is named Lingsong, and as long as they have a certain level of cultivation, the disciples of Qingsong Academy will be crowned with the Taoist name of Song. For example, Mu Qingqing, if she has enough strength and status in the future, she will be called Qingsong. Of course, this is under the condition that King Songyuan continues to pass on, and today's situation does not seem to be so easy to solve. Handing over Mu Qingqing is definitely not an option. The leader of Lingsong shook his head, with a clear expression of protection for Mu Qingqing. Our 5 courtyards have been in the same branch for hundreds of years, and this situation has never happened. If you don't show evidence, you will not be able to convince the old man today. Ha ha ha, evidence. The old man of Wanlin Academy laughed up to the sky, and waved his hand. I said a long time ago that this matter can be concluded without evidence. Since the head of Lingsong, you are not willing to hand over your treasure, then I will have to offend you today. Gone. As soon as these words came out, the members of the other 3 courtyards who came together all showed expressions of here we are finally, as if they had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. As for King Songyuan, whether it was Mu Qingqing, the head of Lingsong, or some other heads, they all had a bad feeling in their hearts. At the next moment, outside the hall of King Songyuan, there were several screams. Obviously someone was being killed. The old man's expression changed drastically. The head of Lingsong sect, how could he not be able to hear that the one who screamed was his disciple under Qingsong courtyard? He was killed in his own sect. What do you mean? The leader of Lingsong was furious. He slapped the table and stood up, looking out of the hall. Several puddles of fresh blood had already been spilled outside the hall, and there was a crowd of people outside. Many of them were people from the other 4 courtyards, and they were massacring people from the Qingsong courtyard at this time. At this moment, how could Lingsong, Mu Qingqing and the others not know what the other party's purpose was? What happened today has been planned for a long time, and the person who accused Mu Qingqing of killing them was just an excuse to do something. Even if Mu Qingqing denied it in every possible way, even if he didn't kill a single person, the other party couldn't let it go. The ambush of the 4 courtyards rushed to the outside of the hall of King Songyuan in an instant, and started a thunderous raid, which made everyone in King Songyuan unable to react. Before this happened, no one, including the head of Lingsong, expected to encounter such a situation today. Indeed, in the past few years, King Songyuan has indeed become very popular. Not only has it ranked first in the 5 courtyards, but it also wants to break into the top 10 martial arts, which has brought a great threat to the other 4 courtyards. It is no coincidence that the 4 courtyards jointly attacked King Songyuan. It's just that they happened to choose this time. In the main hall of King Songyuan, blood was soon splashed, and blood flowed like a river. Yifeng walked with his sword and carried Zhang Yang to the foot of Fudi Mountain where King Songyuan is located. The situation here doesn't seem right. Yifeng landed at the mountain gate of King Songyuan. He scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense, and frowned slightly. What's wrong? Zhang Yang followed behind him, not knowing what was going on. Seeing Yifeng frowning, he was a little curious and had a bad premonition. The smell of blood is strong. As Yifeng said, he walked towards the steps of the mountain gate. Stop. 2 youths in flowered shirts jumped out from near the mountain gate. With fierce eyes, they shouted loudly at Yifeng. The mountain gate is an important place. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. The 2 youths looked at Yifeng and said arrogantly. Even if this is the mountain gate, it is also the mountain gate of King Songyuan. Yifeng glanced at the 2 of them. If I'm not wrong, you are not from King Songyuan. So what? The 5 great courts collectively discuss important matters, and outsiders don't have to intervene, otherwise they will only lead to murder. Among them, a young man in a flowered cloth shirt didn't take Yifeng seriously at all. Discuss important matters? I don't think so. Yifeng smiled. With such a strong smell of blood, could it be that you are collectively slaughtering pigs and dogs? Even so, so what? The young man in the floral cloth shirt said disdainfully, and raised his sword as a threat, "If you don't leave, don't blame me for being rude. You all have only 10 years of cultivation, and it seems that you are still young." Yifeng shook his head and sighed, "Most likely, it's because he didn't go to the martial arts conference. Otherwise, Yifeng would not be unrecognizable." Yifeng didn't bother to say anything more to the other party. He was going to rush up the mountain to see what was going on. Seeing that Yifeng wanted to force his way in, those two youths in flowered cloth shirts would certainly not allow it. "Joke, the head of xuanhuan let them guard here, not letting anyone go up the mountain, how dare they neglect?" "Stop." The two held long swords and stopped in front of Yifeng. "Step aside." Yifeng didn't even think about it. The Yulan sword was condensed in his hand, suddenly two swords. Poof poof. The two people standing in front of him were pierced through two holes by him, and they fell to the ground in an instant, with their eyes wide open, as if they were dying. Seeing Yifeng killing two more people so decisively, Zhang Yang couldn't bear it. Even if she was a member of the corpse cult before, she still felt that Yifeng was too cruel. However, Yifeng is still much stronger than those real vicious members of the exorcism sect. At least Yifeng will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. Only whoever blocks Yifeng's way will Yifeng's sword appear. Having said that, that sword is amazing. Zhang Yang looked at Yifeng's hand and didn't see it. He didn't know what happened to the sword. "Let's go up the mountain." Yifeng said something to Zhang Yang and walked towards the stone steps of the mountain gate. Zhang Yang hurriedly followed. The somewhat tattered gray cloth shirt made her look quite embarrassed, but her mental outlook was not bad. Her eyes were still full of energy. The two went up the stone steps one after the other, when suddenly a figure staggered down in front of them. Mu Qingqing. At this time, Mu Qingqing was wearing a green shirt, but was cut several times by the long sword. There were many bloodstains all over her body, her steps were a bit vain, and it was obvious that she was seriously injured. And she came all the way down the mountain, vaguely saw someone in front of her, looking forward to. Sure enough, someone was blocking the mountain, and now there is no way to escape. Qingqing. Soon a familiar voice came to Mu Qingqing's ears. Let Mu Qingqing's heart slash. Why is she here? Zhang Yang, let's go, you can't come here now. Without even thinking about it, Mu Qingqing immediately exclaimed, raised her head to look. The scene that caught her eyes was a little blurry, only saw a man and a woman coming in front of her. It's okay, Qingqing, look who this is, it's Yifeng. Yifeng is here to help us. Zhang Yang hurriedly supported Mu Qingqing's delicate body, and quickly explained. When Mu Qingqing heard this, she was taken aback for a moment, raised her head, opened her beautiful eyes and took a careful look at Yifeng. Only then did she see Yifeng's face clearly, and she couldn't help but startled. How did Yifeng appear here? If Yifeng came to help her, then there is still hope for her to escape, but although Yifeng is strong, he is hard to beat with two fists. The other 4 courtyards are close to dispatching the whole army this time. Yifeng alone is probably. What's going on here? Seeing Mu Qingqing covered in blood, Yifeng frowned slightly and asked. In fact, he probably knew what was going on without asking, because he had already sensed that there were several people chasing fiercely on the mountain road not far behind Mu Qingqing. Judging from their few exchanges with each other, they are chasing and killing Mu Qingqing, and the identities of those people are also exposed because of their clothes. In addition to Qingsong Court, the other 4 courtyards of the 5 courtyards, Yifeng had seen the people from those 4 courtyards at the martial arts conference, so he recognized their clothes, and it was clear at a glance. Soon Mu Qingqing briefly explained the matter, and it was almost the same as what Yifeng guessed. Unexpectedly, there are still killing alliances for profit, which makes Yifeng quite disdainful. This is the situation in the martial arts circle of Huagua. No wonder the martial arts practice has entered a hidden place. Although Yifeng caused losses to the entire martial arts world, most of them were just for self-protection, which is completely different from such behaviors that provoke disputes. I'll stop them. Yi Feng said softly, flipped his hand, cast the lay on hands, golden light flashed past, and immediately controlled Mu Qingqing's injury. Zhang Yang took care of Mu Qingqing, watched Yi Feng walk to the front, and stopped in front of the two of them, heartfelt feeling. Stop coming. Yi Feng's Yulan sword condensed out and stood on the stone steps holding the sword. He raised his head and looked at the 7 people running down from above. Well, who is this brat? Immediately, someone noticed Yi Feng. Without even thinking about it, he grinned and chopped down with a long knife. Etc. When the other person saw Yi Feng, his face suddenly changed and he grabbed the man with the long knife. What are you doing? This brat is not enough for me to cut him halfway. What are you afraid of? The man with the long knife was furious and wanted to break free from the man's arm. This longsword man is a 27-year-old man with more than 30 years of cultivation. He is considered a leader in martial arts. Therefore, seeing Yi Feng, who was younger than him, he didn't take it seriously at all. That's Yi Feng, if you want to die, go ahead. Another older person, who participated in the martial arts conference, reminded with a sullen face, and stopped at a distance of more than 20 meters from Yi Feng. As soon as they heard the word Yi Feng, the expressions of the 7 people who chased and killed Mu Qingqing along the mountain road changed at the same time, and they stopped in their tracks. They looked at Yi Feng, who was holding a dark blue long sword in front of them, and they didn't dare to take a step forward. May I ask young hero Yi Feng, what is the purpose of coming to the blessed land of my 5 great courtyards at this time? The older man looked at Yi Feng with a look of vigilance. I just came to see. Yi Feng said indifferently without any movement, but said, if I tell you to stop, you will be willing. This? The older man couldn't help hesitating when he heard Yi Feng's direct words. It's not a matter of time for the 4 courtyards to plan for this day. It's finally reached this point. It's impossible to stop. What's more, at this moment, the people in King Songyuan must be almost dead. There is only one Mu Qingqing left, and they must hunt down, otherwise, with her cultivation talent, she might become a serious threat to the 4th courtyard in the future. Yi Xiaoxia. The older Zunhuayuan's tooth said, you have profound cultivation and extraordinary talent. I respect you from Zunhuayuan, but I hope you don't go too far. This is a private matter of our 5 courtyards. You don't want to participate in it. How many living people are there in King Songyuan on the mountain? Yi Feng asked abruptly. The hypnotism came out towards the Zunhuayuan. Although you can't control the other party, it's easy to influence the other party's mind. Na Feng glanced, his head was dazed, and when he heard Yi Feng's question, it was not a secret, he said it naturally, I'm afraid it's less than 1 out of 10. Very good, you can go. Yi Feng looked cold. These 4 courtyards actually want to massacre King Songyuan. If Yi Feng wiped out the entire hidden immortal sect before, it was also the result of the other party messing with him first. Even after that, Yi Feng didn't kill the entire hidden immortal sect, but gave them a chance. Then, the rest of the immortal sect still refused to repent, so Yi Feng couldn't be blamed for being cruel. But now, the 4 courtyards are united, and King Songyuan didn't offend them at all. Just because they developed better than them, they encountered unexpected disasters. Okay, you can go. Yi Feng gave a cold cry, making the other 7 people stunned. You can go, what do you mean? The Chinese language is extensive and profound, and the word go alone has many meanings. The most common one is to leave, but there is another possibility, which is to die. Obviously, what Yi Feng said now is the latter. Before the 7 opponents could react, the blue sword light in Yi Feng's hand was already flickering, and he slashed out with lightning speed. Puff! The young man at the front was beheaded by this sword and fell to the ground instantly. Run away, call for backup. The other 6 people finally came to their senses, and one of them exclaimed with a look of fear all over his face. "This Yifeng is too scary." Late. Yifeng uttered a soft sound, and sprinted forward with the long sword in his hand. The sword light flashed, and the head of the second xuanhuan disciple fell to the ground. The remaining 5 people were scared out of their wits. How dare they stay here for half a step? However, even if they wanted to run, they still couldn't run in Yifeng's footsteps. Even if Yifeng didn't use the void sword technique, he was teleporting, but just using the swift shadow and fairy trace plus, his speed was much faster than these people. A sword. A sword. Soon, only the last of the 7 ran a distance of more than 50 meters, and the remaining 6 were all killed by Yifeng in just a few seconds. 1 sword and 1 person, clean and neat, without muddling. Ah, help! The one who ran the fastest was the man with the long knife. How could there be any arrogance on his face at this moment? I've already been pissed off, wishing I had 8 legs, and ran to other people as soon as possible. As long as the people from the 4 courtyards are all together, no matter how powerful Yifeng is, he will definitely not be their opponent. Thinking of this, the man with the long knife walked even harder. At this moment, he was probably running the fastest in his life. Swish! A faint blue sword light flashed, and the head of the man with the long sword fell to the ground. Yifeng's figure disappeared in a flash, and after a while, he teleported back to Zhongyang and Mu Qingqing. On the stone steps behind him, several balls of flames lit up. It was the red flame fireball that Yifeng casually threw. Human bodies were burned. "Let's go." Yifeng came back and said something to Zhongyang, turned his head to look at the woman in the green shirt, and asked, "Your name is Mu Qingqing, what are you going to do next?" Mu Qingqing's eyes were a little dazed. She saw with her own eyes that her sect headmaster was pierced in the chest by people from the 4th courtyard, vomiting blood to death, and all the brothers and sisters of the same sect in Qingsong courtyard were slaughtered to death. Even she herself was escaped by the leader of Lingsong, who risked her life to protect and escape. If she hadn't met Yifeng, her life would still be unpredictable. No matter what, Qingsong Yuan has already perished. What should she do next? "How about, Qingqing, you come with me?" Zhongyang made a suggestion nervously, not Mu Qingqing, but Yifeng's expression. Because at this time she was only following Yifeng, if she wanted Mu Qingqing to follow along, Yifeng would need to nod of course. And this kind of thing should be very troublesome for Yifeng, right? Mu Qingqing was taken aback when she heard the words, and raised her head to look at the 2 of them. "If you want, you can follow me with Zhongyang. You still have to avenge this revenge yourself." As Yifeng said, he also had no intention of intervening in the internal strife in the 5th court. For him now, this level of fighting is too weak, there is no need for him to make a move, and he is not a murderer who likes to kill. To be honest, Yifeng is more interested in and looking forward to challenging battles, and he is really less interested in unilateral massacres. Although the other party is doing evil, you might as well let the other party live for a while, and then let the victim find their own revenge. Therefore, if Mu Qingqing is willing, Yifeng also plans to take her back to Peach Blossom Island first, teach her the mind of cultivating immortals, and wait for her to learn something before making plans. Then I will be with you." Mu Qingqing's eyes had lost their luster, and she thought Zhang Yang's suggestion and Yifeng's arrangement were quite good. At this time, she certainly couldn't imagine what kind of changes Yifeng would bring to her life. Yifeng brought the 2 girls down the mountain quickly, and quickly disappeared. When the people from the 4th court chased them out and found that the previous 7 people were dead, they didn't know who did it. "Damn it, that girl Mu Qingqing ran away." The head teacher of Zunhuayuan looked gloomy. "I don't know who saved it." The other thought for a moment, "She was stabbed twice by me. By herself, she would definitely not be able to escape Xiao Luo's pursuit, let alone kill Xiao Luo and his 7. On the stone steps, fresh blood was sprinkled, which was extremely conspicuous. Although no bodies were seen, they could be sure that the 7 people who had chased down the mountain before were all dead, because no matter what method they used, they could not be contacted. Mu Qingqing was rescued. But they don't know who it is. This made all the people in the 4 courtyards feel a little bad, but fortunately, today's raid on King Songyuan went very smoothly, successfully destroying this sect that was stronger than their 4 courtyards. The former 5 courtyards have now become the 4 courtyards. The next step is to happily receive the property and treasures of King Songyuan, then recuperate, seize the time to recover the losses of the war, and start the pace of rapid development. However, when they found out about the properties of King Songyuan, they were totally taken aback. Yifeng took the 2 girls down the mountain, and soon came to a nearby city, let them take a bath and change into clean clothes, otherwise it would be too eye-catching to go out like this. Then, Mu Qingqing took Yifeng and Zhongyang out, went to a bank, and transferred all the current assets of King Songyuan's secular industry to Yifeng's account. Brother Yi, you deserved it for saving my life. If it weren't for this, these properties would be cheaper than those beasts in the 4th courtyard. Mu Qingqing's tone was extremely sad. She still couldn't accept the death of the leader of Lingsong until now. Zhongyang saw it and understood Mu Qingqing's mood very well. Didn't she feel the same way when her father was killed? Yifeng soon received a text message, and after a glance, he was quite surprised. The current assets of secular industries in King Songyuan are as high as 2 billion yuan. But Yifeng was not surprised by this, but with so much property, King Songyuan let Mu Qingqing take charge of the management, which shows the high status of Mu Qingqing in King Songyuan. Such a large amount of property, even for Yifeng now, is not a small sum. Yifeng didn't refuse either. Anyway, Mu Qingqing is from a girl's family, so it's useless to carry so much money with her. The most important thing is that now the 4 courtyards are definitely searching for Mu Qingqing everywhere. The current Mu Qingqing can only follow Yifeng, otherwise no place in the whole country is safe. Despite the fact that the gates of the 4 courtyards are all in Hunan province, their secular influence is spread all over the country, and they have extremely extensive relationships. If Mu Qingqing was alone, she would definitely not be able to escape the investigation of this group of people, but if she followed Yifeng, even if the other party came to track her down, there was no way she could do anything about her. Therefore, Yifeng accepted the more than 2 billion with peace of mind, and waited to transfer it to Xiao Yu's account later. As the saying goes, spend money to eliminate disasters, and collect money to do things for others. Mu Qingqing's move made her not owe Yifeng too much favor. Of course, if it is under normal circumstances, it is true. After all, saving her and taking her in for a while will get more than 2 billion yuan. This is an extremely cheap thing. Even the top forces in the world, such as the Taiji Palace and the Tang family, would definitely not refuse such a deal. However, what Yifeng is going to bring to Mu Qingqing is not only to protect her, but also something that will change her life, the way of cultivating immortals. On Earth, how can the value of cultivating immortals be measured by money? Needless to say, without Yifeng's help, no one on Earth could become an immortal cultivator. Even with the mind of cultivating immortals, without the core of the pill, it is impossible to cultivate true qi. Regarding this, Yifeng was a little curious. How is the research on the alchemy of stars in the 2 hidden places of Kunlun Mountain and Punlai Island? 2 days later, Peach Blossom Island. Yifeng brought Zhongyang and Mu Qingqing back here, immediately condensed the pill core for the 2 girls, and taught them the Star Tomb art. Needless to say, the 2 women were surprised by such things as cultivating immortals, and from this, the 2 women finally knew why Yifeng was so powerful. Mu Qingqing didn't see Yujian flying. But when Zhongyang told her that Yifeng had brought her to fly with a sword above the clouds, Mu Qingqing froze in surprise. If she didn't know that Zhongyang didn't need to lie to her, and she herself had seen the magic of Peach Blossom Island and the power of cultivating immortals, she would definitely feel that flying with a sword would never exist in the world. At this time, although the two women abolished their previous martial arts mentality, they didn't have much regret in their hearts. The mentality of cultivating immortals, even if it is just the Star Tomb Jew, is much stronger than the martial arts mentality they practiced before. Yifeng reminded the two women that they could choose to practice the Star Refining Immortal Code, but the two girls thought about it together and did not choose the Star Refining Immortal Code. They asked Yifeng the difference between the two, and quickly made up their minds. Practicing the Star Grave Art, one can use Nebula Crossing, but the Star Refining Immortal Code cannot, so they all want to wait until they have cultivated for 50 years, to be able to help Yifeng a little more. You know, Yifeng's swordsmanship is the strongest they have ever seen. If there is Xingyan Crossing, to pass the true energy to Yifeng, the power that can be displayed is far stronger than their own moves. Yifeng asked Shu Shu to arrange a place for the two girls, and then he returned to his own courtyard, and began to study the soul cauldron he got from the Zhongshu temple. Bang! Yifeng took out the divine soul cauldron, placed it in the room, and then summoned the female ghost in the xuanhuan niche. You enter the soul cauldron again. Yifeng ordered. The female ghost obeyed Yifeng's words, not to mention that she was very familiar with the spirit cauldron. As soon as she heard Yifeng's order, her soul turned and she got into the soul cauldron in an instant. Yifeng's spiritual sense checked the female ghost at any time, and found that after entering the soul cauldron, the strength of the female ghost's soul suddenly increased several times. It seems that one of the functions of the soul tripod is that it can be used as a hiding place for soul cultivators. Yifeng nodded, making a very sure guess. If there is any danger, let Yang Shuning lead all the members of the Battle Soul Army to hide in the soul cauldron, then their safety factor is far higher than Yifeng's. Come out. I will teach you the method of soul cultivation. Yifeng continued talking to the female ghost, and then told the female ghost the secret of the soul control art. He did this to see if the spirit cauldron would change the essence of human souls. Soon, the female ghost came out of the soul cauldron and practiced the soul control art taught to her by Yifeng, and the journey was unimpeded and extremely smooth. Even though the female ghost had practiced the mind method of exorcising corpses before her death, and her cultivation level was not low, but at this time, the female ghost's soul did not have any adverse reactions to practicing the soul control formula. It seems that Ling Chen can come to this soul cauldron to stay for a while. Yifeng considered Ling Chen's situation, so he made a decision to let Ling Chen be reformed in this soul cauldron, otherwise, with his current soul condition, he would never be able to compare with Zhao Bei. Although Ling Chen couldn't say it out loud, he definitely felt some feelings of inferiority and self-blame in his heart. Such emotions are not good for the cultivation of immortals or soul cultivators. Okay, what's your name? After finishing the work, Yifeng asked the female ghost. My name doesn't sound good, brother, ye can call me Mandala. The female ghost said respectfully. She could feel the difference brought to her by the soul control art. If she could continue to practice on this Peach Blossom Island, there was no doubt that she would no longer be a lonely ghost, but a soul cultivator. There is a world of difference between soul cultivation and soul. Good. Yifeng nodded. Mandala, you will have a companion in the future, let's stay together in this soul cauldron. Mandala was a little surprised when she heard that. Could it be that there are other soul cultivators like her around Yifeng? She has just started practicing soul control art, and without 10 years of cultivation, it is naturally impossible to feel the existence of the Battle Soul Army on Peach Blossom Island. Soon, she saw Ling Chen, who was called by Yifeng. He. Mandala stared at Ling Chen's condensed physical soul body, and was stunned for a moment. It's unbelievable that the soul control art can make the soul cultivator condense into a solid body after being cultivated to that level. In an instant, Mandala's desire to practice the soul control art and improve his cultivation became stronger. Only those who have died once know how precious life is. Soul cultivation, although it is in the state of soul, but when it comes to essence, it is still alive. This is the essential difference between soul cultivation and soul. From now on, you all stay together in the soul cauldron, and don't run around until I come back. With a wave of Yi Feng's hand, both of them entered the soul cauldron. Let Ling Chen come over. On the one hand, I want him to change the nature of the soul, so that he no longer hinders the cultivation of the soul control art, because he has practiced martial arts and mental techniques before his death. Fiction / Yi Feng is going to leave Peach Blossom Island for a period of time, so we can't let this female ghost run around on the island, otherwise it will cause some trouble. It will be hard to deal with. After dealing with the xuanhuan tripod, the female ghost, and Ling Chen, Yi Feng left the courtyard where he lived, and then went to ask Tang Xiefeng and Yi Wendian about where in Huagua there is a more knowledgeable Buddhist master. He wanted to ask where the red cassock cloth came from so as to find the whereabouts of Master Dead Branch. Or, you can also try to ask Master Fozong directly to see if you can solve the problem of the memory seal. Soon, Yi Feng got the answer from the second elder, and then bid farewell to Long Wanner and his daughters, and continued on the journey alone. This time the destination is hidden Shaolin. It is not unreasonable to say that martial arts in the world come from Shaolin, but now the secular forest is not the same as Shaolin in the martial arts world. In martial arts BSP, it is called Yin Shaolin, and the relationship between secular Shaolin is not very close. The place where the hidden Shaolin is located is also in Songshan, where the Shaolin Temple is located, in Dangfeng City near Luoyang. In terms of scale, Yin Shaolin is far inferior to the Shaolin Temple that has been vigorously developed in recent years, but in terms of strength, Shaolin Temple is not as good as Yin Shaolin. The existence of Yin Shaolin is not well known even in the martial arts world, that is, it is a little bit more famous than the three hidden places. The Yi family's Dragon Claw hand is transformed from Yin Shaolin's authentic Dragon Claw hand. Of course, the power of the two is comparable, but Yin Shaolin's Dragon Claw hand moves belong to the Buddhist martial arts and can only be performed by the Buddha's mind. After leaving Peach Blossom Island, Yi Feng kept a low profile all the way. Early in the morning of the third day, Yi Feng arrived at the foot of Shaoshur Mountain, and his consciousness completely dispersed towards the surroundings. Even Tang Xiefeng and Yi Wendian are not very clear about the exact location of Yin Shaolin, they only know that it is a mountain forest not far from Shaolin Temple. There are many tourists in Shaolin Temple. Yi Feng was wearing a black shirt, wearing sunglasses, mixed in the crowd, but he was quite handsome, and attracted the attention of many young women. The temperament of cultivators is naturally different from that of ordinary people. Yi Feng didn't pay any attention to the gazes cast by other people, and didn't meddle in other people's business in such a crowded place. He took 3 steps and quickly entered the forest of Shaoshur Mountain. Shaolin Temple is located at the northern foot of Shaoshur Mountain in Songshan Mountain, and Yi Feng avoids the tourist gathering route, heading all the way to the dense forest in the mountains. With his means, of course no one found his way. Quietly, Yi Feng performed Sunying Xianzhong, and the 20-kilometer journey towards the dense forest has already penetrated into the mountain forest. There are few people on the road. Because he didn't know the exact location of Yin Shaolin, Yi Feng didn't have a clear goal for a while. After seeing that no one appeared around, Lin Shan and Yi Feng took off with the sword and flew to the mountain range in mid-air. Lin Xiang caught Yi Feng's attention. He flew high and looked around, only saw the general direction of Shaolin Temple and the dense crowd of tourists like ants, but did not see a place like hidden Shaolin. But when he turned his eyes towards the forest more than 10 kilometers away, he saw that the smoke was so vague that even he couldn't see it clearly. It stands to reason that with his 55-year cultivating base, his eyesight is extraordinary, and it could not be easier to see through ordinary smog, so the situation in front of him caught his attention. The most important thing is that the mountain forest is not very high. How can there be smoky scenes around it? He was so angry that Yu Jian flew towards more than 10 kilometers. A phantom array again. Yi Feng quickly probed into the vast cloud and mist with his spiritual sense. He immediately knew that he had found the right place. He can't see the clouds with the naked eye BSP, but with the detection of his spiritual sense, he can fully understand the things within a range of 550 meters around him, and there is nothing to hide. One after another simple and unsophisticated small temples in this vast cloud NBSP, it seems that every temple is the residence of an eminent monk. And these Buddhist monks lived separately in the whole cloud. There were no such places as big bells and halls, only small temples were located separately within a radius. These temples are all about the same. How can I find a stronger Buddhist monk? Yi Feng frowned slightly, feeling a little tricky. He walks with the sword, and at the same time, casts blinding and invisibility techniques. No matter what the monks are doing, they can't find his trace. He circled around the vast cloud and mist, but he couldn't find any place worthy of his attention. Although the monks below have profound cultivation, each of them has hundreds of years of cultivation. There are dozens of them, but Yi Feng feels that these guys are unreliable. Because these monks are too young, even each of them is younger than Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng. Little benefactor, you came here, but what are you looking for? Suddenly, a sound of Buddha sounded from far away entered Yi Feng's ears. Yi Feng's expression was shocked. Someone found him. Excuse me, this place is hidden Shaolin. Yi Feng didn't panic, he calmly moved towards the source of the Buddha's voice, and let out a wonderful fairy voice. That's right, the little benefactor is quite wise. If you have any questions, the old monk is willing to answer for the little benefactor. The old but solemn Buddha's voice came again. Quite wise. I don't know how the other party found him. Yi Fengxin SP feels very weird. His current attire, wearing a black shirt and sunglasses, and stepping on a blue flying sword, looks nondescript. I don't know if the other party sees him as quite wise. But since the other party is so friendly, Yi Feng didn't say much. Also to test whether the other party really noticed him, Yi Feng took it out from the red cassock cloth in the storage space of the dragon sword ancient ring and waved it in front of his eyes. Your junior, please forgive me for coming here. I just want to ask for something. Please tell the master what it is. Yi Feng's wonderful fairy voice spread out. He already roughly knew where the other party was, but he didn't land to disturb the other party, so as not to disturb the Buddhist practice. That would be bad. This? The old voice paused for a moment. It seemed a little surprised. I didn't expect that what Yi Feng took out was such a thing. Little benefactor, where did you get this thing? The sound of the Buddha is still solemn, but a little more solemn than before. Master, why don't you tell me what this is? Yi Feng didn't answer the other party first, but asked first with vigilance. For Yin Shaolin, Tang Xiefeng and Yi Wendian don't know much about it, and no one knows whether the bloody battle in the temple of Master Kuji is related to Yin Shaolin. After Yi Feng asked again, the other party was silent for a long time. It wasn't until Yi Feng couldn't hold his true energy that the solemn voice of the Buddha finally came again. The red cassock with patterns should be an item of Tianzhu Huanqi Zen. Rejoice Zen. When Yi Feng heard this word for the first time, he couldn't help but look a little weird. The name of this sect seems a bit strange. As for Tianzhu, that is the name of the martial arts people in the country of India, which is equivalent to the martial arts and rivers and lakes of Huaguo. Generally speaking, people from Tianzhu represent the practitioners in that country. And Tianzhu is also the birthplace of Buddhism, Zen and Zen. These three sects seem to have differences, but Yi Feng doesn't know the specific differences. It's something from Tianzhu. Yi Feng pondered, in that case, should I go to Tianzhu to look for it? Little benefactor, since you are wary, the old monk will not ask any more questions, please go back. The solemn Buddha's voice continued to come. Thank you, Master. Yifeng's tone became respectful. The other party could clearly see that Yifeng was somewhat wary of him, but since the other party asked Yifeng to leave like this, it made Yifeng believe it a bit. It seems that this person from Shaolin has some knowledge. Yifeng thought in his heart. The other party should have seen him flying with the sword, but he was not surprised, but calm. Could it be that the other party has seen someone flying with a sword? Thinking about it carefully, this is not very scientific. After all, this Yin Shaolin is still a force belonging to the cultivation world of the earth. How could it be possible to see someone flying with a sword? If people from Yin Shaolin have seen it, then there is no reason why people from the 3 hidden places in Huagua have not seen it. In this way, the other party is not surprised, it is entirely because the other party is full of concentration. Yifeng didn't leave, because he still had a question he wanted to ask. Master, if it is convenient, I would like to ask, do you know anything about the sealed memory? Yifeng paused for a moment, then asked what was on his mind. In this regard, the understanding of Zen Buddhism is far better than my Buddhism. When the Buddha's voice came, it obviously avoided Yifeng's question, since the little benefactor asked about Huanqi Zen. Let's go to Tianzhu. This old fellow actually held a grudge against Yifeng. Obviously, this old monk should know something about the sealed memory, but because Yifeng was wary of him just now, he was unwilling to tell Yifeng. In the words of Buddhism, if there is a cause, there will be an effect, which made Yifeng smile bitterly. Of course, even if he did it all over again, Yifeng would still act the same as this time. After all, he really couldn't trust Yin Shaolin so easily. In any case, this is the first time he has come into contact with the forces. The exchange between the two sides ends here. The other party didn't want to say more. Yifeng had no choice but to leave. He is not a bloodthirsty person, he would not want to slaughter Yin Shaolin just because of this. After all, he is an immortal cultivator, not a demon cultivator. Soon, he landed in a mountain forest, not far away. Just a few minutes of Eugen's flight, staying in the sky above Yin Shaolin, exhausted his whole body's true energy. If someone wanted to attack him just now, then he can only take a drop of Luotian water to restore his whole body to fight with the opponent. Fortunately, the other party didn't have any malicious intentions, otherwise it would be of no benefit to both parties if there was a conflict. Next, it's time to go to Tianzhu. Yifeng made a decision. If it was someone else, if they only got this little news from Yin Shaolin, they would definitely not dare to go to Tianzhu alone. After all, I only know the name of Huanqi Zen, how can ordinary people find the location? However, it was no problem for Yifeng. As long as he arrived in Tianzhu territory, Yifeng's spiritual sense could easily find the practitioners in Tianzhu, and then he could get some news. What's more inconvenient is that Yifeng doesn't know much English, so it may be difficult to communicate after the past. Of course, he is also a student of Yenqing University, so there is no problem with simple English communication. It's just, it doesn't seem so easy to communicate with Tianzhu practitioners. The simplest, how to express the term happy Zen. Yifeng himself knows how to communicate with spiritual thoughts, but those practitioners in Tianzhu are unlikely to be able to. After all, people on the earth do not have pill cores, and cannot cultivate true energy and spiritual consciousness. Of course, this kind of problem can be solved by spending some money when you get to the local area, so don't worry too much about it. The current Yifeng doesn't know whether the dead master of the hidden temple in Mount Putua was taken away by the people of Huanqi Zen, but there is no harm in going to Tianzhu. Anyway, Yifeng can fly, so he doesn't worry about being left there forever. Regarding the matter of sealing memory, only by finding Master Kuji can we understand something. I hope that Master Kuji is still alive, otherwise things seem to be a little tricky. If you want to go to India through the normal way, there must be a lot of procedures. Yi Feng decided to go to Yun province in the south of Huagua first, and just find an opportunity to fly over there. In addition, if Tianzhu is the same as Huagua, if there are special cultivators blocking the entry of practitioners from other countries, Yi Feng can also enter incognito without being discovered by those people. Before going, Yi Feng had to make preparations. He booked a plane ticket to Yangqing in the south first, and planned to go to Luofu Mountain to have a look at the cave first. By the way, he gave Nanfang, Dao Scar, and the others a mission, which was to find the Yi family members who were scattered all over the country. The primary target was Yi Wuming, the great elder of the Yi family back then. This is also a task that Yi Wentian entrusted to him, but even Yi Wentian himself did not have too much expectation for it, because 20 years have passed, the children of the Yi family in the past, those who got married and started their careers, most people have a stable life. 20 years ago, when the Luofu mountain cave of the Yi family was attacked by Long Moran, there were still many Yi family children who were practicing in the secular world. After hearing the sad news of the Yi family, they reacted differently. Some of them, loyal to the Yi family, returned to the Luofu mountain cave, or were searched by the Long family outside, and they could not escape death in the end. Others disappeared without a trace, no longer appeared in the rivers and lakes, changed their names and surnames, and chose to live in the world. Yi Feng didn't blame them, after all, in the situation back then, otherwise there would be a dead end. The situation in Luofu Mountain Cave Heaven is completely beyond their ability to reverse. According to Yi Wentian's estimate, there are at least a dozen or 20 members of the Yi family who are still alive outside these years, and they are either old or middle-aged now. Even, there must be many people who have already married wives and had children. Yi Feng held several clues provided by Yi Wentian. After he occupied Peach Blossom Island, Yi Wentian was finally sure that it was safe, so he finally gave him these few clues. Following these few clues, they should be able to find many Yi family children living outside, and then find out the whereabouts of Yi Wuming from them. Luofu Mountain Cave. Yi Feng gave Dao Scar the task of finding clues for the Yi family's children, and asked him to go out with his 8 brothers, trying to find more Yi family's children to return to Luofu Mountain Cave. By the way, Yi Feng gave them Lingshi, Xuanhuan, and Luoshenchui, so that each of them improved their cultivation for more than 10 years. After absorbing these treasures of heaven and earth, Scar's cultivation base has reached 30 years, and his 8 brothers' cultivation bases have also reached 20 years, and they all have divine consciousness. And what the 9 of them practiced was the Azura Ju that was transformed into Immortal Ju. So far, Yi Feng has not found any side effects, which shows that the transformation of martial arts mentality and cultivating immortality is feasible. Of course, this is only for elementary mental methods. If it's an advanced martial arts method, Yi Feng can't be sure to change it into an advanced cultivation method, because he himself doesn't understand the advanced cultivation method. Yi Feng himself has never practiced the Star Alchemy Canon, which is the only one that can reach the standard of high-level cultivating spirits, so of course he doesn't understand it well enough. If he messes up, it may lead to tragedy. After practicing Shura Ju, Dao Scar and the other 9 were able to perform all common immortal arts, such as blinding eyes, invisibility, hypnosis, lay on hands, etc., except for the immortal arts of the Stargrave School. The 9 of them walked the rivers and lakes together. Even if they killed the immortal sect like Yi Feng before, they could still be more relaxed and happy than Yi Feng. With such a force, going out to look for the Yi family's children is unlikely to encounter any accidents. Moreover, Scar is not an idiot. If the opponent is too strong, he can't act recklessly. From the beginning he resolutely surrendered to Yi Feng. It can be seen that he is cautious but good at seizing opportunities. Because of this, Yi Feng finally helped him condense the core and let him start cultivating immortals. Li Jibua, who is blind in both eyes, lived a pretty good life in the cave of Luofu Mountain, and his cultivation could be considered step by step, and soon he had the upper limit of more than 10 years of cultivation. Yi Feng also gave him Luotian water, lincture, and other natural and earthly treasures for him to absorb. 10 years of cultivation, condensing the spirit of Yin, and deriving spiritual consciousness. From now on, even without eyes, Li Jibua's perception will be countless times more sensitive than that of ordinary people. The only difference is that the range of his spiritual perception is only 100 meters for the time being. He was extremely clear about things within 100 meters. But things beyond 100 meters away, his eyes were darkened, so he couldn't detect them at all. This requires him to have a higher cultivation base as soon as possible, otherwise he will be blind and inconvenient all the time. Even for the current Yifeng, the most basic perception still relies on his eyes, because he does not need to cultivate, his vision can allow him to see very far, and after flying high in the sky, he can even see tens of kilometers away. Li Jibua was extremely grateful. Yifeng told him to practice hard, so there is no need to go out for this operation. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng asked Nanfeng to go with him to Yangqing to find one of the clues of the Yi family's children. Because that disciple seems to be living in Yangqing, and now he has a family and a career, since he is close, Yifeng will go there himself, maybe there will be unexpected gains. Before heading to Yangqing, Yifeng took out his mobile phone and booked a flight ticket from Yangqing to the capital of Yun Province, Spring City Online. Boarding the plane the next morning, that is to say, Yifeng has one night to deal with this clue in Yangqing. As for Scar and his 8 brothers, they set off for the South China Sea island further south to deal with another clue. Nanfeng, have you encountered any problems in your practice recently? Yifeng and Nanfeng went to Yangqing by car, and asked with a smile on the way. Not in practice. Nanfeng smiled coolly, I just feel that there is always something missing in my life. Oh? Yifeng raised his voice, a little curious. Lack of a beautiful woman to accompany you, alas. Nanfeng looked regretful and sighed. Haha, with your skin, even in the past, it was not easy to find a girlfriend? Yifeng laughed, not to mention the current you, it will be easier to find a girlfriend. It's not as simple as you said. Nanfeng shook his head, of course it's easy to find a woman. But to find true love, it's harder than going to heaven. Look what you said. Yifeng patted him on the shoulder, the days will be long in the future, you don't have to be too confined to the earth. Nanfeng stared, you mean you want me to find aliens? Yifeng rubbed his forehead, completely defeated by this strange flower in the south, he had no choice but to say, didn't I tell you that I came from the world of cultivating immortals, and I went to the world of wilderness not long ago? When Nanfeng heard this, his eyes lit up, that's right, brother Yi, are you asking me to find a fairy? As long as you work hard, it is still possible. Yifeng encouraged. Not bad. Nanfeng agreed deeply, nodded several times, and suddenly felt that life was motivated again. In the days when the South was immersed in cultivation, the whole person couldn't even poop. Now it seems that the constipation that has plagued him for many days can finally be solved. The two arrived in the center of Yangqing in the evening. Like Yanjing and Shanghai, Yangqing is one of the only 3 first-tier cities in Huaguo, so it goes without saying how crowded the city center is. Due to its proximity to places such as Hong Kong and Shenzhen, consumption is even higher than other places in China. Nanfeng, do you understand Cantonese? Yifeng turned his head and asked Nanfeng a question. Understand. Nanfeng smiled and nodded. Before meeting Yifeng, Nanfeng was one of the only 2 remaining incense sticks in Nanchanmen. In order to kill Kai Shaohong and avenge his family, he met many talented students from all over the country at Yanqing University. He also knows a lot of people who were born and bred in Yangqing, and he can still understand and speak some simple common sentences in Cantonese. If you really want to speak Cantonese, Zhang Xinyun by Yifeng's side is much better than the South. After all, Zhang Xinyun grew up here since childhood. Of course, since Zhang Xinyun is not here, the South can only do it for her. The two came to the entrance of a five-star hotel in the city center, observed it for a while, and couldn't help feeling emotional. Then Yi Futian is doing well. Nanfang smiled. To be able to open such a hotel, one can live well in the world. Yi Feng nodded. However, he has opened more than one hotel. It is said that several hotels in the city center are property under his name. When Nanfang heard the words, his eyes brightened even more. He really deserves to be a child of the Yi family. Even if the Yi family was completely destroyed back then, all the secular properties were taken away by the Long family and other martial arts sects, and all the separated Yi family children were penniless. But in the past 20 years, Yi Futian has been able to get to this level. How difficult it is, no outsider can understand. The two were about to enter the hotel to inquire about it, when a group of people came down from the office building next to the hotel, chatting and laughing with each other, which caught the attention of Yi Feng and Nanfang. The office building on the right side of the hotel is the hotel's own office building. The few people who came down from the upstairs revealed a piece of news while talking and laughing among each other. That is, the thin man walking in the middle turned out to be the owner of this restaurant, Li Futian. Li Futian? It was clearly Yi Futian. It's just that after the Yi family was destroyed, the remaining disciples of the Yi family had to change their names and surnames, and live in a different identity. It is already very difficult to escape the pursuit of the Long family and other sections. If he did not change his name, he would have been caught by them long ago. As for this kind of people, even if they don't have any idea to revive the Yi family, the Long family will definitely not let them go. After all, everyone knows Long Moran's character as a bird. What a coincidence, it doesn't seem to be too much trouble. Yi Feng smiled. Unexpectedly, he ran into the person he was looking for this time just downstairs in the hotel. It seems that today is a good day. I think if we go up like this, we may be scolded and driven away by them. Nanfang also smiled, looking at the group of 5 people not far away. They were obviously all successful people in business, and had a good relationship with Yi Futian. Just looking at the suits and leather shoes on their bodies, each of them has a set. No one with 5 or 6 figures will definitely not be able to get off. Such a person has a high status in society, and they definitely won't care too much when they see young people like Yi Feng and Nanfang. If it was some rich sons from Yangqing, maybe these few people would not dare to offend them, but they, veterans of the business world, would have recognized all the sons of local rich in Yangqing. They are very clear about which ones can be offended and which ones cannot be offended. Seeing Yi Feng and Nanfang, 2 unfamiliar faces suddenly, how could they take it to heart? Anyway, let's go, and have a look first. Yi Feng squinted his eyes. After these 20 years, I don't know what Yi Futian's character has become. If it is no longer suitable for cultivation, we'd better not bother him too much. Nanfang nodded when he heard the words, indeed. While speaking, Nanfang also felt a little emotional. Li Futian at this time, that is, Yi Futian in the past, never knew that a huge opportunity was waiting for him. If he could follow Yi Feng into Peach Blossom Island, then he would be able to start cultivating immortals, which would be an unimaginable opportunity for anyone. Of course, there are still people in this world who are willing to be mediocre and hope to live a life that is so mediocre, but Nanfang believes that Yi Futian is definitely not such a person. Otherwise, Yi Futian would not have gone out of his way to open so many 5-star hotels after returning to the secular world. You must know that this is in Yangqing, a first-class economic center city in the country, not in other places. In this city, ordinary people can't buy a few narrow commercial houses in their lifetime, let alone so many 5-star hotels. It can be seen that Yi Futian still has the heart to fight, but after the Yi family was destroyed, Yi Futian had no way to practice and struggle in the martial arts world, so he could only set his sights on secular business. His cultivation has not fallen. Yi Feng swept his consciousness and nodded, quite satisfied with Yi Futian. 89 years of cultivation. 20 years ago, Yi Futian was just a young man who had just turned 30 years old. According to Yi Wendian, he was still an orphan back then. Practice. Back then, Yi Futian was one of the most talented disciples of the Yi family, much better than Yi Feng's father, Yi Yunfei. At only 30 years old, he already has 40 years of profound cultivation, and has become the main force carefully cultivated by the Yi family from an outsider. In the past 20 years, he has improved his cultivation for 29 years, which shows that he is not focused on business. Yi Feng guessed, the money he earned was most likely used to buy some natural treasures. This is a good guess. Judging from Yi Futian's complexion now, he is not 50 years old at all, but still looks like a young man in his 30s or 40s. This is the benefit of practicing martial arts, to strengthen your body. Regarding Yi Feng's guess, Nanfang didn't say anything. These things will be clear when he asks about it later. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Yi Feng led Nanfang forward. The 5 people who came out of the hotel chatted and laughed happily. When they first saw Yi Feng and the 2 young men from the south walking towards them, they didn't pay attention. After all, there was a lot of traffic around here, so they thought they were 2 passers-by. But soon, when they found 2 people walking directly in front of them and staring at one of them, several people became cautious. After all, their status in society is relatively high, and they have huge wealth that ordinary people envy. In the past, kidnapping and other things were not unheard of. Fortunately, 5-star hotels are different, and the security work is very good. One of the greasy fat men waved his hand towards the hotel lobby, and immediately 2 security guards ran out of the hotel lobby. When the 2 security guards saw 2 young men approaching, they immediately stared at them closely. You must know that in front of them are 5 big bosses in Yangqing, and one of them is their immediate boss, so they can't afford to offend them. Not to mention if something major like kidnapping happens, even if the 5 people are bumped and rubbed, I'm afraid they won't have any good fruit to eat. The 2 well-equipped security guards were very fast, and soon came to Yi Feng and Nanfang, stopping them so that they could no longer get close to Yi Futian and the other 5. Excuse me, let's find someone. Nanfang was the first to speak out with a smile, and pouted in the direction of Yi Futian. Find someone? One of the young security guards smiled. Bosses are hundreds of thousands a second, can they recognize you like this? Don't be ridiculous, if you really want to know each other, can't you just make a phone call? Give you a chance, take out your mobile phone and make a call. Another older security guard also joked, if you really know the boss and the others, we will let you pass. The 2 were obviously teasing Yi Feng and Nanfang. From the time the chubby fat man called the 2 security guards to come out and settle the matter, the 2 security guards could be sure that the 2 young men in front of them were definitely not acquaintances of any of the 5 bosses. I think it's better to forget it, don't be ashamed. The young security guard sneered, come with us and make a record. If there is nothing wrong, we will let you leave soon. The 2 sang together. Yi Feng was fine, but Nanfang's face gradually turned cold. That's right, they didn't know each other well in Yangqing, but these 2 security guards were too deceitful, so they should make a record? The conflict between the 2 security guards here, Yi Feng and Nanfang, was seen by Yi Futian and the other 5. Among them, the chubby fat man who called the security guards, seeing Yi Feng and Nanfang being made things difficult, obviously took pleasure in others' misfortune, and showed a faint smile on his face. For a socially successful person like him, it would be too troublesome if he encountered such a thing every day. But once in a while, it still makes people feel happy. He has struggled for so long, isn't it just to become a master and enjoy the feeling of being superior to others? In this realistic society, as long as you have money, you can do anything. At least, in the eyes of this fat man, this is indeed how it looks, and this is not what he thinks alone. In today's society, many people live only for money. The 3 other than the fat man and Yi Futian watched all this indifferently. To them, the life and death of passers-by had nothing to do with them. Only Yi Futian, perhaps because of his martial arts, was keenly aware of the difference between Yi Feng and Nanfeng and ordinary people. Yi Futian, or the currently Futian, frowned slightly. This skinny man should have sensed that Yi Feng and Nanfeng's auras are floating, and they feel that they are out of place in this bustling and noisy city. Although Yi Feng and Nanfeng were both wearing ordinary shirts and trousers, Li Futian just felt that they were different. Momentum. This kind of thing is mysterious, but people who have practiced it can feel it naturally, just like ordinary people smell something. It can't be more normal. Especially Yi Feng, who was wearing a black shirt. Li Futian felt a little danger from him, which made Li Futian frown even tighter. One must know that the current Li Futian has 89 years of cultivation. Even if several enemies with deep cultivation in the martial arts came to him in the past, they were all killed by him silently. And the young man in the black shirt in front of him is so young that he can actually make him feel threatened. At this moment, Nanfeng could no longer bear the two aggressive security guards. Snapped. Snapped. Nanfeng shot quickly, and slapped the two security guards with 2 slaps. Immediately, 2 red 5-finger prints appeared on the faces of the 2 security guards. The powerful force deliberately suppressed made the 2 security guards turn around twice in place, then became dizzy and stared at each other. His sudden move, and the fact that the 2 security guards had no ability to resist, shocked Yi Futian and the other 5 people, especially the fat man who was gloating at others' misfortune and the indifferent 3 people. All of a sudden their expressions became a little panicked. These 2 young men are so vicious. If they were prepared, these upper-class people would naturally not be afraid, but seeing Yi Feng and Nanfeng like this now, they feel a little guilty. Could it be because the 5 of them got together, so the other party wanted to have a group kidnapping? These 2 young men seem to have extraordinary skills. To become a security guard of a 5-star hotel, he would naturally not be a silver gun with a wax head, and he would definitely be ruthless in a fight, but now he was slapped without the ability to resist. I'll go and have a look. Li Futian couldn't hold back anymore, he said to the other 4 people, and then walked towards Yi Feng and Nanfeng. If they were real friends, the other 4 would definitely hold him back and not let him come over. After all, Yi Feng and Nanfeng looked so vicious. How could they let Li Futian fall into the trap? Unfortunately, those 4 were of course not real friends, they were just friends in the business world. Seeing Li Futian walking towards the 2 dangerous elements, the other 4 did not stop them at all, but seemed relieved that someone finally stood in front of them. Some people say that the more high-ranking people are, the richer they are and the more powerful they are, the more they are afraid of death and the more cautious they are. This is generally true. These 4 people were worried about whether they had offended anyone before, or encountered some kidnapping group. People like them were not afraid of anything, only those fools and desperados who could not even take their lives. Because there is no reason to talk to these people. Oddly, it suddenly occurred to me that my friend got married, and I had to be there to congratulate him. Oddly, I also left a little earlier. My wife sent a text message saying that my son fell at school and broke his leg. I have to go to the hospital to see. Oddly, I'm really sorry. The 4 of them each found an excuse, and before Li Futian arrived in front of Yi Feng and Nanfeng, they hurriedly wanted to leave. They don't want to get involved in this muddy water, so it's better to leave early. And Li Futian didn't stop him, he waved his hands, then everyone, see you next time. Even though he said that, Li Futian felt a little contemptuous in his heart. These guys are really greedy for life and afraid of death. It seems that at critical moments, none of them can be relied on. Fortunately, Li Futian has 89 years of profound cultivation, although he feels that Yi Feng is a little threatening to him, but he still has a little bit of confidence, not to the point where he fled in despair. Both of you, it doesn't seem very good to attack hotel security on this street, right? Li Futian came over, glanced at Nanfang, and said politely. After all, he is also a martial artist with cultivation. Li Futian still has a natural arrogance in his heart, and he will not humble himself when talking to anyone. Even in the workplace, the same is true. This also made Li Futian offend many people in normal times. If not for this, his achievements would be far more than that. I won't say much else. Nanfang cast a sideways glance at Li Futian. In the future, when choosing security guards, we must choose reliable ones, and don't just choose anyone. Good. Li Futian groaned, waved his hands, and let the two security guards leave on their own. The two poor security guards saw that their bosses were coming, so of course they didn't dare to say anything more, and they staggered to a not far away to rest while calling for support. They were still afraid that the two young men in front of them would be unfavorable to their boss. This is a matter related to their jobs, so they have to be careful. Are you two here to see me? Seeing the two security guards retreating to the side, Li Futian turned his head sideways and looked at Yi Feng and Nanfang again. Yi Feng was also looking at the opponent. A lean man, wearing a relatively ordinary suit and leather shoes, with bright eyes, although his internal energy is quite deep, but the whole person is introverted. Even if it was Yi Feng, if he didn't use his spiritual sense, he wouldn't be able to tell that this man would be a martial arts master with 89 years of cultivation. It is this special temperament that allowed Yi Futian to survive in the secular society for such a long time without being discovered by those powerful enemies. Hearing Yi Futian's question, Yi Feng didn't beat around the bush, but said straightforwardly, "Hello, Yi Futian." As soon as these 5 words came out, the thin man on the opposite side was shocked, his eyes lit up, and he looked towards the two of them. The name Yi Futian had not been mentioned in front of him for a long time. His identity 20 years ago, even his current wife and children, have never been known. Ever since he decided to change his name and surname, he never planned to use this name again. The Yi family gave him the opportunity to set foot in the martial arts world, and gave him the opportunity to practice martial arts, which he will never forget. How could he have made such a decision if the situation back then had reached an irreversible point? At that time, he knew that if he didn't do this, there would be only a dead end, and he couldn't even change the ending of the entire Yi family. Who are you? Yi Futian's expression turned serious, and he looked at the two of them extremely vigilantly. Could it be the Yi family's enemy who could still find him after so many years? He can be sure of his own whereabouts, and he has not revealed half of it to outsiders. Only many years ago, because he knew that Yi Wendian was in Yanjing, he sent a letter there, indicating his current situation. Yi Futian was able to enter the Yi family back then because Yi Wendian valued him in the orphanage, so the relationship between Yi Futian and Yi Wendian was still very deep. Yi Futian believed that Yi Wendian would never betray him, so who are the two young people in front of him? My name is Yi Feng. Yi Feng smiled lightly, and reported himself. You are Yi Feng? When Yi Futian heard this name, an extremely strange look appeared on his face. To this day, Yi Futian still remembers Yi Yunfei back then. Although he was the direct descendant of the Yi family, he was ignorant and lazy by nature. With the cultivation of the Yi family's heavenly materials and earthly treasures, if you work hard, no matter how poor your talent is, it is impossible for you to only have such a low level of cultivation. And Yi Yunfei is so scumbag, it's all because of laziness, unwilling to widen the meridians, resulting in the upper limit of cultivation base has been only so little. If the upper limit of the cultivation base is not enough, then of course the cultivation base will not be able to increase. Yi Feng was the son of such a scumbag man. Of course, Yi Futian had a good time with Yi Yunfei when he was a child, and he didn't have the same disdain for this man as others. Replacement is fake. Yi Feng replied. Yi Futian took a closer look at Yi Feng, and there was indeed a familiar feeling between his eyes and eyebrows. Thinking about it carefully, didn't it contain the shadow of Yi Yunfei back then? However, how did Yi Feng appear here? Back then, when Yi Wendian faced the heroes of the Long family, Yi Futian still remembered the agreement he made to this day. Ask Yi Wendian to take Yi Feng out of Luofu Mountain Cave, on the condition that Yi Feng will not practice martial arts in the future. If the agreement is violated, all major forces in the martial arts will definitely attack together. This is also a way to prevent the Yi family from resurging, because Yi Wendian is in the light and Yi Wuming is in the dark. No one dared to do anything to Yi Feng, who lived in Yanjing for the past 20 years. Otherwise, Yi Wuming's revenge is not something that ordinary sects can afford. Even the three major sects of the Long family, the Tang family, and the Taiji Palace would not dare to provoke such a powerful enemy at will. Although Yi Wuming had long since disappeared from the world, no one thought he was dead, but even Yi Wendian didn't know where Yi Wuming was. The current Yi Wuming, even if he has not absorbed any natural treasures these years, he has cultivated for more than 130 years. If he has been diligent in cultivation and searched for natural materials and earth treasures, etc., it is possible for the current Yi Wuming to achieve 150 years of cultivation. After looking at Yi Feng again and again for a long time, Yi Futian could already confirm that the young man in the black shirt in front of him was indeed Yi Feng, the son of his young master back then. Why are you here? After Yi Futian confirmed Yi Feng's identity, his expression changed again and again, and he finally asked, "Young master, have you started to practice?" Not only did he start practicing, but it also gave him a sense of danger. This made Yi Futian feel a little unbelievable. In the past 20 years, he left the Yi family and lived in society, never had the opportunity to get in touch with things in the martial arts. Yi Feng's rise in recent days, of course, he is completely unaware of. Good. Yi Feng nodded, and was about to say something next, but Yi Futian couldn't hold back anymore, with a look of shock on his face. The young master has really started to practice. Yi Futian's complexion changed drastically, and he quickly looked around. This crowded place is still not suitable for talking. It is better to find a safe place first. Young master, please come with me and take a step to talk. Yi Futian pointed towards his hotel, inviting Yi Feng and Nanfeng over, then turned his head to look at the two security guards next to him. You guys should leave, these two are distinguished guests, don't neglect them in the future, do you hear me clearly? These words made the two security guards open their mouths. They didn't know what to say, and stood there in a daze. It wasn't until Yi Feng and Nanfeng followed Yi Futian into the hotel that they finally came to their senses, and hurriedly notified the companions they called just now, saying that there is nothing to do here and they don't need to come here. It turned out to be a distinguished guest. The grievances in the two hearts were extremely high. Just looking at the appearance of Yi Feng and Nanfeng, who would have thought that they would be the boss's distinguished guests? This is good, Bai was slapped in the face alone. However, this can teach the two of them a lesson, and I believe they will never look down on others like this in the future. In the most luxurious private room of a 5-star hotel. Uncle Yi, don't be too solemn, I'm just here to have a look, and I'll be leaving soon. Yi Feng waved his hand so that the other party would not have to serve too many dishes. I just didn't have dinner, so it's okay to be a little later, but if it's too grand and luxurious, it's not necessary. Also. Yi Futian nodded, explained a few words to the waiter at the side, then turned his head and glanced at Nanfeng. Young master, who is this? His name is Nanfeng, he is my friend. Yi Feng introduced. Where, brother Yi is my eldest brother. The South let out a hey hey. For him, Yi Feng not only helped him avenge the entire Nanchanmen, but also gave him the opportunity to cultivate immortality, allowing him to find the meaning of continuing to live. In Nanfeng's heart, Yi Feng will always be the big brother. I see. Yi Futian smiled, he probably knew what was going on, then his expression returned to seriousness, and he glanced at Yi Feng. Young master, does anyone else know about your cultivation now? Upon hearing his question, Nanfeng laughed immediately. There are many people who know this. What? Yi Futian's expression changed suddenly. There are many people who know about Yi Feng's practice? Doesn't that mean that Yi Feng is always in danger? Is the old man all right? Yi Futian immediately thought of a possibility. Could it be that something happened to Yi Wendian, and then let Yi Feng come to Yangqing to seek refuge with him, right? Yi Futian immediately imagined that the situation was very serious. Although Yi Futian's reaction was very intense, Yi Feng knew that the other party's reaction was purely normal. What made Yi Feng very gratified was that the other party was obviously still concerned about Yi Wendian's safety. The past 20 years had not let Yi Futian forget that he was a member of the Yi family. That being the case, plus he was always concerned about improving his cultivation, Yi Feng felt that it would be good to include the other party in the cultivation team of Peach Blossom Island. Uncle Yi, you don't need to panic. Yi Feng shook his head. He briefly told Yi Futian about what happened in the past few days. The order he talked about, of course, was in chronological order. He picked a few relatively big events and talked about it. Among them, he focused on explaining the martial arts conference, so that Yi Futian would know. Now Yi Feng has no rivals in the martial arts world. It was only halfway through the speech. Yi Futian's eyes widened. His thin face was full of disbelief. From birth to now, even when the Yi family was still there 20 years ago, Yi Futian had never heard of such a shocking thing. Yi Feng's cultivation level has actually reached the point where he can defeat the head of the biggest sect in the martial arts with dignity. Yi Futian knew about the Taoist xuanhuan of the Taiji Hall. He was already an elder of the Taiji Hall 20 years ago. His cultivation base was extremely profound. He was already one of the top 10 martial arts masters. 20 years later, such an expert was defeated by Yi Feng. Yi Wendian. What kind of food did Yi Feng eat to make him have such a terrifying growth rate? Or, the direct descendants of the Yi family are powerful from generation to generation. When Yi Yunfei became decadent, it was Yi Feng who rose like a comet. Soon, Yi Feng talked about Peach Blossom Island. Now, Peach Blossom Island, one of the 3 hidden places, is already our Yi family's territory. Of course, there are also some friends from all corners of the world. Let's build together. Yi Feng smiled and said, if Uncle Yi is willing, you can go to Peach Blossom Island with me now. My grandfather is waiting for you on the island. 3 hidden places. What is this? Yi Futian doesn't know. After all, before he left the martial arts 20 years ago, he was only a talented young generation. It is impossible for him to know such things. This is also the rule passed down from the 3 hidden places. The existence of the 3 hidden places cannot be known by too many people. The reason? Naturally, it is to prevent the dissatisfaction of other people in the martial arts. After all, the 3 hidden lands account for most of the training resources in the entire Chinese martial arts circle. Like other sects, there are only enough treasures to improve cultivation. But Peach Blossom Island alone has so many treasures stored. If people in the martial arts world knew about it, wouldn't it be jealous? Yi Futian had never heard of hidden places. But just from what Yi Feng said, the owner of Peach Blossom Island was originally a terrifying powerhouse with a cultivation base of 210 years. Counterbalanced. But now, Yi Feng actually occupied such a Peach Blossom Island at a young age, and drove away the terrifying powerhouses of 210 years from the island. Young master, you. Yi Futian couldn't believe it. He smiled wryly. It's not that he doesn't believe in Yi Feng. It's just that this kind of thing is really unbelievable. After another 30 or 40 years, Yi Feng will complete these great achievements. He is not surprised. But now, Yi Feng is only 20 years old. If it were someone else, even if they lived to be 200 years old, it would be impossible to reach Yifeng's current level. The rise and fall of the world's families and sects is really unpredictable. Yi Futian lived under the shadow of Yi family being destroyed for 20 years. Now that he heard Yifeng's words, he finally felt like he was guarding the sky and seeing the moonlight. How? Uncle Yi. Come with me to Peach Blossom Island. Yifeng asked again. Uncle, just promise Brother Yi. Nanfeng smiled hee at the side, the sons and daughters of the rivers and lakes. Happy to be kind and enmity. What kind of a man is a cowardly man? The invitation of the two of them obviously moved Yi Futian a bit. But he still hesitated for a while. Finally he sighed and shook his head. I'm sorry, young master. Yi Futian had a bit of shame on his face. Forgive me for not being able to go with you. Yifeng frowned. Why? I still have a wife and children. Yi Futian smiled wryly and sighed. It is impossible for him to leave his wife and son alone. The most brilliant 20 years of his life have been lost in the secular society. His hard work in the city has made him what he is now. Now he is Li Futian, not Yi Futian. He has a home. He has a wife. He has a son. Still in high school. Now he has married and established a business. He is not the young man who can walk freely in the rivers and lakes back then. 20 years have passed. Times have changed. Although he still retains the habit of practicing martial arts. He even spent a lot of assets to buy natural materials and treasures for training. But the purpose of training is no longer to compete for strength. It's about strengthening your body and having enough self-protection ability. The current Yi Futian can try to dodge even in the face of bullets. That's why he dares to be rude to some high-ranking officials. As a result, his business path faces various obstacles. Although I have been practicing until now. But it is a habit. It is not a passion. Yi Fu made up his mind. He raised his head and said solemnly to Yifeng, "Thank you, young master, for your kind invitation. It's a pity that I'm old and can't follow young master." That would be a pity. Yifeng shook his head, waved his hand, and said, "It is indeed a pity." Yifeng wants to make Peach Blossom Island more powerful. But it doesn't mean that he will take in all kinds of outsiders. If Yi Futian doesn't want to leave his wife and son, it's not convenient for Yifeng to let him take his wife and children to Peach Blossom Island. Yi Futian is trustworthy, but it doesn't mean his wife and son are trustworthy. What's more, for things like cultivation, the more people the better. Yifeng wanted to ask Yi Futian and others to go back. He just followed Yi Wentian's wish and came to inquire. In fact, whether these people join or not is not obvious to the improvement of Peach Blossom Island's strength. In that case, let's go first. Yifeng stood up. He wanted to leave with Nanfeng. Young master, why are you in such a hurry? Yi Futian stood up and asked enthusiastically to stay, just finish dinner here before leaving. Yifeng and Nanfeng looked at each other and nodded. Early the next morning, Yifeng arrived at Baiyun Airport in Yangqing by himself. The South is leaving. Looking for Daoskar to deal with the clues of other Yi family children together. And Yifeng started to set off for the border of Tianzhu. Before coming to the airport, Yifeng took the time to walk around Zhang Xinyun's house secretly. Under the care of the mayor, Zhang Xinyun's parents are doing well. They are even much better than before. They are not bullied. This reassured Yifeng a lot. He quickly put his mind on his trip to Tianzhu. Tianzhu is the birthplace of Buddhism, Zen, and Brahma. There must be a lot of eminent monks with profound cultivation. It is said that in the international practice circle, Tianju's strength can be ranked in the top 5. Although it is not as good as Huaghua, it is still different. There are not many left. Cloud Province border. Yifeng came here when it was about to fall into the night. The invisible Yujian flew into the dense jungle all over the mountains and plains. From here, head east to Tianju. It's a total of more than 1,000 kilometers. It passes through several other small countries. But Yifeng doesn't care. With his current cultivation level, he can easily avoid the detection of almost everyone and all equipment. No one will find him when he travels across several countries. He didn't fly very far. He landed in the dense jungle. He cast Swift Shadow Wizard and started running. Flying Yujian consumes too much energy. It cannot be used for a long time. It is more than 1,000 kilometers away. It is better to use Suning Xian Zong for the journey. If you encounter any high mountains, rivers, or cliffs, you can cross them with your sword. It is extremely convenient. Yifeng moved forward all the way. The speed was extremely fast. One day and one night, without rest or sleep, Yifeng finally entered the territory of Tianju. Because of his caution, he used all the concealment and invisibility techniques, and he was not spotted by anyone along the way. As for the food and water, he certainly brought all the food and water in the storage space of the ancient dragon sword ring. For Yifeng, the scene in Tianju is obviously exotic. But how strange it is not necessarily so. In the world of cultivating immortals, there are many more tribes and regions with this strange custom. After entering Tianju territory, Yifeng slowed down. Because he didn't know where the Huanqi Zen sect was located, so he had to ask a local practitioner. And if he wanted to say which city near Tianju was the most developed, with the most people and the most well-informed, Calcutta was of course the only one. Since Yifeng entered this country from the east of India, only Kolkata is the closest. He checked the geographical location long before coming here. At this time, he flew in a straight line. It didn't take long to arrive at this famous city. The reason why it is famous is because the city has a red light district that is famous throughout Tianju and even the whole world. If X and Dongguan in Guangdong province are very famous in China, then Kolkata is a similar place in the eyes of Indians, even more famous. Of course. Yifeng didn't expect anything to happen with the Indian woman when he came here. He sneaked into the city quietly. Since the city had been the capital of the British colony before, many Victorian-style buildings were preserved everywhere. However, perhaps due to India's large population, the city's economic conditions are still very poor. At least compared with the 3 first-tier cities in China, the problems of traffic, pollution, and poverty are much more serious. On the street, cows and monkeys can be seen everywhere. There is a strange smell in the air. The crowds seem to be more crowded than the 3 major cities of Yangqing, Yanjing, and Shanghai in China. Yifeng walked invisibly on both sides of the street and in the alleys. His spiritual consciousness spread towards the surroundings. It didn't take long. He finally found 2 Indian monks wearing khaki cassocks. Both had more than 10 years of cultivation. They were genuine practitioners. These 2 monks are hurrying along the street. They seem to be going somewhere. Found the target. Yifeng didn't hesitate. He walked lightly. He was wearing a black shirt and sunglasses, and quickly followed the 2 monks. Swish. With a wave of Yifeng's true energy, he tapped on the shoulders of the 2 monks, congesting the meridians and dantians in their bodies, and easily suppressing their strength. Before the surrounding crowd could react, Yifeng grabbed the khaki cassocks on the 2 of them and ran into a dilapidated hotel nearby. Yifeng casually took out a large handful of rupees from the cassocks of the 2 monks, threw it to the guy on duty in the dilapidated hotel, and went upstairs without stopping. With a sweep of consciousness, he easily found an empty room and threw the two monks into it. I asked. You answered. If yes, nod. If not, shake your head. Yi Feng passed on the communication technique of spiritual thoughts. The two monks understood exactly what he meant. The two monks were both relatively young. They were suddenly caught by someone, and they seemed a little at a loss. They quickly saw Yi Feng's appearance clearly, and couldn't help being stunned. Black shirt and sunglasses. Typical Asian face. People from China, people from hungry country, or people from Korea. The two monks couldn't figure out Yi Feng's origin. But since Yi Feng was able to transmit his voice to their ears without moving his mouth, he must have a very powerful cultivation base. The two monks didn't dare to be negligent. They immediately chattered to Yi Feng. It's not English. Yi Feng couldn't understand what they were saying at all. I don't understand. You don't have to make a sound. Yi Feng's ferocious spiritual thoughts passed over. The two monks suddenly realized that Yi Feng didn't convey his voice to them, but let them understand his meaning directly in some way. This is too amazing. For the little monks, the idea of spiritual thoughts is simply a fantasy. They all agreed that Yi Feng communicated with them with his eyes. Immediately, the two young monks let go of what they were about to do in a hurry, and nodded to Yi Feng repeatedly, expressing their understanding. They could feel that if Yi Feng wanted to kill them, it would be effortless at all. You are from the Buddhist sect. Seeing that the two were obedient, Yi Feng started to ask. The two shook their heads at the same time. Zen. Yi Feng asked again. The two nodded. Very good. Let me ask you again. Have you ever heard of the sect of Huanqi Zen? Yi Feng asked a crucial question. When the two heard this question, they couldn't help being taken aback and looked at each other. Tell me quickly. Have you heard of it? Yi Feng felt that there was a door and asked urgently. The two reacted immediately. They looked towards Yi Feng one after another, stretched out a hand each, pointed at themselves, and nodded repeatedly. You mean? You are happy Zen. Yi Feng was a little surprised. Seeing that Yi Feng understood what they meant, the two nodded again with apprehensive expressions on their faces. They didn't know what Yi Feng was looking for from Huanqi Zen sect. If he was the enemy of Huanqi Zen sect, it would be extremely sad. Not bad. It really didn't take much effort. Yi Feng was quite satisfied. He didn't expect to find the person he was looking for when he first came here. Immediately afterwards, his divine sense continued to ask, then do you know a person named Master Dead Branch? This time, the two young monks looked at each other, then shook their heads, indicating that they hadn't heard of it. Take me to the place where your happy Zen is located. Yi Feng's expression turned cold. Guessing that the cultivation level of these two young monks must not be enough, they would not know about things at that level, so he decisively issued an order. At this time, the door of the hotel was suddenly knocked open from the outside with violence. Then a group of Indians ran in and surrounded Yi Feng. When this group of people rushed into the door, Yi Feng happened to let go of the two monks and wanted them to lead the way. A group of people consisted of males and females. But they all had vicious faces. One could tell they had ill intentions towards Yi Feng. They chattered and said something to Yi Feng. Then they looked at the two monks respectfully and apologetically. What are they talking about? Tell me in English. Yi Feng patted the shoulder of a young monk next to him, and passed on his spiritual thoughts with great interest to ask. They're next door. The young monk was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly explained in English. It was a long sentence. Although Yi Feng didn't fully understand it, he understood most of it. It turned out that these two young monks were here to have fun. And the group of people rushing in now is the connector of the two monks, providing women for the two. I just saw two people on the street being kidnapped by one person and taken into a nearby hotel. This group of people suddenly became nervous. You must know that the two monks are distinguished guests. Not only are they rich, but their identities are also unusual. If something happened to these two monks, they would never end well. That's why they rushed over anxiously, trying to rescue the two monks. After Yifeng understood this, he couldn't help being a little funny. These people really don't know. Any one of these two monks has the ability to knock down a group of them easily. This group of people actually wanted to save people. Of course. For ordinary people, they won't find it funny when they see such a thing. Changed an ordinary person to replace Yifeng to stand in this place. What must be considered now is definitely how to get out next, how much money needs to be paid to dispel the anger of these people, and so on. But Yifeng didn't think about it at all. Get these guys out. Give you half a minute. Yifeng sent out his divine thoughts to the two young monks. The two didn't dare to be negligent. They really learned a lot about Yifeng's methods. They knew it clearly. Now their lives are being controlled by Yifeng. The entrance of the dilapidated hotel. Soon the group of people who just rushed in came out satisfied. The two young monks of Xuanhuan Zen took out some money, and gave them some. Let them not pursue this matter anymore. Of course, these people obeyed what the two monks said, and left soon. Immediately afterwards, the two young monks came out of the dilapidated hotel. There were only two of them. Yifeng was not among them. However, there was no sign of Yifeng in the dilapidated hotel room. No. If you look closely, you can clearly see the difference between the two young monks. One of them looked a little flustered. He seemed to be in a state of tension all the time. He didn't even dare to breathe too loudly while walking on the street. As for the other person, it looks a little blurry. The face is not clear. If one has a strong enough consciousness, one can find that this figure is actually Yifeng. Yifeng actually took off the cassock of one of the monks and put it on his body, pretending to be a monk of Tianzhu Huanqi Zen sect. The Zen conference. Seems interesting. Yifeng murmured in his heart. At this time, Huanqi Zen is about to hold a Zen conference. Many world-renowned Zen sects in Tianzhu have been invited to participate. What will be discussed at the Zen conference? Seems to be very confidential. Anyway, these two young monks don't know anything. Taking advantage of the Zen conference. There will be martial law in the whole mountain. It will be difficult to go out by then. So these two young monks will appear in Calcutta today. Come out and have fun. Therefore, Yifeng decided to go to the Huanqi Zen school to inquire about the news. Since the Zen conference is about to be held, it would probably be more dangerous for Yifeng to go in ostentatiously. The eminent monks of Waguoyan Shaolin can spot the invisible Yifeng. Who can guarantee that there is no such existence in the happy Zen? Therefore, Yifeng came up with this disguised plan. As for the other real monk, he was burned to death by Yifeng a long time ago. Huanqi Zen. It is not a dignified Buddhist sect. All of its disciples do not abide by the precepts, especially the cultivation method. They are also required to have more sex with women. This can speed up the speed of cultivation. For such a sect, not to mention that it is not from his own country, Yifeng will certainly not have the slightest sympathy. Because of this, the surviving monk who walked with him trembled. Yifeng took advantage of the moment when another monk was burnt to death. The monk's will was shaken. Yifeng keenly caught that gap. Using hypnotism, he implanted an order deep in his mind: everything will be done. Listen to Yifeng. Because of the existence of the hypnotism command, it took a short time to leave. The monk finally calmed down. He was not so scared and flustered. Otherwise, even if we return to happy Zen together, it will be easy to show our feet. In addition, Yi Feng is always ready to use the fairy art. Xingyu Jiu Tian, if there is any danger, he will immediately get up and run away with the sword. Everything is ready. Next, we have to see what kind of situation we can encounter after Huanqi Zhen. This time, Yi Feng mainly listened to news. He should not encounter any danger. But there are exceptions to everything. No one can say for sure. Joyzen location. After a narrow river valley on the outskirts of Kolkata city. This river valley is occupied by a vast temple. If you want to reach Huanqi Zhen, you must pass through this temple. In the eyes of ordinary people, this temple is just an ordinary temple. It is absolutely unexpected that after passing this temple, there will be a practice sect that breaks away from the world. Because I disguised myself as an Indian monk, I handed everything over to the other monk along the way. In addition to being a companion to avoid suspicion, more importantly, this monk can also act as a translator for Yi Feng. After calling a car to go to the temple, Yi Feng communicated with the monk in the car. The most important thing was to inquire about some information about Huanqi Zhen. Zen sect, who is about to go to this foreign country. Yi Feng has no reason not to know more about it. It is best to get some useful information so that he can take the initiative as much as possible in the next action. The most important of these is the map. This young monk's drawing skills are pretty good. In the car, he used paper and pen to draw a simple map of Huanqi Zhen for Yi Feng. Yi Feng took the map and looked at it. He nodded. He knew the geographical situation of Huanqi Zhen school well. This monk was under his hypnosis. Even a cultivator would have to spend at least a few days to break free. During this time, it is impossible for him to lie to Yi Feng. Immediately afterwards, Yi Feng began to ask about the strength of Huanqi Zhen. That's what matters. The young monk still has a general idea of the strength of the Huanqi Zhen sect he belongs to. Huanqi Zhen is one of the three major Zen sects in Tianzhu. It ranks at the bottom of the three major Zen sects, but its influence cannot be ignored. The Buddhist, Zen, and Brahma sects of Tianzhu are all separate, and the difference between them lies in the nature of the mental method of cultivation. Buddhism emphasizes abstinence and asceticism, Zen Buddhism advocates practice in the world, and Brahma Buddhism has both, but the mental methods cultivated are particularly aggressive. Huanqi Zhen can be said to be the representative of Zen, which promotes carpe diem in time. Only when one's body and mind are satisfied can one be closer to bliss. The heart method of Huanqi Zhen can also absorb specific energy from the process of love between men and women to improve the cultivation of practitioners. However, the degree of improvement is not too outrageous. Taken together, it is only 10 to 20% faster than other practitioners. This kind of mentality is somewhat similar to the more famous Acacia Demon sect in the world of cultivating immortals, but in terms of efficiency, the Acacia Demon sect is more than a notch faster than Huanqi Zhen. If the strength of the two sides is compared, it is also a world of difference. A random little devil from the Xuanhuan demon cult might wipe out the entire Tianzhu practice world. At Su Feiying's level, if she was in the Xuanhuan demon sect, she would be a little devil at best. If Su Feiying came to Tianzhu, it would be too easy to turn the world upside down. In the Huanqi Zhen sect, the strongest person has not yet completed 200 years of cultivation, and the other strong persons with more than 100 years of cultivation cannot compare with Peach Blossom Island Indy at all. Yi Feng estimated according to the words of the young monks, the three major Zen sects of Tianzhu, combined, their strength is about the same as that of Peach Blossom Island, or slightly worse. Since this is the case, there is no need to be too afraid. Yi Feng has a plan in mind. Of course it is necessary to be cautious, after all this is in someone else's territory. Soon, the vehicle stopped at the gate of the temple outside the valley, and Yi Feng and the young monk named Pashi got out of the vehicle together. At this time, the young monk's mother-in-law's mentality has stabilized, and she no longer has any fear of Yi Feng. He firmly believes that as long as he obediently helps Yi Feng will let him go afterwards. As for the inappropriateness of bringing such an outsider of unknown origin into Huanqi Zen, she couldn't care less. For those who rejoice in Zen, what could be more important than their own lives? It might not be so easy for other Buddhist disciples, but who made this mother-in-law like Zen? There are many people coming and going in this temple. In Tianzhu, there are many more people who believe in Buddhism than in Huagua. Yi Feng and his mother-in-law stepped into it together, and some people who came to worship Buddha saluted the two of them, looking very respectful. The mother-in-law was obviously used to this scene, performed a Buddha ceremony with the other party, and smiled. In order not to show off his feet, Yi Feng also followed Peshi's movements, but no one saw that he was a fake monk. Passing through the hall, the two of them moved forward along a long corridor, to the end. At the end of the corridor, there is a two-person Buddha statue. The mother-in-law stepped forward and turned the mechanism, and quickly opened the belly of the Buddha statue, revealing a secret passage. "Please." She said respectfully to Yi Feng. Yi Feng memorized the place and method of turning the mechanism, and when he sensed that there was no one around, he nodded and walked into the secret passage. With a sound of boom, Peshi followed Yi Feng into the secret passage, and then the entrance to the secret passage was closed. From the outside, the Buddha statue looked nothing out of the ordinary. Swish! The mother-in-law's house activated another mechanism, and the lights in the dark passage turned on. They are extremely modern incandescent lamps, and there are only one every long distance, so the whole dark passage is not very bright. Yi Feng looked around and saw that the entire underground passage was several kilometers long and formed a straight line. Various Buddha statues were carved on both sides of the underground passage and on the ceiling walls, with different movements and expressions. What made Yi Feng look weird was that a large part of these Buddha statues were having sex with women. If authentic Buddhist disciples saw it, they would definitely call them blasphemy. No wonder, Peshi said that in Tianzhu, Buddhism and Zen have always been incompatible, and the relationship between them is much worse than that between the three hermits in Huagua. The Zen sect is even more unique. The purpose of cultivation is to fight, and the main purpose of action is to improve one's strength. Yi Feng walked along the aisle with his mother-in-law. He didn't look around, but used his spiritual sense to detect the surroundings. With the help of Yi Feng's blinding method, other people will never be able to find that Yi Feng is not the previous monk with their naked eyes. There was nothing wrong with the two of them walking together. With his spiritual sense out, Yi Feng discovered that this secret passage was built in the middle of the mountain, and the way down was an underground river, and it turned into a valley when it went outside. Soon, the 3-kilometer secret passage came to an end, and there was another Buddha statue in front of it. The mother-in-law turned a mechanism as usual, opened the stomach of the Buddha statue, and walked in first. Yi Feng followed closely behind, and found that after passing through the Buddha statue, he came to a hall covered with red carpets. Sandalwood was flying. Yi Feng inhaled a little, felt that this sandalwood had aphrodisiac ingredients. He couldn't help laughing. This happy Zen sect really lives up to its name. Yi Feng's consciousness spread to a range of 550 meters around him, and he quickly felt the surrounding situation clearly. Combined with what Peshi said, the entire Huanqi Zen Buddhism does not occupy a large area, surrounded by mountains, and the steepness is so steep that ordinary people cannot enter it from the outside. The only way to the outside world is the secret passage they just passed. Since the Buddha statue is sacred and inviolable in the eyes of ordinary people in India, it is impossible for those Buddhists to touch the belly of the Buddha statue casually, let alone discover the mechanisms on the Buddha statue. In the entire Huanqi Zen sect, there is no other temple-style building except for the hall where the secret passage is built. All the pagodas are scattered in hundreds of acres of valleys. These pagodas are all built with blue bricks, high and low. According to Peshi, some of the pagodas are their residences. The Zen conference will officially start tomorrow, and tonight, some other Zen masters will gradually arrive at Huanqi Zen, and Paxi and Yifeng will be relatively busy. If Yifeng wanted to lurk forever, he could only obey the orders from above and work hard all night. It is nothing more than cleaning the pagoda, welcoming guests, serving dishes, and so on. There is nothing wrong with Yifeng. He is not a coddled person who does not want to do anything. Compared to being discovered by the people of Happy Zen, doing these trivial things is relatively easy. However, in his spare time, it does not prevent Yifeng from conducting investigations within the entire Huanqi Zen sect. It would be wonderful to find traces of Master Deadwood. Into the night. Everywhere in Huanqi Zen seems to be filled with a fragrant smell, which makes people unable to restrain their imaginations. Yifeng and Paxi have always walked together and were sent to meet other Zen masters who are coming, especially the special envoys of the other two major Zen sections. They must be greeted with the highest etiquette. Walking through the Buddhist pagodas of the Huanqi Zen sect, Yifeng saw one after another Huanqi Zen sect disciples, with different levels of cultivation, high and low. According to their cultivation, the disciples of Huanqi Zen were also divided into several levels. Compared with Huagua, the disciples of popes like Tianzhu seem to be stricter. The guy played by Yifeng and Paxi, who has been cultivated for more than 10 years, have a very low status in Zen Buddhism. Of course, they are not the lowest existence, otherwise they would be sent to pick up manure, cook and other work. Except for those low-level disciples, Yifeng and Paxi's current status is the lowest, and they have to be respectful to everyone they meet on the road. Fortunately, in the waiting queue, Yifeng and Paxi were just followers. They just stood behind and put on a show. They didn't need to come out and say anything. Yifeng took this opportunity to carefully look at the masters who came to participate in the Zen conference. Yifeng felt very lucky that he had this opportunity to witness such a Zen conference when he first came to Tianzhu. At least he had a deeper understanding of the cultivation world in Tianzhu. Huanqi Zen, Di Zen, Guanga Zen, the three major Zen sects in Tianzhu, their strengths are almost the same. The strongest Di Zen sect, its suzerain has a cultivation level of more than 200 years, which is incomparable to Ouyang Ti, the former owner of Peach Blossom Island. However, the natural environment of Ying country is much worse than that of Hua country. The place where Huanqi Zen sect is located is at best a blessed place, and it would be good if the cultivation speed can be increased by 15% in it. It can't be compared with a fairyland like Peach Blossom Island. Of course, as the head of the three major Zen sects, the Di Zen sect must occupy a better place than the Huanqi Zen sect, and it must reach the level of the cave. I don't know if there is such a place as a fairyland in Tianzhu. If there is, it is also occupied by people from the Brahma sect and the Buddha sect. The sect that occupies the fairyland is the strongest cultivation force in a country. Among those who came to Huanqi Zen to participate in this Zen conference, including Huanqi Zen itself, there are 6 people who have cultivated for more than 150 years, and 15 people who have cultivated for 100 to 150 years. As for those who have cultivated for less than 100 years, there are dozens of people, from a total of more than a dozen meditation sects, large and small, wearing different costumes. The welcome ceremony lasted for nearly 2 hours. After finishing the work, it was the turn of Yifeng, Paxi and other disciples to arrange the accommodation of these distinguished guests and prepare to participate in the next day's Zen conference. I also don't know what to discuss at the conference. Yifeng kept an eye out, and deliberately pulled his mother-in-law to follow the bald master with a cultivation base of just over 200 years, and wanted to prepare a house for him to live in and serve him dinner. This way please. Paxi stepped forward and spoke to the bald master in Hindi. The bald master didn't look vicious, but kindly. He nodded with a smile, and followed Paxi and Yifeng to one of the tallest pagodas. This master is called Na Zen, and he has the deepest cultivation in Tianzhu Zen. He is a representative figure of Zen, and he is much stronger than the suzerain of Huanqi Zen. That Zen is the abbot of the D Zen school. He must have enough weight to know what will be discussed in this Zen conference. That's why Yifeng focused on him. Furthermore, it can also be tested to see if Master Na Zen, who is cultivated for more than 200 years, can see through his disguise. That eminent monk from Yin Shaolin really gave Yifeng some reminders, letting him know that there are also practitioners who can easily see through invisibility and blindness on the earth. Fortunately, Master Zen didn't notice Yifeng's abnormality. This made the young monk mother-in-law a little surprised, and felt even more afraid of Yifeng, and did not dare to disobey his words. Soon, Yifeng and Shi took the Zen master into the highest pagoda, arranged for him a place to stay, and then left to prepare a fast meal for him. The mother-in-law left first. Yifeng turned a corner after going out, used the invisibility and blindness techniques to the extreme, returned to the side of the room where the Zen master stayed, and squatted down. Soon, the master of Guanga Zen sect from the pagoda next door came to visit the Zen master. Yifeng fully concentrated, took out his mobile phone, and pressed the recording button silently. His invisibility and blindness were not seen through by the Zen master, which made him heave a sigh of relief. It can be seen that the strength of that eminent monk in Yin Shaolin has far exceeded 200 years, otherwise it would be impossible to find Yifeng flying in the air from such a distance. Moreover, he has not expressed surprise and curiosity about his flight with the sword. In the room, the Zen master chatted with the visitor quickly, but he didn't know that the conversation was recorded on the mobile phone. Soon, Shi arranged a fast meal and brought it to Master Zen. The suzerain of Guanga Zen sect took this opportunity to say goodbye and ended the conversation. Because the two parties communicated in Hindi, Yifeng couldn't understand it, so he recorded it and let the mother-in-law translate it later. Now that the suzerain of Guanga Zen sect has left, there is no need for Yifeng to stay. He quietly followed behind the mother-in-law who delivered the meal, and left the pagoda. The Zen master was eating in the room, and vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he just couldn't remember it, so he shook his head and didn't struggle anymore. Now in the Huanqi Zen sect, the power of the Tianzhu Zen sect is all gathered together. It is impossible for anyone to dare to make trouble. Even the strongest of the Buddhist sect and Zen sect will come here and never return. What else has he to fear? The only thing that made him nervous was the content to be discussed at the Zen conference the next day. For a practitioner of his level, that was the real top priority. In the residence of the mother-in-law, Yifeng played the recorded conversation. Once someone passed by outside, he immediately pressed the pause button. After doing this several times, Shi finally let Shi listen to the conversation between the Chan master and the Guanga Zen patriarch, and the young monk showed an incredulous expression on his face. How? Yifeng asked calmly. Benefactor, what is going to be discussed at this Zen conference is actually the rumored world-breaking thing. There was reverence and yearning in Shi's eyes, obviously looking forward to that world-breaking thing. Boundary-breaking thing, what is that? Yifeng's heart moved, and he asked immediately. The thing that breaks the world is the magical thing that can break through the space of this world and go to another world. Shi was in high spirits. No wonder ordinary disciples are not allowed to participate in this Zen conference. It turned out to be such a rare thing. When Yifeng heard it, his eyes flashed. Breaking things? The current Yifeng is worrying about not being able to cultivate enough, and he doesn't have the heavenly spirit stone, so he can't activate the cross-boundary teleportation array. However, now, at the Zen conference in Tianzhu, what is about to be discussed is something that can cross over to another realm, which makes Yifeng feel extremely rejoiced. This trip is really the right one. Although he didn't know what the boundary-breaking thing was, but listening to the Zen master's tone, it seemed that he attached great importance to it. What's more, this Zen conference is not open to the public, and even some ordinary disciples of Huanqi Zen are not eligible to participate. You must know that in the past, Zen conferences were always attended by those who wanted to. Of course, the premise was that they belonged to Zen disciples. Those who came to participate in the Zen conference were all Zen masters, with profound cultivation and great influence in the practice circle of Tianzhu. Perhaps because they all belonged to the same Zen sect, Huanqi Zen sect invites people from other Zen sects to come and discuss things that break the boundary. From Peshi's translation, Yifeng learned that the key to the Zen sect's desire to obtain the world-breaking thing this time lies in one person. That man is called Zen Master Wenlu, who is now under strict guard and locked up somewhere in the Huanqi Zen sect. Yifeng had never heard of this person's name, neither did Peshi. In Huanqi Zen, this matter is regarded as a secret among secrets. The cold night fell. There is an ambiguous atmosphere in the valley where Huanqi Zen is located. Many women were brought in to serve those distinguished guests who came to participate in the Zen conference. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yifeng quietly slipped out of the room. If someone came to ask, the mother-in-law would tell the other party that Yifeng went to the bathroom. And his actual purpose is to thoroughly investigate the entire site of Huanqi Zen. Since there is spiritual consciousness, it doesn't take too long, and it only needs to walk around once. If the purpose of coming to Tianzhu can be achieved, Yifeng doesn't even need to wait until tomorrow. He can leave this place overnight. After going around the entire Huanqi Zen sect, Yifeng didn't find any suspicious places, only a pagoda where many monks were imprisoned. After thinking about it, he came to the outskirts of this pagoda. Sunying Xianzhu stepped lightly, and sneaked into it with a few swish-swish. This pagoda was guarded by many advanced practitioners, but none of them noticed Yifeng's invasion. Master Dead Branch, Zen Master Wenlu, I don't know if I can find one of them. Yifeng thought in his heart, floating up the stairs lightly. In this pagoda, a monk or other practitioners are imprisoned on each floor, and some of them are not low. Even on the mahogany stairs, you will see many Huanqi Zen disciples patrolling, and the guards are extremely strict. Yifeng couldn't recognize who was imprisoned in which floor. He had never seen Master Kuji and Zen Master Wenlu, so it was rather troublesome to find them. But soon, he realized that he was worrying too much. Because the entire pagoda has a total of 18 floors, and 9 monks are imprisoned, only one of whom looks like a Chinese, and the rest are all Tianzhu monks. Yifeng is invisible, hiding on the 18th floor of the pagoda, the top floor. At a glance, the person imprisoned on the top floor is a Chinese monk in his 50s who is resting his mind with his eyes closed, while outside the imprisoned room are 2 old monks who have cultivated for 100 years and are guarding him. This guard force is much stronger than those on the floors below. Master Dead Branch? Zen Master Wenlu? Yifeng was a little suspicious. Through the wall, he cast a magic fairy voice on the Huagua monk in the room. According to Tang Xiefeng's narration, Master Kuji was an old man 20 years ago, and his cultivation level was far superior to Tang Xiefeng's. As for the Huagua monk in front of him, it has only been about 100 years since his spiritual sense detected his cultivation. The appearance of a cultivator may become younger due to his deep cultivation, but this cultivation rarely regresses, or is abolished and recultivated. This possibility is also not great. Therefore, the possibility that the Huagua monk in front of him is the Kuji master is extremely slim, but Yifeng still asked aloud, just to see the other party's reaction. As soon as he heard Yifeng's 8-character questioning voice, the Huagua monk in the room opened his eyes at once. There was softness in the eyes, but tenacity in the eyes, full of spirit. The monk looked at the door of the room with some doubts in his eyes, but saw that the 2 old monks guarding him did not open their eyes. Obviously it was not the 2 old monks who were calling him. Moreover, the 2 old monks did not notice the sound just now. Who is it? Monk Huagua was a little confused. I'm here to save you. If you are Zen Master Wenlu or Master Kuji, please nod your head. Yifeng's wonderful fairy voice continued to spread. This time, Monk Huagua can be sure that he is not hallucinating, but that someone is indeed talking to him, and the voice directly reaches his ears. It's just that the other party seems to be very young. At this age, it's incredible that he can use the method of sound transmission, isn't it? The most important thing is that Yifeng spoke Huagua's Mandarin, which made the monk feel friendly all of a sudden. Slowly, the monk nodded. In the next instant, swish! The faint blue sword light flashed suddenly, Tai Chi Void Sword. Monk Huagua's eyes lit up, and then he saw two old monks who had been guarding him with deep cultivation. Their throats were cut by a series of sword lights without any resistance, and fresh blood sprayed out. Immediately afterwards, bright white flames flashed, and the extremely hot fireball silently burned the bodies of the two people, leaving no residue. In Yifeng's eyes, a strong man with 100 years of cultivation is nothing more than a scumbag. Afterwards, Yifeng's figure in a black shirt appeared at the door of the room, and looked at the Huagua monk in the room from more than 10 meters away, still holding the Yulan sword in his hand. Seeing Yifeng appearing like a ghost, the Hua country monk couldn't help being a little surprised, and couldn't help standing up. He never thought that someone would come to rescue him when he was imprisoned in the most closely guarded place of Zen Buddhism in Tianzhu. Dare to ask, are you Zen Master Wenlu? Yifeng looked at the other party, and asked, with a wonderful fairy voice. It's the old man. Monk Huagua nodded slowly, frowned slightly, and looked at Yifeng. I don't know who the little brother is, and who is the teacher. I'm from China, and I want to find Master Dead Branch. As Yifeng said, he took out a piece of red cassock cloth that he found in Putua Mountain, because someone told me that this is something from the Huanqi Zen school, so come and have a look. Well. Zen Master Wenlu sighed, with vicissitudes in his eyes, that is the old monk's master. He was taken captive here 10 years ago, and now his soul has returned to bliss. Master Dead Branch is dead. Yifeng was taken aback. He didn't expect that Zen Master Wenlu was actually a disciple of Master Kuji. Yifeng quickly set up a simple phantom formation on the top floor of this pagoda, so that outsiders will not be aware of the things inside it for the time being. Then he entered the room and came to Zen Master Wenlu. Zen Master, I don't know why Master Kuji and you were taken captive here? Before coming in, he had already taken off the Huanqi Buddha sect cassock, revealing the black shirt inside again, so that Zen Master Wenlu wouldn't think wrong. When seeing Yifeng, Zen Master Wenlu was obviously taken aback, then he was relieved. Sure enough, the voice sounded so young, so it turned out to be a young man. Hearing Yifeng's question, he thought of the past, sighed and said, not only the old monk and master, but also those brothers and sisters were taken captive together, and to this day, only the old monk is left alive. Yifeng asked again, these thugs are like this, do they have any purpose? Hearing his question, Zen Master Wenlu smiled, little benefactor, you have worked so hard to come here to find the old monk and master. The purpose is the same as theirs, right? Yifeng also laughed when he heard it, and said seriously, I want to find the master, but because my mother was once sealed by him, so I want to find the master to see if there is a way to break it. Your mother? Zen Master Wenlu frowned slightly, and looked at Yifeng carefully. Yifeng raised his head and looked at the other party squarely, without a hint of timidity. So it is, ba. Zen Master Wenlu sighed, if that's the case, it's okay. I can help you with the memory seal. The key is that this place is full of difficulties, and it's not easy to escape. Even if he escaped, it would be even more difficult to escape from Tianzhu to China, he thought to himself. No matter what, I thank the little benefactor for his kindness. Zen Master Wenlu didn't wait for Yifeng to speak, and said one after another, since you want to escape, why don't you join your companions first? Companion? Yifeng couldn't help laughing. This monk thought he was organizing a group to come to Tianzhu. Master, I came alone. Yifeng explained. As soon as these words came out, Zen Master Wenlu was stunned. This young man actually came to Huanqi Zen school alone to save him? So, he killed the two guardian monks just now? How can this be? No wonder he didn't believe it, it was because Yi Feng was too young. If you want to instantly kill two eminent monks with 100-year cultivation, it is absolutely impossible to do it without 150-year cultivation. To spike. Could it be that the young man in the black shirt in front of him has reached a cultivation base of 150 years? It's unimaginable. Also, Master, you haven't told me why you and Master Dead Branch were arrested here? Yi Feng asked a question. Master Wenlu avoided talking about it, which made Yi Feng feel strange. Could it be that, as Master Na Zhen said, it is related to the thing that breaks the boundary? It was inconvenient for him to say that he came in disguise, and there was no need for that, so he didn't tell Master Wenlu directly, so as not to let the other party think that he came here for the thing that broke the boundary. Once then Master Wenlu has such an idea, it will definitely be more difficult for Yi Feng to get that thing. In fact, Yi Feng doesn't necessarily want to possess that thing, the key is that he wants to go to the Menghuang realm to find Su Feiying. Even if it is only borrowed once, it is also possible. Su Feiying is not like him who has the ancient ring of dragon sword. If she encounters an existence like an adult fire dragon, she will definitely not be able to deal with it. She is alone in the wild world, but there are many dangers. And if he wanted to activate the teleportation array with his cultivation, according to the current situation, he would have to wait at least a year for Yi Wendian and Tang Xifeng's internal qi to be transformed into true qi. There are not many opportunities for cultivation to skyrocket like before on Earth. Yi Feng has already absorbed many treasures of heaven and earth, and taking them again will not have the effect of improving cultivation. As for the other types of precious treasures of heaven, material, and earth, they can be encountered but not sought after, and they cannot be encountered casually, such as the previous Heli Di Xingsha. For a year, Yi Feng was too lazy to wait. Therefore, it is best to think of another way. In front of you is an unexpected opportunity. Little benefactor, there are some things, it's better not to know. Zen Master Wenlu said with a smile that was not a smile, and continued to sit down on the bed with his eyes closed. Since the little benefactor has come to save the old monk will naturally be rewarded, and the memory seal can be given to the old monk. But other than that, please don't ask me more about anything else. After finishing speaking, he put on a stern look, as if Yi Feng asked this question, he would not leave. Yi Feng looked at the appearance of Zen Master Wenlu, and suddenly had the urge to kill him. This guy is no Zen master, he is clearly a hooligan. In this case, the junior will not ask. Yi Feng shook his head puzzled. Master, follow me. Since the members of the three major Zen sects of Tianzhu are still working hard on Zen Master Wenlu, it means that the world-breaking thing is still under the control of Zen Master Wenlu and has not fallen into the hands of Zen Master Wenlu. As long as Zen Master Wenlu is taken away, there will be plenty of opportunities. Go, how to go? Zen Master Wenlu shook his head with a smile and closed his eyes. Indeed, this is the 18th floor of the pagoda, which is 70 or 80 meters above the ground. The only way to get out is to walk down the stairs. Zen Master Wenlu doesn't know how Yi Feng came up secretly, but he can be sure that Yi Feng came up secretly, otherwise the whole Huanqi Zen school would have been in chaos long ago, and it would be their turn to chat here. He knew that Yi Feng just killed the two old monks guarding his door, and the others downstairs were fine. With so many people united, even if Yi Feng's cultivation base is profound, he is by no means an opponent, not to mention that tomorrow is the time for the Zen conference. At this special time, all the masters of Tianzhu Zen Buddhism gathered here, and it was even more difficult to escape, even more impossible than usual. Just follow me. Yi Feng smiled confidently. Master, this junior rescued you, and if you solve the problem of sealing memory for my mother, we will owe nothing to each other. That's natural, but little benefactor, Do you really think that you can take this old monk out of here so smoothly? Zen Master Wenlu shook his head. I have my pill in my body, the meridians all over my body are damaged, and I can't use my inner chi, so I can't help you much. The implication is that now he is a total drag. It would be very difficult for Yi Feng to go out alone, but it is basically impossible for Yi Feng to take Zen Master Wenlu with him. Master, since this junior is here, there must be a way to leave. Don't worry, just come out. As Yi Feng said, he walked out of the room and looked out of the tower. As long as he took Zen Master Wenlu and flew away from the sky, who would notice it without anyone noticing it? However, at this moment, changes occurred abruptly. Just when Yi Feng wanted to fly with his sword and took Master Wenlu away from the pagoda, his consciousness suddenly felt a large number of people rushing over from the pagoda. One of them has a light figure and is extremely elegant, wearing a blue cassock that dances with the wind. With light footsteps, the internal energy was mobilized, and he stepped on several lower pagodas not far away, and jumped over one after another. It is the Zen master who cultivated in 202 years. Of course, Master Na Zen of the D Buddhist sect can't fly, so he can only use this method, using the tops of other Buddhist sects as stepping stones, and gradually rush towards Yi Feng's place at the highest place. The light figure moved quickly in the night sky, causing many nearby monks to cheer and praise. This method is really shocking. On the top of a tower tens of meters high, it takes a lot of cultivation to be able to jump hundreds of meters away. The Zen master's eyes were all bright, and he glanced towards Yi Feng's direction, as if he wanted to see him completely. The suzerain abbots of Guanga Zen and Huanqi Zen were all watching from the ground, while running towards the pagoda where Zen Master Wenlu was imprisoned. With that Zen master around, the thief will definitely not be able to escape. The two looked at each other, obviously very confident in the Zen master. After all, their cultivation bases are all about 190 years old, and the sum of them is barely on par with that Zen master. That Zen master is the strongest in Tianzhu Zen, not one of them. Swish! Swish! That Zen master came towards Yi Feng at a high speed. Because of Zen Master Wenlu's hesitation, it was impossible for Yi Feng to take him away immediately, and confronting that Zen master became inevitable. It seems that if this guy is not dealt with quickly, he will be left here today. Yi Feng's spiritual sense is always grasping the situation around him. In addition to the Zen master who gradually jumped from the top of the tower, there are also monks with profound cultivation in the three major Zen schools of Guanga Zen, Huanqi Zen, and Di Zen. These guys. It seems that although Master Na Zen is not up to the level of the monk Yin Shaolin, his perception ability is not bad. If Yi Feng couldn't resist the Zen master who was attacking from the air, then it would be even more impossible for him to escape when other people came up from the stupa. 202 years of cultivation. Although the Zen master's cultivation was not as good as Ouyang Ti of Peach Blossom Island, it was still very challenging for Yi Feng now. Before, Ouyang Ti was poisoned by Guan Mazen, that's why he was kicked out of Peach Blossom Island. Then he was blocked by Qianxiong Mirage, and reluctantly joined the other two hidden places of Kunlun and Penglai. But now that Zen master is in full bloom. Bring it on. Yi Feng was full of fighting spirit. Without any timidity, he stood on the edge of the pagoda, facing the Zen master who rushed over. Zen Master Wenlu rushed out immediately when he heard the movement outside, and saw the Zen master who was rushing towards him not far away, and his expression changed. He turned out to be the strongest in Tianzhu Zen. Little benefactor, why don't you leave soon? Zen Master Wenlu's expression became serious. I will block him for you, you can leave alone. As for your mother's memory seal, I can introduce other people to you. No, I'll take you away. Yi Feng quickly estimated the gap between himself and the Zen master, as well as the various fairy arts he could perform now, and felt that the chances of winning were not small, so there was no need to run away. All he wants to take advantage of is to catch the other party by surprise. Hearing Yifeng's confident words, Zen Master Wen Lu almost felt that the young man in the black shirt in front of him was crazy, and that the Zen Master, the strongest in Tianzhu Zen sect, was rushing towards him. Little benefactor, that person is Na Zen, who has cultivated for more than 200 years. Zen Master Wen Lu was afraid that Yifeng would not know, so he immediately explained with a solemn expression, "If you don't leave, it will be too late." "Don't worry, Master, just watch," Yifeng said without turning his head. His spiritual sense detected that Zen Master had entered the range of 100 meters, and was jumping up from the top of the adjacent pagoda. Swish! The cyan cassock floated up, like a rocket, leaping towards Yifeng's direction, coming fiercely. In the next few seconds, the Zen Master will be able to come to Yifeng. When the Zen Master jumped together, the Zen disciples on the ground below raised their heads in admiration one by one, and they were so impressed with the Zen Master's cultivation. This cultivation is too strong. At this moment, Yifeng made a move. Immortal art, 7-star binding art. Stimulated by Yifeng's true energy, he could feel the power of the stars more clearly at night. 7 blue star beams, exuding a faint halo, fell from the sky without warning, and landed on the body of the Zen Master, who jumped up in mid-air. The battle has begun. The Zen Master kept his body shape and did not slow down at all. He leaped towards Yifeng and stepped into the air. However, Yifeng could feel that the flow of internal energy in the opponent's meridians had been hindered. Although there was a huge gap in cultivation between the two sides, and Yifeng's 7-star binding technique couldn't completely seal off the meridian of Zen Master, but with the help of the power of the stars, this immortal technique was still very effective. At the very least, Master Zen's combat effectiveness has been reduced by more than 20%. The Zen Master came towards him, the distance was getting closer and closer. Yifeng could see the slightly shocked expression on the other party's face. Obviously he didn't expect Yifeng to use such a weird move. He had never encountered such a move before. But the rest of the Zen disciples below didn't know that the 7 blue star beams were cast by Yifeng, and they all thought that the Zen Master's cultivation was too deep, which caused the vision of heaven and earth. A group of Zen disciples who didn't know the truth let out a burst of shouting, and the Buddha's voice was mighty. Drink. Although the Zen Master was affected by the 7-star binding technique, he was not afraid to shrink back. He believed in his own strength. Even if it was somehow weakened by 20%, so what? Lifting the qi in the dantian, the majestic and tyrannical internal energy condensed on the palm of his hand, and the cyan cassock fluttered, and then a cyan palm print swept towards Yifeng quickly. Yifeng's expression turned serious. This old guy didn't use all his strength, but only used 10% of his strength. It seemed that he wanted to test him. Immortal art, the shield of the stars. The blue true energy shield flashed beside Yifeng, and the cyan palm print came sharply and landed on the true energy shield. Boom! Yifeng was instantly repelled by the cyan palm print, and bounced back like a bullet. The Qinqing shield shattered, and then a burst of terrifying power passed into Yifeng's internal organs after smashing the Qinqing shield, making his mouth sweet. 10% of the Zen Master's power had already made him vomit blood. However, Yifeng did not panic. If the opponent doesn't use all his strength, he will not use the dragon's reverse scale, otherwise it will be too wasteful and will not have any effect. If you want to do it, it is a one-hit kill. Snapped. The Zen Master's footsteps moved, and he floated into the top floor of the tower. Facing Yifeng, who hit the wall in front of him, there was a sharp look in his brows, and he moved his lips and said a word. It's in Hindi. Yifeng can't understand it. But this does not prevent Yifeng from communicating with the other party. Idiot. Yifeng stood up, with fresh blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, and looked at the Zen Master with a contemptuous expression. Seeing Yifeng's appearance, Zen Master Wen Lu couldn't help being stunned for a moment. After thinking about it for a while, Yi Feng wanted to pretend to be a member of the Red Sun country, to deceive the other party. However, at this time, even if you successfully deceived the other party, what's the point? In the eyes of Zen Master Wenlu, the current Yi Feng is already a dead person. At worst, he will be imprisoned together with him. Then he will be forced to ask some questions at tomorrow's Zen conference. Yi Feng did not consider Zen Master Wenlu's thoughts. Immediately afterwards, without waiting for the Zen Master to make any moves, Yi Feng moved towards the Zen Master quickly. Idiot. These simple two syllables can express many things. That Master Zen's face changed slightly. He didn't make any movement yet, but after Yi Feng called out these two words, he rushed towards him immediately, as if he wanted to fight him desperately. That Zen Master was quite angry. Does this kid really not know the difference in strength between the two sides? He didn't have time to think too much. He waved another cyan palm print with his hand. It still only used one success power. In his opinion, one success power is enough. Killing a chicken with a sledgehammer. Yi Feng charged towards Master Nana Zen. His spiritual sense detected the cyan palm print of the success force, and he knew the intention of the other party not using all his strength. He couldn't help frowning slightly. It's not easy to go on like this. No way. It can't be delayed any longer. Yi Feng made a decisive decision. His figure flashed. Tai Chi Void Sword. The cyan palm print of Zen Master fell into the air all of a sudden. It hit the mahogany wall and smashed through a big hole. Yi Feng's figure disappeared without a trace. Swish. The faint blue sword light suddenly appeared like lightning. It slashed at the Zen Master from several directions at the same time. The power was astonishing. That Zen Master was shocked. He didn't expect the young man in front of him to do such a move. He even felt that if he didn't take any measures, Yi Feng's move would definitely kill him on the spot. Puff puff. The Zen Master's dantian circulated, forming a little bit of internal energy, and aimed at Yi Feng's sword lights one by one. He didn't condense the inner energy shield. Instead, he used point-to-point. This obviously requires extremely high perception and reaction. This is the first time Yi Feng has encountered an opponent who can do this. Those previous opponents, none of them could keep up with the speed of his Tai Chi Void Sword. They could only condense the inner energy shield to resist, thus dispersing the defensive ability. He was able to break through. However, facing that Zen Master now, Yi Feng's Tai Chi Void Sword has no hope of winning. Moreover, the other party took over his sword light without any effort. Yi Feng didn't even think about it. His figure flashed out from the void. Since the opponent was able to effectively restrain his Tai Chi Void Sword, there was no point for him to continue. Therefore, he swung 7 or 8 swords and stopped decisively. However, just these 7 or 8 swords also made the face of the Zen Master dignified. The young man in front of me is very unusual. Regardless of whether Yi Feng is from the Red Sun country or not, the Zen Master admires him very much. Because it can be seen that Yi Feng is very young. He can display such swordsmanship at such a young age. The future development potential is extremely terrifying. Even after 10 or 20 years, his name will spread all over the world and become a feared figure. Go to the eaves. Get ready to leave. Yi Feng's figure appeared not far from Zen Master Wenlu. Then the wonderful fairy voice passed towards Zen Master Wenlu. But he turned to the Zen Master in front of him, with an extremely cautious expression on his face. Zen Master Wenlu was stunned by Yi Feng. In this world, there is actually such a mysterious swordsmanship as Yi Feng just now. Hurry up. Yi Feng urged. Only then did Zen Master Wenlu come back to his senses. He hurriedly walked towards the eaves of the top floor of the pagoda. Although he didn't know how Yifeng would take him away. But now he has a little confidence in Yifeng. Anyway, he is a dead man. Why don't you trust Yifeng? What's more, with Yifeng's demonstrated strength, even if he jumped from the top of the 18th floor tower, he wouldn't necessarily fall to his death. Yifeng finally felt relieved when he heard Zen Master Lu's movements. He turned his head to stare at the Zen Master, and opened his mouth aggressively. Ba Ga. Immortal art. Nuclear explosion. Yifeng secretly condensed his true energy. Soon his whole body's true energy condensed into an extremely hot fireball in his hands. The temperature was getting higher and higher. Another sound of Ba Jie made the Zen Master even more angry. Although the boy in front of him has good strength and talent, he is too bad at being a human being. It seems that this time he must be given some color. Swish. The Zen Master's right hand became a claw. A blue bergamot clawed towards Yifeng. It pressed Yifeng's legs with lightning speed, making him unable to move. Immediately afterwards, the cyan figure of the Zen Master rushed towards Yifeng. His hands were clasped into palms, and his eyes were sharp. It seemed that he was about to use some means to kill Yifeng with one blow. But at this moment, the fire suddenly lit up. The surrounding temperature rose sharply. Yifeng's small-scale nuclear extreme flame explosion was used by him at a critical moment. It consumed half of the true energy in his body. The nuclear explosion this time is not as powerful as the one that destroyed the American salvage ship last time, but it is still enough to blow up the entire pagoda. That Zen Master was about to launch a fierce offensive. Seeing this situation, his expression changed, and he changed his moves in a hurry. Not only did he want to protect himself, he also wanted to protect this pagoda. A brilliant blue light lit up. Master Zen waved a pair of bergamot hands. The blue light flickered and surrounded the nuclear explosion fireball released by Yifeng. Bang! A loud noise. The nuclear explosion exploded. The tyrannical and terrifying air wave blasted the Zen Master into the air and fell heavily on the wall. However, the terrifying power enough to blow up the entire tower top was suppressed by the Zen Master. Up. That Zen Master suddenly encountered such an attack. His bald head showed an angry expression. When he looked up, he saw that Yifeng had already reached the top of the pagoda. He pulled Zen Master Wenlu, as if he wanted to jump off the pagoda. Due to the need to suppress the explosive power of the nuclear explosion, the Zen Master's blue light bergamot hands that restrained Yifeng had disappeared. This made Yifeng quickly run to the eaves of the tower where Zen Master Wenlu was. Don't even think about leaving like this. The Zen Master didn't even think about it. He moved his footsteps and rushed towards Yifeng again. No matter what, these two people cannot be allowed to leave here today, because these two people are really too important. Zen Master Wenlu is related to the whereabouts of the thing that breaks the boundary. And if this young man is escaped by him, he will definitely be a big enemy in the Tianzhu practice world in the future. That Zen Master was extremely fast. In an instant, he was within 3 meters of Yifeng. With both palms out, the blue light flickered. The cultivation level of this bald old monk is too high. It is impossible for Yifeng to face the enemy head-on. The blue light from the palms in front of his eyes made him a little sluggish. This time, the Zen Master shot with all his strength, and the inner energy first condensed into Buddha's hand, once again grabbed Yifeng's ankle, making him unable to escape. Master Zen believes that this time Yifeng is absolutely doomed. Seeing Zen Master Wenlu on the side, his heart ached. Especially now that he was beside Yifeng. Seeing that Zen Master rushing towards him with blue light flashing, he felt that it might be over this time. The violent explosion just now should be Yifeng's last trump card. Since he couldn't handle even this, Master Zen. However, Yifeng did not panic. In his heart, he was a little happy instead, because he clearly felt that this time, the Zen master was attacking with all his strength, gathering all the inner energy in his body in his palms, striving to kill with one blow. It's time. Dragon Scale Armor. Dragon's Reverse Scale. The moment the opponent's blue palm print hit, Yifeng summoned the Dragon Scale Armor, and finally activated the Dragon's Reverse Scale, which can rebound 80% of the attack power. Spiky scales protruded from Yifeng's armor. Although the Zen master saw this situation, he had no reason to back down. Although this situation was a bit strange, it aroused his vigilance, but he felt that no matter what Yifeng was, it would be impossible to resist his full blow. Bang! There was a loud noise. A burst of violent blue light erupted from the top of the pagoda, illuminating the entire night sky. Ah! The Zen master screamed hoarsely. The whole person was kicked off from the top of the tower. The cyan figure looked extremely embarrassed in the night sky, and his mouth was full of blood. Under the rebound effect of the Dragon's Reverse Scale, Master Zen was finally seriously injured by his own attack. This scene made all the onlookers below exclaim in surprise. The Buddha's voice rang together. Among them, more Zen disciples ran towards the stupa, trying to catch the Zen master's body. Step aside. The faces of the abbots of Guanga Zen and Huanqi Zen changed drastically. They immediately pushed aside the crowd and ran over. Snapped. The two people's internal energy swayed out, and caught the body of the Zen master. The powerful falling force almost crushed the two of them. Although both of them have cultivated close to 200 years, but they want to catch the body from a height of 70 or 80 meters. The Zen master who fell from the pagoda is still a bit difficult. The two of them took a look, and were suddenly shocked. That Zen master's meridians were broken by 60% to 70%. His whole body was almost crippled. Fresh blood spewed out from his mouth. He was unconscious and unconscious. Fortunately, the cultivation base is still there. The two breathed a sigh of relief. If that Zen master dies like this, or his cultivation base is abolished, the influence of the Indian Zen sect in India and the world will be cut by at least half. Huanqi Zen disciples followed me to the top of the tower to find someone. Guanga Zen disciples guarded the tower to prevent anyone from escaping. The two quickly issued an order. And quickly implemented it. They couldn't figure it out at all. With the Zen master's cultivation base, who else could beat him into such a seriously injured appearance? Even the big brothers of the Buddhist sect and the Brahma sect couldn't do it in such a short period of time. Reminiscent of the Ba Jie just now, a shadow was cast over the hearts of the two of them. Could it be that there is something against the sky recently in the Red Sun country? Or some top-notch expert was sent here to rob Zen Master Wenlu. Could it be that the news of the world breaker has leaked out? The two acted separately, but it was absolutely unexpected. Yifeng, the murderer who hurt the Zen Master, was about to fly away from the sky with Wenlu Zen Master. Tower top. Yifeng didn't feel well. Even though he rebounded 80% of the power and seriously injured the Zen Master, but the remaining 20% of the power still made Yifeng's body twitch. Nearly half of the meridians in his body were broken. The cultivation base is too low. Yifeng thought to himself, if his cultivation base was 10 years higher, he wouldn't be in such embarrassment right now. Fortunately, his injury was not as serious as that of the Zen Master. After seriously injuring the opponent, he still had the strength to kick the opponent off the top of the tower. It made the others flustered for a while and bought time for himself. Lay on hands. Yifeng seized the time and performed lay on hands. The golden light enveloped his whole body. If it wasn't for using the 7-star binding technique to weaken the Zen Master's strength by 20 to 30%, Yifeng would definitely be lying on the ground at this time, and it would be impossible to use the lay on hands technique. Facing that Zen Master, Yifeng's series of countermeasures against the enemy were extremely skillful. As long as there was a slight difference in each place, he would be killed or captured alive. Zen Master Wenlu was already stunned on the spot when he saw the sudden scene. Yifeng kicked that Zen Master down. The strongest Tianzhu Zen Master, Na Zen Master, was seriously injured. This time, Zen Master Wenlu can be sure that Yifeng is relying entirely on his own strength. It's just that he doesn't know the origin of the armor that Yifeng was wearing just now. It's so strong. That Zen Master's 200 years of cultivation was unable to kill Yifeng. Instead, he was seriously injured by the shock. Zen Master Wenlu once again looked at Yifeng with some admiration in his eyes. Master, don't ask too much. Wait for me to rest for a while. Take you away immediately. Yifeng felt a little sweet in his mouth. That Zen Master's attack was too fierce. It is not so easy for him to recover from his injuries even if he uses lay on hands. It's okay. The opponent's attack doesn't have any special attributes. So as long as you don't die, you'll be fine. Really exhausted. Yifeng faced this problem again. But now he doesn't have to worry about it. Although he didn't bring any medicine to restore his true energy, he did have Luotian water. He took out a drop of Luotian water and swallowed it. The rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth entered his body, and soon wanted to pass through the core of the pill and transform it into true energy to improve his cultivation. But Yifeng abruptly stopped this process, blocked the core of the pill, and then overflowed the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth to the whole body. Now the upper limit of cultivation base is not enough. It is not the time to use Luotian water to improve cultivation base. After a while, the true energy in his whole body fully recovered, and the golden light on his body gradually dissipated. The injury wounded by the Zen Master was finally healed. And at this time, there were bursts of hurried footsteps from the stairs. The monks of the Happy Zen school rushed up under the leadership of the abbot. Zen Master Wenlu was at the side, listening to the movement at the stairs, and watching the golden light on Yifeng's body gradually dissipate beside him. His eyes were full of complex expressions. The young man in the black shirt in front of me is really surprising. When the Zen Master was kicked off the top of the pagoda by Yifeng, Zen Master Wenlu really began to believe that Yifeng could really lead him all the way out of here today. This young man is unpredictable. When the Master of Huanqi Zen came to the top of the tower, he saw Yifeng and Zen Master Wenlu standing together, and glanced in the direction of the stairs where they were. Now, they can't escape. Just be careful, even the Zen Master was beaten and kicked from here. The young man in the black shirt in front of him is obviously very dangerous. However, judging by the blood on the corner of his mouth, he should be seriously injured. Everyone in Huanqi Zen didn't know that Yifeng's injury had been healed just now, but the blood on the corner of his mouth just hadn't had time to wipe it off. In other words, there is no need to wipe it clean. Bye-bye. The corner of Yifeng's mouth turned up. Suddenly, he smiled strangely, and grabbed Zen Master Wenlu's arm. Are you leaving? Zen Master Wenlu became nervous. In just a short period of time, he had already thought of dozens of ways for Yifeng to take him out of here, but he couldn't think of any reason. Now, he is looking forward to it. He wants to know more about Yifeng's methods. The stronger Yifeng is, the more beneficial it will be for him. He has been trapped in this ghostly place for more than 10 years, and he has long wanted to escape from here. Seeing this, all the disciples of the Huanqi Zen sect thought what they wanted to do. Could it be that they wanted to jump off the top of the tower? This is no fun. You know, there are 7 people in this pagoda. Even if this kid has the same cultivation level as that Zen master, he can jump down without getting hurt, but don't forget, there are many Guanga Zen people under the pagoda. Jumping like this is definitely a dead end. After all, in mid-air, it is a perfect target, and it is impossible to dodge it. But then, the scene of blinding their eyes happened. Swish! With Yifeng's true energy, the Yulan sword lay in front of him, exuding a mysterious, blue color. Let's go, Master. Yifeng pulled Zen Master Wenlu, stepped on the Yulan flying sword with one step, and cast the immortal art, Stars Control the Nine Heavens. Before Zen Master Wenlu could react, Yifeng had already pulled onto the flying sword. Immediately after the surrounding scene flickered, he felt like he was flying. No, it's not like. Instead, it really flew. Zen Master Wenlu looked around, and found that the top floor of the pagoda, which was only 10 meters above the ground, was already far below his feet, and the disciples of the Tianzhu Zen sect on the ground were all the size of ants. How is this going? Zen Master Wenlu found himself stepping on a flying sword, and this flying sword actually withstood the weight of both him and Yifeng, and was still flying forward at an extremely fast speed. This is really incredible. The ordinary gray cassock on Zen Master Wenlu's body was blown up in the air by the wind, half covering his sight. In just a moment, Feijian carried the two of them to the top of the mountain peaks around Huanqi Zen sect. It was higher than the clouds, and the surroundings turned into a cloud of mist, and even a faint glow of the sky could be seen, and it was still a little bit far away. All other scenes are invisible. Zen Master Wenlu swallowed his saliva. He has lived for so many years and has practiced with Master Kuji for so long. It has been a long time since he felt so surprised. His heart is no longer as calm as before. After calming down for a while, Zen Master Wenlu came back to his senses and started to ask Yifeng, "Little benefactor, what's going on?" The corners of Yifeng's mouth turned up slightly, and he chuckled, "Master, our deal is just that I rescue you, and then you help my mother solve the matter of the memory seal?" How could Yifeng give up so easily on the matter of the boundary breaker? "If you want to know how I can fly, tell me the news first." When Zen Master Wenlu heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. This guy is so shameless. Yifeng carried Zen Master Wenlu away from the top of the tower. It was only a matter of an instant. Yu Jian's flying speed was really too fast. It could fly more than 200 meters in 1 second. How could anyone else catch it of? All the Zen disciples of Tianzhu only saw a faint blue sword light flashing by, and Yifeng and Zen Master Wenlu, who were originally under the eaves of the tower, disappeared. Flew away. Many disciples of Huanqi Zen, who just ran to the top of the pagoda, looked at each other in blank dismay. What is this? The next moment, the whole happy Zen. That Zen master was seriously injured. Huanqi Zen died 2-century-old monks who were guarding Zen Master Wenlu, and Zen Master Wenlu was rescued. Just saying that the loss was heavy is not enough to describe the tragedy of Tianzhu Zen. Up. The Zen conference on the second day was a waste of time, or the content had changed fundamentally. Originally, they wanted to gather all Zen masters to torture Zen Master Wenlu about the whereabouts of the world-breaking thing, but now, they can only discuss how to capture Zen Master Wenlu and find the mysterious young man who can fly. Let the secular regime use satellite search? No, the 3 major Zen sects of Tianzhu will never let outsiders know about this kind of embarrassing thing. Fortunately, only a small number of high-level Zen sects know about the news of Zen Master Wenlu and the world-breaking thing. In the end, they made a decision overnight, sent people to the border of India to guard, and sent their respective soldiers to look up at the sky in the secular world. Once you find a blue meteor flying by, report it immediately. On the other hand, they vaguely disclosed the news to the people of the Buddhist sect and the Brahma sect, trying to arouse the interest of the other party and let them help to find it while concealing part of the truth. What's more, he strongly condemned the cultivating circles of the Red Sun country in private, and at the same time asked them if there was such a person as Yifeng. Of course, the Red Sun Kingdom said that there is no such a person, and the people of Huanqi Zen think that the other party is hiding it, and the conflict between the two parties will start. An inferior monk of Huanqi Zen school expressed news about that person. Many eminent monks immediately sent word to the low-ranking monk named Pashi, wanting to inquire about the situation, but what they waited for was the news of Peshi's sudden death, which made them lose their clues all at once. In fact, Yifeng had already planted a seed of true energy in that woman's body. As long as he wanted to, he could detonate this seed of true energy at any time, causing the mother-in-law to die suddenly. Now that Yifeng has achieved the purpose of this trip and took Zen Master Wenlu away, it is useless to keep the mother-in-law's house, but it will expose some information about himself, which is extremely unfavorable to him. After all, Peshi is a cultivator, but it is not as easy to control as Medusa and Benjamin. Maybe at some point this Peshi will break away from Yifeng's control, and report him with the high-level Huanqi Zen sect. Of course, Yifeng should solve such hidden dangers as soon as possible. All the eminent monks of the Tianzhu Zen sect stayed up all night, but they didn't hear any news about the Blue Sword light until dawn. At this time, Yifeng had already flown to the border of India without stopping. After continuously absorbing 10 drops of Luotian water's heaven and earth spiritual energy and replenishing his true energy 10 times, Yifeng flew continuously for nearly an hour and traveled a distance of more than 1,000 kilometers. It's a bit of a waste, but it's better than being chased. Fiction/. For Tianzhu, Yifeng was still a little jealous. As long as he returned to Huagua, he wouldn't have to be so exhausted. Using invisibility and blindness together, Yifeng quickly left the border of India, and then was in the dense forest of a small country. Master, let's go for a while. Yifeng heaved a sigh of relief. In the woods. Zen Master Wenlu went forward with him. Yifeng's methods had already deeply impressed him. Coupled with his curiosity, he finally decided to make another exchange with Yifeng. He told Yifeng about the boundary breaker, and Yifeng told him why he could fly. I am a cultivator. The simple 5 words explained everything about Yifeng's methods. In order to show his sincerity, Yifeng first told Zen Master Wenlu about his identity as a cultivator. Cultivator. It turns out that there really is such an existence in the world. Zen Master Wenlu sighed. Really? Master, have you heard of immortal cultivators before? Yifeng had an idea and asked aloud. Good. Zen Master Wenlu nodded, then raised his head with a look of nostalgia on his face. Immediately afterwards, he roughly told Yifeng about his experience with his master Kuji. It turned out that Master Kuji's lineage is a branch of Tianzhu Zen Buddhism. It entered Huagua 100 years ago, and abandoned Tianzhu Zen's practice methods that are sloppy, and turned more towards Buddhism. Master Kuji is the outstanding Buddhist practitioner of that generation. He is only 50 years old, but he has practiced for 150 years, and he is the best in the world. Therefore, Master Kuji traveled around the world and saw many exotic customs, and it was during that time that he met Tang Xiefeng. In the process of wandering, by chance, I picked up an ancient wooden box, made of black wood, and tightly wrapped with blood-stained cloth strips. This black wooden box is a world-breaking thing that was passed on later. It's just that this thing is not the treasure that Tianzhu Zen thinks, but a downright murderous thing. At that time, Master Dead Branch tried to open the black wooden box out of curiosity, but just after taking apart a small part of the blood-stained cloth wrapped outside, he felt an extremely evil breath coming from the black wooden box. At the same time, a gloomy idea came into the ears of Master Dead Branch. The black wooden box is used as the magic pupil of the world, and as long as it is approved by the magic pupil of the world, it can freely shuttle between the world without being bound by space. It's just that if you want to be recognized by the magic pupil of the world, you must do 3 things. In particular, one must have extraordinary comprehension ability and be able to practice a kind of magic skill provided by the magic pupil of the world. As for the last 2 points, Master Dead Branch didn't delve into it, but immediately closed the black wooden box. Because he felt that this black wooden box was eroding his will, and if it was a person with a weaker will, he would definitely be swallowed up and become a walking dead. Master Dead Branch doesn't believe in the freedom to travel between worlds and worlds. But when closing the black wooden box, the last sentence of the other party was, "There is no immortal cultivator in this world. As long as he cultivates that magic skill, he will definitely be able to laugh proudly in the world." Master Kuji naturally didn't believe it, not to mention that with his Buddhist practice, he had no interest in ruling the world at all. He hid the black wooden box in an inaccessible place, in order not to let other people find out, and then returned to Putua Mountain to cultivate. He didn't tell anyone about this at first. But one day, Master Kuji felt unwell, called 3 disciples, told them about the incident, and said that if he died unexpectedly, it must be because of the black wooden box. In order to save others from being harmed, Master Dead Branch sent 3 disciples to bury the black wooden box in a more hidden place so that it would never see the light of day. Master Kuji urged in every possible way that the black wooden box must not be opened, and the 3 disciples he selected were the ones with the strongest will and the most understanding of Buddhism. Its teacher. The 3 disciples went to the place where the black wooden box was hidden, but they disagreed on how to deal with it after taking out the black wooden box. Except for Zen Master Wenlu, the 2 people actually became possessive of the black wooden box, wanted to fight for it, and finally fought. Zen Master Wenlu obeyed his master's order, wounded 2 other disciples at a critical moment, took away the black wooden box, and chose another extremely hidden place to bury them. Because they are brothers, Chan Master Wenlu did not kill the 2 people, which caused trouble. When he returned to the hidden temple on Mount Putua, he only found that a big battle had taken place in the entire temple, and a dozen or so people, including Master Kuji, were all kidnapped. Only his disciple, who was the one who snatched the black wooden box before, stayed and told Zen Master Wenlu that if he wanted to see the master, he should go to Tianzhu. The 2 injured disciples colluded with the people of Tianzhu Huanqi Zen School and took away the temple, which made Zen Master Wenlu very angry. "Isn't it just for a broken box? What kind of magic pupil of the world, it's just nonsense." Zen Master Wenlu resolutely went to Tianzhu without thinking too much. In Huanqi Zen, he saw Master Kuji for the last time. At this time, Master Withered Branch has turned black all over, and a strange force swims through his body, destroying all his cultivation, and his life is at stake. This was the disaster that the demon eye of myriad realms brought to him. Master Dead Branch repeatedly told him not to let the black wooden box see the light of day again, and then died. Originally, Zen Master Wenlu wanted to use the black wooden box to exchange for his master and brothers, but now, seeing the tragic situation of Master Kuji, he resolutely decided not to let the black wooden box reappear in the world. As a result, those brothers who had been with him for many years died tragically in front of him one by one. Those who were fond of Zen, in order to force him to tell the whereabouts of the black wooden box, killed one of his brothers every year. 10 senior brothers, all of them, were finally killed in 10 years. This year there was no one to kill, so Huanqi Zen could only call in other Zen people to persecute and interrogate Zen Master Wenlu for the final time. It's a pity that they met Yifeng this year, and their success fell short. Yifeng heard Zen Master Wenlu say so much, he was very interested in the myriad world's demon eye, his eyes lit up. "How about, Master, take me to meet the myriad world's demon eye?" With the dragon sword ancient ring on his body, Yifeng was more courageous. "Although that thing is very weird, but how can it become stronger if you are rich and dangerous?" As soon as Yifeng said that he wanted to see the demon eye of myriad realms, Zen Master Wenlu's face immediately revealed a serious look. "Little benefactor, no." Zen Master Wenlu shook his head and said, "It's an ominous thing, you must never take it into consideration." Of course, Yifeng expected such a statement from him and was not surprised. For Zen Master Wenlu, Master Kuji, and more than a dozen brothers died because of this thing, and 2 brothers who grew up betrayed him. Therefore, the myriad realm's demon eye, and the black wooden box containing the myriad world's demon eye, are definitely ominous things. Zen Master Wenlu never wants to see that thing again in his life. Moreover, Master Kuji's dying wish was to let Zen Master Wenlu hide this object so that it could no longer harm the world. As an eminent monk, Zen Master Wenlu is definitely not so easy to shake his will. But Yifeng did not give up, because he had his own set of arguments. Master, you can't say that. Yifeng shook his head, while persuading Lin at the front. Is the place where you hide the black wooden box absolutely safe? Can you guarantee that no one will find it in the future? As soon as these words came out, Zen Master Wenlu was a little worried. Under normal circumstances, it is naturally safe, but... So, there are still special circumstances. Yifeng smiled. Now that science and technology are so advanced, there may be some special signal emitted by the myriad realm's demon eye. When it is detected by some instrument, it will be easily discovered by others. By then, but it's no fun. Little benefactor, since you said so, how should we deal with it? Zen Master Wenlu smiled and looked at Yifeng. Even if I take you there, you can't destroy it forever. Master, I wonder if you have tried to destroy that thing? Yifeng asked again. No. Zen Master Wenlu shook his head. Slashing with a knife and burning with fire are common methods. I was afraid that the black wooden box would be destroyed, so I released the contents. Since the master hasn't tried it, how do you know it can't be destroyed? Yifeng smiled and said, Master, please take a look. As he spoke, he stopped and pointed to a big rock not far away. Zen Master Wenlu stood beside Yifeng, looking at the big rock, with some doubts. Little benefactor, who are you? Yifeng didn't speak, but with an urge of true energy, an extremely flaming fireball was condensed, and the white flame shot out instantly, covering the big rock. Under the high temperature, the large rock made of unknown material was burned instantly, directly sublimated from solid to gas, leaving only a shallow pit in place that had been pressed for a long time. Yifeng withdrew his hand. This scene made Zen Master Wenlu look serious. How could Yifeng do such a thing? The temperature of the white fireball just now was probably tens of thousands of degrees Celsius, but it was condensed by Yifeng casually. Could this be the strength of immortal cultivators? Now, Zen Master Wenlu feels that what the demon eye of myriad worlds said is not necessarily a lie. In a certain world, there are really immortal cultivators, and on the earth, the power of immortal cultivators can obviously surpass everyone else. Even the strongest Zen master of Tianzhu Zen sect was easily and seriously injured by Yifeng. I am afraid that in a few years, no one in this world will be Yifeng's opponent. Regarding Yifeng's potential, Zen Master Wenlu could see it quite clearly, even more clearly than Yu Wendian and the others. Because he had been in contact with the demon eye of myriad worlds before and felt its terrifying aura up close, the demon eye of myriad worlds must be something related to immortal cultivators. Even the demon eye of myriad worlds has said that if there are immortal cultivators in this world, or if someone practices its magic power, they will definitely be able to unify the whole world. It can be seen that the power of immortal cultivators is much stronger than that of earth practitioners. Master, I don't know if this will satisfy you. Yifeng turned his head, smiled and asked, this junior thinks, we can try to burn it down. His purpose, of course, is not to burn the demon eye of myriad realms, but to have the opportunity to communicate with the other party, but if he tells the truth, he will definitely not be able to convince Master Wenlu. Therefore, Yifeng needs to adopt a strategy. Inappropriate. Master Wenlu shook his head solemnly. If you can't burn the myriad realm's demon eye, but can only burn the black wooden box, wouldn't the situation be even worse? Master, trust me. Yifeng said sincerely, I am an immortal cultivator. If I meet the myriad realm's demon eye, I will definitely have a different understanding from you. At most, the younger generation is 500 meters away. Try to feel it first. As long as it is within the range of 550 meters, Yifeng's consciousness can scan to the location of the myriad realm's demon eye. Zen Master Wenlu thought for a long time after hearing the words, but did not answer. The black wooden box must be an extremely vicious thing. Zen Master Wenlu will never give any chance to let it come out to harm the world. But just put it in that place, as Yifeng said, it may be discovered by modern science and technology at any time, and then excavated. With the current advanced science and technology, which place on the whole Earth is absolutely safe. The most appropriate thing is to destroy the black wooden box together with the myriad realms demon eye, but Zen Master Wenlu is not sure whether Yifeng can burn it. There is another way. Yifeng saw that he was troubled, and knew it was time, so he made a suggestion. Master, why don't we throw it into the deep sea, /. The deepest trench in the world is more than 10,000 meters. If you throw a black wooden box into it, no one will be able to find it. This is what Yifeng really wanted to say. Others may not be able to dive into the deepest trench in the world, even with the help of tools, they may not be able to dive that deep, but for Yifeng, this is not a problem at all. As long as Zen Master Wenlu throws it into the sea, Yifeng can run over to pick it up. This is his ultimate purpose. As soon as Zen Master Wenlu heard Yifeng's words, his eyes lit up. Yes, throwing the black wooden box into the sea is much safer than burying it. Before, Zen Master Wenlu didn't think about it, he just thought it was safe, but thinking about it now, throwing the black wooden box into the sea is obviously more reliable. Good. Zen Master Wenlu nodded solemnly. Little benefactor, since this is the case, I will follow what you say. However, after returning to China, we will act separately. When Yifeng heard it, he knew that the old monk didn't want him to know exactly which sea he threw the black wooden box into, but it wasn't a problem. No problem, Master, but before that, follow me to visit my mother. As Yifeng said, he raised his head and saw a high mountain in front of him. Let's go. Zen Master Wenlu nodded happily. Yifeng's Yulan sword flew up, carrying Zen Master Wenlu towards the high mountain. The territory of Huaghua is vividly visible. Yifeng was not interested in knowing what was going on in Tianzhu. He only knew that people from the cultivation world in Tianzhu were not able to catch up with him. He and Zen Master Wenlu successfully returned to Huaghua, called a car, and drove back east. When he got here, Yifeng finally took out his mobile phone from the storage space of Dragon Sword Ancient Ring. During the few days in Tianzhu, he always put his mobile phone in the storage space, so as not to disturb his actions when it suddenly rang. Now, as soon as he took the phone out of it, he found that there were many text messages and missed calls. After checking for a while, Yifeng found that there were 2 calls from Lin Shiqing, so he sent back a text message. I'm sorry it's inconvenient for a few days, Sister Lin is looking for me? After sending the text messages, Yifeng put away his phone. There was no need to return other text messages and calls, because they were all from people from Peach Blossom Island, and he was going back to Peach Blossom Island soon. But soon, he felt the phone ring, picked it up, and found that it was Lin Shiqing who replied a text message. So fast? Yifeng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the other party would wake up when the day was so bright. He glanced at the content of the text message. Sharia, Sister Lin misses you a little bit, when will you come back to Yanjing? Although it was only a short sentence, Yifeng felt Lin Shiqing's special affection for him. It's not love, but it also has deep concern, because for Lin Shiqing, Yifeng is really a person who has a great influence on her. When Yifeng saw this text message, he felt a little sorry. Now that he has settled down in Peach Blossom Island, he really has no plans to go to Yanjing unless there are special circumstances. After thinking about it, he sent back a text message to Lin Shiqing. Sister Lin, if you are free, come to Xiangshan County in the East China Sea last time. I will be here recently, just give Menghan a call, before leaving. Okay. Lin Shiqing replied briefly. Yifeng put away his phone. Zen Master Wenlu accepted his opinion and decided to throw the black wooden box containing the myriad world demon eyes into the deep sea, but before that, he had to go to Peach Blossom Island to deal with Tang Qingling's memory seal. Then, go alone to deal with the black wooden box, not letting Yifeng follow. And Yifeng, of course, has been secretly planning to follow the other party. Peach Blossom Island, evening. Tang Qingling was puzzled. Ever since she came to this island, she has always been a little puzzled, feeling that the people around her are always hiding something from her, but no one is willing to tell when she asks others. Whether it was Shu Shu, who had a good relationship with her, or her father Tang Xiefeng, who was always with her in memory, they all told her that it was nothing but that she was thinking too much. But she always felt a little restless. Because Long Wanner, Su Menghan and other women seem to respect her too much, but all the women do not have such respect for Shu Shu, who is of the same generation as her. It's as if she, Tang Qingling, is the direct elder of Long Wanner and Su Menghan. Reminiscent of Yifeng's abnormal attitude towards her before, Tang Qingling already had a rough guess in her mind, but she couldn't find a way to confirm it. Yifeng is back. At this time, the news was uploaded on Peach Blossom Island. When Tang Qingling heard the news, she was just about to go out to look for Yifeng, but found a familiar figure of a young man in a black shirt, who had already brought a middle-aged monk standing in front of the courtyard of her residence. Little Yi? With some doubts on Tang Qingling's gentle face, she glanced at Yifeng and Zen Master Wenlu beside him. Ahem. Yifeng coughed. This is the master I invited. I want him to check your body. It won't take too long. Body check? Tang Qingling looked strange. She stepped forward, grabbed Yifeng's arm, and led him into the yard. Then she leaned close to his ear and asked abruptly, Xiaoya, who am I to you? You treat me so well? You'd better tell me the truth. Wanner Menghan and the others have already told me. Yifeng rolled his eyes when he heard it, and smiled. Aunt Tang, if you trust me, let this master take a look first. I took a lot of effort to invite him back. Zen Master Wenlu listened to Yifeng's words at the gate of the courtyard, thinking to himself, it took a lot of effort. He ran to Tianzhu alone, broke into the territory of Huanqi Zen before the Zen conference was about to be held, and then ignoring the siege of many Tianzhu Zen masters, brazenly led him out of the encirclement. Zen Master Wenlu can be sure that there are absolutely no more than one person in this world who can do this. And the most important thing is that Yifeng is still so young. Ba. Zen Master Wenlu spoke at the right time, with a solemn face. Benefactor, you should understand the identity and strength of little friend Yifeng. If it is not necessary, why would you invite the old monk here? Then, is there something wrong with my body? Tang Qingling looked strange. You'll find out in a moment. Zen Master Wenlu said solemnly. Tang Qingling nodded, agreeing. She glanced at Yifeng's expression, and secretly guessed Yifeng's purpose for inviting this master here. Could it be related to the matter she had always suspected? Zen Master Wenlu and Yifeng looked at each other, nodded each other, then Zen Master Wenlu led Tang Qingling into the house. Master, please stay for a while after the matter is over. Your meridians are damaged. I may have someone here who can heal your injury. Yifeng's wonderful fairy voice passed over. Zen Master Wenlu paused when he heard the words, nodded without looking back, and then continued to lead Tang Qingling into the house. Yifeng did not follow. Yifeng, what's wrong? Long Wanner's voice came from behind him, but it was Long Wanner waiting for a few girls to run over. It's okay, I invited a master back to see if I can make my mother remember what happened before. Yifeng explained, frowning slightly. It's not difficult for Tang Qingling to remember the past, but the key is to get rid of the extremely desperate feeling of wanting to commit suicide in her previous memory, which is the most important thing. Master Kuji back then couldn't do it, and now Zen Master Wenlu probably can't do it either. But Yifeng can only hope that Zen Master Wenlu can help with this, and then use the experience of the past few days to stabilize Tang Qingling's mood. Leave it to us. Long Wan'er, Su Menghan, and Xiaoyu leaned over. The three of them, as Yifeng's women, are all Tang Qingling's daughter-in-law. In this case, if they come forward to mediate, the effect will definitely be good. Soon, the faces of the people guarding outside the house changed slightly. Including Yifeng, they all used their spiritual sense to detect the situation in the room, and found that Zen Master Wenlu was quickly performing Buddhism and was trying to unlock Tang Qingling's sealed memory. This process was quite complicated, and beads of sweat appeared on Zen Master Wenlu's forehead. On Tang Qingling's face, a look of pain gradually appeared. It was not that the body was suffering from pain, but those memory seals that had been unlocked. It was really not a beautiful thing.